In the midst of a post-apocalyptic struggle spanning 5 arduous years, Jiang Nian'an ultimately fell victim to the treachery of her closest friend, akin to a sister, and met a tragic demise at the hands of a zombie. Upon awakening, she found herself inexplicably transported back to a month prior to the onset of the apocalypse, where she forcefully smashed the small walnut left to her by her adoptive mother. Beep. Your special ability has been activated, and a spatial realm of 40,000 square meters has been successfully accessed. What was there to hesitate for? She would embark on an unrelenting quest for wealth, hoarding supplies in eager anticipation of the impending apocalypse. Navigating the solitary and perilous landscape of the apocalypse was a daunting endeavor, necessitating the swift formation of a team for mutual safety. However, as time progressed, Jiang Nian'an began to notice a shift in the gaze of her tool-like captain, stirring within her a tumult of anxiety and attraction. One fateful day, the captain declared, "Nian'an, I no longer wish to be your older brother. I desire to assume a different role." Chapter 1. Rebirth and Wealth Accumulation. Jiang Nian'an, go die. Shen Jiao's face twisted with malice and insanity as she plunged a dagger deep into Jiang Nian'an's back, using all her strength to shove her towards the approaching level 4. Zombied, in her weakened state, Jiang Nian'an found herself unable to evade the imminent threat of the level 4 zombie. Thud. The dark claws of the level 4 zombie mercilessly pierced through her chest, followed by a vicious bite on her shoulder as it ravenously. Ignoring the agony coursing through her body, Jiang Nian'an turned her head with fierce determination, locking eyes with Shen Jiao. The pain of betrayal from someone she had considered a sister eclipsed the torment of being torn apart by the zombie. Why? Jiang Nian'an managed to utter those 3 words with great difficulty. Indeed, the apocalypse revealed the treachery of humanity, rife with scheming and betrayal. Yet, she never anticipated that the one to betray most. Shen Jiao offered no response, merely casting a cold glance before fleeing. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nian'an observed Shen Jiao's stumbling retreat, letting out a desolate and hopeless laugh. Her expression turned icy as she vowed, "If I perish, you shall not fare any better." Clenching her teeth, she channeled the remnants of her abilities into her right. A verdant leaf, slicing through the air with a whoosh, pierced through Shen Jiao's chest, erupting in a spray of crimson. Just as she, at level 3, was no match for a level 4 zombie, so too was Shen Jiao. At level 2, no contender for her. Watching Shen Jiao stumble and collapse, the breath Jiang Nian'an had been holding escaped her, and darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. In Ji province, at the flower market, Jiang Nian'an awoke to her phone ringing incessantly beside her. Instinctively, she answered the call. On the other end, a rough and frantic male voice erupted. "Jiang Nian'an, do you not wish to work anymore? What time is it? I'm giving you 10 minutes. Hurry to the company." Such unexpected beratement was intolerable. Jiang Nian'an unleashed a torrent of vitriol into the phone. "Who the hell do you think you are, barking at me like a mindless pig just after finishing your meal, pretending to be someone important with onions stuck up your nose? Work? I'd rather not." After taking a deep breath, she abruptly fell silent. Wait a moment. Hadn't she died, first betrayed by Shen Jiao, then drained of her blood and flesh by a level 4? But now, Jiang Nian'an gazed in disbelief at her familiar surroundings. This was her home before the apocalypse. And the phone. In the apocalypse, a phone was merely a decoration, long devoid of communication capabilities. Yet now it was functional, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Jiang Nian'an swallowed hard, a bold hypothesis forming in her mind. Meanwhile, the enraged man on the line continued, "Jiang Nian'an, how dare you insult me? Enough of your rambling. I need time to collect my thoughts," Jiang Nian'an retorted, abruptly hanging up, her gaze lingering on the still-lit screen. July 13th, 2085, Friday. Connecting the dots from the earlier call, Jiang Nian'an's heart raced. She had been reborn a month before the bloody and dark apocalypse was to unfold. This realization caused her breath to quicken. Such a stroke of fortune had befallen her. Wavy dash. Without further ado, Jiang Nian'an leaped from her bed and rushed to her wardrobe, retrieving a small wooden box hidden deep within. Inside lay a decorative walnut, a keepsake from her late adoptive mother. Little did anyone suspect that this seemingly innocuous walnut concealed an expansive storage. To be fair, she had been unaware of its potential. When her death was unexpectedly pushed forward by half a month, she had been so starved that she smashed the. As she prepared to consume it, it transformed into a brilliant flash of light. manifesting a vast space of 40,000 square meters in her consciousness. With no accompanying this revelation was a message detailing the nature of the space. It turned out that this decorative walnut was a spatial artifact crafted by a powerful being from an adjacent fantastical realm, where time stood still within, temperature and freshness. Yet, the mystery of how it ended up on Earth, ultimately falling into her possession, remained unsolved. At that moment, she realized, regrettably, her discovery had come too late. Before she could enjoy the benefits, her life had been extinguished. Yet now, it seemed, it was not. She was alive again. Omega. Message from the master. Message from the master. Just as Jiang Nian'an reveled in her excitement, her phone chimed once more. She picked it up, and upon seeing the sender's name, her expression darkened significantly. It was a message from Shen Jiao. Jiang. Tomorrow is Saturday. The tone was overly familiar, nauseatingly so. Recalling the events leading to her demise, Jiang Nian'an felt an overwhelming urge to confront Shen Jiao and settle the score. Yet, she refrained. In a society governed by law, murder was a crime. Lowering her gaze, she quickly typed a response on her phone. Caught a cold. To avoid incarceration before the apocalypse descended, it was best to steer clear of this treacherous individual for now. Shen Jiao replied promptly. All right then. I'll find someone else. See? She claimed to be concerned about Jiang Nian'an's cold, yet offered no words of genuine care, revealing her insincerity. In her previous life, Jiang Nian'an had been utterly blind to Shen. She had doted on her, even going hungry to ensure she had enough to eat. Looking back, it was truly foolish. Bah. Jiang Nian'an spat disdainfully at her past self, dismissed. More pressing matters awaited her attention, namely the urgent need to accumulate wealth and stockpile supplies. What was most lacking in the apocalypse? Naturally, various resources, especially food and water. Having endured starvation in her previous life, she would not allow herself to suffer again. Otherwise, what would be the point of her rebirth? Jiang Nian'an placed the decorative walnut at her feet, her eyes gleaming with determination. With a resounding crack, a flash of light coursed through her, and the expansive space reappeared in her consciousness. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Nian'an laid, along with all her bank cards. After a meticulous count, she found that, in conjunction with the cash on her person, her total savings amounted to over 1.7 million, complemented by a residence valued than 9 million. Undoubtedly, at the tender age of 24, having only graduated from university 2 years prior, she was not in a position to amass such wealth. This property and the majority of her savings were bequeathed to her by her adoptive parents, who had tragically perished in a car accident. A warm wave of affection washed over Jiang Nian'an as she reflected. Calculating the years, it had been 9 years since they had departed from her life, including the 5 years from her previous existence. Yet, in some ethereal manner, they continued. Whether it be the space floating within her consciousness, her savings, or this house that could be converted into funds, they were all manifestations of their enduring protection. Jiang Nian'an brushed away a tear from the corner of her eye, redirecting her focus to the pursuit of wealth. Even if she were to sell the house, it would only amount to slightly over 10 million. In ordinary circumstances, this sum would suffice for a comfortable existence, yet it fell short of the resources she desired to accumulate. Jiang Nian'an furrowed her brow in contemplation. Eureka! 2 minutes later, her fingers danced across the screen of her phone, leaving trails on various legitimate and questionable lending apps and websites. More than 3 hours later, Jiang Nian'an beheld over 30 million in her account, procured with relative ease, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. That should suffice. With the external assistance and funds secured, all that remained were the necessary supplies, and there was still the matter of the house to address. Seizing her house key, Jiang Nian'an stepped outside, heading straight for the real estate agency. An hour later, she gazed at her account, now swollen with an additional 8.7 million. She had sold the property to the agency for 600,000 below market value, with the stipulation that she would reside there for 1 more month. In essence, she had effortlessly acquired an additional 8.7 million. Wavy down. Chapter 2. Stockpiling 1. Upon exiting the intermediary firm, Jiang Nian'an took a turn and headed toward another agency on a different street, where she secured a spacious warehouse of 500 square meters in the suburbs, equipped for charging. Subsequently, she rented a vehicle from a nearby car rental agency. After applying a makeup look so transformative that even she could scarcely recognize herself, she donned a mask and pressed down on the accelerator. It was time to embark on her quest for stockpiling. She made her way directly to the wholesale market, known for its vast array of goods at remarkably low prices. She procured 100 jin of rice and 5,000 bags of wheat flour. In addition, she ordered 3,000 bags each of 50 jin assorted flour, including mung bean, buckwheat, sorghum, millet, and corn flour. Various dry products such as rice noodles, dry noodles, hanging noodles, rice flour, and sweet potato flour were also acquired, each amounting to 3,000 jin. For cooking oils, she chose a selection of over 10 types, including peanut oil, rapeseed oil, corn oil, olive oil, and soybean oil, ordering 5,000 5-liter barrels of each. Jiang Nian'an also stocked up on various legumes and grains, such as yellow beans, green beans, red beans, glutinous rice, millet, oats, brown rice, and Job's tears, totaling 3,000 jin each for nearly 20 varieties. "Miss, why are you purchasing such a massive quantity?" the proprietor inquired, astonished and curious. "To open a supermarket," Jiang Nian'an replied nonchalantly, her heart steady and her expression composed, before adding, "5 of them, quite large ones." The owner silently swallowed his response, contemplating the audacity of opening 5 supermarkets simultaneously. Yet another day of envying the wealthy, he mused as he closed his ledger and offered Jiang Nian'an a fist bump. "Please provide a deposit of 100,000, he stated. "Certainly," she replied, requesting the owner's account details and promptly transferring the sum. She then provided the warehouse address, asking if he could deliver the goods there in 2 days. The owner glanced at the address, shook his head gently, and replied, 3 days, by 10 a.m. on the 3rd day, I will ensure delivery." "Agreed," Jiang Nian'an affirmed before turning to depart. Next on her agenda were dry goods, ready-to-eat meals, and condiments. She purchased 2,000 jin each of dried goods such as silver ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, kelp, nori, red dates, and dried shrimp. For ready-to-eat items, she ordered 5,000 pieces each of handmade steamed buns, flour rolls, red sugar buns, flaky meat pies, custard buns, red bean buns, meat buns, and vegetarian buns. Additionally, she acquired 1,000 jin each of dumplings, glutinous rice balls, scallion pancakes, and various types of flatbreads. Dumpling wrappers and fresh noodles were ordered in quantities of 1,500 jin each, while 3,000 servings of cold noodles and cold skin dishes were also included. The procedure remained consistent: pay a deposit, leave an address, set a delivery time, and exit. Jiang Nian'an then proceeded to the condiment section, ordering 10,000 bags of salt, each weighing 300 grams. She recalled how, by the end of the 2nd year in the apocalypse, salt had become as valuable as crystal cores, capable of being exchanged for other supplies and even for crystal cores themselves. At its peak, 1 gram of salt could be traded for a single crystal core. "Add 3,000 more bags of salt," she exclaimed. In her previous life, she had envied those who could sit idly and measure out salt, receiving an endless supply of crystal cores in return. This time, she intended to relish that experience herself. The condiment shop owner posed a question akin to that of the previous proprietor, only to be met with Jiang Nian'an's evasive reasoning once more. Subsequently, she procured various condiments from his store: soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, vinegar, and numerous bottled sauces, ordering 5,000 bottles of each. She also acquired a plethora of powdered spices such as chili powder, cumin, pepper, and mustard, as well as over 40 types of fragrant spices like Sichuan pepper, star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon, each amounting to 1,000 jin. Numerous sauces, including barbecue sauce, chili sauce, ketchup, beef sauce, and broad bean sauce, were ordered in both bags and bottles, totaling over 50 varieties, with 2,000 boxes of each. Although she might not utilize every item herself, the leaders of the large agricultural bases would undoubtedly find them invaluable. A mere handful could be exchanged at their task points for a significant number of crystal cores. In her previous life, she had been a laborer, solely delivering crystal cores to others at task points. In this life, she aimed to rise as a business owner. After transferring 100,000 as a deposit, leaving an address, and scheduling delivery for 4 days later, Jiang Nian'an turned her attention to purchasing sugar. She acquired 3,000 jin each of white cotton candy, white granulated sugar, brown sugar, and rock sugar, as well as 2,000 jin of assorted fruit candies, milk candies, soft candies, and coconut candies available in the store. Besides personal consumption, these could also be traded for crystal cores. Having finalized her sugar purchases, Jiang Nian'an felt an overwhelming hunger and hastily sought out a nearby noodle shop. Boss, 1 large serving of beef cold noodles and 1 large serving of braised beef, please. She called out as she entered, addressing the owner engrossed in his phone. Sure. Please take a seat. It will be ready shortly, the owner replied warmly, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel hung around his neck before hastily retreating to the kitchen. Jiang Nian'an settled into a seat near a fan, took out her phone, and opened a shopping app, embarking on a spree of online purchases. Many items could be procured more swiftly and conveniently online. First and foremost, instant foods and semi-finished products were essential. She ordered 3,000 boxes each of various flavors of instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, ready-to-eat corn, sweet potato, purple sweet potato, snail noodles, sour and spicy noodles, rice noodles, packaged steamed buns, dumplings, pizzas, and pies, canned goods, various sausages, cooking kits, pickled vegetables, instant soup packages, ready-to-eat rice, and dehydrated vegetables were all stocked up, with each variety totaling 3,000 boxes. For emergency supplies, Jiang Nian'an purchased 5,000 boxes of compressed biscuits, with each box containing 150 small packages. Snacks and beverages were equally imperative. She ordered 3,000 boxes each of chocolate, spicy strips, potato chips, assorted jerky, dried fruits, nuts, spicy chicken feet, roasted duck necks, cookies, bread, and ready-to-eat cream, various pure fruit juices, sodas, sparkling water, tea beverages, milk, coffee, and assorted instant drink packets were also acquired, with each totaling 2,000 boxes. As for water, Jiang Nian'an planned to place a direct order with a purified water factory. Chapter 3. Stockpiling. 2. Moreover, as a young woman, sanitary products were indispensable. She purchased 50,000 packs each of daily use, night use, and extra-long sanitary pads, as well as sleep pants and panty liners. Additionally, she acquired 3,000 packs of toilet paper, 5,000 boxes of tissue, and 5,000 boxes of wet wipes, along with 20,000 disposable underwear. Jiang Nian'an altered the delivery address to the warehouse, then requested expedited shipping from the sellers. Reflecting on her disheveled state at the time of her demise in her previous life, she wasted no time in procuring personal hygiene products. She ordered 1,000 each of towels, face towels, and bath towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, conditioner, body wash, laundry detergent, and soap were all acquired in quantities of 500 boxes each. Disinfectant hand sanitizer, medical alcohol, disinfectant solutions, and effervescent disinfectant tablets were ordered in 1,000 boxes each, along with 500 disinfectant spray guns. Just then, her meal arrived. Jiang Nian'an shut her phone, thanked the owner, and lowered her gaze to begin eating. With just one bite, tears welled in her eyes. Since the second year of the apocalypse, she had scarcely tasted anything resembling normal food. Now, suddenly indulging in delicious, ordinary meals, her heart swelled with uncontainable joy. She couldn't help but weep. With glistening tears, Jiang Nian'an resumed her online shopping as soon as the owner retreated to the kitchen, savoring the fragrant noodles while the thrill of her grand procurement lingered delightfully in the air. After the onset of the apocalypse, the power supply system swiftly descended into chaos, rendering generators, portable power sources, flashlights, and candles indispensable. A total of 50 solar generators, gasoline generators, and hand-cranked generators were procured. Additionally, an enormous capacity portable power bank capable of storing 30 kilowatt-hours was ordered from several stores, culminating in a purchase of 300 units. High shipping fees were incurred to ensure expedited delivery. Such a substantial order brought joy to the shopkeepers, who guaranteed delivery by the day after tomorrow. With power sources secured, essential items such as sockets and data cables were also necessary. 200 multifunctional power strips, 100 fast chargers, 100 multifunctional adapters, and 500 data cables were acquired. Furthermore, 200 rechargeable waterproof flashlights, alongside 500 rechargeable LED emergency lights and solar-powered lamps, were purchased. For emergency use, 30,000 oversized candles, 2,000 boxes of matches, and 1,000 rechargeable lighters were also ordered. The seasons in this post-apocalyptic world continued to cycle normally. Yet summers were particularly sweltering, with average temperatures soaring to 45 degrees Celsius, while winters were brutally cold, averaging minus 35 degrees. Thus, air conditioning units and heaters were essential, with 100 of each being procured by Jiang Nian'an. 30,000 bottles of refrigerant were also acquired. For the winter months, 50,000 packs of warming pads for the body and feet were purchased. Additionally, the flora had mutated at an alarming rate, transforming the once normal jungles into dense tropical rainforests where one could easily lose their way. Consequently, Jiang Nian'an acquired 50 high-precision compasses and 200 high-magnification binoculars suitable for day and night use. The rampant growth of plants also led to the proliferation of terrifying mutated insects, which were not only frightening but also posed a threat to human life. In response, Jiang Nian'an discreetly ordered 100,000 bottles each of insecticide and air freshener. Although the insecticides from the pre-apocalypse era lacked the capacity to eliminate mutated insects, their scents were repugnant to these creatures, effectively driving them away. Additionally, 30 portable stoves, 3,000 boxes of gas canisters, with 50 canisters per box, were acquired. After completing these purchases, Jiang Nian'an, glancing at her dwindling phone battery, decided to halt her online shopping for now, intending to resume later that evening upon returning home. After hastily finishing her meal and settling the bill, she ventured into the wholesale market for vegetables and fruits. Who could understand the yearning she felt in her previous life for fresh produce, a longing that brought her to tears? Whether favorites or not, in season or out of season, she ordered 3,000 pounds of every fruit available in the market: apples, strawberries, pears, grapes, jackfruits, durians, mangoes, bananas, pineapples, watermelons, and lychees. For vegetables, she procured 5,000 pounds each of potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, purple sweet potatoes, and corn, staples that could serve as main courses. Regardless of preference, 3,000 pounds of all other vegetables were ordered. Oh, it seemed she no longer had any dislikes. Everything edible was to her liking. The vendors, elated after receiving the deposit, beamed as they escorted Jiang Nian'an to the exit of the wholesale market. Once inside her vehicle, Jiang Nian'an wiped the sweat from her brow. Overwhelmed by the vendors' exuberant hospitality, exhaling heavily, she drove to a wholesale store for clothing, shoes, and bedding. When it came to clothes, Jiang Nian'an adhered to a principle: avoid bright colors and prioritize durability. She assembled a total of 3,000 outfits suitable for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, layering them from inner to outer garments. Underwear was purchased separately, depleting the market of all suitable sizes for her. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the vendors, Jiang Nian'an felt a touch of exasperation. Although she had already acquired 20,000 pairs of disposable underwear, the unsanitary conditions of the apocalypse necessitated it. Moreover, during combat, those mutated creatures often spewed mud and foul water, leaving one drenched and filthy. While outer garments could be washed and reused, the same could not be said for undergarments. With a sigh, Jiang Nian'an moved on to the shoe section. Footwear was a rapidly consumed necessity in the apocalypse. She purchased 1,000 pairs of various styles designed for ease of movement during these dire times. In her previous life, she had only worn intact shoes at the onset of the apocalypse. Thereafter, she was left with tattered shoes that exposed her toes and heels. When she met her end, she was donning shoes woven from vines, a truly dismal fate. In this life, she resolved to stockpile an abundance of shoes. Next, she ventured into the bedding section, acquiring 200 units each of blankets of varying thickness, electric blankets, and cooling mats, as well as 100 pairs of pillows. 100 sets of less essential bedding sets were also ordered. 2 hours later, Jiang Nian'an once again faced the eager gazes of the vendors as she drove to an outdoor supply store. She procured 200 windproof and waterproof tents, along with 200 standard sleeping bags and extreme cold weather sleeping bags, essentials for outdoor survival. Additionally, she purchased 50 climbing ropes, 200 pairs of climbing gloves, 50 sets of professional climbing gear, and 200 pairs of specialized climbing shoes. After paying the deposit, providing her address, and confirming the delivery time with the vendor, Jiang Nian'an turned to leave. The sky outside had darkened completely. This would suffice for the day. Stretching, Jiang Nian'an climbed into her vehicle. The neon lights of the city flickered at 8 o'clock in the evening as pedestrians and cars bustled about. It had been a long time since Jiang Nian'an had witnessed such a vibrant and bustling scene. After quietly observing for a moment, her decision shifted once again. She resolved to visit the night market, which she had longed for in her previous life. After charging her phone, she opened the navigation app and set off for the nearby night market. In the night market, throngs of people surged, and the dazzling lights illuminated the vibrant atmosphere. with a cacophony of sounds intertwining to create an even more animated environment. Jiang Nian'an inhaled deeply, savoring the myriad aromas wafting from the stalls, her eyes squinting in nostalgic delight, before plunging into the crowd. Scallion pancakes, stinky tofu, wolf-tooth potatoes, seafood in broth, grilled squid, barbecued chicken feet, crispy pork belly, crunchy rice cakes, snowflake ice, and fried skewers. Jiang Nian'an indulged, her mouth watering, while she stealthily stashed her extra snacks into her space. She knew that once the apocalypse struck, such delectable treats would become unattainable. Thus, she was determined to stock up as much as possible. It wasn't until nearly 1 a.m, as the night market began to wind down, that Jiang Nian'an returned home. Even as she lay in bed, she continued to relish the delightful flavors of the street food. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She bolted upright and opened the shopping app, placing an order for tens of thousands of semi-finished night market snacks, finally allowing herself to drift into a peaceful slumber. As the first light of dawn broke, Jiang Nian'an had completed her disguise and, clutching her keys, descended the stairs, heading straight for the meat wholesale market. Upon arrival, it was already 6:30 a.m, yet the market was bustling with activity. Each individual was diligently striving to improve their lives. With a sigh, Jiang Nian'an turned to locate the market manager. She ordered 5 tons of prime pork, 3 tons of pork belly, 2 tons of ribs, and 6,000 pig trotters. Furthermore, 3 tons each of fresh beef and lamb, along with 3 tons each of frozen beef and lamb, were requested, as well as 5,000 each of cow and sheep hooves and legs. She also required 10,000 chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, bullfrogs, and squabs, all pre-processed. After speaking, Jiang Nian'an handed the pre-written delivery address to the person in charge and pointed to the payment code affixed to the wall, inquiring, "Is this the payment code?" The flustered, already in a state of euphoric disbelief, instinctively nodded. Jiang Nian'an transferred 200,000 as a deposit, asking, "When will the goods be delivered?" The flustered, finally regaining his composure, glanced down at the delivery address and recalled the quantity Jiang Nian'an had requested, pondering for a moment before responding. "It will take 5 days to prepare the goods, and they will be delivered on the morning of the 6th day." "All right." Jiang Nian'an noted the date in her memo before turning to head to the adjacent poultry and egg market. 200,000 farm eggs, wild chicken eggs, duck eggs, quail eggs, pigeon eggs, and goose eggs each, she ordered, along with 50,000 sterile eggs and 5,000 turkey and ostrich eggs each. The flustered here was as ecstatic as the one next door, his fingers flying across the keyboard, leaving a blur. Money, money. All he was calculating was money. "Boss, I'll transfer you 200,000 as a deposit, and please deliver everything to this address on the morning of the 17th. The balance can be settled then." Of course, of course." The flustered's eyes squinted into slits from joy. After leaving the poultry market, Jiang Nian'an proceeded to the largest purified water sales center in the flower market. "I need to stock up on drinking water, 15,000 30-liter bottles, 20,000 12-liter and 5-liter bottles each, 10,000 1-liter boxes containing 18 bottles each, and 5,000 boxes of 500-milliliter bottles, with 24 bottles per box." This was the maximum supply the Purified Water Sales Center could provide her, as they had other orders to fulfill. Nevertheless, Jiang Nian'an was exceedingly satisfied. This amount of water would suffice for several decades. After confirming the delivery time with the sales center's flustered, she hurried off to a place that could customize water tanks. She ordered 300 oversized stainless steel water tanks, each capable of holding 20 tons of water. After a discussion with the flustered, they agreed on a delivery time no later than 2 weeks. Exiting the tank manufacturer, Jiang Nian'an stopped to grab a bite before heading to the seafood trading market. With water resources contaminated, the aquatic life inhabiting those waters had also been affected, becoming polluted and mutated. Not only were they inedible, but they posed a risk of harming humans. She needed to purchase more while she still could, lest she find herself merely gazing hungrily at mutated fish and shrimp swimming in the water. She selected 30 varieties, including eel, carp, grass carp, yellow croaker, sardines, hairtail, bossa fish, and mackerel, requesting 2,000 of each. For shrimp varieties such as mantis shrimp, red shrimp, sweet shrimp, Australian lobster, green shrimp, and crayfish, she ordered 300 pounds each. She also selected over a dozen types of crabs, including pike crabs, hairy crabs, river crabs, king crabs, and blue crabs. purchasing 300 pounds of each. It wasn't that she wished to limit her purchases. Rather, the prices were quite steep. After these acquisitions, a significant portion of her funds had already been spent, yet much remained on her shopping list. It seemed she would have to wait for the impending chaos of the black rain to make another trip. Fastening her seatbelt, Jiang Nian'an cast a reluctant glance back at the seafood trading market before driving towards the warehouse. Fruits and vegetables were about to arrive. As she reached the warehouse, the proprietors of the fruit and vegetable stores arrived right behind her in their delivery trucks. The owners, along with their unloading workers, began transferring the goods box by box into the warehouse. It took a full 2 hours to unload everything from the trucks. Observing the neatly stacked fruits and vegetables in the warehouse, a satisfied smile graced Jiang Nian'an's lips. After settling the final payment, her smile transferred to the faces of the owners. Young lady, with this sweltering heat, the items in the warehouse need to be moved quickly or they will spoil. One owner kindly reminded her. Thank you for the heads up, Jiang Nian'an replied gratefully. The owners left with a parting remark. If you need anything in the future, do come back, young lady. We guarantee the freshest goods for you. They departed, rubbing their sore arms. As soon as the last owner left, Jiang Nian'an entered the warehouse to begin collecting her items. Only those touched by her hands could be stored in her space. She had to carefully go through each box. This space is truly a marvel. Gathering items this way would exhaust even the most powerful, she thought. By the time she had collected all the fruits and vegetables into her space, she was panting heavily. Exhausted, she climbed into her vehicle, retrieved a cup of taro milkshake and a generous serving of fried skewers from her space, and enjoyed them in the air-conditioned comfort of her car. After finishing, she felt rejuvenated and promptly headed to the pharmacy. She gathered an array of supplies: anti-inflammatory medication, disinfectants, cotton swabs, iodine, medical cotton, fever reducers, antibiotics, various hemostatic powders, pain relievers, blood circulation aids, bandages, and adhesive bandages. Anything available at the pharmacy found its way into her collection. In the post-apocalyptic world, medicines were of utmost importance, particularly those for hemostasis, pain relief, disinfection, and inflammation. Chapter 5. The eve of the arrival, it wasn't until nightfall, as pharmacies began to close their doors, that Jiang Nian'an paused her stockpiling of medicines, only to immerse herself in the bustling night market. She wandered through until the market began to disperse, accumulating several hundred servings of snacks before finally driving home to rest. For the next month and a half, Jiang Nian'an mostly spent her time guarding the warehouse. Supplies from both online and offline orders arrived consecutively. She collected them all into her space and organized them by category. While overseeing the warehouse, she did not remain idle. She continued to stockpile electricity and indulged in countless delectable takeout orders. Ready-made meals, desserts, milk tea, barbecue. Everything was at her fingertips. In a mere half-month, Jiang Nian'an had accumulated enough provisions for 3 years of daily meals and desserts. The wheels of the delivery drivers were almost sparking from the constant rush. Once she had stored the last of the customized water tanks into her space, Jiang Nian'an sighed in relief. At last, the task was complete. She rubbed her sore muscles, realizing she would need to purchase some muscle relief patches. However, she first needed to find a place to fill the tanks. Jiang Nian'an opened her navigation app, searching for a mountain with spring water, and drove towards it. To fill all the water tanks, 6,000 tons of water would be required. This was not a task that could be accomplished with a small faucet at home. Moreover, drawing such a large quantity of water in a short time would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Finding a clean spring was the most reliable option. 2 hours later, Jiang Nian'an arrived at the foot of the mountain with spring water. The mountain was situated in a very remote area, rarely visited by people. In places untouched by human feet, vegetation tended to grow denser. Looking up from the base, the entire mountain was engulfed in lush, dark green foliage. With the sun now set, the world was tinged with a somber hue. The forest appeared somewhat eerie, evoking a sense of trepidation. Occasional sounds from unseen creatures added to the atmosphere of mystery. However, for Jiang Nian'an, who had returned from the apocalypse, such sights did not instill fear. Rather, they facilitated her actions. She retrieved an axe she had previously purchased from a hardware store from her space and began her ascent up the mountain, axe in hand. After severing countless entangling vines and startling innumerable insects and small creatures, She finally arrived at the mountain spring cascading down from the peak, situated halfway up the slope. She dashed towards the spring, setting down 4 water containers. The water gushed into the containers, and within a mere 10 minutes, they brimmed to the top. Without delay, Jiang Nian'an swiftly replaced them with 4 fresh empty containers. It was not until the following morning, with the dawn light breaking, that the drowsy Jiang Nian'an retrieved the last 4 filled containers. After over 9 hours, with 300 containers filled with 6,000 tons of water, her task was complete. She stretched languidly, bending down to wash her face in the flowing spring water. The icy coldness of the water startled her into alertness. Fully awakened, she descended the mountain, treading along the same path. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Jiang Nian'an heard voices of conversation not far away, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Who else could possibly venture to this desolate place so early in the morning? However, it was of no concern to her. She carefully circumvented the individuals and discreetly retrieved her vehicle before driving away. Once back in the city, exhaustion enveloped her. She quickly found a hotel, booked a standard room, and collapsed into bed. When she finally stirred, it was already 2 in the afternoon. After a refreshing shower, she sat on the bed and counted the remaining funds in her possession, over 500,000. With less than 2 weeks remaining before the impending apocalypse, she contemplated her next move and resolved to allocate 400,000 towards stockpiling medicine. While purchasing the medicine, she would also scout out the gas stations. The remainder of her funds would be spent on snacks, prepared meals, and desserts. With her mind made up, Jiang Nian'an set her plans into motion. She either scurried between various pharmacies or drove back and forth between gas stations, probing for concealed oil barrels, or flitted between dessert shops and eateries. Meanwhile, she charged her remaining portable power banks that were not yet fully charged. Occasionally, she would wander through supermarkets, soaking in the last vestiges of tranquility before the world descended into chaos. On August 12, 2085, at 4 in the afternoon, the weather, once sunny and pleasant, took a sudden turn for the worse. A fierce wind rose, dark clouds gathering ominously in the sky. Soon, ominous clouds tinged with red swirled overhead. Passers-by below gazed at the strange phenomenon with rising panic, hastening homeward. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian'an stood by her window, observing the tumultuous sky with a serene expression. A message from her employer arrived, illuminating her phone screen. It was from Jiao. Jiang, we finished work early, but the weather outside looks terrifying. Could you come to the office to pick me up? Jiang Nian'an rolled her eyes. Ever since this person had reappeared the day she was reborn, they had not bothered her again until today, it seemed. Pick her up? Not a chance. Jiang Nian'an silenced her phone, tossed it onto the sofa, and retreated to her bedroom to sleep. Most companies, like Jiao's, had closed early, and the streets were congested. She intended to seize this moment to rest, planning to venture out only when the night was deep and quiet. She needed to collect the previously scouted oil barrels from the gas stations before the black rain arrived, the harbinger of the apocalypse, on the morrow. 5 hours later, Jiang Nian'an turned off the incessantly ringing alarm clock on her bedside table and, yawning, sat up. After shaking off her sleepiness and disguising herself, she grabbed her phone and keys before stepping outside. The sky was even darker than before, the wind having ceased, yet the ominous clouds continued to churn overhead, instilling a sense of dread. As she started her car, she glanced at her phone. The screen was filled with various speculations about the strange weather. Jiang Nian'an swiftly cleared the notifications. Whether she read them or not held little significance. As for the 20-plus missed calls and over 40 messages from Jiao, she had no intention of looking at those either. She turned the steering wheel, guiding her vehicle onto the main road, heading towards the first marked location. The streets were eerily deserted. Occasionally, she spotted a few hurried pedestrians clutching bags as they rushed home. The streetlights continued to illuminate the way. Yet the vibrant neon lights that once adorned the streets had vanished, along with the cacophony of city life. Every door was shut tight. Even the usually boisterous children had fallen silent. The entire city was enveloped in a heavy stillness, amplifying the sound of Jiang Nian'an's shovel as she worked. Clang, clang. Jiang Nian'an exerted herself, determined to clear the top layer of soil from the oil barrels so she could retrieve them into her space. 20 minutes later, she successfully extracted 3 large oil barrels from the first marked location. Luck was on her side. These barrels were full. Her first stop yielded nearly 150,000 liters of gasoline, lifting her spirits considerably. Without wasting time, she hurried to the next site. Chapter 6. Revenge, the Apocalypse Approaches. She prioritized collecting oil barrels from first-tier gas stations. With the pedal to the metal, her vehicle sped along the road, the police lights flashing incessantly, silently warning her, violation, violation. But with the apocalypse looming tomorrow, who cared about red lights? She pressed on. It was not until 5 a.m. the next day that Jiang Nian'an, weary and drained, climbed into her vehicle. After nearly 8 hours, she could scarcely recall how many gas stations she had visited. In any case, her space now housed 45 50-liter barrels and 34 30-liter barrels, all filled to the brim, with those that were previously lacking now replenished. Although she understood that the items in her space were controlled by her own will, Jiang Nian'an prudently placed the barrels in the farthest corner of her space, away from the ignition devices, matches, and gas canisters, using stacked water containers as a barrier. She poured herself a cup of invigorating black coffee and prepared 2 beef and egg sandwiches for breakfast. After eating, she rubbed her temples and continued her journey to the fish trading market. The last location she had scouted was merely 10 minutes away from the market. The sky remained ominously dark, casting the entire city into shadows. The once bustling streets, frequented by office workers, now lay deserted. Jiang Nian'an parked her car in a secluded spot not far from the market, exited, and stealthily approached the entrance. The security booth at the entrance still had someone on guard, but for Jiang Nian'an, who had previously escaped from a vigilant mutated snake, this posed no challenge. She quietly evaded the booth, crouching as she slipped into the market. Inside, the market was deserted. The aquariums housing various aquatic life glimmered with a blue hue, bubbling softly. As these tanks were connected to electricity, removing them would create quite a commotion. Jiang Nian'an stroked her chin thoughtfully. After deliberating for half a minute, she made her way to the back warehouse. Upon seeing the neatly stacked large plastic crates, Jiang Nian'an smiled. As she had anticipated, this place stored a considerable number of boxes meant for transporting aquatic products, along with a variety of dried seafood. Jiang Nian'an unceremoniously gathered all the items into her spatial storage, meticulously arranging the boxes within. Subsequently, she emerged from the warehouse, swiftly collecting aquatic creatures from the tanks. It was only after more than 2,000 sizable boxes were filled to the brim, leaving no room for more, that Jiang Nian'an ceased her efforts. The entire seafood market had been nearly emptied. The clock struck 7:30. The howling winds resumed, swirling the murky clouds in a tempestuous dance. Thunder rumbled ominously, deafening roars echoing through the air, while countless lightning bolts darted through the sky. In less than 5 minutes, torrential rain began to pour. A pungent, acrid scent permeated the atmosphere. The security guard in the kiosk was taken aback by the scene. He grabbed an umbrella and rushed into the market, colliding directly with Jiang Nian'an, who was preparing to leave. A flash of lightning illuminated her ghostly visage. "Ah!" the security guard exclaimed, clutching his chest in alarm. Instinctively retreating 2 steps, he then fainted, his eyes rolling back in terror. "Oh, dear," Jiang Nian'an thought, innocently touching her nose. Surely, this could not be her fault? Silently, she picked up the umbrella that had fallen from the guard and started to walk away. Halfway out, she paused, turned back, and firmly grasped the collar of the unconscious guard, dragging him into the warehouse. She gazed down at his weathered face, her mind conjuring the gentle visage of her adoptive father. Should the guard unfortunately transform into a zombie, this warehouse would serve as a barrier to prevent him from harming others. If not, at least it would provide him temporary shelter. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Nian'an took a deep breath and muttered, "Good luck, uncle." She turned and exited the warehouse, raising the umbrella once outside. It was only after passing the security kiosk and exiting the market that she retrieved her vehicle, heading straight for Shun Jiao's residence. During the journey, she had begun to comprehend the motivations behind Shun Jiao's betrayal in her previous life. Just prior to Shun Jiao's attack, they had discovered a small pouch containing approximately 50 grams of salt in an abandoned mine. In the 5 years of scarcity during the apocalypse, that 50 grams could have been exchanged for enough food and water to last them at least a month. If it had been solely for Shun Jiao's benefit, it could have sustained her for at least 2 months. However, That salt was seized by Jiang Nian'an after she valiantly defeated 3 level 3 mutated rats, snatching it from the corpses they desired to consume. Had it been Shen Jiao alone, she wouldn't have even had salt to trade, let alone food. Furthermore, had Jiang Nian'an not been a burden, Shen Jiao wouldn't have perpetually lacked crystal cores. While others had advanced to levels 5 or 6, she remained stuck at level 3. Fueled by indignation, Jiang Nian'an pounded on Shen Jiao's door with a 30-centimeter-long watermelon knife in hand. Startled by the knocking amidst the disquieting rain, Shen Jiao shuddered. Cautiously approaching the door, she peered through the peephole and sighed in relief upon recognizing Jiang Nian'an. With a huff, she opened the door. The dimly lit corridor concealed Jiang Nian'an's weapon. Pushing the door aside, Shen Jiao turned to walk inside, muttering complaints. Jiang Nian'an, what on earth is wrong with you? Ignoring my calls, not responding to messages. If it weren't for a kind colleague giving me a lift yesterday, I would have had to stay overnight at the office. If you don't apologize today, Before she could finish, Shen Jiao abruptly fell silent, a torrent of blood gushing from her mouth. The last sight she beheld before her demise was the blade protruding from her own chest. Jiang Nian'an withdrew the knife, casually retrieving some wet wipes from a nearby coffee table, methodically cleaning the blood from the blade. She then tossed the bloodied wipes onto Shen Jiao's lifeless form and spat contemptuously, "Humph, a nagging ingrate. In my previous life, I failed to see your true nature, allowing you to linger by my side and survive for 5 additional years in the apocalypse. In this life, I won't permit you to live even for 5 seconds." She proceeded to scour Shen Jiao's kitchen and refrigerator, collecting all edible and usable items into her spatial storage before finally exiting. Shen Jiao was guilty, yet the resources were innocent. Once home, she hurriedly took a shower and collapsed onto her bed, seeking to catch up on lost sleep. At noon, the torrential rain ceased. As in her previous life, countless individuals succumbed to unconsciousness once the rain stopped. The sounds of vehicles hastily departing echoed from below, accompanied by frantic calls for ambulances. Jiang Nian'an remained oblivious to it all. Only when the chilling roars of zombies and the terrified screams of survivors pierced the air did she slowly open her eyes. 10 minutes later, clad in a sharp athletic outfit, Jiang Nian'an cast a final glance at the now barren home, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. Farewell, my companion for 12 years. With the watermelon knife in hand, she resolutely opened the door and stepped outside. To thrive in the apocalypse, one needed not only resources but also strength. Remaining confined within her home would not bolster her abilities. She needed to venture forth. A zombie lunged at her, but Jiang Nian'an remained composed, raising her blade. With a swift motion, the knife sliced through the zombie's neck, decapitating it effortlessly. A spray of dark red blood splattered against the pristine white walls of the corridor, yet she paid it no mind, striding confidently toward the severed head, deftly probing within its skull. Soon, she extracted a transparent crystal core the size of a soybean. Tossing the core into a prepared box in her spatial storage, she continued her descent with her weapon in hand. The awakening of her abilities was still a week away. Best to stockpile what she could for now. In the first-floor corridor, a few zombies were banging against the walls, which Jiang Nian'an dispatched one by one. She exited the apartment building with haste. The dark, murky clouds had dissipated, yet the sky remained overcast, oppressive, and the foul stench of decay from the zombies intensified in the air. Not far off, several zombies spotted Jiang Nian'an and began to stagger toward her, shrieking. With exhilaration, she welcomed the oncoming horde. In this life, she need not worry about resources. She could finally focus on enhancing her strength, charge forth, slay the zombies, vanquish the mutated beasts and plants, seize their crystal cores, and advance toward becoming a formidable leader. Jiang Nian'an cheered in her heart, brandishing her watermelon knife as she burst from the community and veered into a nearby shopping mall. First, she would take a detour on her path to greatness. She still required appliances to enhance her quality of life, along with pots, pans, and dishes. Upon entering the mall, her eyes had yet to adjust to the dimness when a dark, clawed hand lunged toward her. Jiang Nian'an remained unfazed, slicing through the air with her blade. The sharp edge met its target, severing the zombie's hand cleanly. She swiftly kicked the disoriented creature aside and advanced before it could rise, swiftly beheading it. After collecting the crystal core nestled within its brain, she affixed a portable lamp to her belt and continued onward. The first floor housed cosmetics, skincare products, and jewelry, items utterly useless in the apocalypse. The items that cannot be consumed or drunk, merely occupying space as burdens, elicited a disdainful curl of the lips from Jiang Nian'an as she meandered from counter to counter, collecting her treasures. A wall adorned with lipsticks in every conceivable shade? Absolutely. High-end makeup and skincare products worth tens of thousands per set? Yes, please. Jade pendants, emerald bangles, and pearl necklaces? She wanted them all. After a thorough sweep, a satisfied smile graced Jiang Nian'an's lips. For her former self, these items were indeed useless and cumbersome. However, in this new life, things were different. With her space available, she could certainly transform into an exquisite and opulent figure. Hee hee hee. Her peculiar laughter startled someone hiding in the storage room. Is that monster laughing? A girl with a bun hairstyle whispered to her companion, her face pale and eyes red from fear. She and her friend Zhang Xiaoqiao had come to the flower market for a day of fun, only to encounter an extraordinary celestial phenomenon upon their arrival. Initially intending to purchase tickets to return home, they found all transport suspended due to the anomaly. Reluctantly, they decided to rest at their pre-booked hotel, hoping that by morning, everything would return to normal. Instead, they were greeted by an eerie black rain. After what felt like an eternity, the bizarre rain finally ceased, and the two hastily grabbed their luggage, eager to pay exorbitant fares for a taxi home. However, as soon as they stepped outside the hotel, they were pursued relentlessly by grotesque creatures with decaying bodies, fangs, and claws. The more they ran, the more monsters seemed to join the chase. Ultimately, in a state of panic, they fled into a nearby shopping mall. Could it be? Is that a person I hear? Zhang Xiaoqiao trembled. A person? Does that mean the monsters have left? The girl with the bun's face lit up with hope as she cautiously opened the door a crack. They peered through the gap and witnessed Jiang Nian'an decapitating a zombie with a swift stroke. Dark crimson blood gushed from the severed neck, splattering Jiang Nian'an's face and creating a horrific spectacle under the emergency lights. Unfazed, she wiped her face with her sleeve and proceeded to rummage through the zombie's head. Ah! The bun-haired girl abruptly slammed the door shut, her breath quickening. Zhang Xiaoqiao's face drained of color, her body quaking in terror. Indeed, it was a person, but this individual was far more terrifying than the monsters. Jiang Nian'an had long anticipated the presence of others, as the girls' conversation had not been particularly discreet. She understood their fear of the zombies, which kept them from emerging. Yet, now that she had eliminated all the zombies on this floor, there was no danger remaining. Logically, they should be relieved, yet they seemed even more frightened than before. Confused, Jiang Nian'an ascended to the second floor. Thanks to the morning's black rain, the entire second floor was devoid of life, including zombies, as the initial stage zombies had degenerated legs and could not navigate stairs. Jiang Nian'an turned on her light and began exploring store after store, collecting lightweight clothing to stash in her space. The third floor featured men's apparel, while the fourth was dedicated to sportswear, both of which she perused with the same principle in mind. If it was something she could not use, she would exchange it for crystal cores. Next, she made her way to the fifth floor, which housed an electronics store. She gathered 20 units of various appliances, including fully automatic washing and drying machines, water heaters, coffee machines, mite removers, robotic vacuums, electric irons, hairdryers, induction cookers, rice cookers, ovens, and blenders. Although she already had 2 refrigerators in her space, she decided to add 10 more of the large-capacity variety, reasoning that it was wise to have a surplus of appliances, given their limited lifespan. She also collected 10 sets of pots and bowls, 50 thermoses of assorted styles, and various disposable items. The sixth floor was designated for maternal and infant supplies and toys. Since she had not previously stockpiled these items, she decided to take everything, even the shelves, into her space before proceeding to the seventh floor. The seventh floor was entirely composed of dining establishments, and the kitchens were stocked with a plethora of ingredients. Jiang Nian'an only took the perishable semi-finished and frozen items, leaving the non-perishable food behind to ensure others had a chance at survival. I originally intended to only gather some appliances, yet alas, my penchant for shopping simply cannot be contained, Jiang Nian'an lamented, shaking her head in exasperation as she made her way downstairs. She even detoured to the third and fourth floors to collect some children's clothing. As she neared the first floor, she heard commotion below. She stowed her light and hurried down. On the ground floor, Two flashlights lay abandoned on the floor, illuminating two young men engaged in a fierce struggle with a zombie. To be precise, one was attacking the zombie while the other was being pursued. That's right, Fong Yi. Aim for its head. I've read numerous apocalyptic novels that say attacking a zombie's head will kill it. But Zhao Jiwei hitting the head isn't working.
Fong Yi climate.
Watching in horror as the zombie, despite having endured 3 blows to its skull, continued to rise slowly. Then let's try attacking its heart. Zhao Jiwei gasped as he sprinted, breathless, away from 3 pursuing zombies. Fong Yi murmured, "Heart," before discarding the wooden stick in his hand and seizing an iron chair from behind the counter. Charging at the zombie. The iron chair's leg pierced the creature's heart with a sickening squelch of black-red blood. Fong Yi quickly retreated a couple of steps, wiping the sweat from his brow as he observed the lifeless zombie on the ground. It has to be dead now, right? Fong Yi, it's dead. Hurry and come save me. Zhao Jiwei wheezed. Realizing the urgency, Fong Yi grabbed another iron chair from behind the counter and sprinted toward Zhao Jiwei. However, after only 2 steps, he heard a noise behind him. He turned abruptly to see the zombie he had just impaled rising once more. The chair, still lodged in its heart, fell to the ground with a loud crash, accompanied by a half-squashed black-red heart. The zombie lunged to the ground, seized its own heart, and began to shove it into its mouth. This is impossible. Fong Yi felt his stomach churn violently at the shocking scene, and he doubled over at the nearby counter, retching uncontrollably. After finishing its grotesque meal, the zombie slowly rose again, advancing toward the retching Fong Yi. Trouble. Fong Yi's face paled as he watched the approaching zombie, his strength waning, unable to run. Just as the zombie was about to pounce on him, Jiang Nian'an appeared, wielding her knife. Chapter 8. Journey to the Museum. Indeed, Zhao Jiwei's understanding of apocalyptic novels was not entirely erroneous. The head was the zombie's critical vulnerability. However, this held true only if the attack precisely struck the location of the crystal core. Otherwise, the zombie would remain unharmed. Additionally, targeting the heart proved futile. A zombie's every movement was fueled by the energy contained within the crystal core in its brain, not its heart. Thus, Jiang Nian'an raised her hand, deftly wielding her knife. A direct beheading, severing the connection between the crystal core and the zombie's body, proves to be the most effective method. The severed head of the zombie rolled to Fong Yi's feet, warm blood splattering him.
Fong Yi instinge bevel rejoilet.
Jiang Nian'an approached him, crouching down to extract the crystal core from the zombie's head before charging towards the 3 zombies relentlessly pursuing Zhao Jiwei. Fong Yi turned to look at her, a beam of flashlight illuminating Jiang Nian'an. In the spotlight, Jiang Nian'an executed 3 swift slashes, sending the zombies crashing to the ground, lifeless. She resembled a superhero emerging from the light, striking and captivating. Fong Yi was momentarily entranced, while the saved Zhao Jiwei, stunned for a brief moment, rushed to stand before Jiang Nian'an, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Miss, you are incredible. How about we team up?" Jiang Nian'an ignored him, extracting the crystal core from the zombie's brain before shouldering her weapon and striding towards the exit of the mall. Zhao Jiwei instinctively followed, repeatedly calling out to her, "Miss, don't go." In times of disaster, following the strong is the only way to survival. He had read in apocalyptic novels that such formidable girls were destined to save humanity. He had to stick with her. Upon hearing commotion behind her, Jiang Nian'an pivoted, her wrist turning the blade downwards, and with a swift motion, she swung the knife down. In Zhao Jiwei's terrified gaze, the back of the blade struck his shoulder with a thud. "If you follow me again, it won't be the back of the blade that strikes you next time," Jiang Nian'an warned coldly before retracting her knife and continuing on her way. Having experienced the betrayal of Xin Jiao, she was not one to completely distrust others. Nor did she intend to walk alone indefinitely. However, she would never team up with someone who relied solely on others. Zhao Jiwei's legs weakened as he clutched his swollen shoulder, wincing in pain, ultimately refraining from following her any further. It seemed this powerful individual had quite the temper. Perhaps it was better to stick with Fong Yi for now. Although Fong Yi lacked the prowess of this girl, he possessed a good temperament and valued loyalty. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nian'an, Zhao Jiwei's thoughts trailed as she hastily exited the mall.
Ah!
Help! Get away! Outside, chaos reigned as survivors fled, screaming towards their homes, pursued by a throng of howling zombies. In the early days of the apocalypse, most survivors regarded their homes as the last bastion of safety, believing that staying put would guarantee military rescue. However, as supplies dwindled and rescue never arrived, they came to the grim realization that self-rescue was their only path to survival. Amidst the panicked survivors rushing home, some drove recklessly, frantically escaping the city. Yet, there was no sanctuary to be found. Every destination was perilous. Jiang Nian'an adeptly sidestepped a careening vehicle while simultaneously cleaving down a zombie that lunged at her from the left. After retrieving the crystal core, she frowned at her now dulled watermelon knife, realizing she needed to seek a more robust weapon. She recalled that the museum in the city center housed several commendable swords and knives. However, the distance to the city center necessitated a vehicle. Currently, the presence of storage-type ability users was yet to manifest, making her conspicuously noticeable if she were to simply commandeer a car. Moreover, the surrounding vehicles were either locked tight, lacking keys to start them, or had already been driven away. Jiang Nian'an glanced around the roadside and suddenly had an idea.
Aha!
Come to me. She dashed to the street, yanking a zombie out of the driver's seat, which was banging its head against the steering wheel. As the zombie struggled on the ground, she used the car to plow through the surrounding obstacles of zombies and vehicles, speeding away. Numerous survivors cried out for her to stop and save them, but Jiang Nian'an paid them no heed. She had no intention of becoming a savior. Besides, the zombies she encountered were the lowest tier, the easiest to handle. They moved sluggishly, incapable of running or jumping, merely shuffling towards survivors, flailing their claws and snapping their jaws. Even if survivors hesitated to attack out of fear, escaping their grasp was not a challenge. Those paralyzed by terror, waiting for rescue, would only serve as fodder for the zombies. In the apocalypse, those with poor mental fortitude did not survive long. Jiang Nian'an drove to the museum's entrance, where a horde of zombies was colliding against the doors, their bodies thudding against the barriers. Inside, screams echoed, and the cacophony attracted even more zombies. The roar of her vehicle caught the attention of the zombies at the back, prompting a dozen or so to stagger towards her. Fearing that those hiding inside the museum might seize the weapons she sought, Jiang Nian'an decided against engaging them, quickly exiting the car to evade the zombies and circled to the other side of the museum. This side of the museum formed a narrow alleyway alongside another commercial building, devoid of any wandering zombies. Jiang Nian'an jogged to a window and tugged at it forcefully. The window was securely shut, and she couldn't pry it open. Survivors hiding inside noticed her efforts and frantically waved her off, urging her to leave. Ignoring them, Jiang Nian'an picked up a large stone beneath the window and hurled it at the glass. With a crash, the window shattered, producing a deafening noise. The nearby wandering zombies turned at the sound. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian'an seized the window ledge and vaulted over, carefully avoiding the shards of glass as she leaped down. With her target lost from sight, the zombies resumed their aimless wandering, while Jiang Nian'an found herself surrounded by the survivors within. What the hell are you doing? That racket will attract those monsters. Are you trying to get us killed? Yeah, how can someone so young be so malicious?
Get out!
We want to allow someone like you to stay with us. The middle-aged man who had earlier waved Jiang Nian'an away, a beer belly protruding, pushed through the crowd. His face contorted with rage as he pointed at her. You shameless brat! I told you not to come in, but you wouldn't listen. Spittle flew as he berated her. Jiang Nian'an, unperturbed, casually dug at her ear before suddenly delivering a resounding slap to the middle-aged man's face. Damn you! You filthy coward! How dare you hit me? The man roared, enraged, as he swung his fist at Jiang Nian'an. With nimble agility, Jiang Nian'an sidestepped the blow, then swiftly seized the man's arm, twisting it upwards. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he gasped in pain. Ah, it hurts. You little wretch, let go of me. A flicker of malice crossed Jiang Nian'an's gaze as she delivered a brutal kick to the man's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground, grimacing in agony. Thank you, kind soul. Jiang Nian'an showed no mercy, forcefully yanking at his collar, tightening her grip around his throat. The middle-aged man's breathing became labored, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. As he attempted to curse her, Jiang Nian'an produced a folding knife from her pocket. The chilling blade pressed against the neck of the middle-aged man, causing him to break into a cold sweat, his lips tightly pursed in fear. The surrounding survivors were equally terrified by Jiang Nian'an's actions, rendered momentarily mute. She dragged him unceremoniously to the shattered window, lifting him by the collar and gesturing outside, commanding him to open his eyes wide and observe. Did my actions just attract the zombies? The man, thoroughly terrified by her display, hastily shook his head in denial. Do you still dare to curse? Jiang Nian'an coldly inquired, pressing his head down. I don't dare. My dear lady, I was wrong. Please spare me. Treat me as nothing. The middle-aged man pleaded, his face a mask of despair. As she lifted him, his head caught on the window ledge, and a further push would send the remnants of glass slicing into his face. Noticing his compliance, Jiang Nian'an finally relented, casting him onto the ground before turning her gaze back to those who had recently taunted her. At the sight of her, they instinctively recoiled. Seeing their fear, Jiang Nian'an wasted no more time. She sheathed her knife and ascended the stairs. The man collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, the cold sweat on his back quickly soaking through his short sleeves. Just as he began to relax, a dark, clawed hand suddenly reached through the window, scratching at the air above him.
Ah!
He screamed, scrambling behind a column in the center of the museum. The other survivors hurried into the innermost part of the first floor, some shattering the glass cases that protected priceless artifacts from the pre-apocalypse, clutching the porcelain relics as if they were worthless now. Should zombies breach the sanctuary, they would not hesitate to hurl their treasures as weapons. Jiang Nian'an paid no heed to the commotion below. The museum's windows were sufficiently elevated. The zombies could only reach in to frighten them, but could not enter. The sturdy closed doors prevented the undead, who were clambering over their fallen comrades, from gaining entry. The sound of shattering glass had, however, served as a timely reminder. The blades were on the third floor. Yet, Jiang Nian'an first made her way to the second floor, gathering the treasures within into her spatial storage. Rather than remain here to face inevitable destruction, it would be wiser to reside within her space. Perhaps one day, the calamity would end, and civilization would be restored. Then, she would allow these treasures to see the light of day once more. The swords on the third floor remained untouched. These were not ancient relics, but gifts from other nations. Notably, 2 large swords hung upon the wall, each over a meter in length, sharp and robust. The hilts were adorned with intricate Western designs, both aesthetically pleasing and practical against slipping. Jiang Nian'an positioned herself beneath the swords, stowing one into her space and slinging the other across her back. Alongside, 3 long swords awaited her attention, all of which she promptly collected into her spatial realm. Having secured her prize, she retraced her steps back to the window where the clawed hand still desperately groped for entry. The stone she had previously thrown remained. Jiang Nian'an seized it once more, propelling it forcefully outside. With a resounding thud, the zombie collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nian'an pressed her hands against the window ledge and swiftly climbed up. Just as she prepared to leap outside, a limbless zombie lunged at her, its maw wide open, eager to bite her calf. Oh no! Jiang Nian'an exclaimed, quickly placing her right hand on the rotting, sticky nape of the creature and forcefully pushing down. The zombie's head struck the windowsill with a dull thud as she leaped to the ground. Upon landing, she took a few steps back, retrieving some disinfecting wipes to cleanse her sticky hands before drawing the large sword from her back to dispatch the 2 zombies. After extracting the crystal cores from their skulls, she kindly called out to those inside, "Hey, it's safe here for the moment. If you wish to escape, now is the time. Staying inside will only lead to starvation." With that, she brandished her sword and charged towards the nearby zombies. As she neared the museum entrance, cries for help echoed from another street not far off. The horde of zombies congregating in front of the museum turned to face her, their attention fixated on Jiang Nian'an, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh. In an instant, they pivoted, rushing towards her with relentless growls. The cacophony of their voices swelled, even attracting zombies from further away. The city center was densely populated, and the transformed undead far exceeded those in other locales. The approaching throng of zombies thickened, a daunting mass of darkness advancing towards her. Jiang Nian'an, who had merely sought to test her blade, felt a surge of trepidation. Without a second thought, she turned and fled. Not even someone awakened to their abilities would dare confront thousands of zombies alone. The powers of an ability user are finite, once exhausted. They require time or crystal cores to replenish. An ability user devoid of energy is no different from an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Her 5 years of survival in this apocalypse had honed her skills, making her stronger than the average individual. Yet, her stamina was limited. She could not act as a perpetual motion machine, standing amidst the horde and slaughtering endlessly. As Jiang Nian'an sprinted ahead, the zombies pursued closely behind. A survivor, previously poised to climb out of the museum window upon her well-meaning suggestion, froze at the sight of the encroaching undead horde. "You deceitful charlatan! You wish to get us killed," he shouted, infuriated. "I am not a liar," Jiang Nian'an retorted from a distance, indignant. When she had warned them, it was indeed safe. "Oh, you're not? Then what am I?" The survivor cursed, retreating back into the museum, deeming it the safer option. The overwhelming throng of zombies redirected their focus from those chasing other survivors to Jiang Nian'an, swelling their ranks even further. Some grateful survivors called out, "Thank you, kind soul. Thanks to you, the zombies have left us." Jiang Nian'an felt 3 dark lines form on her forehead. "What a so-called kind soul," she scoffed. "Who wants to be a good Samaritan?" Quickening her pace, she swiftly darted into an alleyway, dispatching the zombies within. Emerging from the alley, she dashed into a large supermarket with steep steps. Chapter 10. Let the zombies stand guard. Jiang Nian'an held 5 dripping zombie heads in one hand while wielding her sword to fell a charging zombie clad in security attire. After extracting the crystal core, she wiped her hands with wet wipes as she ventured deeper into the supermarket. The city had succumbed to a blackout. All refrigeration units and air conditioning systems had ceased to function. In mid-August, the heat was stifling within the supermarket. A horde of over 20 zombies, clad in supermarket uniforms, wandered aimlessly through the aisles, occasionally toppling shelves with a cacophony of jarring noises. The acrid scent of lingering black rain mingled with the nauseating stench of decay emanating from the undead, creating an unbearable olfactory assault. The atmosphere, exacerbated by the flickering emergency lights, induced a disorienting irritation. Jiang Nian'an casually plucked a clean towel from a shelf to wipe the sweat from her brow before hastening towards the ice cream freezer. As she emptied its contents, she unwrapped a melon-flavored ice cream bar. The crinkling of the plastic bag caught the attention of a nearby zombie, which emitted a guttural growl. Under the flickering light, it quickly zeroed in on Jiang Nian'an, a living target amidst the dead. Its roar summoned others, and soon the supermarket was teeming with the undead, all converging upon her. The air was filled with the resonant growls of the zombies, stirring those outside the supermarket into a frenzy. From a distant corner, terrified whispers and muffled reprimands could be heard. Jiang Nian'an merely adjusted her ears, neither rushing to dispatch the zombies nor investigating the commotion in the corner. Instead, she turned and walked briskly towards the fresh produce and frozen food sections. She first collected the nearly suffocated seafood due to the power outage, then emptied the frozen and refrigerated displays. Next, she made her way to the fruits and vegetables, gathering 2/3 of the stock before moving to the canned goods, hoarding every can in sight. Subsequently, she proceeded to the snack aisle, leisurely snacking on her ice cream while selecting treats she had previously overlooked during her stockpiling. The zombies followed her like obedient pets on a stroll, trailing her through the supermarket. Eventually, she led them to the now barren frozen food section. With a swift, practiced motion, she dispatched the zombies, extracting the crystalline cores from their skulls amidst the slick, darkened blood on the floor. Shaking her slightly sore hand, she acknowledged the effectiveness of her knife, but lamented its weight. Clearly, she needed to seek out lighter weapons prior to her abilities awakening. Once her powers were realized and her physical prowess enhanced, she could revert to using this knife. She secured the cleaned blade at her back and stepped outside the supermarket, casually grabbing a few convenience foods from the shelves as she passed. The streets were desolate, with survivors having retreated into nearby buildings. Many peered through windows, their expressions vacant, as they observed Jiang Nian'an. She ambled along, a chicken leg in her left hand and a bottle of soda in her right, relishing her meal while evading the zombies. Jiang Nian'an had no choice. Hunger gnawed at her, perhaps a lingering psychological scar from her past life. Since her rebirth, she had developed a compulsion to eat immediately whenever hunger struck, lest anxiety take hold. As she finished the last bite of her chicken leg, she found herself in front of a hardware store. She tossed the chicken bone to a nearby zombie lunging towards her and swiftly entered the store. Inside, the owners had succumbed to the transformation and lunged at her. With a swift kick, she incapacitated the male zombie, then seized an axe from a nearby shelf. One swift strike severed the female zombie's neck, and with a quick motion, she dispatched a smaller zombie before turning to finish off the male. The female zombie, her neck nearly severed, staggered to her feet once more. Irritated, Jiang Nian'an swiftly pivoted and delivered a final blow to ensure her demise. After collecting the crystalline cores, she began to sift through the aisles for a more suitable weapon. The axe was effective but lacked the power for a single kill. She picked up a saw, testing its sharpness on a nearby wooden chair, producing a flurry of wood shavings. However, she scoffed at the idea of a zombie standing still for her to saw at its neck. Discarding the saw, she scanned the area for hammers, wrenches, and screwdrivers, none of which met her needs. Ultimately, she discovered a long-handled cleaver in the kitchen of the hardware store's back room, perfect for her purposes. With her weapon now secured at her waist, Jiang Nian'an emerged from the store to find darkness enveloping the world outside. The perils of night far exceeded those of day. Exhausted from her afternoon efforts, she sought refuge. Ascending the roof of a parked car, she leapt to grasp the edge of the hardware store sign, deftly pulling herself up before the horde could close in. The hardware store and its neighboring buildings were low-rise, providing a safe haven from the zombies while allowing for easy access. The rooftop was flat and solid, and Jiang Nian'an promptly decided to rest there. She set up a tent, laying down a moisture-proof mat, a thin pad, a pillow, and a light quilt before dismantling the store sign. The sign crashed down, crushing several zombies beneath it. The trapped undead roared and writhed, their frantic struggles sending shivers through the survivors hiding nearby. "Thank you for keeping the night watch for me. In return, I shall retrieve the cores from your heads come morning," she called down to the wailing zombies before retreating into her tent. She changed into clean clothes, tossing her soiled attire into the washing machine with blood-stained detergent, allowing it to wash itself. Her space was equipped with an automatic water system, comprising a water tank, washing machine, portable power supply, and large bucket, merely requiring her to dispose of the dirty water afterward. Jiang Nian'an yawned, lulled to sleep by the distant growls of the zombies. With them safeguarding her, no one dared to disturb her slumber, providing a sense of security. As for the irritating and frightening roars of the zombies, she had long since grown accustomed to them. Chapter 11. Chaos. Jiang Nian'an leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Since rising that morning, she had spent a grueling 3 hours dispatching zombies. Her collection of crystalline cores had surged from 61 to over 300. Yet, her stamina was waning. As she glanced at the encroaching zombies, Jiang Nian'an took off running. She had reached her limit. Dashing towards a large shopping complex, she halted. To her left, a mass of zombies shuffled restlessly, while the street behind her was similarly overrun. To her right, a throng of zombies relentlessly pursued her, all converging in her direction. It appeared her only option was to seek refuge within the shopping complex. The door handle had been securely bound with rope and tape from the inside. Jiang Nian'an drew a knife and slipped it through the crack of the door, deftly pulling back and forth until she severed the rope and tape within. Swiftly pushing the door open and slipping inside, she then produced a large U-shaped padlock. Just as she secured the door, a horde of zombies lunged against it from the outside. Their dark, clawed hands scratched incessantly, clawing and scraping at the barrier. Soon after, their companions pressed against the door, causing it to creak ominously and sway perilously. Fortunately, there was still a revolving door within. Jiang Nian'an was not overly concerned about them breaking in en masse. Once she ceased to be their pursued target, these zombies would disperse rapidly. She hastily traversed the revolving door and entered the darkened shopping complex. The emergency lights had long since extinguished, deprived of power. Just as Jiang Nian'an prepared to retrieve her flashlight, a chair came hurtling towards her, accompanied by a furious shout, "Die, monster!" She swiftly recoiled, the chair crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Following that, an avalanche of unidentified objects was flung in her direction. Jiang Nian'an felt her eyes twitch as she retreated back towards the revolving door. After a cacophony of crashes, voices emerged from behind the counter, survivors murmuring, "Is it dead? It must be dead." Jiang Nian'an surveyed the scattered debris on the floor, her lips twitching.
A frying pan.
A small stool, a spatula, an empty suitcase, and the most lethal of all, a tiny hammer. Jiang Nian'an thought, how could any of this be effective against a zombie? Not to mention that hammer. What could it possibly do? It might as well be a tool for scratching an itch. Apologies, Jiang Nian'an, she said, snapping on her flashlight. I am still alive.
Ah,
The monster speaks. She hasn't died. A survivor exclaimed in fright. His voice only incited the outside zombies to become more agitated, pounding against the door with renewed vigor.
fool.
Be quiet. That is clearly a human voice, and your noise is only riling those monsters further. Came a reprimanding voice. Jiang Nian'an mused, hey, they seem rather spirited. She proceeded deeper into the darkness, her flashlight illuminating the space, but after just a couple of steps, she found herself surrounded by the survivors who had been hiding. Initially, they had thought a zombie was forcing its way in, only to discover that it was a frail girl. This realization transformed their fear into anger, their eyes blazing with hostility as they glared at Jiang Nian'an.
Get out.
Go lure away those zombies you attracted. They shouted. You knew there were people hiding inside and still broke in, showing no regard for our safety. How cruel.
Indeed.
At such a tender age, her heart was so callous and selfish. How had those monsters not devoured her? Jiang Nian'an clicked her tongue in irritation, raising her bone knife threateningly. Stop your incessant babbling. Keep it up, and I shall end you. The survivors flinched at the sight of the bloodied knife, instinctively taking a step back. It dawned on them that anyone capable of escaping the clutches of the outside zombies and forcefully entering could hardly be a benevolent soul. First of all, I didn't damage that door. Secondly, you could be a bit louder so they get even more excited and pound harder. The zombies, having lost her as their target, would instinctively scatter in search of other living beings. Yet now, due to the clamor of these individuals, they returned, the door reverberating with fresh thuds. The survivors hastily silenced themselves. After a moment, one survivor attempted to speak again, but Jiang Nian'an shifted her wrist. Her knife pointed at him. He quickly covered his mouth. Seeing them cowed into silence, she paid them no further heed and strode purposefully deeper inside. She was ravenous. Switching off her flashlight, she reached into her space for a pack of bread and a bottle of water. Just as she was about to eat, a sudden crash of shattering glass echoed from another entrance of the shopping complex. Bathed in the light filtering through the doorway, the earlier survivors beheld three individuals supporting each other as they burst in. One survivor spat on the ground. Damn it, 3 more heartless souls.
Bang.
Before he could finish his sentence, the door collapsed under the pressure of a throng pushing in behind those 3. A wave of zombies surged forth. Damn it.
Run.
He seized his girlfriend's hand, instinctively fleeing towards the second floor. The other survivors followed suit, chaos erupting on the first floor in an instant.
Ah.
Don't push me. Mommy, don't step on me. Get away. The newly arrived survivors, along with those already on the first floor, all surged upward. Amidst the turmoil, someone rushed past Jiang Nian'an, and the half-eaten bread she held was knocked from her grasp, tumbling to the ground and being trampled by fleeing survivors.
Crack.
Jiang Nian'an crushed the now-empty water bottle in frustration. Damn it, my bread. With a scowl, she brandished her bone knife, striding toward the horde of zombies. She was incensed and needed to vent her frustration by slaying a couple of them. As Jiang Nian'an unleashed her fury upon the zombies, the staircase leading to the second floor became congested with people. Many were pushed to the ground, only to be ruthlessly trampled by those surging from behind. The scent of blood permeated the air, inciting the zombies to become even more frenzied. They howled and lunged at the survivors. Those hidden on the second floor, hearing the commotion, rushed out, blocking the entrance.
Get down.
Don't bring those monsters up here. The cries, curses, and the roars of the zombies melded into a cacophony that resonated throughout the entire complex.
Ha ha ha.
One survivor, who had broken through the second floor's defenses, finally reaching the upper level, stood by the railing laughing uproariously. He had survived. But in the next instant, the second floor survivors seized him and unceremoniously hurled him down. He screamed, plummeting directly into the throng of zombies. Chapter 12. Wait, let's take a breather. Help. Don't bite me. Get away. The survivor screamed, but it did nothing to halt the advance of the zombies. With a roar, the zombies overwhelmed him, tearing him to shreds and feasting upon his remains. Even the blood pooling on the floor was licked clean by the ravenous horde. This gruesome spectacle only spurred the first floor survivors to charge even more fiercely toward the second floor. In the face of death, Human potential knows no bounds. Those on the first floor, confronting the life-threatening presence of the zombies, ultimately breached the defenses of the second-floor survivors and surged upward. Finally, having quelled her inner fury, Jiang Nian'an joined the throng heading to the second floor. The influx of zombies was growing increasingly overwhelming. If she did not flee, she would soon become their target for venting their rage. Jiang Nian'an stood at the edge of the second floor, gazing down. The first floor had been overrun by zombies, all of them reaching upward, howling and clawing in a desperate bid to breach the second floor. In the dimly lit surroundings, with protruding crimson eyes and incessantly extending dark claws, a scene reminiscent of several horror films flickered through Jiang Nian'an's mind. This unsettling tableau inadvertently drew the survivors closer together, seeking warmth and courage in one another's presence. Gurgling sounds emanated from Jiang Nian'an's stomach, a reminder of her earlier inadequate meal. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed numerous survivors illuminating their phones, casting wary glances into the shadows, the beams occasionally sweeping over her. This was not an opportune place to gather supplies. With determination, Jiang Nian'an ascended to the third floor. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon her. The third floor was notorious for its zombies, which explained why they had all congregated on the second. Yet this girl dared to venture upward? Judging by the sounds of the undead from above, Jiang Nian'an surmised there weren't many, approximately 10 to 15. She could manage. Under the astonished gazes of the survivors, Jiang Nian'an stepped confidently onto the third floor. To her surprise, she found the zombies had been confined by a counter in the nearest clothing store, trapped away from the staircase. Who could have devised such a clever strategy, reminiscent of her own nocturnal watch over the zombies the previous night? Unable to contain her curiosity, Jiang Nian'an scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, a figure burst from the clothing store, swinging a fist toward her. A chill flickered in her eyes as she deftly evaded the attack, pivoting to deliver a kick to her assailant. The man was surprisingly agile. He launched himself off the ground, spinning away from her counterattack while knocking the flashlight from her grasp. He then lunged at her with another punch. In response, Jiang Nian'an swiftly drew a bone-cutting knife from her waist, aiming it at her attacker. The flashlight rolled across the floor, its light illuminating her poised hand, the blade glinting ominously. The man's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily retreated. Yet, Jiang Nian'an was relentless, pursuing him with her weapon raised. Seeing this, he quickly grabbed a nearby iron stool, using it to block her strike. Seizing the moment of their entangled struggle, he implored her, "No matter what he offered you, we can provide double, just switch sides. Go to hell." Jiang Nian'an retorted, uninterested in his words, and swung her knife once more. The man continuously defended himself with the stool. After a few exchanges, her stomach growled again, a reminder of her hunger. "Hold on, let me take a break and grab a bite," she called out, retreating swiftly. The man, who had been fierce just moments before, was taken aback by her sudden request. Was there really such a quirky person among Shen Nanchuan's group? Jiang Nian'an, muttering about food, dashed to retrieve her fallen flashlight and then sprinted to the farthest corner of the third floor. The man, realizing her intent, felt a jolt of alarm. Just as he prepared to pursue, he noticed Jiang Nian'an had stopped in a location opposite to where he intended to protect someone. He sighed in relief and hastened to another corner of the floor. Jiang Nian'an had already settled into a cafe, retrieving her lunch, a bowl of crab roe noodles, a portion of soy sauce chicken feet, and an iced milk tea. She relished the deliciousness, slurping the noodles and nibbling on the chicken feet, occasionally sipping her drink. Once she finished, satisfied, Jiang Nian'an lingered for a brief 15 minutes before rising to scour the cafe for any remaining supplies. Armed with her knife, she prepared to resume her earlier confrontation. The unpleasant surprise attack must be avenged. Ultimately, she located the man who had initially assaulted her in a corner opposite the cafe, accompanied by two others, one crouching and the other leaning against the wall. A faint scent of medicine mingled with the strong aroma of blood hung in the air. It was evident that the man against the wall was injured. Damn it, Shen Nanchuan's persistent presence is unbearable. The crouching man rose and instructed the one who had attacked Jiang Nian'an, "Yunfan, you take Shingo and go. I'll handle her." "No, you both should leave. She's after me." The man against the wall attempted to rise. Hearing this, Jiang Nian'an's eyes brightened. Her voice, clear yet laced with a hint of coldness, rang out like the crisp sound of jade striking the floor. However, that wasn't the focus at this moment. Jiang Nian'an removed the flashlight from her waist and called out to the man who had engaged her earlier.
Hey.
Yunfan, our duel is unfinished. Let us continue. I'll fight you, Yunfan replied. Shen Nanhang drew a dagger from his side, using the wall for support as he stood.
Can ye?
The two men beside him exclaimed in unison, assisting him. Leave this to us. Enough chatter. Just remember to avenge me. Shen Nanhang broke free from their grip. Turning to Jiang Nian'an.
Come on.
He urged, one hand clutching his abdomen, the other brandishing the dagger, his gaze resolute. Akin to a lone wolf prepared to fight to the death. Jiang Nian'an remained still, assessing Shen Nanhang. His chiseled features, deep black eyes, high nose, and tightly pressed lips formed a strikingly handsome face, complemented by his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Quite the attractive figure, indeed.
Yet.
Revenge must have a rightful target. Even a handsome face cannot sway me. I will not fight you. Jiang Nian'an firmly declined Shen Nanhang's challenge, asserting that her assailant was not him. With that, she swung her knife towards Yunfan. Shen Nanhang's pupils dilated as he swiftly thrust the dagger into Yunfan's hands. Yunfan intercepted Jiang Nian'an's blow with the dagger, pushing her back with considerable force. Jiang Nian'an stumbled several steps, realizing that in terms of strength, men had an innate advantage. Rolling her eyes, she intended to strike again when, crack! A sharp sound echoed as her bone-cutting knife shattered into 2 pieces, clattering to the ground. Jiang Nian'an was momentarily flustered. What a predicament! What should I do? She called for a timeout. Hold on, I need to switch weapons. And off she dashed. Upon her return, she brandished a large knife procured from the museum. Let us go, she declared, exuding formidable energy. Shen Nanhang furrowed his brow, his expression shifting multiple times. Finally, narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Jiang Nian'an. Are you truly sent by Shen Nanchuan? Shen Nanchuan? Who? Jiang Nian'an paused, her grip on the large knife faltering, confusion flickering in her eyes. The 3 men observed her expression closely, noting the genuine confusion in her gaze, and they collectively sighed in relief. Yunfan lowered the dagger, declaring that the fight was over. Jiang Nian'an? You think you can just decide not to fight? How naive. This sneak attack from behind is far from finished. She re-established her combat stance, her gaze fixated on the dagger in Yunfan's hand. Unless you offer that dagger as compensation, I won't let this go. A good weapon is a rare find, and I have my eye on this one. She glanced at Shen Nanjing, the owner of the dagger. Whether she could acquire it depended on the decision of its master. However, before Shen Nanjing could speak, Yunfan swiftly refused, stating, "This dagger is Yunfan." Shen Nanjing interrupted, his voice weakened, blood seeping through the fingers pressed against his abdomen. "Give this dagger to the lady." Yunfan became agitated. "Brother Shen, this is yours." Again, Shen Nanjing cut him off. "It's merely a lifeless object. The living are far more important." Yunhua concurred, softly suggesting that since the girl was not pursuing Shen Nanjing, there was no need for conflict. "Conserve our strength, act discreetly, and let Brother Shen recover quickly. That is our priority." Yet, Yunfan felt a twinge of reluctance, despite Shen Nanjing's severe injuries rendering him momentarily defenseless. With only the combined strength of himself and Yunhua, they had no reason to fear this young girl. "Hand it over." Jiang Nian'an, seeing the dagger's owner acquiesce, seized the opportunity to snatch it away from Yunfan, who was still hesitating. The hilt felt cool to the touch, comfortably fitting in her grip. The blade was sharp, clearly capable of cutting through metal. Intricate oracle bone script adorned the spine, lending it an air of mystery, though she could not decipher it. Yunfan was taken aback by the sudden theft. Jiang Nian'an rummaged through her pocket and produced a vial of hemostatic powder, thrusting it into Yunfan's hands. "I won't take advantage of you." With that, she turned and bolted, fearful that Shen Nanjing might change his mind, disappearing in an instant. "Damn it." Yunfan's voice trailed off as he recognized the name on the vial. Meanwhile, Shen Nanjing could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, supported by another person, slipping into a semi-conscious state. Moments later, a note of excitement entered Yunfan's voice. "Brother, it's hemostatic powder." "Really?" Yunhua snatched the vial, pinching a bit to smell it beneath his nose. After a pause, a smile broke across his face. Indeed, it's hemostatic powder, and of excellent quality. When they arrived, Xin Nanjing was already gravely injured, and shortly thereafter, the zombie horde had erupted. They had only managed to provide rudimentary treatment to Xin Nanjing's wounds before being forced into this commercial building by the zombie onslaught. However, Yunhua drew a short knife from his waist, slicing into his finger before sprinkling some hemostatic powder onto the wound and ingesting a small amount. Testing the efficacy of the powder, he observed that the blood ceased flowing within seconds, with no adverse effects on his body. "It's usable," he declared with a grin. "Yun Fan, let's get Brother Shin over to that furniture store."
All right.
Yunhua responded, and the two of them carefully lifted Xin Nanjing, making their way toward the nearby furniture store. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian'an had entered the escape route. Descending the passage would allow her to circumvent the zombie horde and exit through a side door that had been compromised by survivors. She was now wielding a larger cleaver, slightly longer than the previous bone-cutting knife. As for the dagger, it had already been stowed away in her storage space. Although sharp and effective, it was too short to be advantageous against zombies. She would only be able to harness its potential once her wood-based abilities awakened, allowing her to manipulate it with vines. As she neared the first floor, she donned a mask and sprayed herself with a bottle of air freshener, the sickly sweet scent permeating the air and masking her own odor. Pressing against the wall, she cautiously approached the escape route's entrance. The area before the exit and the side door was relatively clear. As long as she moved quietly along the wall, there should be no issues. The zombies congregated just below on the second floor, their heads craned upward as they howled, driven mad by the scent of blood and flesh emanating from the survivors above. Jiang Nian'an held the cleaver in front of her, inching toward the side door. Just as she was within 2 meters of her destination, a zombie staggered in from outside, immediately spotting the moving prey. Roar! The zombie, exhilarated, had found its meal. Damn it! Jiang Nian'an felt a surge of panic. Her life was in jeopardy. The unfortunate zombie's outburst alerted others to her presence. Faced with the immediate opportunity of fresh meat rather than the humans above, the horde below surged toward Jiang Nian'an. The commotion startled the survivors above, many peering over the edge. "It's that fierce girl from earlier." One survivor recognized Jiang Nian'an. Fierce girl? What an absurd label. Jiang Nian'an thought, exasperated. She had bright, captivating eyes, undeniably a beauty. Before the side door were 2 rows of shopping carts, and she sprinted toward them, swiftly pulling one free. She then shouted at the first zombie that had spotted her, "I'll smash you." With a mighty shove, she launched the cart forward, colliding forcefully with the zombie and sending it crashing outside. Jiang Nian'an followed suit, escaping the building just as a throng of zombies poured after her. Glancing back, she decided that since she had already drawn them out, she would see it through to the end. Casting aside the shopping cart, she veered into another street, the zombies trailing closely behind her as they exited the commercial building. Unexpectedly, that little fierce girl is actually a good person, a survivor on the second floor mused. Good person? If she were truly good, she would have found a way to save us all instead of running off alone, someone quickly countered, drawing nods of agreement from others nearby. Exactly, there are still plenty of zombies down here. The initial speaker fell silent, distancing himself from the group. Meanwhile, an awakening Xin Nanjing shifted his gaze away from the commercial building, turning to Yunhua. "On our way here, we passed a few pharmacies. Go find some medicine." His wounds required more than just hemostatic powder. Anti-inflammatory medication was also necessary. Understood. Yunhua nodded. "I'll go right away." He climbed out of the 3rd-floor window and began to descend the exposed drainage pipe. As Jiang Nian'an dashed down another street, she caught sight of Yunhua descending the pipe. Jiang Nian'an. She realized she was at the rear of the commercial building. Why didn't I think of that earlier? She pondered, though it was too late to dwell on it. Chapter 14. The Awakening of Powers. Jiang Nian'an turned toward a nearby convenience store, pushing the door open. With a swift slice, she dispatched the approaching cashier zombie, gathering up the melted ice cream from the freezer. The items in the refrigerated section had already spoiled in the near 40-degree heat. She made another round in the storeroom, where the remnants of cool air lingered, and the semi-finished products, instant rice balls and bento boxes, had yet to spoil. Jiang Nian'an collected them all into her space. Among the non-perishable food items, she only selected those she had not hoarded. With her knife in hand, she ventured out once more to slay zombies. Over the next 5 days, Jiang Nian'an found herself ensnared in a cyclical routine of killing zombies, excavating crystal cores, pilfering supplies from interesting shops along her path, and indulging in meals and sleep. The accumulation of crystal cores in her space grew increasingly abundant. The day of her ability awakening drew ever closer. Suddenly, time slipped to the 7th day of the apocalypse. Upon awakening, Jiang Nian'an realized she was experiencing a fever. Her eyes brightened instantaneously. This was the harbinger of her ability awakening. She bolted upright, and as she felt a sharp, needle-like pain coursing through her body, her heartbeat quickened, plunging her into a state of exhilaration. Her body had entered the automatic enhancement phase. It was here her ability was arriving. 10 minutes later, the pain intensified. The sharp sensation morphed into a tearing agony. Beads of sweat the size of peas formed on her forehead, cascading down her smooth face to her neck, ultimately dripping onto her already soaked clothing. She clenched her teeth. Enduring this indescribable suffering, how infuriating it was. She had no recollection of her ability awakening being so excruciating. Was this a remnant of her rebirth? After an indeterminate amount of time, the tearing pain gradually subsided. Jiang Nian'an gasped for breath. At last, it was over.
Now.
All she had to do was wait for the energy ball of her ability to form. A flow of refreshing energy coursed into her dantian, gradually coalescing into a pale green sphere akin to a glass marble. It was complete. A smile graced Jiang Nian'an's face as she concentrated. The pale green sphere in her dantian began to spin, infused with the familiar energy of the wood element. The energy ball of an ability user, much like the crystal cores that provided sustenance to mutated creatures, stored the energy needed by the ability user. However, distinctions existed. When a mutated creature perished, its crystal core did not vanish, whereas the energy ball of an ability user dissipated upon their death. Jiang Nian'an exhaled softly. Although this awakening process was more painful than in her previous life, it was of little consequence. Her most loyal companion, the wood element, had returned. With a slight movement of her fingers, a vibrant green leaf materialized before her. In the next heartbeat, it surged towards the zombie lurking beneath the roof.
Swish.
The leaf pierced directly into the zombie's brain, where the crystal core resided, spinning once before. Thud. The core was extracted. The zombie collapsed with a resounding thud. The green leaf transformed into a slender green thread, one end in Jiang Nian'an's hand, the other tethered to the crystal core. She beckoned with her finger, and the crystal core was drawn into her grasp. When it came to dealing with first-level zombies, her abilities proved invaluable. Jiang Nian'an regarded the crystal core in her hand, unable to suppress her reflections. To an ability user, first-level zombies were merely sluggish providers of crystal cores. However, mutated flora and fauna were soon to make their appearance. Particularly the mutated animals, with their swiftness, would prove far more challenging than first-level zombies. Moreover, the zombies, having been unable to find sufficient living beings to consume, would soon turn their gaze upon their own kind. Their kind would be far easier to catch than survivors. At that point, their rate of mutation and evolution would accelerate significantly, heralding the emergence of higher-level zombies. Ultimately, she needed to hasten her own strength. First, breakfast. Then to absorb the crystal cores she had amassed over the past few days, before continuing on. Jiang Nian'an's self-muttering was abruptly halted. Her consciousness sank into her dantian, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Another surge of white energy flooded into her dantian, swiftly forming a white sphere the same size as the pale green one. Simultaneously, a 5-square-meter enclosed space manifested in her mind. Was this the space storage system? Jiang Nian'an was taken aback. In this lifetime, she had awakened 2 systems: the wood element and the space storage system. Dual system ability users were exceedingly rare, especially those possessing both offensive and storage abilities. Had it been her previous life, she would have been overjoyed. Yet in this life, Jiang Nian'an gazed at the walnut space beside her, her lips turning downwards. What difference did it make if she had only awakened one system? Was she truly in need of this 5-square-meter space? Her mood dampened considerably. For breakfast, she had initially intended to enjoy a bowl of noodles with 2 eggs and 2 sausages, but instead, she listlessly retrieved 2 large steamed buns. As she gnawed on the bun, she sighed, lamenting why she could not have awakened a different system. Sigh, if only it were something like mind control. An ability that only super geniuses could awaken. She would not even contemplate that. Yet there were so many choices. Metal, water, fire, earth, ice, lightning, light, darkness, wind. Any of those systems would suffice. Sigh, at the very least, enhancement abilities would be acceptable. Strength, speed, heightened senses. Any of them would do. Why did it have to be the space storage system?
Sigh.
Jiang Nian'an shoved the last bite of bun into her mouth, cradling her head in despair. It was not until 10 minutes later that she begrudgingly accepted this reality.
Well.
She had originally intended to use the space storage system as an excuse to manipulate her space freely. Now, it merely served as a validation of that excuse. Jiang Nian'an retrieved the crystal cores she had accumulated over the past few days. Approximately 2,000 pieces, each resembling a small, translucent diamond. She grasped a handful from the box. And with a flick of her mind, the wood element energy ball in her dantian began to whirl, voraciously absorbing the energy from the crystal cores.
Soon,
the crystal cores in her hand were drained of energy, leaving behind only a thin layer of white powder. She tossed the powder aside and seized another handful of crystal cores. 2 hours later, Jiang Nian'an stared intently at the now empty box that had once held the crystal cores. Her brow furrowed. Each handful she grasped contained approximately 20 pieces. After a total of 90 handfuls, that amounted to around 1,800 cores. There should have been about 200 remaining. Yet now, Jiang Nian'an looked at the box, which was completely devoid of contents. Where had the remaining crystal cores gone? Her consciousness traversed the walnut space, finding only neatly stacked supplies. Had they been stolen? That seemed impossible. Only she could manipulate the items in the space. Could it be that she had lost track while slaying zombies? Jiang Nian'an collected the box and the tent behind her into her space, her mind swirling with questions, and jumped down from the rooftop, re-engaging in battle with the zombies. This time, however, she remained vigilant, meticulously counting the number of crystal cores while only placing 50 into the walnut space. The remainder was stored in her 5 square meter space. Chapter 15. The Mutated Cat. Jiang Nian'an fought her way through zombies to the street corner and was just about to take a break when a young girl suddenly stumbled around the corner. She limped on one leg, followed by 7 or 8 zombies. Jiang Nian'an quickly retreated a few steps, distancing herself from the girl while simultaneously slashing down the approaching zombies behind her, swiftly climbing atop a nearby truck. Help me, I don't want to die." The girl faltered and fell to the ground, weakly crawling toward Jiang Nian'an. Jiang Nian'an gazed at her decaying leg, shaking her head in despair. The mutation had already begun. There was no hope left. As she contemplated taking the girl's life to spare her from a complete transformation, a sudden sense of danger loomed behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nian'an swiftly rolled aside, leaping into the back of a truck. In the next instant, a shadow landed precisely where she had stood moments before. It was a mutated cat, entirely cloaked in black. Its fur stood on end, and a pair of faintly crimson eyes fixated on her, emitting a low growl from its throat. Jiang Nian'an's heart raced in shock. How could the animals in this world mutate so swiftly? Leaning slightly forward, she summoned the dagger she had previously stowed away, entering a combat stance with remarkable swiftness. In this apocalyptic realm, mutated flora and fauna of the same level possessed an inherent advantage, and she dared not underestimate it. With a swift leap, the mutated cat lunged towards Jiang Nian'an. She flicked her wrist, sending a green thread spiraling around the dagger as she charged forward. The clashing of metal rang out as the mutated cat retreated to the top of the truck. Jiang Nian'an called her dagger back, and a sphere of wood-type energy began to swirl within her dantian, manifesting 5 emerald leaves before her. It was not in her nature to remain passive. She preferred to take the initiative. With a surge of focus, the 5 leaves shot forward with a piercing velocity towards the mutated cat. Meow. The mutated cat sprang into the air, swiftly dodging through the gaps between the leaves. Its glistening claws aimed directly at Jiang Nian'an's face. Reacting swiftly, she leaned back, positioning the dagger across her chest. The mutated cat grazed past the blade and surged forward. Jiang Nian'an quickly regained her footing, twisting around as the green thread shot forth, directing the dagger once more at the mutated cat. In midair, the cat twisted its body, claws flailing as it attempted to knock the dagger aside. However, Lacking leverage in the air, it was struck by the dagger, sending it hurtling away. The cat crashed through the glass of a nearby building but managed to right itself mid-fall, landing gracefully on its feet. Jiang Nian'an couldn't help but marvel. True to its nature, the cat's agile landing was something she could never hope to master.
Squeak, squeak.
Just as the mutated cat crouched, preparing to launch another assault on Jiang Nian'an, a plump rat leaped from a nearby alley. Its crimson eyes locked onto Jiang Nian'an, revealing a predatory hunger.
Meow.
As the mutated rat prepared to attack, the mutated cat burst forth from the building, charging straight at the rat. Despite its mutation, the cat's instinct to hunt mice remained intact, and the rat's fear of cats was ingrained in its very being. The mutated rat's eyes widened in terror as it turned to flee, the cat hot on its heels. The silhouettes of cat and rat quickly vanished around the street corner, leaving Jiang Nian'an in the truck bed, momentarily dumbfounded. After a brief pause, she sheathed her dagger, rearmed herself with a hefty cleaver, and leapt down from the truck, carving a bloody path through the throngs of zombies. She then slipped into an adjacent office building. It was time for lunch. In the lobby, approximately 20 zombies roamed aimlessly, but Jiang Nian'an ignored them, making her way directly to the second floor. She needed to fill her stomach before dealing with them. The second floor was teeming with survivors, around 30 in number. A few ability users were showcasing their powers to the ordinary survivors who had yet to awaken their abilities, akin to a circus act. Some cheered enthusiastically, while others suppressed their jealousy, forcing smiles. However, all eyes turned to Jiang Nian'an, their gazes tinged with wariness and disdain. Since a survivor had been bitten yet had deliberately concealed it, only to transform into a zombie shortly after their arrival and nearly lead to the demise of the group, the remaining survivors were now highly distrustful of newcomers.
Hey.
A burly man with a dark complexion called out to Jiang Nian'an, just as she settled into an office space. She glanced up at the man, curious about his intent. He took a few steps forward, his voice heavy. "You haven't been bitten or scratched by those zombies, have you?" "No." Jiang Nian'an waved her hand dismissively. The man scrutinized her for a moment, seemingly satisfied with her appearance, before turning back. "Wait a minute, just saying no isn't enough. We need to check you," he chuckled lewdly. As Jiang Nian'an prepared to retrieve some disinfectant wipes, a sleazy voice rang out. She looked up in irritation to see a man with a distinctly unsavory demeanor approaching her. He was one of those who had been boasting about his abilities earlier. Jiang Nian'an remembered him as a water-type ability user. In a world ravaged by scarcity, water-type users were highly sought after, often trading their abilities for food and crystals. Yet, this particular water user, driven by base instincts upon encountering a woman, would only use his powers for vile purposes. Ma Zixin stood about 2 meters away from Jiang Nian'an, rubbing his hands together, his eyes glinting with a predatory desire. "Even the parts covered by your clothes need to be checked," he leered, his words dripping with innuendo. As his voice trailed off, a chorus of hisses erupted around them. Jiang Nian'an's appearance leaned towards the ethereal beauty, yet her physique was anything but delicate. Many men's eyes gleamed with lascivious intent, their gazes sweeping over her. "Yes, Ma Zixin is right. We need to check for authenticity. Ha ha ha, little sister. Shall I help you with that?" 2 men chimed in, advancing towards Jiang Nian'an, one even beginning to disrobe as he approached, intentions all too clear. Trash is trash. No matter how it is cloaked in human skin, it cannot change its repulsive essence. Jiang Nian'an rose slowly. "What did you say?" Ma Zixin's smile morphed into fury. "I said you are trash." A vine, as thick as a finger, shot from Jiang Nian'an's hand, piercing through Ma Zixin's neck before he could react. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth, stunning the surrounding survivors. The 2 men who had been approaching Jiang Nian'an froze in terror, then turned to flee. This was no ordinary confrontation. Who could withstand such brutality? A glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Nian'an's eyes as she forcefully yanked Ma Zixin's lifeless body and hurled it towards the fleeing men. Thud! The 2 men were knocked down. As they struggled to rise, the vine in Jiang Nian'an's hand morphed into 2 sharp spikes. She raised her hand and then brought it down heavily, the spikes piercing through their backs and into their hearts. "Help, save." They weakly reached out towards the other survivors, collapsing into a pool of blood. A murder! Help! With the 3 bodies falling, the remaining survivors screamed in panic. Fleeing the second floor, Jiang Nian'an calmly sheathed her dagger and selected a clean office space to sit down. Taking out disinfectant wipes from her storage, she leisurely cleaned her hands. Thoughtless trash like them, who believed they could leverage their fleeting power to force others into repugnant actions, had no right to exist in this world. For everyone she encountered, she would eliminate without hesitation. Chapter 16. Guardian Spirit. After her meal, Jiang Nian'an stood by the window, her gaze heavy with contemplation. The appearance of mutated animals signified that the disaster of the rat tide, which had brought devastation to the flower market, would arrive within a fortnight. After the tide of mutated rats receded, the flower market, or rather the entire Ji province, had devolved into a paradise for aberrant creatures. She had to leave this place before that happened. Where could she go? Jiang Nian'an pondered, her head bowed. In her previous life, after escaping the clutches of the mutated rats, she had journeyed northward. She had intended to reach the capital city, but ultimately fell at the entrance of Shan City. Fortunately, she was rescued by the defense team of the Shan City base. Upon awakening, unable to proceed northward and burdened with the presence of Xin Ziao, a liability, she chose to remain at the Shan City base. However, it must be said that she found it challenging to adapt to life in the Shan City base. Surrounded by mountains, the base was perpetually besieged by various mutated flora and fauna. Its convoluted pathways were particularly unfriendly to her, as she struggled with her sense of direction, often finding herself lost after venturing out. Jiang Nian'an glanced toward the direction of the capital city. Perhaps she should visit that place she had longed to see in her previous life, but had never set foot in before her demise. With her resolve firm, Jiang Nian'an stretched lazily, then retrieved the crystal cores she had acquired from dispatching zombies earlier that morning. She planned to take this opportunity to absorb the energy from the cores while resting. First, she counted the number of cores stored in her walnut space, 50 in total. Not a single one missing. The 123 cores in her 5 square meter space were also intact. Could it be that she had simply miscounted in her earlier fray? As doubts clouded her mind, Jiang Nian'an began to absorb the crystal cores. An hour later, she brushed off the white powder that had settled on her, then descended the stairs, armed with her blade, ready to continue battling the zombies. The distance between the flower market and the capital city spanned more than half of Huagua. Thus, she needed considerable strength to traverse it successfully. She fought for another 5 hours, and only as night fell did she enter a supermarket, her blade dripping with blood. With the emergence of mutated animals, the once open rooftop was no longer safe. The first floor of the supermarket was eerily silent. Jiang Nian'an switched on her flashlight and ventured inside, surveying the chaos that surrounded her. All the shelves that had once held food and water were now barren. Jiang Nian'an was not surprised by the desolate sight before her. In the weeks since the apocalypse had begun and abilities awakened, the resources hoarded by those survivors who had sheltered in their homes had been entirely depleted, forcing them to confront the grim reality. After a thorough inspection of the first floor, she gathered any useful items left behind, and even took some empty shelves, placing the last remnants of takeout scattered across her space before making her way to the second floor. The second floor was bustling with survivors, various lights flickering and illuminating the entire area. Perhaps fearing that their voices might attract zombies, the atmosphere was notably quiet. Under the watchful gaze of numerous survivors, Jiang Nian'an found a less crowded corner and settled down. Shingo, she recognized the voice of the girl from earlier. Turning her head slightly, she spotted Xin Nanqing and his companions seated near the staircase. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Nian'an's eyes. What a coincidence to meet them again. Xin Nanqing was meticulously wiping the blood from his long knife. Upon sensing Jiang Nian'an's gaze, he raised his eyes to meet hers. After a brief moment of shared silence, Xin Nanqing inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Jiang Nian'an was momentarily taken aback, but reciprocated his gesture before averting her gaze. She then produced 2 rice balls for her dinner. Xin Nanqing, observing the food that had seemingly appeared in her hands, displayed a look of astonishment. However, upon feeling the energy ball within his dantian, understanding dawned, and he resumed cleaning his weapon. After devouring the rice balls, Jiang Nian'an retrieved a bottle of water from her space, tilting her head back to gulp it down in one go. Her hearty appetite astonished Yunhua and Yunfan, who had grown accustomed to the genteel mannerisms of their peers, who would divide a single piece of bread into 3 bites and sip water in equal portions. Jiang Nian'an, with an expressionless gaze, turned to them. Is there something? No. They hastily shook their heads, leaning back against the glass railing, closing their eyes to rest. Jiang Nian'an found their stares peculiar, sensing an oddity in their gazes. She yawned. Although it was still early, she felt the exhaustion of the day weighing heavily upon her. At that moment, the disadvantages of being alone became apparent. There was no one to keep watch for her. Scanning the other survivors on the second floor, Jiang Nian'an could not guarantee their intentions were pure. The individual nearby who had returned her dagger seemed quite upright, not resembling a villain. As she contemplated whether to enlist Xin Nanxing's assistance, a sudden childish voice echoed in her mind. Specifically, it emanated from her walnut space. I can keep watch for you.
Who are you?
Jiang Nian'an inquired, staring at the azure egg that had materialized in her walnut space, astonished and intrigued. I am Qinglong, the guardian spirit of this space. The towering azure egg, nearly half a meter high, floated at the edge of the space. Intricate, mysterious runes adorned its shell, emanating a faint golden glow, exuding an air of mystique and authority. Guardian spirit? Jiang Nian'an's consciousness circled the azure egg several times. If you are indeed a guardian spirit, then why did I not encounter you when I first opened this space? Her voice carried a note of skepticism and wariness. Because at that time The azure egg abruptly lunged toward the edge of the space. With a soft thud, it pierced through the membrane at the boundary, causing a sound to resonate from the other side. As the azure egg moved, the membrane at the edge became transparent, and in an instant, an additional 200 acres of land and a 30-acre lake materialized within the space. A sun-like entity hung in midair, continuously radiating warmth and light. However, the boundary membrane remained intact, dividing the walnut space into two distinct areas. The side for storing items remained static, preserving its contents, while the land and fish pond were dynamic. As Jiang Nian'an's consciousness traversed to that side, she could even sense the flow of air. What exactly is happening? How did such a space come to exist? She questioned Qinglong. Did you not place some energy-infused transparent stones in there earlier? Those transparent energy stones awakened me from my slumber, which was induced by a lack of energy. Upon my awakening, the previously sealed space also returned to existence. I can assist you in cultivating whatever plants you desire here. However, what? Jiang Nian'an inquired, her gaze fixed on the azure egg. Regardless of whether I keep watch for you or help you cultivate, you must compensate me. To keep watch costs 10 transparent energy stones per night, and to cultivate an acre of land requires 20 transparent energy stones. The azure egg floated back toward the material side, swaying in rhythm with its words. Wait a moment. Jiang Nian'an's thoughts turned to the nearly 200 crystal cores that had vanished, her expression darkening. So, the 200 crystal cores I lost were consumed by you?
About that.
The azure egg visibly faltered, its demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. Chapter 17. The dagger has been reapplied with medicine. Noticing its anxious reaction, Jiang Nian'an grasped the situation clearly. It seemed this egg could freely manipulate the items she stored in her walnut space. Henceforth, she could no longer place crystal cores in the walnut space. They must be stored in the 5 square meter space, which she could fully control. It appears that the spatial storage system is indeed quite useful. That white energy orb has finally caught Jiang Nian'an's eye. At this moment, the azure dragon is undeniably anxious. The guardian spirit is intrinsically linked to the space, signifying that Jiang Nian'an is not only the master of the space, but also of the guardian spirit itself. It is a grave transgression for the guardian spirit to utilize the master's belongings without permission, for the master possesses the authority to obliterate it with mere thought. I apologize. I was in a semi-dazed state while absorbing that energy, acting purely on instinct. I assure you, it won't happen again. The azure dragon admitted, its golden aura dimming slightly. However, it suddenly regained its boldness, declaring, "It was I who expended my last vestige of energy to shield your soul, traversing through time and space to grant you rebirth. To save you, I sacrificed the energy needed to maintain my form and was consequently forced back to my embryonic state. Hence, it is only fair that you provide me with some energy stones for a swift recovery. Save me?" Jiang Nian'an's consciousness transformed into a diminutive version of herself, floating before the azure egg with an arched brow. "It's because if I were to perish, you would also dissipate along with me. Thus you would go to great lengths to rescue me, wouldn't you? Upon uttering these words, the aura surrounding the azure egg dimmed once more. Indeed, it was as she surmised. Observing its dejected demeanor, a smirk appeared at the corners of Jiang Nian'an's lips. She had accurately deduced the truth. Nevertheless, regardless of the reasons behind this little azure dragon's act of saving her, it had undoubtedly conferred upon her a significant favor. She had always been clear-cut with matters of gratitude and retribution, and she would not dismiss the debt owed. It seemed she would have to toil a bit more, slaying a few zombies to secure its employment. Just as Jiang Nian'an was about to inform the azure dragon of her decision to hire it, the azure egg suddenly plummeted to the ground and toppled over. As Jiang Nian'an stood perplexed, the rotund egg began to roll around, throwing a tantrum. A childish voice echoed throughout the space. "I want it. I want the transparent energy stones." Jiang Nian'an, her head throbbing from the noise, hastily interjected. "Stop, stop, stop. I promise you." The population of Hua country in 2085 had surged to 2.5 billion, with over 50% having mutated into zombies. Alongside the abundance of mutated animals and plants with energy crystals scattered everywhere. Moreover, in this lifetime, not only did she not need to exchange energy crystals for supplies, but she could also barter her surplus provisions for energy crystals with others. Consequently, the energy crystals in her possession would only increase. And sharing some with the little azure dragon was certainly feasible. Really? The azure egg paused, incredulous. "Indeed," Jiang Nian'an replied, her lips twitching slightly. "But are you truly the azure dragon?" She recalled the ancient texts that described dragons as proud and exceedingly vain. Yet this creature exhibited such capriciousness, throwing tantrums at will. The azure dragon, catching her insinuation, lifted its egg form back into the air, its voice tinged with a hint of shyness. "I am merely 400 years old. Still a young dragon. In human years, I am but 4. The elders of my clan have stated that a young dragon can behave without dignity." Jiang Nian'an interjected.
Well,
"That's the truth, but must you articulate it so bluntly?" The azure dragon retorted. "By the way, do you require food?" Jiang Nian'an asked, still concerned that it might devour her hard-earned supplies. "Not while I am in the egg, but once I emerge, I shall need sustenance. However, I shall not touch anything in the space without your permission. I understand the significance of these items to you, so once I hatch, you may catch animals containing transparent energy stones for me to consume." Jiang Nian'an nodded, exhaling in relief. Hunting mutated animals was certainly preferable to risking her supplies. Glancing toward the 200 acres of land, she inquired, "Can anything be cultivated in that soil?" "Of course." The azure dragon's voice brimmed with pride. "Even if the seeds are bad, I can breathe new life into them, and they shall grow. I am quite formidable, you know." Jiang Nian'an's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Then let's plant some vegetables and fruits. After all, the rice and flour I have stockpiled are enough to sustain me until the end of my days." "Will that lake run dry?" Jiang Nian'an queried once more. "If used without replenishment, it shall." The little azure dragon nodded. Then, with a boastful tone, it continued, "However, once I emerge from the egg and restore my form, I will wield my dragon's power to summon rain and replenish it. Even if you deplete your stored water, the lake will still provide. Of course, summoning rain requires energy as well." The azure dragon deftly seized the opportunity to reiterate its need for energy crystals. "All right, I understand," Jiang Nian'an conceded. I think I shall rest now. Please keep an eye on the surroundings for me." After instructing the azure dragon, she withdrew her consciousness from the space. With an additional task of seeking seeds to undertake the following day, she yawned, leaned against the wall, and closed her eyes to sleep. The little azure dragon settled atop a chest brimming with jewelry, naturally drawn to the glimmering treasures. "Master, master, wake up. Something is approaching." In the midst of the night, the little azure dragon's anxious voice resonated within Jiang Nian'an's mind. Startled, she opened her eyes to see a shadowy figure swiftly nearing her. Just as she prepared to draw her weapon, a flash of lightning streaked across her view, striking the ominous figure directly. In the wake of the lightning, Jiang Nian'an discerned the intruder's form. It was a mutated monkey. A chilling scream erupted from the creature's mouth, its body crackling with electricity, its black-brown fur standing on end as it writhed in agony upon the ground. Indeed, The adage that wrongdoing invites retribution from the heavens held true. Jiang Nian'an mused inwardly, turning to glance at Shen Nanqing. It was he who had intervened moments ago. To her surprise, he had awakened the most potent lightning abilities. Thank you. Jiang Nian'an expressed her gratitude, though she was capable of handling the situation herself. You're welcome, but you should also thank me for the medicine you provided last time. It was quite helpful, Shen Nanqing acknowledged, retracting his powers and nodding subtly to Jiang Nian'an. Upon hearing Shen Nanqing mention the medicine, Jiang Nian'an's eyes flickered with wariness. Was he regretting his earlier actions, seeking to reclaim the dagger he had relinquished? That medicine was not intended for you. Jiang Nian'an tightened her grip on the bone-chopping knife. Shen Nanqing's gaze shifted, a flicker of realization crossing his features. Not for me? He echoed, instinctively covering the nearly healed wound, aware that the medicine had already been consumed. Contemplating the lost dagger, a pang of anxiety shot through Shen Nanqing. Surely, he would not be asked to compensate for it again? That medicine was exchanged for the dagger. Jiang Nian'an's guarded voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Hearing this, Shen Nanqing exhaled in relief, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. Well, all right. The medicine was indeed exchanged for the dagger, and about the ambush from before. The dagger, originally intended to counter the ambush, had somehow been unjustly equated with the medicine, leading Shen Nanqing to believe that the matter of the ambush also required clarification. Otherwise, he might find himself compelled to compensate for the mental anguish caused by the ambush later on, which would be quite troublesome. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Nian'an, having reached a similar conclusion, interrupted him once more. In light of your recent assistance, I shall overlook that matter, and thus we find ourselves even. Shen Nanqing raised an eyebrow, eager to inquire if this promise held any weight. However, upon observing Jiang Nian'an wielding a machete, poised to confront him with fervor, he ultimately refrained from speaking, merely offering a subtle nod. Chapter 18. Forming a Team. Seeing his agreement, Jiang Nian'an finally relaxed her guard. It seemed this man had no intention of reclaiming his dagger. Yun Fan and Yun Hua had already awakened, approaching the now breathless mutated monkey. One wielded a knife to sever the creature's neck, while the other prodded its brain with a dagger.
Ah?
This monkey's brain contains those energy stones as well. Yun Fan exclaimed softly, extracting a crystal core with his dagger. First zombies, now these evidently anomalous animals. One could only wonder what might emerge next. Yun Hua hastily returned to Shen Nanqing's side, muttering to himself. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Nian'an silently echoed in her mind, there are indeed many more things amiss.
Squeak, squeak, bang.
Just as the four prepared to resume their rest, the monkey's cries and the shattering of glass resonated simultaneously. In the next instant, dozens of mutated monkeys surged through the windows of the second floor and rushed in from the first. They plunged into the midst of the survivors, biting and clawing at them.
Ah!
Help! The survivors screamed in terror, rushing towards the staircase of the second floor. Jiang Nian'an and the other three rested beside the staircase. TCH, even a moment's sleep is not permitted. Jiang Nian'an rotated her wrist and charged forth with her blade. Shen Nanqing and the others brandished their weapons, advancing to confront the oncoming mutated monkeys. What the hell? Why are all these monkeys coming for me? As Jiang Nian'an plunged into the fray, those monkeys previously attacking others turned their focus upon her. She cleaved through a monkey's claw reaching for her, then executed a sidekick to repel another attempting to flank her, before using the vine in her hand to whip away 3 monkeys charging directly at her. There were no fewer than 20 monkeys attacking her. Even for Jiang Nian'an, a seasoned veteran of the apocalypse, the onslaught was overwhelming.
Zing!
3 more mutated monkeys leaped at her from behind, while others surged from the front and sides. Damn. Am I made of Tang Seng's flesh, attracting all this attention? Jiang Nian'an cursed inwardly. Glimpsing the well-coordinated Shen Nanqing and his companions not far away, she couldn't help but shed a silent tear for her solitary predicament. Encircled by mutated monkeys. At that moment, she contemplated the necessity of forming a team. In this apocalyptic world, the risks of traversing alone were simply too great. With one hand, she fended off a monkey attacking from the front, while her other hand deftly maneuvered the vine to slice through the neck of a monkey approaching from the right. After dispatching the threats from the front and right, the monkeys on her left and behind closed in. Jiang Nian'an's pupils constricted, It seemed she would have to endure injuries today. Just as she prepared to abandon her left flank and turn to confront the rear, a barrage of lightning, as thick as her thumb, descended behind her, toppling the monkeys that had lunged at her. Seizing the moment, Jiang Nian'an dispatched the monkey on her left, then turned to survey the source of the lightning. Shun Nanking stood, with crackling electricity dancing between his hands. There was no doubt. He had just come to her aid. Shun Nanking exchanged glances with Yunfan and Yunhua, and the three swiftly approached Jiang Nian'an. In the blink of an eye, the four formed a protective circle, each facing a different direction. Other ability users nearby mimicked their formation, attempting to unleash their powers in a coordinated effort. Half an hour later, the invading mutated monkeys had all been vanquished. Jiang Nian'an stood panting, her gaze settling on Shun Nanking, who leaned against the wall, recovering. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved her dagger from her spatial storage and strode towards him. Thank you for earlier. This she gazed at the dagger with a hint of reluctance, but ultimately squeezed her eyes shut and offered it to him. This is for you. It was her way of repaying his earlier kindness. However, Shun Nanking did not take it. He straightened, gazing down at Jiang Nian'an. Do you have intentions of heading to Jing City? Jiang Nian'an was taken aback, a flicker of caution flashing in her eyes. What does he mean? We plan to go to Jing City and seek a partner to help us gather supplies. Shun Nanking pointed to the rice ball packaging Jiang Nian'an had discarded in the corner, fearing she might deny her own abilities. If you are considering heading to Jing City, why not travel together? Jiang Nian'an understood but refrained from rushing to answer. She weighed the pros and cons based on their recent encounter with the mutated monkeys. The trio's combat prowess was undoubtedly reliable. They did not appear to be malicious individuals, fitting her criteria for forming a team. Traveling to Jing City together could certainly alleviate many burdens. Yet, Jiang Nian'an recalled their initial meeting, where it seemed Shun Nanking was being pursued by some malevolent force. If you are interested in heading to Jing City and teaming up with us, my earlier actions were merely assisting a teammate. No gratitude is necessary. If not, Shun Nanking feigned emotion to take the dagger from Jiang Nian'an's hand. Startled, she quickly retracted her hand, stowing the dagger away and lifting her chin defiantly. If it feels off midway, we can simply part ways. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Nian'an, 24 years old, a dual-element ability user specializing in spatial storage and wood manipulation. She extended her hand towards Shun Nanking. Dual element? Shun Nanking recalled the vine that had appeared in Jiang Nian'an's grasp, his eyes brightening with understanding. He shook her hand briefly before introducing himself. I am Shun Nanking, 27 years old. According to your classification, I am an electricity ability user. But where did you learn these terms? I read about them in apocalyptic novels. I found the terminology rather fitting for our current situation, Jiang Nian'an replied casually. Ah, I see. Shun Nanking, who had never read novels, felt he had gained new knowledge. At that moment, Yunhua and Yunfan, who had been listening to their conversation, stepped forward. I am Yunhua, 27 years old, specializing in water abilities. I am Yunfan, 26 years old, specializing in ice abilities. Jiang Nian'an nodded at the two. Can we call you Anin? Shun Nanking inquired gently. Jiang Nian'an shrugged. Sure. Then I suppose I'll let them call you Brother Shun. Shun Nanking nodded in agreement. Jiang Nian'an then turned her attention back to Yunhua and Yunfan. Yunhua smiled at her. You can just call us by our names. The exuberant Yunfan exclaimed, What is your storage space like? Shun Nanking and Yunhua also gazed at Jiang Nian'an, equally intrigued. It is a sealed space of 5 square meters, approximately 3 meters high. All first-tier spatial storage ability users have the same dimensions. There's nothing secretive about it. That's quite spacious, Shun Nanking remarked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Shall we gather supplies at dawn, and then set off? Absolutely. Jiang Nian'an nodded, inquiring, By the way, have you seen any seed shops around here? Seed shop? Yunhua gently shook her head, indicating she had not encountered one. I know where we can find seeds. Shun Nanqing recalled a certain location in his mind. I will take you there.
All right.
This certainly simplified matters, sparing her the trouble of searching alone. Chapter 19. The Cause of the Ambush N. What do you need a seed shop for? Yunfan asked, intrigued. Jiang Nian'an flipped her right hand, revealing a slender vine that quivered slightly with a flow of air. The vine emitted a verdant glow, mesmerizingly brilliant in the darkness, fluctuating in size intermittently. Yunhua and Yunfan were momentarily entranced, while only Shen Nanqing continued to observe Jiang Nian'an, awaiting her explanation. As you can see, I struggle to control my abilities. I read in a novel that would-type ability users in such situations can find seeds for stimulation exercises. Yunfan, enlightened, nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "You're the first person I've seen who brings the concepts from novels into reality." Jiang Nian'an retorted, "This is not just to amuse you." Shen Nanqing and Yunhua sensed something amiss. The earlier image of Jiang Nian'an controlling the vine to attack the mutated monkeys was still vivid. She didn't seem like someone incapable of controlling her powers. Yunhua opened her mouth to inquire, but was halted by a glance from Shen Nanqing. Although they were now a team, they were still essentially strangers who had only met a couple of times. Some matters did not warrant probing. There are several supermarkets near the seed shop. We will go there tomorrow. Yunhua and Yunfan can gather food while Anan and I head to the seed shop. Shen Nanqing's gaze swept across the faces of the three, ultimately resting on Jiang Nian'an. Is that acceptable? Yunfan and Yunhua complied wholeheartedly with his directive. His question was primarily directed at Jiang Nian'an. Yes. After reaching an agreement, Yunhua and Yunfan proceeded to extract the crystal nuclei from the mutated monkey's brains, while Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanqing returned to their original resting place. Jiang Nian'an had initially intended to assist in the extraction, but Shen Nanqing insisted that Yunhua and Yunfan handle it, promising to share the spoils with her afterward. Thus, she acquiesced. With dawn approaching, she could still rest for another 2 hours. Jiang Nian'an found herself restless, resolved to absorb the crystal nuclei. Even with 3 capable teammates, all of whom were ability users, she understood the importance of maintaining her own strength. Relying on oneself is always the most dependable course of action. Jiang Nian'an reached into her 5-square space, retrieving a handful of crystal nuclei while casually glancing into her walnut space. She wished to express her gratitude to the little azure dragon for its timely warning. She had anticipated that the somewhat arrogant little dragon would take the opportunity to claim credit and demand additional crystal nuclei. However, what she found was a small blue egg, huddled in the corner of the planting space, exuding an air of despondency. "What's wrong with you?" The consciousness figure swiftly approached the little dragon's side, poking the egg gently. The blue egg slowly turned. Oh no! Upon seeing the egg's current state, the consciousness figure staggered back in shock. It was a blue egg weeping profusely. Has anyone ever seen such a sight? Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Wah wah wah. The blue egg tumbled to the ground, its tears pooling into a small puddle. You found teammates, so I won't have to keep watch anymore. I guarded once for a single transparent energy stone, and now it's gone. Jiang Nian'an exclaimed, "Is this really the reason for your tears? You still need me to guard,
though."
The consciousness figure plopped down atop the egg, for the nearby ground had been drenched by the little dragon's tears, leaving her no place to settle. Really? The little dragon sniffled. Truly, even though I've teamed up with them, you are still the one I trust the most. Jiang Nian'an spoke sweetly. As long as I exist in this space, you exist too. If I perish, so shall you. Our fates are intertwined, thus I trust you above all. However, such candid truths were not meant to be shared with the little dragon. Upon hearing Jiang Nian'an declare her utmost trust, the little dragon's tears transformed from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle. So, does that mean I still get to guard for 1 transparent energy stone? The little dragon continued to sob. Of course. Jiang Nian'an waved her hand, summoning 2 crystal nuclei from her 5-square space. Here, one is your reward for guarding, and the other is for promptly alerting me to danger. Yay yay yay. The tears on the egg vanished in the blink of an eye, as the 2 crystal nuclei were drawn in by a mysterious force, disappearing with a soft pop into the egg. Be careful not to break. Jiang Nian'an's expression shifted as she hurriedly floated before the blue egg to inspect it closely. The shell remained intact, yet a crunching sound emanated from within. Little dragon, are you alright? The consciousness figure pressed her ear against the egg, attentively listening to the commotion inside. I'm fine, the little dragon mumbled. But this energy stone is rather unpalatable. Jiang Nian'an rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore it. Master, I need to tell you something. The blue egg obstructed her path, its voice tinged with a hint of guilt. What is it? Jiang Nian'an inquired while speculating on the little dragon's apparent unease. The crystal nuclei had all been placed in her 5 square space, and the little dragon could not possibly access them. Was it concerned about her supplies? Jiang Nian'an felt a jolt of alarm and quickly checked her stock. Everything remained intact and unharmed, with no loss of resources. So, what was the source of its anxiety? It's because those monkeys attacked you. It's my fault. After uttering this, the blue egg retreated to the corner, fresh tears welling up once more. What do you mean? The consciousness figure floated in front of the blue egg, her expression serious. The little dragon inside the egg trembled. When I awoke, I failed to control the dragon energy within me, and a trace of it dissipated into the space. You are the master of the space, and naturally, a little dragon energy clung to you. This dragon energy possesses immense allure for other creatures, causing the animals in your world to become frenzied in your presence. The little dragon swallowed hard, cautiously maneuvering the egg as it prepared to make a hasty exit. The consciousness figure slapped the egg decisively.
Wait.
What should we do about the dragon energy I've absorbed? Once I emerge from the egg and return to my true form, the dragon energy will naturally revert to my body, the little dragon replied, a hint of anticipation mingled with trepidation in its tone. I assure you, I'm not lying to you just to swindle your energy stones. Jiang Nian'an harbored no doubts about the little dragon's words. As its master, she could sense whether the little dragon was being truthful. How many crystal nuclei will you need to break free from your shell? The consciousness figure inquired, sitting down atop the egg, once more. About the same number as you previously stored in the box, the little dragon's voice grew quieter. Jiang Nian'an understood it referred to the quantity of crystal nuclei she had accumulated in her space on the day her abilities awakened. So that amounts to nearly 2,000. Understood. You can have these for now. From the remaining 100+ crystal nuclei in her 5 square space, Jiang Nian'an retrieved 70, reserving over 40 for herself, to ensure she could swiftly recover in case her abilities were depleted. Are you not angry with me? The little blue dragon inquired cautiously. Angry? Why would I be? The consciousness replied, swinging its legs lightly. Ultimately, the little blue dragon's transformation into an egg, lacking energy and losing dragon essence, was entirely her doing. If she were to harbor any resentment over such matters, it would be rather inhumane. All right, you eat first. I shall continue to slay zombies. I need to gather enough crystal cores to enable the little blue dragon to hatch. She certainly does not wish to be perpetually pursued by mutated creatures. Chapter 20. Acquiring Seeds. Jiang Nian'an withdrew her consciousness from the spatial realm, rising with a knife in hand. Just as Shen Nanchang's perplexed expression hinted at his intent to inquire about her earlier statement, I can't sleep. So, I'm going out to slay a couple of zombies for fun. Shen Nanchang was left speechless. While others might seek solace in sleep, she opted for a rather unconventional choice of entertainment. Previously, he had attributed to Jiang Nian'an a slight air of whimsy, a hearty appetite, rationality, and commendable skills.
Now,
he silently added another trait, an extraordinary train of thought. At that moment, Yun Fan and Yun Hua returned after extracting the crystal cores. Brother Shen Nian'an, we have a total of 51 cores, Yun Hua announced, handing a small bag containing the crystal cores to Shen Nanchang. He extracted 21 cores and distributed them to Jiang Nian'an. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes at the generous portion, but the next moment, Shen Nanchang elucidated his reasoning. From now on, any crystal cores we acquire will be divided into 5 shares, 2 for you, 1 for your rightful claim, and another to benefit the entire team through spatial storage. After stating this, Shen Nanchang turned to Yun Hua and Yun Fan. Do you have any objections? They both shook their heads in unison. None. It is only natural to assist others and offer remuneration. Jiang Nian'an regarded the 21 crystal cores in her hand, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. This method of equitable distribution had never crossed her mind. It was an epitome of fairness. In the context of the apocalypse, such an approach was nothing short of revolutionary. For a moment, Jiang Nian'an's impression of Shen Nanchang and his companions improved significantly. After the distribution of the crystal cores, Shen Nanchang picked up his long knife and headed downstairs. Yun Fan called out to him, Brother Shen, where are you going? Can't sleep. Going to slay a couple of zombies for fun, Shen Nanchang replied, hoisting the knife onto his shoulder, not even glancing back as he reiterated Jiang Nian'an's earlier words. As the team leader, it was his duty to lead by example. What? Yun Fan's expression soured. Brother Shin, after just finishing off monkeys, you're going to hunt zombies again? Did you take the wrong medicine? Jiang Nian'an, equally restless and preparing to join the fray, found herself slightly offended by his words. Shen Nanchang paused, snapping his fingers. The next moment, Yun Fan yelped, a plume of white smoke erupting from above his head. Jiang Nian'an erupted in laughter, while Yun Fan cast her a look of mild grievance. I can't sleep either, so I'm heading out to slay a couple of zombies for fun. Jiang Nian'an chuckled, brandishing her knife as she made her escape. Yun Hua exchanged a glance with Yun Fan, leaving behind a word of caution before also descending with his weapon in hand. Yun Fan sighed, observing the trio that had already exited the supermarket and the 3 large bags left ignored in the corner. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Resigned, he finally hoisted the bag onto his back and grabbed his weapon, chasing after them. Then grab the bags, he called out, joining the fray. Jiang Nian'an deftly snared the bags with her vine, tossing them into the spatial realm before resuming her assault. The 4 of them battled the zombies in front of the supermarket for a solid hour and a half, only halting when the first light of dawn broke the horizon. Shen Nanchang had procured a vehicle beforehand, which was parked by the roadside. Come on, let's get in, he beckoned to Jiang Nian'an. Once they were all inside, Shen Nanchang drove off at a swift pace. Numerous survivors remained hidden within the buildings along the roadside. Upon hearing the roar of the vehicle, they emerged from their windows, crying out for help. Help! Please take me with you. Jiang Nian'an surveyed the expressions of her companions. Shen Nanchang remained indifferent, his demeanor impassive, while Yun Hua and Yun Fan, seated in the back, kept their eyes closed, unaffected by the pleas. Jiang Nian'an nodded to herself. Excellent. None of them were the type to impulsively extend kindness. Feeling reassured, she stifled a yawn and leaned against the back of the car, closing her eyes. At that moment, Shen Nanchang glanced at her. He had been concerned that Jiang Nian'an might insist they rescue someone, given that women often possess softer hearts. However, to his surprise, she merely observed them for a moment before falling silent. A slight smile graced Shen Nanchang's features. Teammates who were not prone to reckless altruism and remained clear-headed were indeed agreeable. As for the desperate cries for help, it had been 8 days since the onset of the disaster. Ample time for those in need to realize their predicament and take up arms in defense. Yet they did not. They continued to cower in corners, waiting for rescue. In this sudden calamity, fraught with danger and uncertainty, waiting for others to save them was akin to digging their own graves. With a press of the accelerator, Shen Nanchang's vehicle swiftly vanished from the sight of those pleading for assistance. 2 hours later, Jiang Nian'an and her companions were roused by Shen Nanchang. Have we arrived? Jiang Nian'an inquired, quickly scanning the surroundings. Towering buildings surrounded them, yet the streets were relatively devoid of zombies. Jiang Nian'an speculated that they had entered a development area with a limited number of residents. Yes, Shen Nanchang affirmed, pointing to her right. Jiang Nian'an turned to see a seed store. She promptly opened the door, kicking aside a zombie that lunged at her, and strode confidently into the shop. Shen Nanchang followed closely behind, while Yun Hua and Yun Fan proceeded towards a nearby commercial building as previously discussed. What seeds do you need? Shen Nanchang asked. Jiang Nian'an was already busy gathering supplies and replied, I'm not picky. I want them all. Shen Nanchang raised an eyebrow, picking up a packet of lettuce seeds. He squeezed it, noting the seeds inside were disappointingly small. Can these even be used for practicing abilities? He mused skeptically. Nonetheless, he grabbed a larger bag and began collecting seeds from the shelves, filling it to the brim. After laboring for over half an hour, Jiang Nian'an surveyed the corner of her spatial realm, now containing approximately 3,400 bags of seeds, and nodded in satisfaction. More than half of these she had pilfered while feigning a trip to the restroom at the back of the store, sneaking into the small warehouse to gather supplies. The warehouse still held around 20 seedlings labeled as fruit trees. Unsure of their exact species, she had taken them all and tossed them into her spatial realm, alongside the large bags of grain seeds. Although she had no intention of planting them, it did not prevent her from acquiring them. After thoroughly raiding the warehouse, Jiang Nian'an finally took a genuine trip to the restroom before reappearing before Shen Nanchang. He harbored no suspicions, merely thinking that the girl took an unusually long time in the restroom. Jiang Nian'an watched as Shen Nanchang continued to help her gather seeds and found herself internally grumbling. Sigh, having teammates certainly increases safety exponentially, but it also means she could no longer take resources as freely as before. That's enough, let us go, she decided. Jiang Nian'an accepted the large bag that Shen Nanqing handed her once more, indicating that it sufficed. She placed all 3 substantial bags of seeds that Shen had given her into her 5 square meter space and planned to store all the supplies they collected henceforth, which had passed under the scrutiny of the 4 into that same space. The items she discreetly appropriated would be stored in her walnut space. This way, she could promptly remind the 3 of them about the remaining capacity of their space and the status of their supplies, preventing any momentary lapse in judgment that might confuse her regarding the quantity of resources and arouse their suspicions. Contemplating this, Jiang Nian'an cast a glance at Shen Nanqing. Having a teammate of such disposition nearby was indeed troublesome. Otherwise, Jiang Nian'an had already contemplated disbanding. However, in the next moment, as she gazed at the nearly 800 crystal cores piled in the 5 square meter space, she licked her lips. She could at least secure 300, which was far more efficient than her solitary efforts in dispatching zombies. Thus, overall, having teammates proved advantageous. Jiang Nian'an felt quite pleased with herself. Chapter 21. Escaping the Mutated Rat Swarm. As Jiang Nian'an stepped out of the seed store, she patted her stomach, feeling hunger pangs. She retrieved 2 cans of coffee from her space, along with 3 packets of meat floss bread. You must be hungry too. Here, have a few bites, she said, thrusting 2 packets of bread and a can of coffee into Shen Nanqing's hands. Shen Nanqing stared at the bread and coffee in his grasp, momentarily taken aback. Apart from Yunfan and Yunhua, this was the first instance someone else had shown concern for his hunger. Noticing that Jiang Nian'an had already consumed half of her bread while Shen Nanqing still hadn't taken a bite, she inquired, "Don't you like coffee and bread?" In this apocalypse, being picky is not an option. Moreover, nearly half of the nearly 800 crystal cores in their space had been acquired through Shen Nanqing's lightning abilities. If he neglected to nourish himself properly, he wouldn't have the requisite stamina to fend off zombies and mutated creatures, which would subsequently diminish her own crystal core income. That simply wouldn't do. Just as Jiang Nian'an pondered whether to temporarily accommodate Shen Nanqing's preferences by offering him something else to eat, he snapped back to reality. "I don't dislike it. Thank you." Shen Nanqing smiled at Jiang Nian'an and began to unwrap the packaging, taking large bites. Seeing him eat, Jiang Nian'an shelved her previous thoughts. She finished her bread in a few bites, sipping her coffee while surveying the surroundings. Aside from the distant commercial building, the majority of the other shops remained under renovation, empty and devoid of any goods. Despite the incessant growls of zombies echoing around them, the entire street remained eerily desolate. Jiang Nian'an couldn't help but glance back at the seed store. Thus, in a place that was never bustling even before the apocalypse, could a seed store truly be profitable? As Jiang Nian'an mused internally, the glass on the 3rd floor of the commercial building where Yunfan and Yunhua were located suddenly shattered, followed by a burst of flames. Both Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanqing felt a shiver run down their spines and swiftly turned to their vehicle. With a press of the accelerator, Shen Nanqing pushed the car to its limits. Upon arriving at the entrance of the commercial building, they saw Yunfan and Yunhua rushing out, each carrying 2 bulging burlap sacks. Their faces lit up upon spotting Shen Nanqing and Jiang Nian'an, and they hurried over. "Nian'an, gather the items quickly." They tossed the burlap sacks towards the passenger seat, then swiftly jumped into the back seat. Jiang Nian'an had already stored the 4 large sacks into her space. "Brother Shen, let us go. A horde of rats has invaded the commercial building." The mere thought of the rat swarm made Yunfan's face blanch. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Nanqing turned the car around, accelerating like an arrow shot from a bow towards the front. "Don't leave without us. Help!" Cries for help echoed from behind as survivors called out. Yet, the more they shouted, the faster Shen Nanqing drove. He had already glimpsed the rats Yunfan had mentioned in the rearview mirror. They were larger than ordinary rats, with sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity. A dense mass of them, roughly estimated to be no less than 1,000. In mere seconds, the group of more than 10 individuals was overtaken by the mutated rats, their screams swallowed by the ravenous swarm. Jiang Nian'an was also attentive to the situation behind them. Upon witnessing the largest mutated rat fixate its gaze on their vehicle, she realized they were being targeted. "Brother Shen, we are being followed," Jiang Nian'an warned Shen Nanqing. The shrill cries of the mutated rats echoed from behind, as their king led the swarm directly towards them. Hold on tight. Jiang Nian'an instructed the three, sharply turning the steering wheel as the car executed a dramatic drift onto a wide main road. After several sharp turns and navigating through various alleys for half an hour, the swarm of mutated rats remained relentlessly on their tail. Damn it, they're really persistent, Yun Fan exclaimed, eyes wide with alarm as he watched the rat horde closing in. The fuel in the car was limited, yet the stamina of these mutated rats seemed boundless. Once the gasoline ran out, no matter how skilled they were, they wouldn't stand a chance against such a multitude of mutated rats. Jiang Nian'an furrowed her brow. Once targeted by the mutated rats, it was essentially a fight to the death unless they encountered something that frightened them, prompting them to retreat. The only things that frightened them, apart from cats, were flames. Jiang Nian'an scanned her surroundings. Upon seeing a cluster of haphazardly parked cars at the alleyway to their left, her eyes brightened. If they could ignite all those vehicles, it would be sufficient to halt the advance of the mutated rats. Brother Shen, Jiang Nian'an produced a 10-liter can of gasoline, steering towards the left alleyway. She turned back to Yun Fan and Yun Hua, instructing, "You two get ready to jump out." Jiang Nian'an instantly grasped Jiang Nian'an's intentions. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, swiftly bringing the car to a halt at the alley's entrance. At this moment, the mutated rat swarm was less than 300 meters away. "Get out, quickly." Jiang Nian'an and Jiang Nian'an simultaneously opened their doors and exited the vehicle, while Yun Fan and Yun Hua quickly scrambled out as well. Jiang Nian'an snatched the gasoline can from Jiang Nian'an's hands. "You three fall back." With that, he leaped onto the roof of the car and began pouring gasoline. Jiang Nian'an didn't budge, and Yun Fan and Yun Hua certainly wouldn't leave either. With a thought, 3 more 10-liter cans of gasoline materialized in her hands. Quickly, she handed 2 of the cans to Yun Hua and Yun Fan. The 4 of them worked together to douse the surrounding vehicles in gasoline. "Let us go." Jiang Nian'an jumped down from the car. The 4 swiftly turned and ran forward. However, they had barely covered 5 meters when the mutated rats had already reached the front of the car. "Get down," Jiang Nian'an commanded, a flicker of lightning illuminating his fingertips. In the next second, dozens of bolts of lightning struck down from above the vehicle. Jiang Nian'an and the others quickly dove forward. With a deafening explosion, a series of blasts followed. A scorching shockwave emanated from the vehicle, radiating outward. Jiang Nian'an instinctively shielded Jiang Nian'an beneath him, while Yun Hua and Yun Fan did their utmost to protect her with their bodies. The foremost mutated rats perished in the inferno, while those behind were tossed aside by the force of the blast. The mutated rat king was similarly singed by the flames. With lingering trepidation, she cast a fleeting glance at the towering flames ahead before squeaking and scampering away with the remaining mutated rats. Once the cacophony of the mutated rodent swarm had faded into the distance, Jiang Nian'an and her 3 companions slowly rose from the ground. Jiang Nian'an let out a hiss. Her arms and knees were adorned with a patchwork of abrasions, gruesomely bloodied and disconcerting to behold. In contrast, Jiang Nian'an and the others bore not only abrasions but also burns on their backs and legs. Collectively, the 4 of them appeared quite wretched. "Thank you all so much." Jiang Nian'an expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the trio. Had it not been for their protection, she would have undoubtedly suffered far worse injuries. "Oh, there's no need for thanks." Yun Fan waved his hand dismissively. "We're on the same team, and being the youngest and a girl, it is our duty to look out for you. Ha ha ha, ouch." His boisterous laughter inadvertently aggravated the burn on his back, causing his expression to fall immediately. Jiang Nian'an and Yun Hua remained silent, yet their eyes conveyed the same sentiment as Yun Fan's. A warm current surged through Jiang Nian'an's heart, though she refrained from uttering further words of gratitude. Merely gesturing towards the adjacent apartment building. "I have some medicine. Let's go inside and tend to our wounds." The trio nodded in agreement, and the 4 of them exited the alley, making their way toward the nearby residential complex. Chapter 22. Passing through the bright road. 10 minutes later, the 4 entered a room with an open door, which was relatively tidy. Jiang Nian'an retrieved disinfectant, cotton swabs, hemostatic powder, and burn ointment. Given the sweltering heat, mere disinfection and application of medicine sufficed. Covering the wounds would only heighten the risk of infection. Her abrasions, while visually severe, were not particularly troublesome. After tending to the wounds, Jiang Nian'an observed that Jiang Nian'an and the others were still engaged in their own first aid efforts. Recalling that Yunhua and the others had yet to have breakfast, she rose and stepped into the kitchen. Although the power was out, the gas stove remained functional, and the necessary condiments were readily available. Jiang Nian'an extracted a new pot from her space and proceeded to boil a large batch of instant noodles. She sliced 4 sausages and cracked 10 eggs, then reignited the stove. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nian'an emerged, dripping with sweat, carrying a large pot of stir-fried noodles. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Jiang Nian'an and the others' eyes to light up. Since the onset of the disaster, they had subsisted solely on bread for an entire week. "Are you all hungry? Let us have brunch together," she offered, placing the noodles before the trio, along with 4 sets of chopsticks and 4 cans of cola. Delicious. Yunfan eagerly filled his bowl to the brim, leaning in to take a deep whiff of the noodles before savoring each bite with a look of bliss. Yunhua followed suit, picking up his chopsticks to serve himself a generous portion. Jiang Nian'an handed Jiang Nian'an a few tissues to wipe her brow before reaching for a can of cola. He wasn't particularly hungry, but felt parched. The icy sensation of the can in his hand sparked a sense of curiosity. The city had been without power for a week. All indoor spaces, including supermarkets and shopping malls, were even hotter than the outdoors. In such conditions, it was rare to come across even room temperature beverages, let alone something chilled. Jiang Nian'an had intentionally produced the chilled cola. Firstly, to create a pathway for the refrigerator and mobile power source from her space, and secondly, to prepare for the future retrieval of icy refreshments. It was utterly inconceivable for her to merely gaze at the cold drinks and desserts in her space without indulging in them. With a wave of her hand, she summoned 2 large-capacity 3-door refrigerators, each connected to a mobile power source. "This is the refrigerator I used previously," Jiang Nian'an explained to the trio. This statement was not mere fabrication. The refrigerators she produced were indeed the ones she had utilized before. One had been purchased by her parents during their lifetime, while the other was acquired with her first paycheck after graduating from university. "Previously used?" Jiang Nian'an inquired, looking at Jiang Nian'an with interest. "Are you from the flower market?" "Sort of. I accompanied my parents to the flower market when I was in middle school, but according to household registration, I am from the north." "And what about your parents?" Yunfan interjected curiously. A flicker of sorrow crossed Jiang Nian'an's eyes. "My parents have passed away." "I'm sorry, I didn't know," Yunfan said, his face filled with regret. "It's all right." Jiang Nian'an quickly recovered, smiling at him as she gestured toward the mobile power sources. "Thanks to my previous passion for outdoor camping, I also have 2 mobile power sources." This was the phrasing she had prepared while cooking the noodles. "Moreover, my space can keep items insulated and fresh." Jiang Nian'an shared another piece of good news. This was not a mere exaggeration. The space indeed possessed such a function. "Are you saying that as long as there's sufficient power, we can achieve freedom with icy treats?" Jiang Nian'an's grip on the cola tightened slightly. If this were true, the days ahead would be considerably easier. The sweltering heat of over 40 degrees was genuinely oppressive. As for the preservation function, Jiang Nian'an did not place much stock in it. All perishable food had already rotted and stunk, and whatever remained in the heat had no need for preservation. "Exactly." Jiang Nian'an beamed, relishing the opportunity to converse with someone as astute as Jiang Nian'an.
Huh.
"What does that mean?" Yunfan stared blankly, his expression one of confusion. "Why would sufficient power allow us to enjoy icy treats?" Yunhua rolled his eyes at his brother's naivete, but patiently explained, "Because the space can keep things insulated. The items we freeze will maintain their temperature as long as they don't leave the space. Therefore, we can first place the items to be frozen in the refrigerator, wait until they're frozen, then transfer them to the space before putting in new items." "Exactly." Jiang Nian'an nodded in agreement. Understanding dawned on Yunfan, who scratched his head. Got it, but in that case, I can do it too." He conjured a ball of icy mist in his hand. Jiang Nian'an shook the cola can he held, using it as an example. "These 2 refrigerators can freeze over 100 bottles at once. Can you?" Yunfan fell silent. Jiang Nian'an continued, "Moreover, if you use your powers to freeze things, what will you do when danger arises and you need your abilities?" Yunfan fell silent once more. However, within a mere few seconds, he perked up with excitement, looking at Jiang Nian'an. "Brother Jiang, your decision to bring Nian'an into the fold was nothing short of brilliant. She's an absolute gem." Yunhua nodded in agreement, his expression one of approval. Indeed, Shen Nanhang did not deny it, his gaze softening as he regarded Jiang Nian'an. Nian'an not only possesses formidable skills, but is also intelligent, composed, and decisive. Most impressively, she carries with her a portable warehouse. Not only does she enhance our team's strength, but she also resolves our survival challenges. Hearing Shen Nanhang's praise for Jiang Nian'an, both Yunhua and Yunfan were taken aback. It was the first time they had heard Shen Nanhang so unreservedly commend someone. Yet, it wasn't misplaced. The truth was as he stated. Well said. I love hearing that. Jiang Nian'an couldn't help but give Shen Nanhang a thumbs up. Seeing her unabashedly accept the praise, the three of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, they couldn't deny that Jiang Nian'an's genuine and carefree nature was something they found immensely endearing. If one were to possess an opposing disposition, regardless of their exceptional skills or the vastness of the space available, they would still prefer not to team up with such an individual. Jiang Nian'an approached the refrigerator amidst the smiling gazes of her companions, raising her hand with a flourish. Brothers, please do not blink, but look closely at this. She swiftly opened the refrigerator door. A gust of cold air rushed out, dispelling the stifling heat within the room. Ah, delightful, Jiang Nian'an sighed in sheer enjoyment. The trio before her, however, stood frozen in astonishment. The refrigerator was brimming with fresh ingredients, an overwhelming sight that jolted their senses.
Wow!
Yunfan exclaimed, setting down his bowl and darting toward the refrigerator, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the array of ingredients before him. His eyes glimmered as if they could illuminate the room. Even the usually composed Yunhua could not remain still. He hurried to the refrigerator, quickly scanning every item within the frigid confines. What are these, Anan? Shen Nancheng inquired, his eyes reflecting surprise, though a hint of skepticism and scrutiny lingered beneath the surface. Yet, Jiang Nian'an had already concocted her explanation prior to extracting the items, displaying no signs of anxiety. Before disaster struck, I observed unusual celestial phenomena and encountered a plethora of apocalyptic theories online. Fearing the possibility of calamity, I decided to stock up at the supermarket, she explained, her smile both cunning and triumphant. Little did she expect to find her preparations so fortuitously applicable. After the emergence of the spatial realm, she had conveniently stored these provisions away. Upon hearing her words, Shen Nancheng recalled the apocalyptic discourse that had circulated online, previously dismissed as absurdities. Yet the swiftly approaching apocalypse had thoroughly countered his disbelief. He also remembered Jiang Nian'an's fondness for apocalyptic novels, as well as her tendency to translate fictional theories into reality. He shook his head in resignation, no longer harboring doubts. Chapter 23, A Stench-Ridden Supermarket. Let us rest here for a few days, allowing our injuries to heal before we set out, Shen Nancheng stated after a moment's pause. Yunhua and Yunfan expressed no objections, and Jiang Nian'an nodded in agreement. All four bore injuries, particularly the severe burns on the backs of Shen Nancheng and his companions, which necessitated proper care. There are conveniently 2 rooms available. I shall take one, and the 3 of us will share the other, Shen Nancheng continued, outlining their subsequent arrangements. We will take turns keeping watch at night, while Anan. He glanced at Jiang Nian'an, pausing briefly before adding, we are not particularly adept at cooking, so we would greatly appreciate your assistance in enhancing our meals when we can no longer manage with mere bread. That is no problem, Jiang Nian'an readily agreed. Exchanging the occasional culinary endeavor for the promise of a peaceful night's sleep was a fair trade. Most importantly, she could not endure a diet of bread alone. After finalizing their plans, Shen Nancheng instructed Yunhua to fetch some water for washing. The 4 of them were smeared with blood and sweat, a sticky mess indeed. The limit for a level 1 water ability user was 50 liters. Shen Nancheng allocated half of the water to Jiang Nian'an, while the 3 of them shared the remaining portion. He also requested Jiang Nian'an to retrieve 3 clean pairs of pants from her previous backpack. Due to the injuries on their backs, they had removed their shirts during the application of ointment and would have to remain shirtless until their wounds healed. All 3 possessed exceptional physiques, yet to Jiang Nian'an, they resembled nothing more than pieces of char siu. Char siu is at least edible. What use is their fine physique if it serves merely as a washboard for scrubbing clothes? She mused, it is hardly cleaner than a washing machine. After storing the refrigerator and its power source, she carried the water back to her room to wash. However, even with the half allocated to her, The amount of water was insufficient for her needs. She retrieved a considerable amount from her spatial realm, casting a glance at the azure egg, which was still diligently gnawing at its crystal core. Such determination, Jiang Nian'an smirked before redirecting her gaze. Carefully avoiding her injuries, she washed herself thoroughly and changed into clean clothing before emerging with a bucket of murky wastewater. The three outside had also completed their washing. Shen Nancheng took the bucket from her hands and carried it into the bathroom, leaving it for flushing the toilet. Upon his return, Jiang Nian'an produced nearly 800 crystal cores. While we have the time to recuperate, let us absorb these crystal cores, she proposed to the trio. Indeed, Shen Nancheng concurred, sharing the same intention. Ultimately, Jiang Nian'an received 314 cores, while Shen Nancheng and his companions each received 158. Jiang Nian'an allocated 100 cores to the little azure dragon, reserving the remainder for her own strength enhancement, as the dragon's rate of absorption had proven somewhat languid. After absorbing the crystal cores, the four remained within the confines of their room to recuperate. By the third day, Jiang Nian'an's abrasions had nearly healed. While the burns on Shen Nancheng and his companions remained somewhat severe, they could manage light activity but were unfit for long journeys, especially along perilous routes. By the fifth day, Yun Hua and Yun Fan's injuries had improved significantly, yet Shen Nancheng required an additional 2 days for his back to fully heal. Jiang Nian'an mentally calculated the timing of the impending rodent tide. There is still time. 2 days later, Shen Nancheng's back injury had sufficiently healed. The quartet promptly resolved to gather another round of supplies before venturing towards the capital city. Their previous vehicle had been destroyed in the explosion, necessitating the acquisition of a new one. Fortunately, a nearby 4S dealership provided a viable option. Shen Nancheng selected a vehicle with excellent performance and ample space, while Jiang Nian'an and the others scavenged for bulk gasoline stored within the dealership. After manually filling the vehicle with fuel, the remaining gasoline was secured by Jiang Nian'an, as the high external temperatures posed a safety hazard if left in the vehicle. The car's navigation system was still functional. Shen Nancheng quickly accessed the local map and discovered a supermarket located 8 kilometers away, prompting immediate action to drive there. Jiang Nian'an gazed out the window, lost in thought as the scenery receded. Yun Fan and the others dozed off in the back seat. 10 minutes later, Shen Nancheng gradually parked the vehicle in front of the supermarket. Yun Hua, you stay behind to watch the car. Anan and Yun Fan will accompany me inside to gather supplies. Understood, the trio responded in unison. Upon entering, a zombie lunged at them from the side. Yun Fan swiftly decapitated it with a single stroke of his blade, quickly extracting the crystal core before hastening to catch up with Jiang Nian'an and the others, who had already ventured further inside. The entire supermarket was enveloped in a nauseating stench of decay, particularly emanating from the fresh produce section, the refrigerated area, and the adjacent fruit section, which was utterly unbearable. Not only did it reek, but it was also swarming with flies the size of human thumbs, crawling in dense clusters, their bodies writhing incessantly. From a distance, the dark mass resembled a small, murky ocean. The scene was both repulsive and chilling. The ground was a quagmire, a grotesque amalgamation of rotting fruit, decomposing zombie flesh, and the severed limbs of survivors, all trampled into a foul mush, with white maggots occasionally writhing in grotesque tangles. The nauseating yellow liquid pooled everywhere, and one could easily step into it, where unknown crawling creatures lurked. Cockroaches and other unidentified insects scuttled about amidst the filth. Ugh! Yun Fan could not suppress a retch. It was utterly revolting. They could simply avoid that area. Jiang Nian'an had long since acclimated to such grotesque sights, while Shen Nancheng exhibited remarkable mental fortitude. Both reacted with striking indifference. Although the shelves were in disarray, there remained a considerable amount of edible and usable supplies. Jiang Nian'an retrieved 3 large burlap sacks and addressed the 2, stating that they should search separately, adding that approximately 2 square meters of space still remained. The 2 600L refrigerators occupied nearly that entire area. She herself stuffed in some instant food, along with gasoline and previously gathered supplies, meticulously stacking and organizing until she finally managed to carve out nearly 2 square meters. All right, understood. You both be careful. The trio, armed with their burlap sacks, dispersed to commence their search. Jiang Nian'an headed straight for the instant food and snack section, sweeping everything left on the shelves into her sack. Suddenly, A zombie lunged out from the safety exit behind her, charging directly at Jiang Nian'an. With a swift kick, she sent the creature sprawling, and her whip shot out, piercing through the zombie's skull, retracting with the crystal core in tow. Jiang Nian'an tossed the core into her spatial storage, observing that her sack was only half filled, leaving the metal shelves almost bare, and she grimaced slightly. Shouldering the sack, she proceeded towards the section stocked with beverages and water. While the water was gone, some drinks remained, and Jiang Nian'an unceremoniously claimed them all. Further ahead was the checkout counter, next to which sat a large freezer. Jiang Nian'an approached, lifting the lid of the freezer filled with melted ice cream and some frozen dumplings and tangyuan. She cast aside the dumplings and tangyuan, tossing the ice cream into her spatial storage. Then, she continued to meander with her sack. After a few steps, she sensed something amiss. The spatial storage was on her person. She could simply toss whatever caught her eye directly inside. So, she pondered the purpose of carrying the sack around. Chapter 24, Conflict. Just as Jiang Nian'an prepared to store the sack in her space, a burst of flames surged towards her. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes as she waved her hand, sending forth a sphere of green light that shattered the flames. 2 more green spheres followed, hurtling towards 2 storage lockers beside the supermarket exit, with a chilling command, "Roll out." Upon impact, the green light transformed into several vines, which, under Jiang Nian'an's control, toppled the lockers. Dust swirled chaotically. Amidst the haze, a few disheveled voices emerged, and soon 5 individuals emerged, waving their hands to clear the dust. Jiang Nian'an noted 3 men and 2 women among them. "Remarkable, you managed to evade us." The short-haired man stepped forward, halting 5 meters away from Jiang Nian'an. His words were directed at her, yet his gaze fixated greedily on the sack in her hands. They had previously ventured inside to scavenge for supplies, only to be robbed upon exiting the supermarket. They had since taken to lurking at the entrance, seizing the resources of isolated survivors, and had already tasted the sweetness of success. The girl before them, though an ability user, was alone. In contrast, among their group of 5, 2 were also ability users. This was a secured win. Jiang Nian'an remained unfazed, even rolling her eyes. What did he mean by evading? It was she who had overpowered their attack and forced them out. Humph. Some individuals simply relished embellishing their own merits, while Jiang Nian'an silently mocked them. The short-haired man was also quickly calculating. Ability users were not like those ordinary survivors. If a fight broke out, they might win, but they would undoubtedly sustain injuries, perhaps even life-threatening ones. "We seek only your supplies, not your life. Hand over the contents of that sack, and we shall let you depart." Given their numbers, the girl might concede if it was merely supplies, but should they demand anything more, it could escalate into a deadly confrontation. The short-haired man, Lin Wenbing, suppressed his ominous thoughts, licking his lips as his gaze turned sinister. "Of course, if you refuse, do not blame us for being ungracious." As his words fell, a fireball ignited in his hand. The girl beside him raised her right hand, a golden glow shimmering in her palm, a metal-type ability user. She glared at Jiang Nian'an, jealousy flashing in her eyes. Jiang Nian'an, immaculate from head to toe, stood in stark contrast to the filthy, haggard girl who had lost significant weight in just a few days. Why had she fallen into such dire straits while Jiang Nian'an thrived? "Captain, I also want her clothes." The metal-type girl's eyes revealed malice. First, they would seize her supplies, then her attire. Although Lin Wenbing found Li Yuzhu's interference bothersome, he concealed his annoyance. While Li Yuzhu's capabilities were lacking, her strength was still commendable. Their team needed her. The other girl, though envious, was merely jealous and harbored no ill intentions. Upon hearing the metal-type girl's words, she was taken aback. In this sweltering heat, everyone wore only a thin layer of summer clothing. Without her outfit, the girl would be left exposed. Such cruelty was appalling for a young woman. "Zhu, perhaps you should reconsider that request." Wang Jiaojiao tugged at Li Yuzhu's sleeve, her expression tinged with compassion. If she lost her clothes, how would she face the world? "You'd best keep quiet. If you utter another word, I'll cease to care about you." Li Yuzhu shot a dark glance at the man beside Lin Wenbing, her meaning clear. The man, upon hearing her, swiftly turned to Wang Jiaojiao, his gaze lecherous and unabashedly brazen. He would have relished if Li Yuzhu stopped interfering, had she not suddenly gained abilities and meddled. He would have already claimed Wang Jiaojiao. Under such lecherous scrutiny, even on a sweltering day, Wang Jiaojiao felt a chill run down her spine. She hurriedly shook her head. I won't say anything more, I won't. Their hushed conversation continued. Jiang Nian'an observed them whispering, but she could not discern their words. However, she had little interest in their chatter. Humph. She tossed the sack into her spatial storage, preparing to engage with them. Lin Wenbing's eyes widened in astonishment as Jiang Nian'an's sack vanished. Then, elation coursed through him. Spatial storage. No wonder this girl appeared so clean and lived more comfortably than they did. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, a smile gracing his face. My lady, traveling alone is perilous. Why not join us? Captain. Li Yuzhu's ire flared at his suggestion. Silence. Lin Wenbing shot her a warning glance. A spatial ability user was far more valuable than her metal-type powers. Moreover, this girl possessed dual abilities. Half a month had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and it was his first encounter with a dual-element ability user. Moreover, judging by the stark contrast between Jiang Nian'an and their current state, it was evident that her spatial abilities concealed a wealth of treasures. Should they join forces, it would inevitably lead to sharing those resources. Furthermore, with her spatial capabilities, they need not worry about their supplies being pilfered. Truly, a situation that bore multiple benefits. No, it was threefold. Besides the resources and the spatial storage, there was also the allure of a beautiful woman. Lin Wenbing's earlier nefarious thoughts resurfaced, and the more he contemplated, the more his gaze upon Jiang Nian'an grew fervent. Jiang Nian'an, perceptive of his intentions, summoned an energy sphere, manifesting a whip of vibrant green vines in her hand. Humph, she scoffed, cracking the whip fiercely towards Lin Wenbing. If you refuse to be a decent person, then I shall send you to join the ranks of the dead. Lin Wenbing's expression hardened. It seems you prefer to be obstinate rather than accept my goodwill. He retreated while hurling a barrage of fireballs, each the size of ping-pong balls, towards Jiang Nian'an. With a couple of deft strikes, she shattered all the fireballs and taunted Lin Wenbing. Have you forgotten to eat? Is this all you've got? His words struck a nerve, leaving Lin Wenbing momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had not eaten. In a fit of humiliation and rage, he bellowed at his companions. Are you blind? Hurry and assist me. Li Yuzhu and the others rushed forward. Just as they prepared to besiege Jiang Nian'an, a bolt of lightning, crackling with force, hurtled towards the five of them. Startled, they swiftly retreated. In the next instant, the lightning struck the very spot where they had just stood. With a deafening roar, the ground fractured, a dark fissure rapidly spreading towards Lin Wenbing. His pupils dilated, heart racing as he stumbled backward a few more steps. Fortunately, the crack did not advance further, and he exhaled in relief, lifting his gaze towards the source of the lightning. Before he could fully discern the silhouette emerging from the shadows, the dormant power of the lightning erupted from the fissure.
Ah!
Lin Wenbing screamed, propelled backward by the force of the electricity, crashing heavily onto a collapsed storage cabinet, which resounded with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Captain!
Li Yuzhu and the others exclaimed, swiftly turning to check Lin Wenbing's condition. Chapter 25. Brother Shen, let us swear an oath of brotherhood. Are you all right? Shen Nanqing hastened to Jiang Nian'an's side, concern etched in his eyes. He had just entered the supermarket storage area and had momentarily overlooked the commotion here. It's nothing, Jiang Nian'an replied, shaking her head dismissively.
Just a few weaklings.
Lin Wenbing had already been assisted out by two other men on their team, his hair standing on end and emitting wisps of smoke. Blood trickled from his mouth, and he was frothing uncontrollably. His eardrums had ruptured, and blood oozed from his ears. His body bore numerous burn marks, twitching and unable to stand.
It was a pitiful sight.
Brother Shen, I envy you. Jiang Nian'an turned to Shen Nanqing, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained envy. Shen Nanqing's brow furrowed in confusion. He was unsure of the source of her sentiment. Jiang Nian'an twirled the vine whip in her hand lightly. The damage caused by your single lightning strike surpasses that of my 20 whips. Shen Nanqing chuckled softly. You only see the might of that strike. But you fail to realize it consumed 1/10 of my energy. While the lethality of lightning abilities was indeed formidable, their consumption was significant as well. making them suitable for quick, decisive battles. In contrast, Jiang Nian'an's wood abilities, though less destructive, required less energy and were conducive to prolonged engagements. Nevertheless, I still find myself envious. She comprehended the rationale, yet her heart could not suppress the burgeoning envy. The potential for growth among ability users varied significantly due to their innate talents. For instance, those whose powers revolved around enhancements such as strength or speed had the weakest talents. Take that foolish Shen Jiao, who awakened with enhanced hearing. Her abilities plateaued at level 2, reaching her limit. Following that were the elemental abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, ice, and light and dark. The next category included spatial and storage abilities. However, spatial ability users, upon absorbing crystal cores, merely expanded their storage capacity rather than their offensive capabilities. Standing alongside other ability users, they resembled delicate flowers swaying helplessly in the wind, utterly feeble. The most powerful were the psychic users, akin to reserve elites, but they were exceedingly rare. The likelihood of encountering a psychic ability user among 100,000 was already remarkably slim. In contrast, elemental users were more likely to produce formidable talents, with lightning users standing atop the hierarchy. This meant that as long as Shen Nian'an did not meet an untimely end, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Even if he did not ascend to the ranks of the top-tier elites, he would not languish in mediocrity. As for her, Jiang Nian'an paused abruptly. In her previous life, she had been stymied at level 3 due to a lack of crystal cores.
Now,
Although she had often expressed a desire to become an elite, deep down, she could only ascertain that her abilities would not cap out at level 3. Could it be level 4? Or would she be stuck at level 5? While it was wise to maintain a positive outlook in the apocalypse, harboring overly optimistic thoughts could cost one their life. Thus, she must prepare for the worst. If her growth limit were merely level 4 or 5, then the resources within her spatial storage would become a ticking time bomb. Unless she could discover a place to survive that other ability users could not find, such locations would invariably be rife with powerful mutated flora and fauna. Should she venture there, it would be akin to delivering herself as a meal on a silver platter. This was truly dire. Brother Shen, Jiang Nian'an's thoughts churned, her expression shifting rapidly to one of distress as she turned to Shen Nian'an. Since she could not guarantee her ascendance to elite status, she resolved to cling to the leg of the nearby elite for now. What's the matter? Are you still envious? Shen Nian'an observed her wrinkled face, akin to that of an elderly woman, and found it amusing. The wood abilities were versatile, capable of both offense and defense, and combined with the resource-storing spatial abilities, they formed a perfect synergy. If word got out, countless individuals would be envious. Yet here she was, still feeling envious of him. What a greedy little girl. No. Jiang Nian'an's expression morphed from one of distress to one of despair, her eyes pitifully pleading as she gazed at Shen Nian'an. There's something you must promise me. Accustomed to her vibrant demeanor, Shen Nian'an felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest upon witnessing her current state.
you say.
Brother Shen, let us swear an oath of brotherhood, she declared. A binding brotherhood of different surnames. We shall share both joy and sorrow. When joy abounds, we shall revel together. When sorrow strikes, Brother Shen shall bear it alone. Though we may not share the same birth, may we share the same fate. Oh no! May Brother Shen never perish and ascend to greatness swiftly. Jiang Nian'an blinked her doe-like eyes, clasping her hands in prayer before her chest, her heart whispering fervently as she gazed at Shen Nian'an with anticipation. 3 question marks slowly emerged above Shen Nian'an's head. Had he not remembered incorrectly? He was merely 3 years her senior. Was a mere 3-year age gap sufficient to create such a chasm in understanding? He found himself utterly unable to follow her train of thought. One moment she was envious of him, and the next, she wished to form a brotherhood? Had she been reading not only apocalyptic novels but also a plethora of martial arts tales? What was going on? Cloud Fan, who rushed in from behind, startled and in. Are you going to marry Brother Shen? Goodness, what on earth transpired in the brief half-hour he spent upstairs battling zombies and scavenging for supplies? Jiang Nian'an? Shen Nian'an? What nonsense is this? Cloud Fan, have you developed a case of mishearing? I said we are sworn brothers. Jiang Nian'an, no longer feigning innocence, placed her hands on her hips and glared at Cloud Fan, emphasizing once more that it was a brotherhood, not a marriage. Shen Nanqing also cast a disdainful glance at Cloud Fan. Ahahaha. Upon realizing her blunder, Cloud Fan awkwardly chuckled and curiously asked, "But Anan, why do you want to become sworn brothers with Brother Shen? What other reason could there be?" "Of course, it was to make him my henchman and bodyguard." Jiang Nian'an mused internally, yet this stark truth must never be revealed. "Because I have always longed for an older brother who can protect me. And the way Brother Shen defended me just now was akin to how an older brother safeguards his younger sister. Thus, I wish for Brother Shen to be my big brother." Jiang Nian'an spun a tale, her words inadvertently softening Shen Nanqing's heart. "Even without the brotherhood, I can still be your brother and protect you." They were already a team, and he was inherently protective of those he cared for. And me. Just as Shen Nanqing finished speaking, Cloud Fan eagerly interjected, "And then, I can also be your brother."
No.
"One big brother is more than enough." Jiang Nian'an promptly rejected him. "And then I don't aspire to be your big brother. Brother Shen is not only your big brother but also mine," Cloud Fan declared, patting his chest. "I could be your second brother." "Absolutely not." Jiang Nian'an continued her refusal. "Well, since Yunhua is older than me, let him be your second brother. And I shall be your third." Cloud Fan rambled on. "I refuse." Jiang Nian'an shot down his proposition again. "And then, how can your 37-degree mouth utter such cold-hearted words?" Cloud Fan clutched his chest, his expression exaggerated. "Please give me a reason for your refusal. Otherwise, I shall die with my eyes closed." Shen Nanqing exhaled in exasperation. "This drama queen. Cloud Fan, this is all your fault for always stealing my snacks." Jiang Nian'an twirled her fingers dramatically, her voice theatrical. Shen Nanqing sighed, realizing he had been drawn into their performance. Just for that, your third brother, promised to never steal your snacks again. Look, I even brought you so many snacks." Cloud Fan hurriedly lowered the sack from his shoulder and began to untie it. Jiang Nian'an glanced down and indeed found it filled with various treats. She casually grabbed a bag of beef jerky, tore it open, and began to munch.
"Now,
"Can I be your third brother?" Cloud Fan chuckled. "Well, I suppose that would suffice." Jiang Nian'an mumbled around a mouthful of jerky. Cloud Fan scratched his head and grinned again. "Sufficient or not, I am your third brother now." Watching the two of them act childishly, Shen Nanqing shook his head in resignation before unleashing another bolt of lightning. With a resounding crash, it intercepted the 5-member group attempting to sneak away. Chapter 26, Counter-Robbery. "And how should we deal with them?" Shen Nanqing turned to Jiang Nian'an, seeking her opinion. Before she could respond, Li Yuzhu hastily interjected, "I am an ability user. I wish to join your ranks." To her surprise, this woman was not alone, and her teammates were quite formidable. In contrast, Lin Wenbing had already been rendered useless, and with him, this small team was also ineffective. She needed to find a new group without delay. For instance, this team before her. Li Yuzhu quickly shot a glance at Shen Nanqing before lowering her head, a flicker of obsession crossing her eyes. This man was the most handsome she had ever encountered, and his strength was unmatched. Being protected by him would surely feel sublime. Her gaze wandered from Shen Nanqing to the 2 bulging sacks at Cloud Fan's feet. Their ability to scavenge for supplies was exceptional. They wouldn't suffer as she did in her small team. Once she joined them, Li Yuzhu's eyes finally settled on Jiang Nian'an. At that time, she would undoubtedly snatch away everything this girl currently enjoyed. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Yuzhu's eyes. As for whether they would agree to her joining, she was a rare ability user, so how could they possibly refuse her? "Li Yuzhu, you cannot leave." A man with nefarious intentions towards Wang Jiaojiao became agitated upon hearing Li Yuzhu's intent to depart. In this chaotic world overrun by zombies and monsters, where order had collapsed and human hearts were unpredictable, without Li Yuzhu's protection, they would surely perish. "Whether I stay or go is not for you to decide." Li Yuzhu was unconcerned about their fate. She was the epitome of self-interest, ruthlessly discarding anything that threatened her own gains, such as these 2 useless imbeciles. As for Wang Jiaojiao, she was a necessity, otherwise, who would do her bidding? Just as Li Yuzhu eagerly anticipated a warm welcome into the team from Shen Nanqing and the others, her fantasies were abruptly shattered by 3 heavy sacks that came crashing down upon her. Within half an hour, I want to see these 3 sacks filled with food, otherwise. Jiang Nian'an raised her hand and gestured across her neck. Isn't robbing fun? Then let us see what it feels like to be counter-robbed. The supermarket had already been stripped bare of edible goods, and they had thoroughly searched it. To fill 2 sacks again would be a good outcome. To fill 3 sacks, they would inevitably have to part with some of their own supplies to compensate. Jiang Nian'an's gaze fell on the corner to the left of the supermarket exit, where 3 bulging backpacks lay stacked. Li Yuzhu, seeing the sacks land at her feet, suddenly raised her head, anger igniting in her eyes. I said, I want to join you. How dare this wretched girl ignore her words? Oh, not accepted. Jiang Nian'an raised an eyebrow lazily. You have 29 minutes left. I am an ability user. Li Yuzhu's hands shimmered with golden light. You don't know what's good for you, and besides, I was asking him, not you. From the earlier conversation, she discerned that Jiang Nian'an was the captain.
Crack.
A bolt of lightning shot directly at her face. Jiang Nian'an responded with action. Li Yuzhu's expression shifted, and she immediately hurled the nearly lifeless Lin Wenbing out.
Ah!
The lightning struck Lin Wenbing, causing his body to convulse violently. His expression contorted in agony.
You have 26 minutes left.
Jiang Nian'an raised her wrist, glancing at the time, offering a kind reminder. Jiang Nian'an's fingertips crackled with electricity as he looked at the 4 with a chilling glare. Cloud Fan cracked his knuckles, a mist of ice swirling around his hands. The threat implicit. We'll search. The 2 men were the first to grab 2 sacks and dash into the supermarket. Remember, it must be edible. If you dare toss in anything spoiled as a substitute, Jiang Nian'an's light huff sent shivers down their spines. We wouldn't dare. Unlike the 2 who obediently rummaged for supplies, Li Yuzhu was far more cunning. She tossed the remaining sack into Wang Jiaojiao's hands, motioning for her to fill it with the supplies piled in the corner. Wang Jiaojiao, afraid to disobey, hurried over to the corner and stuffed all the food from the backpacks into the sack. Watching Wang Jiaojiao obediently follow her commands like a little maid, Li Yuzhu's anger diminished significantly. 10 minutes later, Wang Jiaojiao struggled to drag the sack filled with supplies back. Li Yuzhu, realizing that joining them was futile, pointed at the sack and declared, You can have the goods, but you must let us go. I stipulated that the 4 of them were to deliver 3 sacks of supplies to me within half an hour, leaving 2 more to be accounted for. Li Yuzhu's expression darkened as she retorted, You. No more of this Yuan nonsense, Jiang Nian'an interjected, as she stored the supplies collected by Xin Nanjing and Yun Fan into her space, flashing a malicious grin. Only 15 minutes remain. Help. At that moment, the 2 individuals searching for supplies upstairs let out a wretched scream, accompanied by a cacophony of distinct squeaks belonging to the mutated rats. Judging by the sound, there were quite a few. Jiang Nian'an and her companions' expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily made their way toward the exit. As they passed by Li Yuzhu and her companion, Jiang Nian'an seized the opportunity to collect her spoils. Just as they exited the supermarket, Yun Hua had already driven the car over from the entrance. Brother Shen, something seems amiss in the rice fields up ahead. For safety's sake, we should leave promptly. Xin Nanjing nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. The trio swiftly boarded the vehicle, and, with a press of the accelerator, Yun Hua sped away. Li Yuzhu, overhearing the commotion above, sensed that something was amiss upon witnessing Jiang Nian'an and her friend's frantic departure. A pang of dread struck her heart. She quickly turned, shouldering the remaining third of the supplies, and barked at Wang Jiaojiao, who stood frozen in confusion. What are you waiting for?
Run.
With that, she dashed outside, smashed the window of a car, and jumped inside. The golden energy flickered at the ignition, swiftly duplicating a key imbued with extraordinary power. She started the vehicle and opened the door for Wang Jiaojiao, both of them hastily fleeing the scene. 10 minutes later, an endless tide of black surged into the area. This mass quickly fragmented into dozens of smaller waves, surging toward various directions of the flower market. On the way, Jiang Nian'an observed the approaching black tide in the distance, her expression grave. First the flower market, and now the rat tide had spread throughout the entirety of Ji province within a mere month. It had arrived. Xin Nanjing and his companions bore similarly somber expressions. Although the black tide was still a distance away, it exuded an unmistakable aura of peril. Brother Shen, Yun Hua inquired. glancing at Nanjing through the rearview mirror. Where are we headed? To C province. Without waiting for Nanjing's response, Jiang Nian'an answered for him from the passenger seat. C province was the necessary route to Jing City, and the trio had no objections. As the image of a map of Huagua surfaced in Nanjing's mind, he proposed, "Let's head to Yang City in C province, shall we?" He looked towards Jiang Nian'an for confirmation. Yang City was approximately a 5-hour journey from the flower market, and accounting for potential unforeseen circumstances, they should arrive just before nightfall. Jiang Nian'an nodded. All right. It doesn't matter which city in C province. As long as we leave G province as quickly as possible. Yuanhua swiftly accessed the navigation system and maneuvered the steering wheel to take an alternate route. Perfectly aligned against the advancing black tide, by continuing straight ahead, they would avoid any encounters. Half an hour later, the vehicle merged onto the highway. The highway was devoid of any living souls, only mangled vehicles and the zombies wandering aimlessly among them. Upon hearing the roar of their car, they lunged forward. Yuanhua accelerated, charging directly toward them, sending zombies flying one after another. Some fell to the ground, struggling to rise, while others were propelled off the highway, tumbling down and dragging their decaying bodies along, continuing to follow other zombies in their aimless wander. The vehicle raced onward, leaving the flower market behind. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Nian'an glanced back, bidding farewell to the place that had accompanied her through her childhood, leaving her with countless cherished memories. Chapter 27, Hitchhiking. As relaxation set in, hunger soon followed. Brother Shen, are you all hungry? Jiang Nian'an turned to Nanjing in the backseat. Understanding her intent, Nanjing replied, Yuanhua, pull over. Let's have lunch before moving on. All right, Yuanhua nodded, steering the car to the roadside. After disembarking, the three of them dealt with the surrounding zombies while Jiang Nian'an prepared lunch. When Nanjing and the others returned, they were greeted by the sight of a pot, a portable power supply, and a microwave beside the vehicle. Nian'an, your gear is quite comprehensive, Yun Fan exclaimed, hastening to the microwave, discovering it in operation with pancakes inside. The pot contained a generous serving of cold noodles, already prepared and garnished with ice, sausages, and slices of tomato. Come, wash your hands at Yunhua's. It's time to eat. Jiang Nian'an tossed a bottle of hand sanitizer to the three. Nanjing caught it and handed over the 30-odd crystal nuclei he had just acquired to Jiang Nian'an before he and Yunhua moved aside to wash their hands. Jiang Nian'an couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the crystal nuclei in her hand. This scene seemed remarkably akin to a landlady and her 3 laborers. After washing up, the trio received bowls and chopsticks from Jiang Nian'an and settled down on the picnic mat she had prepared, gathering around the pot to eat. You all must try this pancake. It's absolutely delicious, Jiang Nian'an exclaimed as she retrieved the freshly heated meat-stuffed pastry from the microwave and distributed it among them. Delicious, delicious. Teaming up with Nian'an is truly a blessing. Yun Fan joyfully savored a mouthful of noodles paired with the pancake. Yunhua chimed in with a smile. Nian'an is the most meticulous and thoughtful girl I've ever met. He genuinely hadn't anticipated that Jiang Nian'an's space would contain not only a refrigerator, but also a microwave. Nanjing, who had remained silent, gazed at Jiang Nian'an with admiration in his eyes. All right, enough with the flattery, eat up. Make sure to have plenty. Jiang Nian'an cheerfully urged the three. Only with full stomachs would they have the strength to confront zombies and mutated flora and fauna, thus acquiring more crystal nuclei. The trio fell silent, engrossed in their meal. Midway through, Nanjing suddenly spoke. Once we reach Yang City, we need to find 2 generators. Yun Fan and Yunhua nodded in agreement. Generators were indeed essential. Whether for the refrigerator, microwave, or pot, all required power. The energy within their portable power supply was limited, and timely replenishment was imperative. Upon hearing their discussion, Jiang Nian'an's thoughts drifted to the generators in her space. Should she inform them that she, too, possessed generators? After a moment of contemplation, she decided to take out a portable gasoline generator. By the way, I also have a generator. To prevent any issues of not finding a generator upon reaching Yang City, it was prudent to take one out as a precaution. The three paused mid-bite, their gazes fixed on the generator. Nian'an, I genuinely believe you are an outdoor camping enthusiast now, Nanjing finally exclaimed after a moment of silence. Yun Fan and Yunhua nodded in agreement, marveling at the completeness of her equipment. Hearing this, Jiang Nian'an's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She wasn't bragging. When it came to individual player equipment, few could rival her. After finishing their meal, Yunhua and Yunfan took charge of cleaning the dishes, while Shen Nanjing approached Jiang Nian'an, suggesting, "Anan, let's stow the pot and microwave in the trunk. Once we reach Yang City, we can find some food to fill the space." Jiang Nian'an nodded in agreement, determined to act. Without delay, the two of them placed the microwave and picnic mat into the trunk of the car. Following this, Jiang Nian'an produced an induction cooker, a frying pan, 2 bags of flour weighing 50 pounds each, and a 30-pound bag of rice. She then retrieved a cardboard box containing various condiments and cooking utensils. "All right." Jiang Nian'an clapped her hands. "These items won't spoil and they occupy space, so let's stow them in the trunk." Including height, we still have about 15 square meters of free space. At that moment, Yunhua and Yunfan returned with clean bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Nian'an placed the utensils into the pot and covered it with the lid to keep dust at bay. She also stowed away the power bank. With all preparations complete, the four of them set off once more. This time, they made no stops, driving out of Ji Province and into the territory of C Province. The moment they completely left Ji Province, Jiang Nian'an felt a weight lift from her heart. She stifled a yawn and, with a sense of tranquility, leaned against the window to close her eyes for a brief rest. The car glided steadily forward. With half an hour remaining to reach Yang City, Yunhua suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the tires to screech. The abrupt stop caught Jiang Nian'an off guard, and the immense inertia propelled her forward. "Be careful." Shen Nansheng reacted swiftly, leaning forward to grip her shoulder, pulling her back. "Are you all right?" he inquired, concern etched on his face. Jiang Nian'an, still a bit dazed, waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was fine. Only then did Shen Nansheng relax, his expression turning serious as he focused on the front of the vehicle. Just moments before, a young girl had dashed out from the woods by the roadside, blocking their car. Had Yunhua not reacted in time, at their speed, the girl would have been severely injured, if not killed. With a furious expression, Yunhua opened the door and stepped out, followed closely by Yunfan. Before they could utter a word, 3 men emerged from the trees. 2 of them were carrying bulging bags on their backs. Upon seeing them, the girl screamed and rushed toward Yunhua and Yunfan, her face a mask of fear and desperation. "Please help me. They want to sell me." Her eyes were red-rimmed, her hair disheveled, and her face bore the marks of slaps, swollen and bruised. Her clothes were tattered, and her exposed skin was marred with various injuries. "My dear friends, please do not heed her fabrications. The ones who truly intend to sell her are her parents. The wounds on her body were inflicted by them. We are merely pursuing her because she stole from us." The leading man stepped forward, bowing slightly to Yunhua and Yunfan, his demeanor surprisingly courteous. Yunhua and Yunfan remained unmoved by the girl's plight, expressing no interest in the dynamics between her and the 3 men. They simultaneously took a step back, distancing themselves from the girl, who was nearly pressed against them. The girl's tears flowed even more profusely. She could hardly believe that Yunhua and Yunfan were not inclined to assist her. In her current state, she appeared utterly pitiable and fragile. "What kind of men are you? Whatever is transpiring between you is of no concern to us, but her sudden dash into the road nearly caused my sister to be harmed. We deserve an explanation." Yunfan's voice was laced with an icy menace, his gaze fierce. Yunhua felt a surge of water rise in his palm, his expression darkening. The sudden halt had nearly resulted in Jiang Nian'an being injured, a thought that weighed heavily on him. 2 ability users. The leading man felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively glancing toward Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nansheng inside the car. He caught sight of Jiang Nian'an covering her mouth, yawning repeatedly, leaving him puzzled. Meanwhile, behind her, Shen Nansheng had a coiling electric snake around his arm. The man's pupils dilated in realization. Another ability user. Their strength was not something they could contend with. "I apologize. This situation is indeed our fault." The leading man became increasingly deferential, signaling to a shorter man beside him. The shorter man understood, retrieving from his bag a 5-pound packet of rice and an exquisitely crafted necklace. The leading man accepted them and offered them to Yunhua and Yunfan. "This rice is an apology for the 4 of you, and this necklace is a gift for your sister to calm her nerves. We sincerely hope you can forgive our earlier oversight." Yunhua did not reach for the items, but turned to Shen Nancheng in the car, seeking his silent approval. Shen Nancheng, however, looked at Jiang Nian'an. "Anan, are you satisfied with this resolution?" Still dazed, Jiang Nian'an responded with a soft then nodded. "That's fine. It's getting dark. Let us take the items and continue on our way. Sitting in the car for too long is exhausting." Upon hearing her words, Yunhua reached out to accept the items and, along with Yunfan, turned back to the car. Shen Nancheng opened the car door and stepped out, saying to Yunhua, "I'll take the wheel." Yunhua felt a pang of guilt. Had it been him, he would have driven straight through, not allowing outsiders the chance to harm his own. Chapter 28. A few slaps. Yunhua nodded, crouching down into the back seat. "Anan, I'm truly sorry about earlier," he expressed with a remorseful look. "It's nothing." Jiang Nian'an waved her hand dismissively. It was merely a reflex, no need to dwell on it. However, if it were her, she would not have chosen to stop. She would never put her own people at risk for the sake of others. Meanwhile, the three men approached the girl. As they neared, she let out a shriek and suddenly turned, lunging toward Jiang Nian'an, reaching through the open window to claw at her face. Jiang Nian'an? They were attempting to grab her, and she was attempting to grab her? Was she insane? Jiang Nian'an's expression darkened, and with lightning speed, she retaliated with a punch. "Ah!" The girl screamed, her body flying backward, blood gushing from her nose as she hit the ground with a thud. Fueled by anger, Jiang Nian'an sprang out of the car, quickly reaching the girl and delivering 2 stinging slaps. "How dare you think you can touch this beautiful face?" Shen Nancheng silently lowered his leg, which he had not yet kicked out. The hurriedly exiting Yunfan and Yunhua exchanged glances, leaning against the car door, watching in silence. Smack! Smack! Jiang Nian'an struck her again, then seized the girl by her collar, lifting her up. "I said I wanted no part in your mess, yet you disregarded my words, didn't you? You thought we had allied ourselves with you, didn't you? You believed that by provoking our anger and instigating a fight, you could slip away, right? And you thought I was the easiest target to bully, the one most likely to be hurt by you?" As Jiang Nian'an's fury escalated, she raised her hand to deliver another 2 resounding slaps. "Have you gone blind? You think just because I look good, I'm easy to push around? Am I a pushover? And no." The girl, dazed and bloodied, instinctively shook her head. She genuinely regretted her actions. At this moment, she would rather be caught by the 3 men than face Jiang Nian'an's wrath. This woman was simply too fierce, too terrifying. Seeing her fear, Jiang Nian'an finally threw her back to the ground. She detested those who, despite being in the wrong, attempted to drag innocent bystanders into their troubles. Just like that Bao woman, Shen Jiao. "Bah! You foolish, ill-fated wretch." Jiang Nian'an spat another curse before meticulously wiping her hands with a disinfectant wipe and turning to head back. As she passed the trio, her eyelids flickered slightly. Shen Nancheng, noticing her movement, felt the crackling energy in his hands, ready to unleash his fury upon them at Jiang Nian'an's command. Yunfan and Yunhua straightened their postures, appearing poised to spring into action. Witnessing this, a wave of warmth surged in Jiang Nian'an's heart. This was the essence of camaraderie, always prepared to lend support, always ready to fight side by side, unlike Shen Jiao, who merely lurked behind her, plotting treachery. With a soft exhale, she turned her gaze back to the 3 men before her. "You," Jiang Nian'an began. But the leader abruptly yanked the large bag off his companion and thrust it into her arms. Jiang Nian'an's lips twitched in confusion. What did this mean? She merely wished for these 3 to swiftly escort the mentally unstable individual away. An apology. The leader gulped, his voice trembling. "It's all because we pursued her that we have caused you trouble. So, we beseech you, if you must strike her, spare us." His eyes were filled with desperation as he looked at Jiang Nian'an. Jiang Nian'an pursed her lips, choosing not to respond further, and simply turned to leave with the bag in hand. "Shall we go?" she asked, glancing at Shen Nancheng and the others. They nodded in agreement, and they resumed their journey in the vehicle. Once the car had completely vanished from sight, the leader of the trio let out a deep sigh of relief. "Ajeng, bring her along, we're going to collect our debts." How foolish of them to have previously felt pity and purchased her from her parents for a mere 10 pounds of flour. Yet she was heartless and ungrateful, offering no gratitude and stealing their supplies instead. Most absurdly, she delivered the very supplies she had pilfered from them straight to her parents. who were on the verge of beating her to death. Truly, both foolish and vile. The man named Jiang nodded and stepped forward, dragging the nearly lifeless girl back. The silhouettes of the four gradually disappeared into the depths of the woods. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian'an and her companions had entered Yang City. As night fell, the streets were teeming with howling zombies. Jiang Nian'an navigated the vehicle, crashing into the attacking zombies while scanning for a suitable place to rest. Yunhua and Yunfan also surveyed their surroundings, their gazes sweeping across the buildings on either side. Only Jiang Nian'an seemed unaffected, holding a large nan in her left hand and a sizable thermos in her right, indulging in both food and drink. Fighting truly drained one's energy. For instance, while everyone had consumed the same amount at noon, the three large men beside her were still unperturbed by hunger, yet she found herself ravenous once more. Jiang Nian'an thought to herself as she took a hefty bite of her nan. Delicious. She then lowered her head, biting the straw of her thermos and taking a long sip. The thermos contained chilled milk tea, and the refreshing gulp was utterly delightful. Jiang Nian'an turned the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle slowly into a residential area before halting in front of a relatively quiet apartment building. "Let us rest here for the night," he suggested, glancing at the others. Yunhua and the others expressed no objections, and Jiang Nian'an nodded nonchalantly. A place with beds to sleep in and facilities to wash up was certainly a welcome refuge. The four disembarked and made their way into the building. Inside the corridor lay several zombie corpses, their putrid blood mingled with decaying flesh, exuding a nauseating stench. Flies buzzed incessantly, and countless unidentified insects crawled over the bodies. Jiang Nian'an produced a can of insect repellent and sprayed it on the ground. The flies and bugs immediately scattered, clearing a path for them. On the second floor, they found an unoccupied three-bedroom apartment. From the balcony window, they could see their vehicle below. The person on night watch only needed to sit on the balcony to keep an eye on both the house and the car. Jiang Nian'an handed Jiang Nian'an 3 emergency lights, one for the living room, one for their sleeping quarters, and the last for her own bedroom. She then retrieved a portable power bank, instructing Jiang Nian'an and the others to connect it to the air conditioning and locate the remote control to activate it. After leaving them a stack of naan, several packets of pickled vegetables, and a few bottles of icy water, she took the water Yunhua had given her and went inside to freshen up. She felt overwhelmingly sticky. If she didn't tea wash soon, she might go mad. Chapter 29. Conflict in the building. After washing up, Jiang Nian'an took the water to the bathroom and bid the others good night before collapsing onto her bed, falling into a deep slumber. Jiang Nian'an and the others took turns keeping watch through the night. The following morning, at 6:30, the sun finally broke through the horizon after a month of absence. A beam of morning light streamed through the curtains, landing perfectly on Jiang Nian'an's face. Slowly opening her eyes, she stared at the ceiling, lost in thought for 5 minutes before finally sitting up. The bedroom had an ensuite bathroom, and after washing up in her room, she stepped out. The air conditioning in the living room hummed coolly, filling the entire space with a refreshing atmosphere. Jiang Nian'an scanned the living room. Apart from Yunhua, who was stationed on the balcony, the other two were nowhere to be seen. "Good morning," she greeted Yunhua, and then curiously inquired, "Where are Xinge and Yunfan?" "Morning," Yunhua replied with a smile. Those two went out to practice their abilities on some zombies. At this revelation, Jiang Nian'an's eyes lit up. A teammate who ventured out early to slay zombies was truly to her liking. Just as she was speaking, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Jiang Nian'an's voice. "Yunhua, it's us. Open the door." "I'll get it." Jiang Nian'an took a large stride to the door and opened it for the two outside. Both were drenched in sweat, shouldering 2 bulging burlap sacks. Upon seeing Jiang Nian'an, Jiang Nian'an paused momentarily, then smiled, "Morning." Then, "Good morning." Yunfan also peeked out from behind the sacks, grinning widely. "Good morning."
Come in.
Jiang Nian'an turned and gestured for them to enter. Once inside, they placed the burlap sacks in the middle of the living room, and Jiang Nian'an removed a backpack from his back. Jiang Nian'an handed them towels and set several bottles of water on the table before pointing at the backpack and sacks, asking, "What's inside?" "The backpack contains crystal cores and the burlap sacks are filled with supplies," Jiang Nian'an replied, wiping his sweat and chugging down a couple of bottles of water before proceeding to untie the sacks. "There's likely nothing left in the nearby shops and supermarkets." Considering many might have stocked up before the apocalypse hit, Yunfan, and I took the opportunity to practice on zombies while exploring the surrounding apartment buildings. To our surprise, we found quite a lot. Shen Nansheng displayed the contents to Jiang Nian'an. In addition to instant noodles and self-heating hot pot meals, there were also numerous sweet potatoes and potatoes. And we even discovered these in the basement of the adjacent building. Yunfan eagerly unwrapped another burlap sack, revealing a bounty of long-lasting vegetables like onions, white radishes, pumpkins, and taro. Though they are a bit wilted, they're still edible. Yunfan's voice brimmed with unrestrained excitement. And then, there are more items in that basement. You should join us for another trip. Shen Nansheng looked at Jiang Nian'an. Absolutely. Jiang Nian'an nodded decisively. After gathering the items from the snakeskin bag, the trio proceeded to the basement of the adjacent building, leaving Yunhua behind to stand guard. The zombies along the route had been dealt with by Shen Nanjing and his companion in advance, resulting in an eerie tranquility. Upon entering the neighboring building, Shen Nanjing took the lead while Yunfan brought up the rear, vigilantly escorting Jiang Nian'an, who was situated between them. As they stepped into the basement, a wave of cool, damp air enveloped them, starkly contrasting with the sweltering 40-degree heat of the morning outside. Shen Nanjing switched on the flashlight, illuminating the surroundings, revealing a substantial assortment of items within the basement. There were 2 large bags of potatoes, a sizable bag of dried bamboo shoots, nearly 30 bottles of chopped chili peppers, 200-pound bags of flour, 2 50-pound bags of rice, and 20 bags of salt. How does it look?
Can we fit it all?
Shen Nanjing inquired, glancing back at Jiang Nian'an. Indeed, she replied, stepping forward to place all the chopped chili peppers atop the refrigerator. She then wedged the rice and flour into the gaps created by the refrigerator and the spatial barrier, finally gesturing to store the remaining items in the available space. The entire 5-square-meter area was now densely packed. All done, Jiang Nian'an declared, dusting off her hands. Shen Nanjing, wielding the flashlight, meticulously scanned the area once more. After confirming that the basement was entirely cleared, he nodded to the other 2, and they promptly exited. Just as they stepped outside the building, the roar of an approaching vehicle reached their ears. The 3 turned to see a pickup truck making its way towards them, crammed with 10 individuals, all looking somewhat disheveled. The occupants of the vehicle noticed the trio, but the driver merely glanced at them before averting his gaze. The others scanned their empty hands, their expressions shifting to one of disappointment as they turned away. Jiang Nian'an caught the change in their demeanor, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Shen Nanjing exchanged a knowing look with Yunfan, and they instinctively stepped forward, positioning Jiang Nian'an between them. Moments later, the vehicle passed by, fortuitously halting right beside where they had paused, nearly touching their own vehicle. As the truck came to a stop, its occupants leaped out in a flurry. It appeared they had prearranged roles, dividing into 2 groups of 5. One group entered the building they had just vacated, while the other headed towards the adjacent unit.
Yunhua,
stationed above, had already noticed the commotion below. With an impassive expression, he rose, brandishing a machete, and stepped outside, crossing his arms as he leaned against the door frame, prepared to prevent any unnecessary conflict. Once inside, the 5 began to pound and hammer at the doors. Jiang Nian'an, upon entering, caught sight of 2 men attempting to remove the door from the left house, while the other 3 surrounded the central unit, effectively blocking the entire staircase leading to the 2nd floor. "Excuse me, could you make some room?" Yunfan approached the 5, addressing them. The 5 turned in unison to regard Jiang Nian'an and her companions. One of them shifted his gaze, lingering on Jiang Nian'an for a moment before suddenly declaring, "You can pass, but it'll cost you 3 pounds of rice as a toll. Of course, if you don't have any rice." The man's hand, resting at his side, began to fidget suggestively. Before he could finish, Shen Nanjing delivered a decisive punch, followed by a shoulder throw that sent the man sprawling outside the unit's door. The man lay outside, convulsing as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The 4 men inside, seeing the situation escalate, quickly abandoned their efforts to avenge their comrade and surged out in a panic. The remaining 5 from the adjacent building, alerted by the commotion, stepped outside to investigate. "What is happening?" the driver of the truck inquired as he approached the 4 men. "Brother, here's the situation." One of them leaned in to whisper the details. Upon hearing, Mu Feihu's fierce gaze intensified, his imposing physique and rough, bearded face lending him an intimidating presence. "You brutalized him over 3 pounds of rice? Utterly inhumane. Mu Feihu's eyes flickered with anger as he regarded the nearly lifeless figure of the man on the ground. Just as he was about to confront the situation, Jiang Nian'an stepped forward, blocking Shen Nanjing's path. "Let me handle this," she said, having already inferred the intentions of the earlier assailant. Jiang Nian'an emerged from the building, and under the watchful gaze of the 9 men opposite her, the vines in her hand stretched and ensnared the neck of the man who had issued the demand. With a sudden tug, she tightened her grip.
Ugh.
The man's eyes rolled back as he gasped for breath, his legs flailing in a desperate attempt to escape the inescapable grasp. "Stop!" Mu Feihu shouted furiously, unleashing a torrent of flames aimed directly at Jiang Nian'an's vines. "How dare you bully my sister?" Yun Fan retorted, conjuring a freezing mist that surged to intercept the flames. The clash of fire and ice resulted in a swirling white fog as the energies dissipated into the air. Mu Feihu's expression changed. He hadn't anticipated that the trio before him consisted entirely of ability users. In the next instant, a jet of water burst forth from the building, hurtling toward Mu Feihu. Startled, he sidestepped just in time, inadvertently exposing the man who had informed him of the situation. The water struck him, sending him flying. Yunhua emerged from the building, aligning himself behind Jiang Nian'an in silent support, much like Shen Nanjing. For ability users, the remaining 8 men felt a surge of trepidation. They had initially perceived themselves as the dominant force, yet in reality, only Mu Feihu possessed any abilities. "I am a reasonable person," Jiang Nian'an declared, dragging the nearly suffocated man to her feet. She placed a foot on his chest, looking down at him with a smile.
"Now,
"Tell them whether you were after 3 pounds of rice or after me. And mind you, don't lie. Those who lie will first be struck by lightning, then boiled in water, crushed by ice, and finally fed piece by piece to the zombies by my vines." In perfect synchrony, Shen Nanjing and Yun Fan showcased their abilities to the man. His body trembled, his pupils constricting in sheer terror. He struggled to utter a word, managing only a faint "you." "Excellent. An honest child deserves a reward," Jiang Nian'an responded with a beaming smile. "You shall be granted the privilege of keeping your corpse intact." With those words, her smile vanished, and the vines constricted with ferocity. Within 3 seconds, the man had bid farewell to this world. Gazing at the lifeless body before her, Jiang Nian'an's eyes turned icy. Unbeknownst to anyone, in her previous life, she had nearly fallen victim to such scum in a forsaken underground mine. The man had been a level 4 ability user, specializing in strength enhancement. She had expended all her abilities, binding him for 5 seconds, seizing that brief window to escape his clutches and flee the mine. In a reckless act of defiance, she had charged into the territory of a level 7 mutated fox, knowing that the man would not dare pursue her into such peril. Yet perhaps the heavens have bestowed their favor, for the 7th level mutated fox regarded her as inconsequential. Unaffected by her intrusion into its territory, the scoundrel who dared to linger at its border for but a few seconds incited its wrath, prompting the creature to swiftly emerge and deal with him. Upon returning, it inflicted no harm upon her, allowing her to recuperate her abilities within its domain. A 7th level mutated creature possesses cognitive faculties akin to those of humankind. Perhaps the fox, perceiving her fragility, felt a pang of pity, thus refraining from attacking her. Regardless, it effectively saved her life and avenged her. Contemplating this, gratitude flickered in Jiang Nian'an's eyes. She still recalled the location of that fox's territory. In this lifetime, should it remain unchanged, she would certainly express her thanks. And as for that scoundrel, had it not been for her repeated encounters with such despicable characters, she might have almost forgotten him. In her previous life, upon awakening at the Mountain City base, that contemptible wretch was already present. It seems a visit to the Mountain City base is inevitable. Seeing Jiang Nian'an standing motionless after having dispatched the man, Shen Nanjing presumed it was her first experience with taking a life and that she was struggling to cope. Concerned, he approached and called out to her. Jiang Nian'an regained her focus, turning to Shen Nanjing. "What is it, Brother Shen?" Noticing her composed demeanor, Shen Nanjing sighed in relief and shook his head. "It's nothing."
"Oh."
A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Nian'an's gaze, but she refrained from probing further, shifting her attention to the opposite side where Mu Feihu and his companions stood. Upon her glance, they instinctively took a step back. Although many individuals had grown increasingly brutal and ruthless since the onset of the apocalypse, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, seizing belongings without hesitation, and brandishing weapons at the drop of a hat, this was their first encounter with someone who had taken a life. Fear gripped them. They were genuinely afraid. You thought it trivial when he accosted us for 3 pounds of rice, did you not? Jiang Nian'an's voice was calm. Yet it struck Mu Feihu like a death knell. He shook his head fervently. Jiang Nian'an narrowed her eyes slightly. As I said before, do not lie. Mu Feihu instinctively glanced at the lifeless body of the man, terror flashing in his eyes as he reluctantly nodded at Jiang Nian'an. After he acquiesced, he hurriedly explained, I had no idea that the thin monkey harbored such foul intentions. Had I known, I would not have uttered those words. Mu Feihu was nearly consumed by hatred for the already deceased thin monkey. Initially, he had taken pity on him, considering they hailed from the same village and, being short, small and frail, he had shown kindness by bringing him along. However, after some time, he discovered the man's numerous flaws, particularly his lascivious nature. Whenever a girl passed by, that loathsome creature would leer at her, and on several occasions, had it not been for Mu Feihu's timely intervention, he might have acted upon his desires. At that time, teammates had warned him against continuing to associate with the thin monkey, lest trouble arise. He agreed, yet pride kept him from abandoning the man halfway. He could only offer earnest advice. The lustful are both harmful to others and themselves. Within every heart lies a beast. Morality and law serve as its cage. Yet the arrival of the apocalypse has shattered that cage. The beast is now unleashed, and even the justified may suffer its claws, not to mention the thin monkey, who is without reason. Thus, he had urged the thin monkey to restrain himself, reminding him that amidst the apocalypse, he could not act with impunity simply because the law no longer seemed to apply. There were far worse individuals in the world. Yet he would not listen.
Now,
he had met his match. It was one thing for the thin monkey to perish, but he had dragged them all down with him. Mu Feihu's heart was awash with regret. Why had he indulged in misplaced kindness and brought along such a worthless individual? And this damned pride. Unable to resist, he slapped himself across the face. If only I had discarded him upon realizing his true nature, none of this would have happened. Sighing repeatedly, Mu Feihu felt helpless. They could not possibly contend with the 4 adversaries before them and had no choice but to concede. Those who recognize the times are wise. He hoped that, considering the thin monkey, the true instigator, was dead, they might be spared. I apologize for failing to manage my people. Please show mercy and allow us to leave. Mu Feihu readily admitted fault. Very well, compensate me with 30 pounds of rice. Jiang Nian'an retracted her abilities and responded decisively. What?
Mu Feihu momentarily faltered.
Jiang Nian'an clicked her tongue impatiently. You failed to restrain your man, and he frightened me. For emotional distress, 30 pounds of rice. Since they deemed 3 pounds of rice a trivial matter, she decided that a 10-fold compensation was warranted. Mu Feihu? The one who frightened her was clearly the thin monkey who had already paid with his life. Why must he compensate with rice? Moreover, he was the one who had truly been terrified. Chapter 31. A Sinful Snack. Was 30 pounds of rice excessive? Could it possibly be reduced? Mu Feihu forced a smile. Attempting to negotiate with Jiang Nian'an, 30 pounds of rice was a considerable sum, enough to sustain his group for half a month. Less talk, hurry up. Jiang Nian'an summoned her vine once more, striking the ground with a resounding crack, which seemed to reverberate through the hearts of the 8 individuals opposite them, causing them to flinch. Brother Tiger, just give it to her, someone whispered in Mu Feihu's ear, suggesting that rather than dallying, they should swiftly depart to seek supplies elsewhere. With dozens of buildings surrounding them, if they acted swiftly and diligently, they could acquire much more than just 30 pounds of rice. Mu Feihu considered this, and realized its validity. He turned to the vehicle and retrieved a bag weighing exactly 30 pounds. Just as Jiang Nian'an reached out to take it, Shen Nanxing was quicker, stepping forward to accept the burden. Having apologized and given you the rice, may we take our leave? Mu Feihu's demeanor was somewhat strained. At 45 years of age, this was his first experience groveling so lowly and pleading. Yes, Jiang Nian'an nodded. Upon receiving her affirmation, Mu Feihu and his companions hastily jumped into the pickup truck and sped away. Once they were gone, Jiang Nian'an immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, feeling utterly exhausted. It had been an hour and a half since she had risen, and hunger gnawed at her insides. I am so hungry. Let's hurry up and have breakfast. Without waiting for the reactions of the three behind her, she dashed upstairs and into the house. When Shen Nanqing entered with the rice, he found Jiang Nian'an nestled on the sofa, devouring bread with fervor. Her cheeks were puffed out like a little hamster, a stark contrast to her earlier decisive demeanor. Appearing both endearing and adorable, a wave of inexplicable feelings surged within him, prompting him to linger and observe her for a moment longer. Brother Shen, could you step in a bit further to let us in? Yun Fan, trailing behind, grew anxious at Shen Nanqing's sudden halt at the door. He too was quite hungry. Shen Nanqing regained his composure, and the peculiar sensation that had lingered in his heart dissipated. He took a few steps forward, placed the rice on the ground, and then settled beside Jiang Nian'an. On the table lay an assortment of bread and a chilled bowl of iced soybean milk, evidently prepared for them. After wiping his hands with a wet napkin, he casually grabbed a bag of bread and began to eat. Yun Fan and Yun Hua sat opposite the two, also taking a few wipes to clean their hands before selecting their preferred bag of bread. For a moment, only the sounds of chewing filled the room. Once all four had satisfied their appetites, Shen Nanqing reached for the backpack that had been resting on the edge of the sofa and placed it on the coffee table. Their early morning endeavors had yielded a substantial haul of 276 crystal cores. Shen Nanqing allocated 111 cores to Jiang Nian'an, while the three of them each received 55. As she gazed at the pile of crystal cores before her, Jiang Nian'an's heart swelled with joy.
Ding!
Congratulations on achieving the accomplishment of having done nothing all morning, yet earning 111 crystal cores. He. Just as Jiang Nian'an basked in her delight, Shen Nanqing spoke up. We can enhance our strength through the crystal cores found within the brains of zombies and mutated animals. Conversely, they surely can as well. In other words, we are bound to encounter numerous dangers on our journey to the capital. To confront these dangers, strength is essential. Therefore, my proposal is to prioritize strengthening our abilities during our travels, with journeying as a secondary focus. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yun Fan and Yun Hua exchanged glances, ready to respond, only to see Jiang Nian'an eagerly raise her hand. I support this. This proposal is simply splendid and aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Noticing her enthusiasm, Yun Hua and Yun Fan moved their mouths but ultimately said nothing, merely nodding in agreement with Shen Nanqing. Then we shall travel or gather supplies in the morning and hunt zombies while searching for a place to rest in the afternoon. Agreed, I have no objections. Jiang Nian'an raised her hand once more, being the first to express her approval. Yun Hua and the others nodded in agreement again. Since there are no objections, let us remain here for another half hour. Once we have absorbed all these crystal cores, we shall continue our journey. Jiang Nian'an signaled with an okay gesture and then slipped back into the room, cradling her share of crystal cores. Shen Nanqing and the others remained seated on the sofa, quietly absorbing the energy from the cores. Little green dragon, come out. It's time to eat. Upon entering the room, Jiang Nian'an transformed her consciousness into a miniature form and nudged the azure egg that was lazily nestled atop a pile of jewels. Here, with a flick of her tiny hand, 80 crystal cores instantly appeared before the little dragon.
Wow!
The little dragon twirled with excitement in midair. All right, enough with the theatrics. Hurry and eat. I need to absorb my crystal cores too. The miniature form urged, then vanished before the little dragon's eyes. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nian'an approached the door, peeking through the crack, to observe. Shen Nanqing and the others were still engrossed in absorbing their crystal cores. She stealthily settled against the door and retrieved a taro pudding cheese jar from her spatial pocket. As she savored her treat, she communicated with the little dragon in her spatial realm through her thoughts. Little green dragon, I've discovered that sneaking snacks is truly more delightful than eating in front of others. I've never tasted such a delicious taro pudding cheese jar before. Jiang Nian'an took another generous bite, the slightly sweet taro blending perfectly with the smooth, delectable cheese, creating an exquisite sensation. I have never sneaked snacks. So I cannot fathom the joy you are experiencing, Master, the little dragon replied while crunching on crystal cores. You've never snuck a snack? What a well-behaved child you are. Jiang Nian'an reminisced about how, at the age of 4, she would often sneak candies or chocolates from the snack cupboard when her parents weren't looking. Soon, one cheese jar was devoured, and Jiang Nian'an grabbed a cup of yogurt, relishing each sip. Just as she finished drinking, she heard a commotion from the living room. Quickly, she discarded the empty jar into the bathroom trash can, erasing the evidence. Then she rinsed her mouth, wiped her lips, and stepped out with an air of nonchalance. Shun Nanxing turned to Jiang Nian'an. And you haven't finished absorbing yet, have you? You can complete the rest in the car. Jiang Nian'an nodded eagerly, refraining from speaking. She felt a bit too full and wanted to burp. Let's go, onward with our journey. Shun Nanxing returned the portable charger to Jiang Nian'an, then walked to the door, picked up the bag of rice, and led the way downstairs. The three immediately followed suit. 5 minutes later, the quartet exited the residential complex and returned to the main road. The situation on the road had changed since earlier. Numerous civilians and ability users had formed small teams, led by the empowered, to begin eliminating zombies. Of course, there were still some who dared not retaliate, fleeing in panic from the pursuing zombies. Others were eyeing the supplies in the backpacks of others with envy, preparing to seize the opportunity to snatch belongings while attacking the zombies. Jiang Nian'an observed for a moment before withdrawing her gaze, finding the scene somewhat tedious. She had witnessed such scenarios countless times in her past life. Chapter 32. A Bountiful Harvest. Shun Nanxing drove forward until just past noon, when he finally slowed the vehicle and parked it in a narrow alley. 200 meters away stood a small hospital. There are quite a few zombies here. After lunch, we can use them for practice.
All right.
A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Nian'an's eyes. Even a small hospital would likely harbor at least 1,000 zombies, not to mention those wandering outside. Today promised to be another day of great harvest. After disembarking, Jiang Nian'an prepared lunch while Shun Nanxing and the others went to clear the zombies from the alley. The afternoon would be dedicated to physical labor, and Jiang Nian'an decided to treat Shun Nanxing and the others to something special. A hearty meal would provide them with the energy needed to confront the zombies. When Shun Nanxing and the others returned, they were greeted by a picnic blanket spread with fried chicken pieces, braised ribs, marinated pig's trotters, stewed potatoes with green beans, rice, and 4 large cups of ice-cold sparkling water. Naturally, all of it was prepared from semi-finished cooking packages. Yun Fan and Yun Hua swallowed hard. The spread was simply extravagant. Even Shun Nanxing, who typically didn't indulge in culinary desires, felt his appetite stirred. The 4 gathered around the picnic blanket, enjoying an exceptionally lavish lunch before driving the car in front of the hospital. Armed with weapons, they charged toward the zombies. Although they were all ability users, the group chose to wield cold weapons to slay the zombies, honing their skills. Once their abilities were depleted, they would have to rely solely on their physical prowess. Upon sighting the 4, the zombies outside the hospital became excited, howling and waving their dark claws as they lunged toward them. Jiang Nian'an raised her bone cleaver and, with a single swing, sent a zombie's head soaring. 1. She wiped the splattered blood from her face and smiled at Shun Nanxing and the others. Shall we have a little competition, boys?
Sure.
Shun Nanxing replied, deftly dispatching a lunging zombie with a swift slash. Yun Fan, while hacking at a zombie, chuckled. Is there a prize? Perhaps a big chicken leg for the winner? Absolutely. The one who slays the most zombies gets 2 big chicken legs. Jiang Nian'an responded with a grin. Then I'll have to give it my all. Yun Hua, wielding a large cleaver in each hand, immediately began to strike, swiftly dispatching 2 zombies in the blink of an eye. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of zombies, their blood staining the earth and the clothes of the 4. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a twilight hue across the sky, Jiang Nian'an and her companions finally paused their efforts. The nearby zombies had been largely vanquished, with only a few stragglers remaining, dispatched by Shun Nanxing's electric strikes. Jiang Nian'an produced 4 bottles of chilled water, tossing one to each of the 3 men, urging them to drink and take a moment to rest. Once they had quenched their thirst, she distributed large plastic bags and commenced the extraction of crystal cores. After 4 hours of zombie hunting, they spent an additional 2 hours harvesting the cores. As the moon began to rise, the quartet returned to their vehicle, bags filled with the precious cores. Panting from the exertion. "Penin for you," they said, placing the cores before Jiang Nian'an. With a wave of her hand, she stored them in her spatial dimension. the exact count immediately manifesting in her mind. 436 cores. A bountiful harvest indeed. The sheer quantity caused her lips to stretch into a wide grin. Bro Shun Yunhua. Yunfan, do you have any idea how many zombies we've dispatched this afternoon? Shin Nanchang glanced around at the heaps of defeated zombies, pondering. 1. 500? 1. 700? 1. 900? Yunhua and Yunfan chimed in with their own estimates. No, 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 Jiang Nian'an interjected, raising a finger and shaking it playfully at them. You are all far too conservative. Dare to guess boldly. 2,000? Shin Nanchang offered another figure. Jiang Nian'an clicked her tongue. Bro Shin, you're still being too cautious. At this, Yunfan quickly added 3,000. Third brother, you overestimate your capabilities, Jiang Nian'an teased, lightly punching Yunfan's shoulder. It's 436. Such a number. The three men exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, and this is merely from utilizing half of our abilities. If we had tapped into 2/3, surpassing 3,000 would have been a mere formality. Jiang Nian'an jubilantly divided the cores into 4 portions, 500 for each of the 3 men, with the remainder belonging to her. Excessive. Shin Nanchang remarked, extracting 13 cores from his share and presenting them to Jiang Nian'an. That should amount to 487 cores. Yunfan and Yunhua mirrored this gesture, each offering 13 cores as well. Jiang Nian'an pushed their hands back in refusal. No need for such modesty over just a few cores. Truth be told, it is I who has profited handsomely, claiming 2 portions for every one of yours. It is clear that you 3 have drawn the shorter straw. However, Shin Nanchang began. But Jiang Nian'an swiftly interrupted. Bro Shin, let us find a place to spend the night. I'm famished.
All right.
We'll settle this matter later and ensure that Enan receives a larger share next time, Yunfan added, patting his stomach in agreement. Very well. Let us first locate a spot to dine and rest. Shin Nanchang signaled for the others to board the vehicle.
Wait.
Jiang Nian'an called out, retrieving 4 disposable raincoats from her spatial dimension. Put these on. We wouldn't want to soil the car. The 3 men glanced down at their filthy attire, emitting an unpleasant odor, and hastily donned the raincoats before climbing into the vehicle. There's a village approximately 30 kilometers ahead. Let us make that our resting place for the night. Shin Nanchang directed the navigation system. Agreed, Jiang Nian'an, and the others concurred, though there were other nearby lodgings. They were far too noisy, filled with the relentless wails of zombies and the occasional cries or curses from surviving humans, creating a cacophony that was unbearable. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the village indicated on the navigation, Wangjia Village. Shin Nanchang cautiously drove into the village entrance, circling around to assess the area. The village was modest, comprising around 200 households, many marked with large signs indicating demolition. Had it not been for the apocalypse, the residents would surely have lived prosperous lives. Peering out the window, Jiang Nian'an lamented the sight of those demolition signs, struck by a wave of nostalgia. Shin Nanchang parked the vehicle in front of a house. After instructing Yunfan and Yunhua to scout the surroundings, he turned to Jiang Nian'an and remarked, the vicissitudes of life, dictated by fate and circumstance. With a soft sigh, Jiang Nian'an replied, indeed. Shin, come inside. Yunfan called from within, opening the courtyard gate. Upon hearing this, Shin Nanchang turned the steering wheel and drove into the yard. Chapter 33. The main house consisted of 3 rooms. After some insistence from Shin Nanchang and the others, Jiang Nian'an selected the middle room. To her left were Yunfan and Yunhua, while Shin Nanchang occupied the room to her right. Upon inspecting the interior, Jiang Nian'an noted that the previous occupants had likely just vacated, as the space remained relatively clean, devoid of furniture save for a slightly rickety empty bed frame. As she laid down a cooling mat, a knock echoed at the door. I've left the washing water at the door. And I need to borrow some clean clothes, Shin Nanchang's voice called from outside. Thank you, Bro Shin, she replied, moving to the door to bring in the water, also handing him a bag containing the change of clothes for the trio. Bro Shin, you might find your clothing insufficient. We'll need to search for more tomorrow morning. Before closing the door, she reminded him, aware that their supplies were limited. She could not wash their clothes as she did her own, meaning Shin Nanchang and his companions would often end up with soiled garments after each encounter. Additionally, here is something else. Jiang Nian'an offered him 2 boxes of muscle ointment. Shin Nanchang received them with a hint of surprise, his tone filled with admiration. We even have these? At his exclamation, a proud smile blossomed on Jiang Nian'an's face, her chin lifting slightly, like a triumphant little fox. I collected these from the pharmacy at the onset of the apocalypse, anticipating such situations. Clever, am I not? Perhaps it was the enchanting moonlight or the allure of the night that stirred something in Shin Nanchang's heart upon witnessing her radiant smile. He emitted a soft but found himself unable to leave, yearning to prolong their conversation. Leaning against the doorframe, he sought to make small talk. Your skills in handling these situations are quite impressive. Have you trained before? Somewhat, Jiang Nian'an replied, her smile fading slightly as memories of her grim past resurfaced. The recollections of the countless times she had teetered on the brink of life and death in her previous life flooded her mind. To survive, she had honed formidable skills. Noticing the sudden chill in her expression, Shin Nanchang tightened his grip on the bag. Did I say something wrong, Nian'an? Did I ruin the mood? A sense of defeat washed over him as he pondered if he had inadvertently extinguished the budding connection between them.
Huh?
Jiang Nian'an blinked, quickly shaking her head. No. I merely recalled some rather unpleasant memories. Unpleasant memories? Shin Nanchang's eyes flickered with concern. If it's not too much trouble, just then. Yunfan knocked on the wall from the adjacent room. Bro Shin, what are you doing? Hurry back. Have you forgotten that we're still in our undergarments? The voice of Yunfan was infused with an uncommon hint of embarrassment and shyness. Shin Nanking was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the bag he held in his hand. I apologize, I truly forgot. Honesty seems insufficient.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Nian'an was stirred into hearty laughter by their exchange, playfully patting Shin Nanking on the shoulder. All right, brother Shin. We can chat later. You should quickly deliver the clothes to them. Shin Nanking pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat reluctant. He wished to converse further with Jiang Nian'an, but there was no alternative. It would not do to leave Yunfan and Yunhua exposed. So he nodded at Jiang Nian'an and walked into the adjoining room with the bag in hand. Jiang Nian'an then turned and closed the door behind her, beginning to cleanse herself of the bloodstains. Half an hour later, she emerged, having washed away the grime, holding a bucket of dirty water. Shin Nanking and the others were seated in the courtyard, absorbing the crystal cores. Jiang Nian'an chose not to disturb them, treading lightly to the car's trunk to retrieve a pot. She then proceeded to the side kitchen, intent on preparing cold noodles with shredded chicken for dinner. Just as she laid out the ingredients, footsteps echoed from outside. We're here to lend a hand. Yunfan's voice reached her before he did. The three soon pushed the door open. Shin Nanking hurried to Jiang Nian'an's side, whispering, Nian'an, can I assist with anything? Jiang Nian'an inquired if he could chop vegetables. Shin Nanking nodded in affirmation. Thus, she directed him to slice cucumbers and shred the chicken. Yunfan and Yunhua took to boiling noodles and crushing peanuts, while she mixed the sauces. After half an hour, the four of them each held a large bowl, seated on the steps at the entrance, slurping their noodles. Following their meal, Shin Nanking stayed in the courtyard to keep watch while Jiang Nian'an and the others retreated to the house for rest. However, rest merely meant relocating to another spot to absorb the crystal cores. Jiang Nian'an shared half of her crystal cores with the little blue dragon, consuming the other half herself. The energy from the crystal cores surged into her dantian through her palms, transforming into a light green supernatural ability. The little blue dragon munched eagerly on its crystal core, stealing glances at Jiang Nian'an. Upon realizing her focus was solely on absorbing the crystal cores, it mumbled a complex phrase in dragon tongue. Shortly thereafter, a glimmer of emerald light emanated from it, flowing into Jiang Nian'an's dantian along with the energy from the crystal core, ultimately merging with her wood-based supernatural energy sphere. Jiang Nian'an remained blissfully unaware, entirely absorbed in her task. Meanwhile, the little blue dragon nestled in its azure egg chuckled silently for quite a while before resuming its feast on the crystal core. Time trickled by second. It was not until the witching hour, with the moon hanging high in the sky, that Jiang Nian'an finally paused. She tossed the white powder on the ground, flung a pillow onto the bed, and draped a towel over her stomach before sinking into a deep slumber. 2 hours later, Shin Nanking and Yunhua exchanged their watch duties. As they passed by Jiang Nian'an's room, Shin Nanking hesitated momentarily. Brother Shin, what's the matter? Yunhua queried, perplexed by Shin Nanking's sudden halt at Jiang Nian'an's door. Shen Nanking shook his head and proceeded into his own room. Inside, there was merely an empty bed frame, even with a significant hole in the middle. Unperturbed, he lay back, resting his arms beneath his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. He could distinctly sense his heart rate quickening, as if something uncontrollable had taken root within him, subtly pushing forth like a sprouting seed. As the night breeze rose, it tousled the shadows on the ground, stirring his heart and dissipating his drowsiness.
Sigh.
Unable to sleep, Shen Nanking sat up, leaning against the wall, casting his gaze toward the round moon outside the window. Faint sounds of zombies howled from beyond the village, intermingled with barking dogs and the piercing screams of survivors. Shen Nanking furrowed his brow, instinctively straining to hear any commotion from next door. Upon realizing Jiang Nian'an was still sleeping soundly, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the courtyard, Yunhua had already risen, warily eyeing the entrance. A cacophony of chaotic footsteps, heavy breathing, and muffled cries drew nearer, blending into a disconcerting symphony. If they were merely survivors passing through the village seeking refuge, he would not intervene. However, if they were not, Yunhua tightened his grip on his weapon. Shen Nanking too sensed the escalating noise outside, his heart suddenly igniting with unease. He sprang to his feet and stepped outside. As he approached Yunhua, someone began pushing against the courtyard gate from outside. Fortunately, they had secured the door, fastening it with sturdy ropes for good measure. The door resisted their efforts, prompting the outside figure to pause momentarily before launching a forceful assault against it. Yunhua swiftly moved to the wall, lightly tapping the ground with his toe before leaping up. "Hey, there's someone here. You should go elsewhere," he called out, his face devoid of emotion as he glanced at the entrance. There were 7 individuals in total, 4 men and 3 women. Apart from the one who had been banging on the door, the others were glancing anxiously behind them, their faces etched with fear as if something dreadful was pursuing them. The 7 had not anticipated the presence of anyone in the household. Yunhua's sudden outburst startled them, causing them to retreat a step. Jiang Nian'an and Yunfan, roused by the commotion outside, emerged from the house. "Brother Shen, what is happening?" Jiang Nian'an descended the steps swiftly to stand beside Shen Nanking, looking up at him with concern. "Nothing to worry about. A few passing survivors have arrived, and Yunhua has informed them that we are here." After speaking, Shen Nanking couldn't help but steal another glance at her. Jiang Nian'an's face still bore the remnants of sleepiness, her almond-shaped eyes half-closed and misty, appearing particularly soft and endearing. Shen Nanking felt his heart race once more, instinctively averting his gaze to the wall. "Is that so? I'll go take a look." Jiang Nian'an stretched her arms and yawned, then dashed forward a few steps, utilizing a crevice in the wall to swiftly scale the top. Shen Nanking advanced a few paces, halting about a meter away from Jiang Nian'an, at a distance where he could swiftly protect her should danger arise. "Everyone's up? Then I'll join too." Seeing Jiang Nian'an and Yunhua atop the wall, Yunfan was invigorated and swiftly approached the base of the wall, easily climbing up. Jiang Nian'an perched on the wall, swinging her legs and extending her hand toward Shen Nanking below. "Brother Shen, come up." Gazing at her slender, fair hand, a smile played at the corners of Shen Nanking's mouth. Just as he was about to reach out, a beam from a flashlight swept across Jiang Nian'an's face, prompting her to instinctively retract her hand to shield her eyes. Shen Nanking's lips tightened unconsciously as he swiftly leaped atop the wall, his stern gaze scanning the area below. When he spotted the flashlight in the hand of the man at the forefront, a flicker of electricity sparked in his eyes. In the next moment, the flashlight in the man's hand exploded with a resounding bang.
"Ah!"
The man cried out in pain, blood oozing from the gash in his palm. While others may not have perceived it, Yunhua, standing directly in front of Shen Nanking, clearly sensed that the supernatural energy responsible for the attack on the flashlight emanated from Shen Nanking himself. He turned back in confusion, his gaze silently questioning Shen Nancheng about the problematic group. The coldness in Shen Nancheng's eyes dissipated, returning to his previous calm and composed demeanor. He perched himself atop the wall, pondering the uncertainty. Yunhua interjected, "You don't know, yet you're alarming others?" The individual had been seized by a mutated creature, if not for his supernatural abilities. Jiang Nian'an gestured towards the 7 people below, indicating they were on the verge of becoming zombies. At her words, the faces of the 7 below paled in apprehension. "Stop with the nonsense, that's alarmist talk." protested the man with a gash on his palm, his voice rising in defiance. The wound on my arm is from a knife. He glanced nervously at his teammates who had distanced themselves, his voice trembling. You all know it's a knife wound. I wasn't caught by any mutated creature. Whatever, Jiang Nian'an shrugged, indifferent to their beliefs. She glanced at the man's injured left arm. Indeed, it appeared to be a knife wound. However, the edges of the festering injury were irrefutable. He had not yet mutated, but it was merely due to his timely decision to slice away the flesh that had been clawed or bitten, slowing the mutation process. Jiang Nian'an's gaze lingered on the man's wound, which had already spread in just a few fleeting seconds. Regardless, his fate was immutable. With her fingertips glowing with green energy, she prepared to act at a moment's notice. Zhenghua, tell us the truth. Is your injury from a knife or from those dogs? Captain Gu Hongwei and his team stepped back cautiously, eyeing Jiang Zhenghua with suspicion. They hadn't witnessed how he was injured firsthand. They only saw that his wound resembled a knife cut, compounded by Jiang Zhenghua's own claims of being attacked while scavenging for supplies. Thus, they had felt secure allowing him to accompany them. Yes. Jiang Zhenghua barely managed to utter before feeling his thoughts slipping from his grasp. His mind descended into chaos, and in mere moments, all that remained was an insatiable craving for fresh flesh. To Gu Hongwei and the others, it appeared as if Jiang Zhenghua had simply uttered an affirmative before suddenly transforming into a zombie. With a growl, Jiang Zhenghua lunged toward Gu Hongwei and his companions. Among them were two supernatural beings, Gu Hongwei, a soil manipulator, and a girl in her 20s, also a wood manipulator, like Jiang Nian'an. Just as they were about to make a move, Jiang Nian'an acted swiftly. Her vine shot forth, piercing Jiang Zhenghua's skull. As they retracted, she held a crystal core in her hand. Jiang Zhenghua's body collapsed to the ground with a thud.
See?
I told you he would turn into a zombie. Yet you didn't believe me, Jiang Nian'an remarked, glancing at the six below and smirking. We believe you, Shen Nanqing responded. Turning to Jiang Nian'an with a smile, Yunfan and Yunhua quickly nodded in agreement, and we all trust you. Jiang Nian'an gave a thumbs up to the three, exclaiming, truly, my wonderful elder brother, second brother, and third brother. Having heard of the brotherhood from Yunfan, Yunhua's smile grew even wider upon hearing the title of second brother, while Yunfan beamed broadly at the mention of third brother. Only Shen Nanqing's smile faltered slightly upon being called elder brother. Fortunately, the dim light of dusk concealed his momentary discomfort before Jiang Nian'an and the others could notice. All right, all is well now, let us head down. We can still catch a couple of hours of sleep before dawn. With the matter resolved, Jiang Nian'an felt her fatigue returning. I'll keep watch for the last 2 hours. Shingo and En, you three should rest. Upon hearing this, Yunfan waved to the three, preparing to remain atop the wall. They nodded in acknowledgement, and Shen Nanqing added a cautionary word, be careful. Don't worry. Just as Jiang Nian'an and the others were about to leap down, Gu Hongwei called out from below, wait. Jiang Nian'an turned back, questioning if he had something else to say. Gu Hongwei nodded vigorously. 7 fierce mutated dogs are prowling outside the village, and they could charge in at any moment. We'd like to team up with you. 6 of us, and 4 of you make 10. It's safer that way, don't you think? No need. Shen Nanqing firmly declined, turning back to Jiang Nian'an and the others, suggesting they return to rest. Chapter 35. Are you foolish? Jiang Nian'an and Yunhua leaped down, with Shen Nanqing following closely behind, leaving Gu Hongwei seething beneath the wall. Those 7 vicious dogs are incredibly fierce. Just the 4 of you won't stand a chance against them. Collaborating with us would be a wise move. Another supernatural being from Gu Hongwei's team, Xiao Yuxue, couldn't contain herself. Jiang Nian'an and her companions continued on, ignoring her completely. Yunfan then rose, making his way along the wall to the side roof, where he lay down. Hey! Seeing that none of the 4 acknowledged her, Xiao Yuxue's eyes flashed with indignation. She swung her vine towards the wall, using it to climb. However, as she poked her head over, an ice blade pressed against her carotid artery. The chilling sensation caused her to shiver, freezing her in place.
Get down.
Yunfan commanded, his gaze icy. Caught off guard by Yunfan's sudden aggression, Xiao Yuxue felt a surge of fear. I'm coming down. Don't do anything. Terrified of the possibility of Yunfan losing control and her life being forfeit, she quickly descended from the wall. Once she was safely down, Yunfan withdrew his powers. Seeing Xiao Yuxue retreat, Gu Hongwei exchanged glances with his teammate, Luo Pingping. Luo Pingping understood the unspoken message, and her eyes brimmed with tears in an instant. She stepped closer to Yunfan, pleading, "This young man, we truly mean no harm. We just want to join forces against those vicious dogs. We only wish to survive." Her petite figure and cute appearance, combined with her quivering lip and teary eyes, evoked a sense of sympathy. Yet, Yunfan was not one to be easily swayed. He found her pitiful demeanor rather bothersome. "If you want to wail, go do it somewhere else. Don't disturb my enjoyment of the moonlight." Yunfan reclined back, crossing his legs and tapping his toes, exuding a sense of self-satisfaction. Tears streamed down Luo Pingping's face as she gazed up at Yunfan's shoes, crying out in protest. "Why must you be so heartless? We only want to live. Is that a crime?" The sound of her sobs irritated Yunfan to the point of wanting to lash out. He abruptly sat up, expressing his impatience. "Wanting to live is not the issue, but what does that have to do with us? Besides, all roads lead to Rome. There are other exits apart from the village entrance. What's the matter? Are you crabs, only capable of scuttling sideways into the jaws of those vicious dogs?" "There are no other exits we can take," Gu Hongwei lamented, his face a picture of despair. "Those dogs' howls have attracted the surrounding zombies. The other exits of this village are already overrun with them. With just the 6 of us, we cannot break through." Gu Hongwei's heart was heavy with frustration. If there had been another escape route, he would have fled long ago rather than sit idly by. Wouldn't he keep trying to forge an alliance after being rejected time and again? "Whether you dare to venture out is of no concern to us. In any case, we shall not collaborate with you." "Absolutely not." Luo Pingping, with tear-filled eyes, pointed an accusing finger at Yunfan, her face contorted with indignation. "As if he were the epitome of villainy. If you refuse to ally with us, we are certain to perish. Yet, should you choose to cooperate, our chances of survival would significantly increase. In other words, if we tragically meet our end at the jaws of ravenous dogs or the hands of the undead, the blame will lie squarely upon your heads." Gu Hongwei, exasperated, thought to himself that she was attempting to elicit sympathy through moral coercion. Xiao Yuxue and the others, sensing the absurdity of her claims, regarded her with incredulity as if she had lost her senses. Yunfan, incredulous, remarked, "Are you out of your mind? What a stroke of misfortune it is to encounter such deranged individuals at this hour." Their fate was of little consequence to him. Casting a disdainful glance at Luo Pingping, he dismounted from the rooftop, feeling averse to the company of fools and eager to depart. As the only one capable of communication left the scene, the remaining group began to panic, blaming Luo Pingping for her nonsensical outburst. "Captain, what should we do now?" Team member Cheng Linghua, burdened by a nearly empty pack, implored anxiously. Originally, they had 13 members, 4 of whom possessed special abilities. However, after their encounter with those 7 dogs, only 7 remained. No, 6, to be precise. Aside from Jiang Nian'an, the other 6, including 2 with powers, had perished at the hands of the vicious canines. At that moment, the 7 dogs were devouring the remains of their fallen comrades at the village entrance. It was only because the dogs had found sustenance that the others had managed to escape. None of the 13 had managed to vanquish the 7 dogs, let alone with just 6 survivors. "Fear not. We shall rest just outside this courtyard. Should those beasts charge in, we will alert them. I refuse to believe they would stand idly by," Gu Hongwei declared, leading his team to sit beneath the wall. But Captain, what if they truly refuse to help?" Xiao Yuxue interjected, her expression grave, unlike Gu Hongwei's optimistic demeanor. She touched her neck, the cold sensation still lingering. She was certain that had she pressed on earlier, that man would have taken her life. Such cold-hearted individuals were indeed capable of abandoning others in peril. Luo Pingping bit her lip, recalling Yunfan's earlier reprimand, a flicker of anger flashing across her eyes. "I too believe they could forsake us in our time of need," she concurred. "A man who insults women is surely of little worth." Hearing this, Xiao Yuxue rolled her eyes and cautioned, "I advise you to refrain from speaking so much. It may lead to trouble."
What do you mean by that?
Luo Pingping shot back, turning to Gu Hongwei in search of support. Captain, look at her. Enough of this bickering. Gu Hongwei pressed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Humph. Luo Pingping, displeased by Gu Hongwei's lack of support, sulked to a corner, pouting in silence. She had expected others to console her, to provide her with an escape from her discontent. Instead, no one paid her any mind. Her eyes reddening with frustration, she crouched down, tears streaming down her face, a truly pitiful sight. Yet still, no one acknowledged her. Cheng Linghua and the others gazed at Gu Hongwei, seeking a solution that would lead them to safety. Those beasts were merciless. If they truly charged in, did they think the 4 remaining within would be spared? At that moment, they would have no choice but to act. Gu Hongwei smirked, licking his parched lips. His gaze darkening. When those beasts attack, we will seize the opportunity to escape. But Captain. Team member Feng Jun looked at the towering wall behind them. Worry etched on his brow. We are outside, they are within. If those beasts break in, we will be the first to suffer. Do not fret, Gu Hongwei reassured, patting Feng Jun's shoulder. Yushue, and I will lure them into the courtyard. You must use that chance to flee. Captain. Feng Jun and Cheng Linghua exchanged glances, eyes brimming with gratitude toward Gu Hongwei. Rest assured, Yushue, and I will protect you. Gu Hongwei reiterated his promise. Indeed, we shall safeguard you. Qiao Yushue chimed in, smiling at Feng Jun and the others. With both of them vowing to protect them, Feng Jun and Cheng Linghua felt a slight easing of their anxiety. However, Luo Pingping and another team member, Lu Pingze, remained silent, their gazes cast downwards. Chapter 36. Time to rest. By the way, Linghua, Pingze, could you carry the supplies for Yushue and me? The burden is too heavy for you two to escape with, Gu Hongwei requested, extending his hand toward Cheng Linghua and Lu Pingze. Cheng Linghua, grateful, readily removed her pack and handed it to Gu Hongwei without a second thought. Gu Hongwei then turned to Lu Pingze. However, Lu Pingze was reluctant to part with his supplies. He harbored no trust in Gu Hongwei or Qiao Yushue's earlier assurances. When they had been 13, both had only cared for their own escape. What could he expect now with only 6 left? Clenching his pack tighter, he thought that only by holding onto his supplies could he ensure some measure of protection from Gu Hongwei and Qiao Yushue. Pingze, hand over the supplies, Gu Hongwei commanded, his gaze piercing and authoritative, a hint of menace flickering in his eyes. Lu Pingze gritted his teeth, ultimately surrendering his pack, realizing that resisting Gu Hongwei was futile. It was a reality he could not escape. The strength of a man could not be outmatched by one's own frail physique. He glanced at his own scrawny arms and sighed. Gu Hongwei felt a sense of triumph as he placed Cheng Linghua's pack before Qiao Yushue. Yushue, you're a girl. Carry this lighter one, he suggested. Let's split the load evenly. It wouldn't be fair for the captain to bear the burden alone. Qiao Yushue clutched the pack tightly, her smile failing to reach her eyes. Those vicious creatures were trying to hoard the supplies for themselves. Gu Hongwei discreetly exerted pressure, pulling the pack toward himself. Yushue, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, carrying more increases the risk of losing your life. His tone held an implicit warning. Qiao Yushue was not intimidated. As fellow practitioners of special abilities, there was no need for her to concede. With a scoff, she summoned a slender vine of green light, swiftly unzipping the pack. She reached inside and transferred half of the supplies into another empty bag. Captain, we're both endowed with abilities, so there's no need for formality, she declared, swiftly securing one of the bags on her back.
You.
Gu Hongwei clenched his jaw, his fists tightening with the urge to retaliate. However, upon noticing Cheng Linghua and the others staring at them in bewilderment, he restrained himself, forcing a smile. Then I must thank you, Yushue. No need for thanks, Captain. Qiao Yushue shot him a provocative smile as she settled down with her pack. Gu Hongwei gritted his teeth once more. Just then, the courtyard gate swung open with a loud bang, the sound of an engine roaring to life resonating through the air. The 6 of them exchanged startled glances, rising hastily to peer toward the entrance. In the next moment, Shen Nanqing emerged from the vehicle, with Jiang Nian'an and the others seated inside. Where are you headed? Gu Hongwei and Qiao Yushue, momentarily setting aside their subtle rivalry, hurriedly stepped forward to block the car's path. Without a glance, Shen Nanqing deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator to the floor, and charged directly towards the 2. Startled, Gu Hongwei and Xiao Yuxue quickly leapt aside. By the time they regained their composure, Shen Nanqing and his companions had already sped away. Damn it! Feng Jun kicked the curb in frustration. They actually left us behind. Upon hearing this, Lu Pengzi cast a glance at Feng Jun. Even though they were on the same team, he found the remark utterly nonsensical and unreasonable. The four individuals had never been part of their group to begin with. How could they abandon them? Captain, what should we do now? Cheng Linghua clutched her clothing anxiously, tears welling in her eyes. Let's go after them, Gu Hongwei said, shouldering another supply pack, preparing to pursue Shen Nanqing. But Captain, they have a car. They can ram through the zombies and escape, while we can't. Cheng Linghua was on the verge of tears. Let us take the risk. Perhaps there's a chance for survival. Staying here guarantees our demise, Gu Hongwei declared before charging forward. Xiao Yushue's eyes glimmered with determination, and she followed suit. Captain, shall we collaborate one last time? Xiao Yushue whispered quickly to Gu Hongwei, then turned back to glance at the four trailing behind them. Forget about them. It's just the two of us now. Let's give it our all. Gu Hongwei's gaze swept over the supply pack on Xiao Yushue's back. If you're willing to return the supplies you previously took. He trailed off, offering a smile before withdrawing his gaze. In that fleeting moment, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yushue tightened her grip on the strap of the supply pack. This scoundrel, even at this critical juncture, still harbored designs on her supplies. In that case, she would not hesitate to be ruthless in return. Fine, I'll return it to you. Xiao Yushue unfastened her backpack and shoved it into Gu Hongwei's hands. A smirk crept onto Gu Hongwei's lips as he slung the backpack in front of him. Shall we take them out? Shen Nanqing asked, glancing ahead at the throng of zombies, numbering in the thousands. Jiang Nian'an felt a surge of excitement, but the aching pain in her arm served as a stark reminder that she needed to rest. Let's skip it, Shen Ge. Before Jiang Nian'an could voice her opinion, Yun Fan leaped forward, exclaiming, I'm tired. I want to rest. Yun Hua nodded in agreement, affirming that they indeed needed a break. They had overexerted themselves the previous day, and despite applying the muscle relief patches given by Anan, her arm remained sore. And do you want to take them out? If you do, I'll accompany you. Shen Nanqing turned his gaze toward Jiang Nian'an. He had not missed the fleeting spark of excitement in her eyes. No, let's not. My arm hurts a bit. Jiang Nian'an shook her head. With zombies surrounding them, there was no need to rush at that moment. Upon hearing Jiang Nian'an's words, Shen Nanqing relinquished the idea of engaging the horde. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, driving directly into the mass of zombies. The front line of zombies was sent flying as the vehicle barreled through, while those behind lunged forward. However, their claws were insufficient to damage the armored vehicle, which continued to plow through them with relentless force. By the time Gu Hongwei and the others caught up, they beheld Shen Nanqing's vehicle already breaking free from the throng and speeding onto the highway, vanishing from sight in an instant. Damn it, we were a step too late. Feng Jun lamented, his legs trembling as he faced the advancing zombies. It's not too late, Xiao Yushue urged, eyeing the path cleared by the vehicle. She exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Hongwei, and they both summoned their powers to surge forward. Captain, Yushue, wait for us. Feng Jun and the others frantically waved their weapons, chasing after them. Chapter 37. They ran without pause. Gu Hongwei wielded a soil shield, forging a path ahead, while Xiao Yushue lashed out with her vine, pushing away the zombies that lunged at them. Luo Pingping struggled to wield her iron shovel, attempting to squeeze into Xiao Yushue's protective circle. A flash of malice crossed Xiao Yushue's eyes as she intensified her strikes with the vine. With a sharp crack, she lashed the vine across Luo Pingping's face. Ah! Luo Pingping shrieked in agony. The wound, gaping from her left brow to her chin, spilled blood profusely. The pungent scent of blood incited the surrounding zombies into a frenzy, and in an instant, Luo Pingping was engulfed by them. After a few agonized cries, silence fell. Xiao Yushue, have you lost your mind? Lu Pengzi shouted, fending off a zombie with a shovel, anger boiling within him. Humph! Xiao Yushue merely snorted, continuing to push forward alongside Gu Hongwei. Captain, Cheng Linghua and Feng Jun called out simultaneously. Seeing Gu Hongwei remain unresponsive, solely focused on pushing ahead, their hearts sank. They have no intention of helping us, Lu Pengzi seethed, his heart aching with resentment. We need to retreat. If we continue like this, we will all perish. With just the three of them having charged in, they can still make an exit.
Fine.
Feng Jun and Cheng Linghua glanced at the encroaching horde of zombies, gritted their teeth, and, alongside Lu Pengzi, coordinated their retreat back toward the village. As the trio withdrew, the zombies surrounding them surged toward Xiao Yuxue and Gu Hongwei. Xiao Yuxue began to struggle. With just 2 meters remaining to break free, she glanced at Gu Hongwei, a vicious glint in her eyes. Once more pushing back the zombies, she suddenly lashed the vine toward Gu Hongwei's back. Gu Hongwei had been on guard against her. Hearing the commotion behind him, he swiftly turned. He first used the soil shield to parry the vine's assault, then quickly lowered it, slashing his dagger across Xiao Yuxue's arm. Following that, he delivered a kick to her abdomen. The sequence of events unfolded too swiftly for Xiao Yuxue to react, and she was sent tumbling into the horde of zombies. Gu Hongwei retaliated with a series of kicks, sending several zombies sprawling and toppling those behind them. Seizing the opportunity created by the brief lull in the zombie onslaught, Gu Hongwei turned to Xiao Yuxue, who was pinned beneath the zombies, and smirked triumphantly. Ha ha ha, little vixen, did you not foresee this? I have trained in martial arts for 3 years and am highly alert. You thought you could catch me off guard? Humph. He adjusted the strap of the fallen supply pack with excitement etched on his face. There remained less than 2 meters to break free from the encirclement of zombies. He was going to survive. Ignoring the venomous glare from Xiao Yuxue, Gu Hongwei gripped a large knife forged from his earth-based abilities and charged forward. Just as he was about to breach the last meter of the zombie barrier, a slender vine ensnared his leg. What the? Gu Hongwei instinctively looked down. But before he could discern what it was, a powerful force yanked him forward. He stumbled and fell, and in the next instant, the ravenous claws and sharp teeth of the zombies mercilessly tore into his flesh. Xiao Yuxue. Gu Hongwei's expression twisted in agony as he struggled to turn back. Xiao Yuxue averted her gaze from him, fixating instead on the dimly lit sky above, a sardonic smile curling her lips as she thought, "Let us perish together." Jiang Nian'an and her companions sat atop a hillside, enjoying their breakfast while observing the scene below. Upon witnessing the demise of Xiao Yuxue and Gu Hongwei, Yun Fan couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval, pondering whether this was a fitting consequence for their self-inflicted folly. Had Xiao Yuxue and Gu Hongwei not abandoned their comrades, the 6 of them could have coordinated their efforts and utilized the path they had previously carved with their vehicle to escape. This serves as a grim reminder that those who forsake and betray their allies will meet tragic ends. Jiang Nian'an scoffed softly, taking a large, resolute bite from the egg pancake in her hands. The reckless antics of Gu Hongwei and his companion reminded her of that wretched Shen Jiao. Shen Nanhang, observing the cold determination etched across Jiang Nian'an's features, felt a sense of unease. He instinctively pressed his lips together, sensing that her ire was not directed at the individuals below. I was merely reminded of some rather unpleasant memories, echoed in his mind, a phrase she had uttered earlier. Could it be that Shen Nanhang, watching her voraciously consume the pancake, was struck by a sudden realization? We will never abandon you, nor will we ever betray you, he declared, a promise formed without hesitation. Indeed, Yun Fan chimed in, nodding vigorously, we will never commit acts akin to theirs. Once a bond is forged, it becomes a lifelong camaraderie. We, the 3 brothers, are not of their ilk, Yunhua added with a smile. I believe in you. Jiang Nian'an raised her iced coffee in a toast, to our serendipitous encounter and the fate that bound us as a team. To our fortuitous meeting and the bonds we share. The trio lifted their coffees, gently clinking them against hers. In a single breath, they drained their cups. Jiang Nian'an tossed the empty can aside, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Brothers, was this coffee delightful? Shen Nanhang immediately nodded. The coffee Nian'an provided is indeed exquisite. Delicious. Invigorating and revitalizing. Yun Fan exclaimed, crushing the can in his hand, his fatigue vanishing as if by magic. I feel completely rejuvenated. So, do I, Yunhua chimed in. His laughter infectious. Well then, Jiang Nian'an grinned mischievously, pointing towards the zombies below. Let us slay a few. Having rested on the hillside for nearly an hour, she felt ready for action once more. Shen Nanhang finished the last bite of his pancake, grasping the knife at his side. Let's go. Yun Hua and Yun Fan exchanged glances, hesitating. Can we take back what we just said? Onward. Jiang Nian'an brandished her sword, charging down the slope. And wait for us. Shen Nanhang called, sprinting after her, his knife in hand. Brother, let's move. All right, little brother. The two brothers, with sighs of resignation, followed closely behind. Muminjlate. The four of them pounced into the throng of zombies with the ferocity of wolves. With sweeping strikes and vertical cuts, the zombies fell in grotesque postures. Brother Shen, be careful. Jiang Nian'an cried out as a zombie's claw threatened to graze Shen Nanhang. Reacting swiftly, she severed the claw with a precise strike. Hearing her voice, Shen Nanhang pivoted, swiftly decapitating the zombie. Thank you, Nian'an. His gaze softened involuntarily. Jiang Nian'an waved off his gratitude. No need for thanks. We are comrades. Under the morning light, a faint blush graced her cheeks, rendering her strikingly beautiful from Shen Nanhang's perspective. He quickly averted his gaze, turning his back to her, and, I shall guard your rear. Very well, I will protect your back as well. With enthusiasm gleaming in her eyes, Jiang Nian'an cleaved through an approaching zombie. Let us not forget about us. Yun Hua and Yun Fan gasped for breath, swiftly filling the gaps on either side of them. Onward! Jiang Nian'an shouted, her blade aimed at a zombie's head. 20 minutes later, the quartet had vanquished 1,000 zombies surrounding them. Just as they collected the precious cores, more zombies began to converge from a distance. I can't go on, Jiang Nian'an panted, waving her hands at the others. Brothers, we must flee. We must run. Yun Fan echoed, bending over with hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Let us go. Shen Nanhang retrieved a disposable raincoat from earlier, distributing it among the three. 1 minute later, they were off, running without pause. Chapter 38. What does this mean? No food for me? Surely my flesh must be favored by the zombies. Inside the vehicle, Yun Fan pounded on his sore, rigid muscles. Alas, life has battered me repeatedly, and my flesh has become resilient and springy. Here, apply this. Jiang Nian'an tossed him a box of medicated plaster. Yun Fan accepted it, sharing some with Yun Hua. After applying one to herself, Jiang Nian'an tore open 2 more plasters and leaned toward Shen Nanhang. Brother Shen, hold still. Bending slightly, she prepared to apply the plaster to his arm. Shen Nanhang's body stiffened, his grip on the steering wheel tightening unconsciously as he responded with a soft acknowledgement. Jiang Nian'an, oblivious to his sudden tension, firmly pressed the plaster onto his arm before returning to her seat. In the back, Yun Hua and Yun Fan had already leaned against the window, drifting into slumber. Jiang Nian'an stifled a yawn. Brother Shen, I'll take a quick nap for 30 minutes. Then I'll take over for you. Without waiting for his reply, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The vehicle fell into a tranquil silence. Shen Nanhang glanced at Jiang Nian'an, easing off the accelerator, and the ride became increasingly smooth. As a result, the three of them slept even more soundly. Half an hour later, Jiang Nian'an remained in slumber, even murmuring in her sleep, delicious. Shen Nanhang couldn't help but chuckle softly, steering onto the highway. 2 hours later, they crossed the border into Tan City, Province C. Upon entering Tan City, the zombies became more numerous. The cacophony of their cries roused the trio, who had been drooling in their sleep. Yun Fan and Yun Hua merely shifted positions and promptly fell back asleep. Jiang Nian'an groggily opened her eyes. Brother Shen, where are we? Tan City, Province C, Shen Nanhang replied. Tan City, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. How long had she been asleep? Remembering her earlier promise to take over driving after half an hour, Jiang Nian'an felt a flush of embarrassment. I'm sorry, Brother Shen, I overslept, she said, scratching her head. Please pull over, and we can switch. No need, Shen Nanhang replied, unhurriedly colliding with the oncoming zombies, gesturing towards a nearby commercial building. We are heading there. Jiang Nian'an followed the direction of his finger. At a distance of 300 meters, there was indeed no need to switch drivers. She nodded, stretching her arms overhead, only for her stomach to grumble audibly. The egg pancake she had consumed in the morning had long since digested during their battle with the zombies. She patted her empty belly, realizing that Shen Nanhang was likely hungry as well, and retrieved 2 bags of fruit-filled bread. Brother Shen, let us eat some bread to tide us over. Jiang Nian'an handed him a piece of bread, already unwrapped. Shen Nanhang, feeling the pangs of hunger, accepted it, and began to eat heartily. Observing his rather ravenous demeanor, Jiang Nian'an felt an inexplicable sense of guilt wash over her. She silently retrieved a backpack, filling it with self-heating rice, dry noodles, and an assortment of bread and biscuits, before tucking 2 bottles of water into the side pockets. She then placed the bag on the empty seat between them. "Xinge, consider this an emergency supply. If you feel hungry while I am asleep, please help yourself to something from it." Shen Nanqing responded with a soft subtly lifting the corners of his mouth in a smile that Jiang Nian'an could not see. The vehicle gradually came to a halt in front of the shopping complex. "Yunfan, Yunhua," Shen Nanqing called out to the 2 individuals still deep in slumber. They stirred awake, blinking in confusion as they surveyed their surroundings. "Yunfan, Yunhua, you 2 stay with the vehicle," Shen Nanqing instructed Yunhua. "All right." Yunhua yawned in response. Yunfan, clutching his stomach, called out to Jiang Nian'an, "And I'm hungry. I'll get you something to eat, and remember, if you get hungry in the future, just take something from this bag, okay?" Jiang Nian'an said as she turned to address them, reaching for the emergency bag, only to find it empty. How strange, she mused, glancing at the spot where the bag had been. It was gone. "Where's the bag?" Jiang Nian'an looked around, finally spotting the emergency pack nestled between Shen Nanqing's feet. Upon realizing that Jiang Nian'an had discovered the emergency bag, Shen Nanqing subtly shifted his legs, concealing the pack with a casual demeanor. His gaze wandered elsewhere, avoiding any direct eye contact with Jiang Nian'an as he feigned interest in the sky, the ground, or the zombies, but not her. "What does this mean? Are you refusing to share with Yunfan and Yunhua?" Jiang Nian'an questioned. Yunfan, growing impatient from the lack of food, lamented with a groan, "I just want something to eat. I don't care about any bag." Meanwhile, Yunhua sensed the underlying tension. Leaning to peek through the gap beside the driver's seat, catching sight of the pack hidden beneath Shen Nanqing's legs. A knowing expression crossed his face. Jiang Nian'an decided to set aside the issue of the emergency bag for now, retrieving some food from her space to hand to Yunfan and Yunhua. As the sounds of chewing reached Shen Nanqing's ears, he turned to Jiang Nian'an, saying, "Let us go inside."
Okay, Jiang Nian'an replied,
still perplexed by Shen Nanqing's earlier actions. She nodded and exited the vehicle, followed by Shen Nanqing, who, under the weight of Jiang Nian'an's ambiguous gaze, slung the emergency bag over his shoulder. "Xinge, you really don't need to carry that bag. Yunhua and the others are in the car. It won't go missing," she remarked. With a light cough, Shen Nanqing insisted, "It's essential to have the emergency pack on hand. As long as you're happy." Jiang Nian'an replied, resigned. The duo armed themselves with knives as they entered the shopping complex, trailed by a horde of stumbling, howling zombies. Shen Nanqing shut the door behind them, effectively sealing the creatures outside. The first floor of the shopping complex was a scene of utter chaos and filth. Excrement, various refuse, the putrid blood of zombies, and the remnants of survivors lay intermingled on the ground. The floor was teeming with maggots, large cockroaches, and swarms of flies. A foul stench of decay permeated the air. A chorus of growls echoed from the first floor, where dozens of zombies roamed, congregating at the staircase and continually calling out toward the second floor. Jiang Nian'an and her companion understood that survivors were likely situated above. The sound of their footsteps, along with the cacophony of zombies outside, drew the attention of the creatures on the first floor, which promptly turned and lunged toward them. Jiang Nian'an ignored them, pulling out 4 garbage bags from her space and handing 2 to Shen Nanqing. "Xinge, put these on your feet." They quickly donned the makeshift shoe covers and stepped directly into the filth. The first floor was predominantly filled with cosmetics, skincare products, and luxury goods, but now lay largely abandoned amidst the muck. Jiang Nian'an had no intention of collecting anything from there. They ascended to the second floor. Chapter 39. A disrespectful approach to assassins. The second floor was eerily silent, prompting them to heighten their vigilance. Jiang Nian'an shone her flashlight around, and then nudged Shen Nanqing with her elbow. "Xinge, this way." She had spotted a men's clothing store. As they reached the entrance, both raised their knives defensively across their chests and stepped inside together. The interior was in disarray, stained with blood. Behind the cashier's desk lay the corpse of a headless zombie, while 2 bodies of survivors, their throats slit, sprawled before the register. Shen Nanqing crouched down, touching one of the corpses to sample the blood. After a moment of examination, he stood and informed Jiang Nian'an they died not long ago. He then cast a glance at Jiang Nian'an, signaling that the assailant was still within the store. Jiang Nian'an understood, stepping over the bodies to scan the room. Most of the clothing had been taken, leaving behind a few items stained with blood. "Are you averse to these?" she asked Shen Nanqing, aware that despite the blood, they were considerably better than what they currently wore. "Not at all," he replied, unpretentious and devoid of any germophobia. Given the circumstances, finding clothing was a stroke of luck. "All right," Jiang Nian'an said, handing him a burlap sack. "Then let us collect some." Shen Nanqing promptly began gathering every wearable item into the sack. Jiang Nian'an pointed toward the storage room at the back of the store. "Shen, go, let us check in there as well." Shen Nanqing nodded and moved ahead of her toward the storage area. Just as he stepped inside, a shadow appeared behind Jiang Nian'an, and a dagger was thrust toward her back with force. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Nian'an raised her large knife to deflect the attack. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the dagger was blocked. In the next moment, Shen Nanqing delivered a powerful kick, sending the assailant sprawling. "And are you alright?" Shen Nanqing asked, concern etched on his face. Jiang Nian'an shook her head. "I'm fine. I was prepared." Having been previously targeted by Shen Jiao, she was determined not to give anyone else a chance to ambush her from behind. The attacker, rising from the ground, made no attempt to flee or hide, simply brushing off his clothes. "What is he doing? Is he applauding my impressive block?" Jiang Nian'an pondered, her large knife resting on her shoulder as she contemplated. The man, attempting to summon his companions with applause, was met with disbelief. "What a lunatic! Is he not medicated?" Shen Nanqing raised a hand to his mouth, clearing his throat. And he began, struggling to explain amidst Jiang Nian'an's puzzled expression. "He's actually calling for help. The clapping is a signal." "Apologies, I underestimated the situation," Jiang Nian'an conceded. At that moment, two more robust men entered the store, their muscular frames evident. Upon seeing them, the previously engaged man raised his dagger once more, declaring, "Shen Nanqing, prepare to meet your doom. Enemies?" Jiang Nian'an lifted her flashlight, illuminating the faces of the three men, then turned to Shen Nanqing. "Do you know them?" "Unfamiliar, yet likely just the insignificant minions under my elder brother's command." Shen Nanqing mimicked her posture, hoisting a broadsword over his shoulder, perching on a chair, and stroking his chin in contemplation. "What? Your elder brother's men are here to kill you?" Jiang Nian'an's eyes widened in astonishment, her surprise manifesting as a double chin.
"Well,
"Our family possesses a modest fortune. He fears I might usurp it, so he dispatched assassins to eliminate me." This was a matter that usually filled him with intense rage whenever he recalled it, yet now, as Shen Nanqing observed Jiang Nian'an's incredulous expression, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Jiang Nian'an, watching Shen Nanqing's subdued laughter, felt her lips twitch. Was being targeted for assassination something to be so merry about? Jiang Nian'an found this perplexing, yet her curiosity remained unabated. "Brother Shen, are you and your elder brother actually full siblings?" Her mind had already conjured an elaborate tale of familial love and conflict among the affluent. Shen Nanqing nodded. "Indeed, we are full siblings. Same father and mother?" Jiang Nian'an inquired further, her inquisitiveness ignited. "Yes, both father and mother." Shen Nanqing's lips curled slightly, satisfying her thirst for gossip in one fell swoop. "Our parents are deeply affectionate and treat us equally, educating us from a young age to cherish one another, to uphold brotherly love and respect, sharing meals and trusting one another."
"Ah?
"Then why would your elder brother send someone to assassinate you?" Jiang Nian'an was utterly bewildered. With such a nurturing family environment and adequate education, it seemed logical that both siblings should be exemplary individuals like Shen Nanqing. Yet, how could his elder brother be the polar opposite, malicious and ruthless, perpetually seeking his brother's demise? Was this a case of genetic mutation? Had he been possessed by a spirit? Had he taken the wrong medicine? Or perhaps he hadn't taken any at all? Because in our family, only one heir can exist. And Grandpa favors me as the successor. Shen Nanqing's gaze fell, dark and brooding. He had no interest in that position, having previously arranged with his grandfather to withdraw from the inheritance competition. He had made his intentions clear to his elder brother on multiple occasions. Yet his elder brother, who had nurtured him since childhood, insisted that only after his death would he believe that Shen Nanqing had no desire for that position. Well, if that is the case, then I shall indulge his wishes and compete with him fervently. So, Brother Shen, do you desire that position of heir? Upon hearing this, Shen Nanqing regained his focus and offered Jiang Nian'an a faint smile. I didn't want it before, but ever since he sent assassins after me, I have reconsidered. Jiang Nian'an leaned closer to Shen Nanqing, pointing at the wound on his abdomen. So that injury was inflicted by your elder brother's men? Indeed. That was the first time he sent assassins after me. Jiang Nian'an blinked, waiting eagerly for the continuation of his story. Shen Nanqing casually pulled over a long bench, patting it invitingly. Come, sit down. Let me recount the tale to you at length.
Hey.
The man across from them, seeing that Shen Nanqing and Jiang Nian'an were completely disregarding them, gritted his teeth in frustration. Speak at length? What nonsense! This is terribly disrespectful to an assassin. Shen Nanqing's demeanor suddenly turned frosty as he glanced at the three men opposite them, his gaze sharp as a blade. The trio felt a jolt of fear, a chill creeping up from their feet. They had encountered those in a hurry, those fulfilling tasks, but never someone in a rush to meet their demise. If you are so eager to die, then I shall oblige. Jiang Nian'an sprang to her feet, charging toward the three men. So annoying. Can't even listen to a story in peace.
Attack.
The man across issued a signal to his two subordinates. The two henchmen advanced toward Jiang Nian'an, while he lunged at Shen Nanqing with a dagger. How shameless. You need two men to deal with a delicate, lovely girl like me. Jiang Nian'an spat, her broadsword slicing through the air with fierce vigor. The two men surrounding her looked as if they were on the verge of being scorched by the sparks from her massive blade, their features contorted in disbelief. What kind of delicate, lovely girl was she? Chapter 40. Brother Shen, let us have a spar. Meanwhile, the leader of the assassins felt a bitter pang in his heart. He raised his dagger, observing the storm of electricity surrounding Shen Nanqing, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. He was a speed-enhanced mutant, relying on swiftness and agility to prevail. However, at this moment, no matter the angle of attack, he would be struck by lightning. How could he fight? Moreover, Shen Nanqing had fought his way through nearly 100 attackers to leave only 3 standing, escaping while grievously wounded, and had now awakened lightning powers, elevating his strength even further. The 3 of them, although they too had awakened abilities, were not particularly formidable. One was speed-enhanced, another strength-enhanced, and the last had wind abilities. Speed and strength could only inflict harm at close range. The assassin leader blinked, nearly blinded by the flashes of electricity. The difficulty lay in their inability to close the distance. The wind user could attack from afar, but the assassin leader doubted that his wind-enhanced subordinate could take down Shen Nanqing. Given the circumstances, lurking here for a second assassination attempt would be tantamount to courting death. Yet they had no choice. Their families were hostages in Shen Nanquan's grasp. The assassin leader's fingers tightened around the dagger until they turned white. For the sake of family, he was prepared to lay down his life. Ada, Ayrshire, stop dawdling and quickly deal with her, then come assist me. He instructed the wind user Ada and strength user Ayrshire to draw Shen Nanqing's attention while he sought an opportunity to strike at Shen Nanqing's vital point. Perhaps this would afford him a chance at survival. As for Jiang Nian'an, who was being besieged by Ada and Ayrshire, the assassin leader regarded her with disdain. She had not utilized her abilities throughout this entire ordeal, indicating that she was merely an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person, flailing a broadsword without any technique, possibly contend with Ada and Ayrshire, both of whom are mutants? The assassin leader completely underestimated Jiang Nian'an. Ada and Ayrshire, named by the assassin leader, continued to retreat, evading the sweeping strikes of Jiang Nian'an's broadsword. Although her movements seemed chaotic, each swing aimed directly at their vital points. Had it not been for their abilities, they would have long since been slain. Upon hearing the assassin leader's words, their expressions soured. Did they not wish to end this quickly? It was simply that they were unable to. If Jiang Nian'an could hear their thoughts, she would assuredly tell them not to feel inferior. After all, their prowess paled in comparison to that of a Tier 3 mutated wild boar. Whereas she had once battled a mutated wild boar for 300 rounds with only a spear after exhausting her abilities, ultimately slaying it. However, while Jiang Nian'an couldn't hear Ada and Ayrshire's thoughts, she could hear the assassin leader's words, and her displeasure was immediate. Who do you think you're looking down on? Brother Shen, let us switch places. I want to play with this arrogant fool. She hoisted her sword onto her shoulder, retreating to Shen Nanqing's side.
All right.
With most of his attention on Jiang Nian'an, Shen Nanqing readily agreed, simultaneously unleashing a bolt of lightning at the assassin leader. He had faced these three before, and their strength was nothing to be feared. The three so-called amateur killers were hardly worth the title of even being third-rate assassins. Had he not been on the brink of collapse earlier, he would have eliminated them all in one fell swoop. At this moment, sparing their lives was merely for the amusement of watching Jiang Nian'an wield her blade with glee. As lightning struck, the leader of the assassins flickered with a flash of green light beneath his feet, swiftly retreating. Yet, his speed could not rival that of the lightning. Just as he reached the entrance of the shop, he let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground, clutching his right leg in agony.
Li Ye.
Ada and Ershur hastily turned to rush to his side. Upon seeing Zhuang Li's right leg, they both gasped in horror. His entire leg was charred black, emitting a foul odor of burnt flesh, clearly rendered useless. Shen Nanhang glanced at Ada and Ershur, and two more bolts of lightning shot forth, forcing them to release Zhuang Li and flee in opposite directions. Only then did Shen Nanning lower his gaze to Jiang Nian'an and gently say, "All right, go have fun." He himself lifted his long leg and strode towards Ada and Ershur. Ada and Ershur instinctively took a step back upon seeing Shen Nanhang, a flicker of fear coursing through their hearts. Jiang Nian'an looked at the assassin leader, who could only sit helplessly on the ground, unable to rise, and felt her eyelid twitch. How could one play when reduced to such a state? The assassin leader's eyes flashed with malice as he suddenly hurled his dagger towards Jiang Nian'an's throat. Just as it was about to pierce her, a vine ensnared it. The assassin leader's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the vine swaying in Jiang Nian'an's palm. "You are a wood-based ability user," he shouted in shock. Jiang Nian'an, gripping the dagger, cast a casual glance at Zhuang Li and nodded. "Indeed. Then why didn't you use your powers to attack earlier?"
Zhuang Li exclaimed.
A hint of despair in his voice. Had he known Jiang Nian'an was a wood-based ability user, he would have chosen to have Ada and Ershur bind Shen Nanhang while he went after Jiang Nian'an instead. "I do as I please. It's none of your concern." Jiang Nian'an rolled her eyes. With a flick of her mind, the vine rapidly grew, piercing through his heart amidst Zhuang Li's horrified gaze. This person was already finished, no longer a source of amusement. It was best not to waste time or breath and send him off to the afterlife. Upon witnessing Zhuang Li's demise, Ada and Ershur lost all desire to assassinate Shen Nanhang and turned to flee. Shen Nanhang cast a cold glance. Amidst the thunderous roar of lightning, the two convulsed and collapsed. "Brother Shen, it seems your brother's subordinates are rather incompetent, unable to withstand even a single strike from you while attempting to assassinate you?" Jiang Nian'an squatted beside Zhuang Li's corpse, pouting. "There are stronger than they, but they were eliminated by me before the apocalypse." Jiang Nian'an stood and approached Shen Nanhang, her curiosity piqued. "How many people did your brother send to kill you?" "Almost 100? I can't recall. Ever since I arrived at the flower market, I've been in a state of constant assassination attempts," Shen Nanhang replied, picking up a burlap sack filled with clothes, preparing to continue searching for more garments in the storage room. Jiang Nian'an raised her hand to stop him. "Brother Shen, let us have a spar." She was aware her skills paled in comparison to Shen Nanhang's, but she simply wished to gauge the disparity between their abilities. Shen Nanhang, perplexed by her peculiar thoughts, could not bring himself to refuse her. He set the sack aside, adopting a relaxed stance. "Come on." A hint of helplessness and indulgence flickered in his eyes. In the darkness, Jiang Nian'an could not discern his expression, yet she noticed his body was at ease. "Brother Shen, underestimating me could lead to injury. I will show no mercy." With that declaration, she launched a punch. Shen Nanhang swiftly sidestepped, avoiding her blow and retreating a couple of steps, catching her leg as she attempted to kick him. The warmth and delicate sensation radiating from her fingertips made his heart race, and his ears flushed a shade of crimson. He hurriedly released her, saying, "I'm sorry, and it was unintentional." "Brother Shen, we are opponents engaged in a spar. It is not customary to apologize mid-fight," she retorted, following her words with a cold punch. Shen Nanhang dodged once more, refraining from retaliating or countering. "Brother Shen," Jiang Nian'an paused, "are you avoiding combat because you think I'm too weak?" I am not. I would never. Shen Nanhang vehemently shook his head, and in a strong. Then engage me properly in a fight, and let me see how my skills compare to yours. Jiang Nian'an resumed her fighting stance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Nanhang nodded, softly conceding, all right. Go for it, brother Shen. Jiang Nian'an charged at him once more, her fists raised. This time, Shen Nanhang chose not to evade, but to endure the blows. After several exchanges, Jiang Nian'an, having landed numerous punches on Shen Nanhang, grew frustrated. She glared at him. Brother Shen, you think I'm too weak? Even the Dragon King would weep at this display? I'm done. She turned and began to walk away. Shen Nanhang hurriedly called out, chasing after her. He wanted to grasp her hand to explain, but each time he reached for her, he felt his face heat up and withdrew. As Jiang Nian'an approached the staircase, he gritted his teeth, steeling himself to grab her hand. Just then, in her fit of anger, she unknowingly stepped on something, causing her to slip and lurch forward towards the stairs. As she prepared to shoot out a vine for self-rescue, Shen Nanhang's alarmed voice rang out, and, be careful. He grasped her hand with one hand and wrapped his other around her waist, pulling her back. Jiang Nian'an fell directly into his embrace, resting against his solid chest. The sudden closeness made Shen Nanhang's throat constrict, his body freezing in place. This unexpected turn of events caught Jiang Nian'an off guard as well. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily, and she quickly pushed against Shen Nanhang's chest to stand upright. To mask her embarrassment, she lowered her gaze and murmured, "Thank you, brother Shen." Shen Nanhang, feeling flustered, was more heated than usual, his voice stiff and awkward. "No need for thanks. It was my fault for letting you see that I was holding back, which upset you. I want to do it again." This side of Shen Nanhang was vastly different from his usual demeanor, prompting Jiang Nian'an to glance up at him curiously. Sensing her gaze, Shen Nanhang averted his eyes, unable to meet her stare. Yet the next moment, Jiang Nian'an's words made him lower his head sharply. "You want to hold back next time?" Jiang Nian'an blinked, her expression full of anticipation. "No." Shen Nanhang looked at her, his tone tinged with helplessness. "I won't agree to spar with you again." Thus, he sought to fundamentally eliminate the possibility of angering her over this matter again. Jiang Nian'an merely wished for a chance to spar with him. "Forget it. Let us go find clothes instead." After a moment's pause, she rubbed her nose and turned back towards the shop they had visited earlier. Reflecting on her earlier abrupt departure, she felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps she had been a bit unreasonable. The more she thought about it, the more awkward she felt. Jiang Nian'an covered her face and hurried into the storage room. Shen Nanxing trailed behind her, observing her seemingly panicked retreat, a smile adorning his features. It was he who had erred, yet in the end, it was she who appeared uneasy. Upon entering the storage room, Jiang Nian'an switched on the flashlight, illuminating the interior. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she beheld the clothes strewn within the cardboard boxes, still encased in their packaging. "Brother Shen, come quickly. There's still plenty of clothes in here." "I'm coming." Responding to her call, Shen Nanxing swiftly stepped inside, carrying a burlap sack. "Hurry and pick some out. See if there are any that you can wear." Jiang Nian'an secured the flashlight against the wall and crouched in front of a box, sifting through the contents. Half an hour later, the duo emerged from the storage room with over 20 sets of summer attire suitable for 3 individuals. "Brother Shen, it's already September. As we head north, the weather will only grow colder. I suggest we search for autumn and winter clothing as well." The heat was still oppressive, and most survivors lacked the foresight to stock up on autumn and winter wear. Additionally, the bulkiness of such garments often deterred survivors, leaving behind a considerable amount of outdated autumn and winter menswear in the storage room. Shen Nanxing hesitated. Would there be enough space? While half a sack of clothing might fit, the thicker autumn and winter apparel would likely pose a challenge. There's room. I haven't had the chance to tell you, but after absorbing so many crystal nuclei, the space has expanded by about a square meter. Jiang Nian'an had decided to increase the space from 5 square meters to 6 to alleviate future difficulties. Yet, she was not entirely mistaken. Transitioning from a level 1 to a level 2 ability user required 30,000 level 1 crystal nuclei. During the absorption process, users of other abilities found their powers increasing, while space manipulators experienced an expansion of their storage capacity. When the space grew from 5 to 15 square meters, it indicated that a space manipulator had ascended from level 1 to level 2. Upon hearing Jiang Nian'an mention the increase in space, a look of delight graced Shen Nanqing's face. I had suspected the expansion, but I didn't anticipate it would happen so swiftly. It's because you've received a substantial number of crystal nuclei from us. Teaming up with you feels like a tremendous advantage. Jiang Nian'an chuckled, tossing aside some clothing she deemed suitable for Shen Nanqing. I wouldn't say that. If anyone has the advantage, it's the three of us. In this apocalypse, with crystal nuclei scattered everywhere, it wouldn't be difficult for you to acquire enough for your needs. In reality, it's us who cannot do without you. Without you, we would have spent most of our time scouring for supplies, and even then, we might not have found much. Even if we did, it certainly wouldn't be as comfortable as it is now. After all, the vehicle's storage is limited and lacks insulation. Moreover, you've consistently shared your stored supplies with us. What you had prepared in advance is exceedingly precious in the current circumstances, beyond measure by crystal nuclei.
Then,
I will discuss with Yunhua and the others to provide you with additional crystal nuclei. Shen Nanqing felt increasingly that they had not treated Jiang Nian'an fairly. Jiang Nian'an was taken aback.
why?
The current distribution of crystal nuclei already makes me feel quite embarrassed. Shen Nanqing expressed his thoughts to her. After hearing him out, Jiang Nian'an found it both amusing and exasperating. Brother Shen, that is really unnecessary. First of all, I believe the current distribution is exceedingly fair. Secondly, aren't you all striving to enhance your abilities? The situation outside is chaotic. Lacking strength could lead to being bullied, and it also jeopardizes the supplies stored in the space. Besides, you mentioned you would protect me, and I certainly don't wish to have to turn that around. I will ensure your safety. Shen Nanqing assured her earnestly at the end of their conversation. Exactly. So, Brother Shen, focus on taking down zombies and work hard to enhance your powers. Shen Nanqing nodded firmly. All right, I will give it my all. Jiang Nian'an felt satisfied with her encouragement, flashing a radiant smile at Shen Nanqing before returning to her task of sorting through the clothes. Chapter 42. The Mutated Morning Glory. An hour later, Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanqing emerged from the shopping mall. The moment Yunfan spotted them, he leaned out of the car window. You two are finally out. If you hadn't appeared soon, we would have had to come in after you. Jiang Nian'an smiled back. We encountered a minor issue that delayed us. A minor issue? What kind of minor issue? Yunhua inquired from behind. Shen Nanqing opened the car door for Jiang Nian'an, and once she was seated, he addressed Yunhua and Yunfan. We dealt with a few stragglers, but it's all resolved now. Unbelievable, they still haven't given up. Yunfan exclaimed angrily, punching the seat beneath him. Shen Nanqing started the car, responding, those were merely the last few nuisances. There won't be any more incidents like this before we return to the capital. In the current chaos, all communication signals were down, making it difficult for his older brother to locate them. With that reassurance, Yunhua and Yunfan felt at ease. By the way, Brother Shen, did you find any clothes? Both of them were empty-handed, and Yunhua hesitated to confirm whether they had indeed made any discoveries. We found quite a few, enough for you to wear for a while. Jiang Nian'an turned back, adding that not only summer clothing was procured, but autumn and winter garments as well. And the space has expanded by another square meter. So, aside from clothes, we also found a washing machine, which means we have a place to wash clothes, reducing wear and tear. That's fantastic. Upon hearing this news, the anger on Yunfan's face dissipated, replaced by joy. Jiang Nian'an yawned. Brother Shen, let us find a safe place to rest. They had completed their work for the afternoon early that morning and had not rested well the previous night. They needed to sleep.
All right.
Shen Nanqing glanced at the navigation, quickly turning the steering wheel to head towards their destination. 20 minutes later, he parked the car in front of a standalone villa. Shen Nanqing turned to Jiang Nian'an. How does this place look? Looks good. I've never stayed in a villa before. Jiang Nian'an stretched lazily and exited the vehicle. Yunfan and Yunhua had already entered to check for safety. Shen Nanqing inspected the small courtyard and secured the main entrance. The courtyard appeared to be in order. 10 minutes later, Shen Nanqing returned to Jiang Nian'an's side just as Yunfan poked his head out from the second floor, confirming, it's safe inside. The two of them made their way towards the villa. Just as they were about to step through the door, Jiang Nian'an paused and glanced towards the western side of the courtyard, where vibrant morning glories were in full bloom. What's the matter? Shen Nanqing followed her gaze, spotting a cluster of colorful morning glories. Turning back, Jiang Nian'an's eyes were fixed on the flowers. Brother Shen, do morning glories eat insects? They don't. Why do you ask? Look at the surrounding plants. They are all swarming with mosquitoes and insects, yet these morning glories are blooming splendidly without any pests. The signs led Jiang Nian'an to conclude that these morning glories had likely mutated and developed a semblance of self-awareness. After the black rain, while all plants suffered pollution, only a fraction underwent mutation. Only the roots of the contaminated plants are devoid of crystal nuclei. They do not pose a threat to other organisms or their kind, but solely provide mutation energy to those already transformed. In stark contrast, the mutated plants exhibit entirely different characteristics. Shen Ge, I sense something amiss with this flower. Jiang Nian'an guided Shen Nanqing's thoughts towards the possibility of plant mutations, while simultaneously making her way towards a cluster of morning glories. Drawing out a dagger, she brandished it across her chest, exuding an aura of menace. The morning glory vines swayed gently with the wind, seemingly untroubled. However, Jiang Nian'an's keen eye detected that one particular morning glory's rhythm of swaying did not align with the others. Found you, she declared, flicking her wrist as the emerald tendril, dagger in tow, struck towards that errant morning glory. Just as the dagger was about to sever the flower, it abruptly recoiled.
Shen Nanqing.
Was it merely an illusion? How could he perceive the morning glory moving on its own, evading the dagger? Jiang Nian'an swept the dagger in a wide arc, severing all the morning glories surrounding the aberrant one, which then returned to her grasp. The mutated morning glory, now exposed, stood out conspicuously amidst the swirling winds. Shen Nanqing's pupils constricted. Not only were humans and animals mutating, but even plants were undergoing transformations. In the next moment, the mutated morning glory demonstrated its change through action. With a swift motion, it coiled and retracted from the fence to the ground, then slithered forward, heading directly towards the two. As it approached, the mutated morning glory leaped, its petals unfurling widely, snapping towards them. Inside lay 2 rows of sharp, tiny thorns, opening and closing like a mouth. With a furrowed brow, Shen Nanqing quickly raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of electric blades that cleaved the mutated morning glory into numerous segments. The flower buds scattered across the ground, yet the menacing thorns continued to snap open and shut, releasing a crimson liquid that pooled around them, not the transparent or greenish hue he had anticipated, but a blood red akin to freshly spilled blood. What on earth is this? Cloud Fan and Cloud Hua, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a scene of gaping flowers and a pool of sanguine liquid, along with a serpent-like main vine writhing on the ground, rapidly growing. Each time the main vine made contact with the flower, that flower would regenerate back onto it. A mutated morning glory bud fell at Jiang Nian'an's feet. She lifted her foot and crushed it, causing the blood-red juice to splatter beneath her. These buds contained the energy of the mutated morning glory, with each one destroyed. Its strength diminished. Jiang Nian'an's action incited the wrath of the mutated morning glory. It sprang into the air once more, and from the main vine sprouted numerous tendrils, each thinner than the main stem, all lunging towards Jiang Nian'an. Shen Nanqing and the others immediately stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of her, their blades dancing in a flurry. In under a minute, the mutated morning glory's buds lay strewn across the ground. With a nascent spark of awareness, the mutated morning glory seemed to be provoked. How audacious! Jiang Nian'an, shielded by the 3, blinked playfully at the mutated morning glory, which was now frantically searching for its lost buds. She grinned, lifting her foot to crush yet another bud at her side, before darting off around the courtyard. Like a child discovering a new toy, she intentionally raced ahead of the mutated morning glory, crushing its buds beneath her feet. In the midst of the mutated morning glory's furious pursuit, she stumbled, tripping over one of its tendrils and falling directly in front of its roots. Shen Nanqing, who had been watching her play with an affectionate gaze, suddenly changed expression upon witnessing her fall. He rushed to her side, summoning a bolt of lightning to cleave the main vine of the mutated morning glory, while reaching out to pull her up.
Iem me fine.
Jiang Nian'an supported herself on Shen Nanqing's arm, inadvertently grasping the root of the mutated morning glory. As she stood, She exerted a forceful pull, uprooting the entire plant. A bright, slightly greenish crystal nucleus emerged before the four of them. Is this the crystal nucleus? Cloud Fan stepped forward, seizing the nucleus and squinting at it in the sunlight. Cloud Hua joined him, astonished to discover a crystal nucleus even at the plant's roots. As the nucleus detached from the root, the mutated morning glory withered at a visible pace. And you've scraped your leg. We should go inside and apply some medicine, Shen Nanqing said, stepping on the withering vine with a look of distaste in his eyes. It's just a minor wound. No need for that, Jiang Nian'an replied, shaking her head as she bent down to brush off the dirt. Sigh, I went to such lengths to show them that even plant roots can possess crystal nuclei. She mused. Anan, your wound needs attention, Shen Nanqing insisted, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the blood seeping from her knee. It's really not necessary, Shinge. Jiang Nian'an genuinely felt there was no need to fuss over a scrape, no larger than a fingernail. Shen Nanqing regarded her disapprovingly. All right then. She conceded to his persistence, and the two made their way inside. Cloud Hua observed the pair walking side by side, stroking his chin thoughtfully as a glimmer of insight crossed his eyes. Brother, don't you think Shinji's attitude towards Anan has changed? What do you mean? Cloud Fan asked, puzzled. He seems to care a lot more about Anan. Cloud Fan scratched his head, confused. But Shunge has always cared for Anan, hasn't he? What's really different? No, it's not the same kind of concern as before. How do I put it? Cloud Hua struggled to articulate his thoughts. However, Cloud Fan's attention had drifted elsewhere. He noticed 2 shovels lying by the flower bed. He walked over, picked one up, and handed the other to Cloud Hua. Let us stop talking and go dig up some plants. Who knows, we might even unearth a crystal nucleus. Inside the villa, Jiang Nian'an gazed down at Shen Nanqing, who knelt before her with a cotton swab, earnestly applying medicine to her almost healed wound. A feeling she had never experienced before began to swell within her, warm and buoyant. It was not the affection shared among friends, but something deeper. Shinge, Jiang Nian'an called softly. Shen Nanqing looked up, meeting her clear gaze, and his heart raced with sudden trepidation. What's wrong? Did I apply too much pressure and hurt you? No, I just wanted to say, Shinge, you're truly a wonderful brother. Jiang Nian'an's tone was sincere and earnest. It dawned on her that being cared for by an elder brother felt like this. Shen Nanqing's previously racing heart calmed at her words. He lowered his head, his voice subdued. Jiang Nian'an observed the sudden shift in Shen Nanqing's mood, puzzled. Shouldn't he be happy upon receiving a compliment? Why did he seem so despondent? Was it perhaps because her words felt too perfunctory? The time for flattery was too brief. Brother Shen, you are the best brother in the world. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Nian'an added. Yet, scarcely had her words fallen when the sense of despondency enveloping Shen Nanqing deepened. Jiang Nian'an sighed inwardly. Understanding a man's heart is as elusive as finding a needle in the ocean. When perplexed, she chose not to dwell further. Leaning against the sofa, she allowed Shen Nanhang to tend to his injury at his own pace. After a while, she straightened and asked, Brother Shen, what would you like to eat for lunch? Anything is fine. Whatever you choose, I shall partake, he replied, sealing the bottle containing the hemostatic powder and placing it back into the emergency kit. I'll go and inquire with Yin Fan and the others. It's a rare leisure-filled afternoon. We ought to indulge a bit. Shen Nanhang halted her, saying, No need to ask. Whatever you choose, they will follow suit. If you don't wish to cook, bread will suffice.
Nobody hath.
Jiang Nian'an immediately shook her head. At noon. What do you mean by bread? We must have something substantial. As she rummaged through the supplies, just as she selected the ingredients and was about to take them out, a wary voice from outside interrupted. Who are you people? Brother Shen, let us go and see, she suggested, and both rose to head outside. Before the villa's entrance stood a dozen individuals, led by a portly man who appeared rather amiable. Haha, no need to worry, we are not bad people. He chuckled, addressing the four. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian'an turned her head to Shen Nanhang, pouting, Brother Shen, let me tell you. Those who declare they are not bad people right away are usually the worst. We must be cautious. Shen Nanhang couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Yes. I understand. Their exchange was not muted, and the portly man caught every word. A flicker of irritation crossed his eyes, but as he recalled the purpose of his visit, he restrained himself, managing only an awkward smile, though the trembling of his facial flesh revealed his gritted teeth. I must be right. Jiang Nian'an nudged Jiang Nian'an lightly. Look at him. He is about to crush his molars. The portly man, overhearing this, promptly relaxed his jaw and resumed his genial demeanor. Please, do not misunderstand us. We truly bear no ill will. It's just that, with mealtime approaching, our supplies are a bit lacking. His gaze drifted towards the open trunk of a car parked in the yard, glinting with greed. Seeing that you have ample provisions, we thought to borrow some. Of course. We will write an IOU. Borrow? An IOU? Jiang Nian'an stepped forward, her expression dripping with sarcasm. What sort of daydream are you having in broad daylight? The portly man rubbed his hands together, feigning sympathy. A few of U.S. adults can manage a bit of hunger, but there are children involved. He stepped aside slightly, allowing the trio of children at the back to come into view. Mommy, I'm hungry, one child wailed, clinging to his mother's leg. Darling, be good. Let us plead with those kind brothers and sisters to show us some compassion and lend us some food. Once we have food, Mommy will cook porridge for you. A weary-looking woman with a 6-year-old boy stepped forward, suddenly kneeling before Jiang Nian'an. We beg you, for the sake of the children, lend us some food. Indeed. You have so much. Please show pity on us orphans. Another mother and child chimed in. The last pair, a mother and daughter, remained silent, merely kneeling in despair. Chapter 44. Borrowing Food, 2. Witnessing their display, Jiang Nian'an turned away with a stony expression, making her way toward the car. The first woman to kneel inwardly rejoiced. Sharing a glance with the portly man, her eyes glinting with triumph. I told you, seeking help from the young is the most reliable, she thought, believing they would be soft-hearted and driven by justice. Thank your sister. The woman urged her child, who, upon receiving the prompt, promptly beamed at Jiang Nian'an, exclaiming, Thank you, sister. The others outside brightened at the prospect of a full meal. Hearing the woman's words, Jiang Nian'an scoffed. Thank me for what? Then, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, she slammed the trunk shut with a resounding thud. The hopeful smiles of the onlookers promptly faded. Leaning against the car, Jiang Nian'an raised an eyebrow at the crowd, contemplating their attempt at moral coercion. She scanned their faces, clicking her tongue. How amusing. Do we strike you as virtuous individuals? The crowd instinctively nodded, with the portly man further embellishing. You four look so upright and virtuous, a perfect example of fine youth. Jiang Nian'an rolled her eyes. Oh dear. Is this moral coercion turning into emotional manipulation? Yun Fan and Yun Hua exchanged exasperated glances. After a long day of battling zombies, they had yet to clean themselves or change clothes, appearing as though they had just emerged from a slaughterhouse. How could these people possibly perceive them as benevolent souls? Jiang Nian'an, however, remained fixed on Jiang Nian'an, observing her expressions shift from exasperation to bewilderment, then disdain, an amusing spectacle indeed. A hint of mirth flickered in his eyes as he fought to suppress a smile. So, what now? Jiang Nian'an retorted, her expression earnest. So. The portly man swallowed, at a loss for words under her serious gaze. Is that all? You're all virtuous youth. Why not do a good deed? Hurry and bring out the food, and lend it to them. What is the hold-up? Jiang Nian'an stood tall, striding toward the entrance. The portly man instinctively took a step back, uncertainly stammering. So can you lend us some food? I'll lend you a hammer. Jiang Nian'an erupted suddenly. In the stunned gazes of the onlookers, she brandished a large cleaver, slamming it against the iron gate with a resounding clang. Get out of my sight, or I'll chop you up and serve you as a snack for the zombies. The portly man, staring at the blood-stained cleaver, gulped nervously, his foot inadvertently kicking the second boy still kneeling on the ground. The boy opened his mouth to cry out. Shut it, Jiang Nian'an snapped, glaring at him. If you dare to cry, I'll slice off your tongue. The boy quickly covered his mouth, blinking back tears. I'm not crying. Good boy, Jiang Nian'an remarked expressionlessly. She rubbed her own stomach, feeling hunger pangs. She had no intention of engaging further. Within 10 seconds, leave my sight or... Turning to Jiang Nian'an, who had been closely following her, she commanded, Brother Shin, show them what a thunderclap looks like. Jiang Nian'an extended his right hand, releasing a surge of electricity within his palm. The iron gate instantly transformed into a web of lightning, with sparks dancing across its surface. Before the grand entrance, 3 pairs of mothers and children were so frightened that they scurried backwards, tumbling and rolling. Do you understand? Jiang Nian'an turned to the corpulent man.
No.
Let us discuss this further.
10.
Jiang Nian'an began her countdown. We shall not borrow excessively, merely 30 caddies of flour and 5 caddies of rice. The stout man had already gauged the approximate weight of the rice and flour bags from the bulging appearance in the trunk.
9.
Saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Please, show some mercy. Jiang Nian'an observed him muttering, her patience at its limit, her voice suddenly rising. 3, 2. No. Why are you still stalling and counting? Hurry, move. As the thunderous lightning in Shen Nanjing's hand was poised to strike them, the stout man jolted and hastily beckoned the others to flee. Among them were no superhumans. How bothersome. It would be better to confront them directly and seize the goods. I could easily dispatch them one by one. Jiang Nian'an muttered, turning abruptly to dash towards the villa. I'm starving. And then slow down. Shen Nanjing pursued her. Once they entered, Yunhua seized Yunfan, who was also about to enter. Yunfan, did you open the trunk? Yunfan paused. Huh? Wasn't it you? It wasn't me. Yunhua shook his head.
What?
If it wasn't you nor me, and Anan and Shingo were inside just now. Then. Yunfan's eyes widened as he gazed at the vehicle. Could it be a ghost? Yunhua interjected, stop fooling around. I'll keep watch here. He hoisted the shovel onto his shoulder, his expression vigilant as he fixed his gaze on the car, instructing Yunfan to go inside and call Shingo out.
All right.
Yunfan tossed the shovel aside and dashed towards the villa. The shovel landed with a thud amidst the rose bushes on the southern side of the courtyard, causing the flowers to tremble. Yunhua abruptly turned his head towards the bushes. It seemed something had just darted past them. He flung forth a dozen water arrows, all of which struck into the foliage. Petals scattered, but nothing seemed amiss. Had his instincts betrayed him? Yunhua narrowed his eyes and took a couple of steps towards the bushes, prodding them with his shovel. Still nothing unusual. What's going on? Shen Nanjing strode out of the villa, followed closely by Yunfan. Shingo, Yunhua has returned to the vicinity of the car. We did not open the trunk. Shen Nanjing's gaze sharpened, fixating on the trunk with wariness. You didn't open it? Indeed, the only place to conceal oneself in the courtyard is among the bushes. But I just checked and found nothing. Moreover, we were completely oblivious to when and how the trunk was opened, Yunfan added. What happened? Jiang Nian'an emerged from the villa, still holding a bowl of chilled sour soup rice noodles. Shen Nanjing turned to Jiang Nian'an, saying, Yunhua and the others claim they did not open the trunk, and they are unaware of when or how it was opened. Jiang Nian'an paused her slurping of noodles, pondering, could it be a ghost? Upon hearing this, Yunfan burst into laughter, and then, our speculations align perfectly. No wonder we're siblings. Our thought processes are identical. Indeed. Jiang Nian'an smiled at him and then turned to Shen Nanjing and Yunhua. Gentlemen, let's not fret over this. I have prepared lunch. Let us eat first, and we can discuss matters afterwards. With that, she summoned 4 vines, dragging out 4 chairs from within and placing them in the shade. With another wave of her hand, the vines shot back into the villa, returning with 3 large bowls of sour soup rice noodles. Come, let us sit and eat, should any unwelcome guests arrive. Jiang Nian'an seated herself on a chair, casting a disdainful snort towards the vehicle. Upon hearing this, a certain little creature hiding in the trunk trembled in fear. Chapter 45, The Tiger Hunting Squad 1. The 3 men nodded, also taking their seats with bowls of sour soup rice noodles, devouring their meal heartily. Meanwhile, the stout man and his group remained at a distance, covertly observing Jiang Nian'an and her companions. As they watched the 4 savor their noodles, they simultaneously swallowed hard. Xing Chengle edged closer to Jinghua, wiping his mouth. What do we do now, big guy? We certainly can't overpower them. Yet it's infuriating to watch those 3 large bags of provisions slip away before our eyes. Yi Xiaofei approached with her daughter, her eyes glinting with cunning. I've heard there's a tiger hunting squad in the western part of the city, consisting of 10 members, 5 of whom are superhumans, living off robbing supplies. Yu Jinghua's flesh quivered as he replied, go on. What I mean is, Why not inform the tiger hunting squad about the substantial supplies they possess and let them deal with it? Jiang Nian'an protested. I disagree. If we do that, those supplies will no longer concern us. He wore a reluctant expression, immediately voicing his opposition. You fool. We could exchange this information for supplies from the tiger hunting squad. Yi Xiaofei looked at Jiang Nian'an, exasperated. Honestly, with just the four of us, we have no chance of acquiring those supplies. We might as well take a gamble with the tiger hunting squad. But Jiang Nian'an hesitated. He felt that this plan was not very reliable. Those four were formidable. Could the tiger hunting squad be any easier to handle? He had heard that the tiger hunting squad was notoriously ruthless. It was highly likely that they would take the information and then turn on them. Enough. I will not discuss this with you any longer. I will speak with the big guy. Yi Xiaofei shoved Jiang Nian'an aside and leaned towards Yu Jinghua. Big guy, what do you think of my idea? It is worth a try. Yu Jinghua set his gaze on the four distant figures, laughing and feasting. He steeled himself. Just as Yi Xiaofei said, relying on their current group would yield no results. They might as well approach the tiger hunting squad to barter for supplies. Regardless of how much they might obtain in return, it would still be a gain. As for those four miserly hoarders, let them perish. If you insist on seeking out the tiger hunting squad, then I shall withdraw. Jiang Nian'an took a step back, picking up his empty backpack from the bushes and turning to leave. He did not have faith in this venture, feeling that once they sought out the tiger hunting squad, it would likely be a one-way trip. No one attempted to dissuade him. Everyone except Jiang Nian'an believed this plan had merit. With one less mouth, they could each enjoy an extra bite. Even the team leader, Yu Jinghua, merely sighed faintly before adopting a serious expression. Men, come with me to find the tiger hunting squad. Women and children will remain here to keep an eye on them. If they attempt to leave before we return, you must find a way to delay them. He instructed with concern. Do not worry, big guy, if they try to escape. I shall lie down in front of their vehicle with my sisters and the children. I refuse to believe they can pass over us. Yi Xiaofei assured Yu Jinghua, with the other two women nodding in agreement. Very well, I entrust this place to you. Yu Jinghua then took the remaining 8 men and departed. They were situated in the western district of the city, just an hour's journey from the tiger hunting squad. The tiger hunting squad had vehicles, so they would return in one of theirs. With back and forth exchanges, the utmost duration was an hour and a half.
Ye Xiaofei,
accompanied by the remaining 2 women and 3 children, continued to crouch behind the grass, keeping a vigilant watch on Jiang Nian'an and her 3 companions. Having finished their meal, Jiang Nian'an's group was busy, with Yunfan squatting in a corner of the yard scrubbing pots and pans. Yunhua, still suspicious of the rose bushes, was wielding a knife to chop at the flowers. Shen Nanqing turned his gaze toward Jiang Nian'an. And while we have this time, let Yunhua and the others keep watch for a while. Let's go wash up and change clothes first, then we can come out to relieve them. Jiang Nian'an, lethargically slumped in her chair, nodded in agreement. While accompanying Yunfan in foraging for plants, Yunhua had managed to gather 4 large buckets of water. His ability to condense water had increased, matching Jiang Nian'an's pace, now reaching a capacity of 70 liters. At this moment, the water had warmed under the scorching midday sun. Shen Nanqing carried 2 buckets, heading towards the room Jiang Nian'an had selected. Brother Shen, 1 bucket is sufficient for me. Noticing Shen Nanqing's intention to leave both buckets with her, Jiang Nian'an quickly interjected. The water in her space was abundant. If it weren't for the fear of raising suspicion, she wouldn't have let Yunhua prepare water for her at all. It would be far better to reserve her abilities for slaying zombies. Take this, and use it as you need. Shen Nanqing, however, disregarded her protests and left both buckets behind. He understood that girls required more water for their meticulous washing routines. Could you fetch me a set of clothes? As Jiang Nian'an seemed poised to decline again, Shen Nanqing swiftly interrupted her. Her attention was immediately diverted, and she hurriedly retrieved 3 sets of men's clothing from her space, handing them to Shen Nanqing while reminding him, now that we have a washing machine, don't discard the clothes you're wearing. Give them to me later, and I'll wash them. All right, I understand. Shen Nanqing nodded and hurried off with the clothes. Sighing, Jiang Nian'an gazed at the water left at the door, reflecting on the love her teammates had for her, deep and unwavering. Shaking her head, she produced a large bathtub and began pouring water into it. She only utilized 1 bucket of the water Shen Nanqing had set at the door. Half an hour later, She poured some of the murky water from the bathtub into a bucket, while the remainder, along with the tub, was returned to her space. Little Qinglong had informed her that the land within her space was remarkably resilient, impervious to any virus. Thus, this contaminated water could be used for irrigation. Feeling refreshed, she opened the door, ready to dispose of the dirty water and remaining liquid when Shen Nanqing appeared.
I'll handle it.
He frowned slightly, noticing there was still water left. I told you one bucket would suffice. Jiang Nian'an shrugged. The rest can wait for laundry.
Fine.
What more could Shen Nanqing say? He nodded in agreement. The two exited the villa, calling for Yunhua and the others to come in and wash up. Chapter 46. Two Mutated Snakes. Jiang Nian'an circled the courtyard. Like Yunhua and the others, she found no anomalies. All the plants within the courtyard had been uprooted by Yunfan and the others, including the cluster of rose bushes. Whether any mutated creatures or survivors were hidden here was immediately apparent. Brother Shen, you mentioned this trunk isn't covered in flowers, so how could it just open? Jiang Nian'an approached the trunk, lightly placing her hand on the switch, glancing at Shen Nanqing. Could there really be something sinister inside? She mused playfully. But today is only the 31st. The Ghost Festival is still 2 days away. Have they already begun their activities? With a serious demeanor, he replied, If it is or isn't, we shall see upon opening it. Then, step back. I shall open it. Shen Nanqing stepped forward, maintaining his serious facade. I possess sufficient yang energy. I am unafraid of malevolent entities. Jiang Nian'an was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Brother Shen, it seems you possess a touch of humor after all. She took a couple of cautious steps back, as tendrils entwined with a dagger materialized beside Shen Nanqing, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Be careful. Don't worry. Shen Nanqing swiftly opened the trunk before stepping back to stand beside Jiang Nian'an. The two gazed intently into the trunk. As before, it remained eerily quiet, with nothing amiss. They exchanged glances. Had they misjudged? Jiang Nian'an retracted her dagger and began to gather the trunk's contents into her space, using the tendrils. When she lifted the last bag of rice, an unknown black and white creature suddenly darted from beneath the bag, scurrying to hide under the passenger seat. Come out. Jiang Nian'an split the tendrils into 10, entangling the creature beneath the seat. The creature, panicked, emerged from its hiding spot, climbing to the car window and blinking at them. It was then that they realized a mutated silver-ringed snake had taken refuge inside their vehicle. Unlike ordinary snakes, its eyes were round instead of triangular, and its head was larger than that of a typical snake. Measuring only half a meter in length, it had an unexpectedly adorable appearance. However, Jiang Nian'an was not one to be enamored by cute creatures. With a disdainful huff, she unified the tendrils again and flicked her wrist, directing them towards the silver-ringed snake. Startled, the mutated silver-ringed snake quickly slithered out the window. The sun had heated the window to a blistering temperature. The snake recoiled, its tail pushing against the seat, propelling it out of the car. It landed on the ground with a soft thud, only to find the ground equally scorching. The snake, as if its tail had been singed, wriggled hurriedly into the tangle of uprooted flowers. It nestled among the blooms, neither attacking nor fleeing, curling up and gazing at Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanqing with its round eyes. More precisely, it was fixated on Jiang Nian'an, its head resting on its body, its mouth tightly shut. Its demeanor did not suggest any intent to harm her. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Jiang Nian'an's eyes as she pondered the mutated silver-ringed snake's intentions. She cautiously took 2 steps towards it. The snake's eyes lit up with excitement, and it inched forward slightly. Be careful. Shen Nanqing quickly positioned himself in front of Jiang Nian'an, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the mutated silver-ringed snake. Startled, it retreated swiftly back to its previous spot. It regarded Shen Nanqing, a glint of danger flashing in its eyes. Its body coiled, mouth slightly ajar, tongue flicking in and out, ready to strike.
Yet.
Upon sensing Jiang Nian'an's gaze upon it, it promptly pressed its head to the ground, its eyes brimming with a sense of grievance. Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanqing exchanged glances. What a dramatic change in demeanor. It could easily win an Oscar in the snake world. Brother Shen, what do you think it means? Jiang Nian'an inquired. Turning to Shen Nanqing, it appears to me that it harbors no intention to harm. She initially intended to say us but refrained, recalling how the mutated silver-ringed snake had attempted to attack Shen Nanqing earlier. Before Shen Nanqing could respond, the mutated silver-ringed snake raised its small head, nodding vigorously.
Oh?
Can it understand our words? Jiang Nian'an's interest was piqued in an instant. The mutated silver-ringed snake nodded in agreement, even making an effort to raise the corners of its mouth, revealing a subtle smile directed at Jiang Nian'an, its eyes brimming with a hint of flattery. Quite intriguing. Jiang Nian'an crouched down, gazing at the mutated silver-ringed snake as she inquired, "Did you open the trunk of the car?" The mutated silver-ringed snake hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Its hesitation aroused Jiang Nian'an's suspicion. Are there companions? The mutated silver-ringed snake's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Jiang Nian'an exchanged a meaningful glance with Shen Nanhang. In an instant, Shen Nanhang drew the knife from his waist and strode towards the vehicle. Hiss! The mutated silver-ringed snake grew anxious, darting out like lightning, reaching the trunk in the blink of an eye. Such astonishing speed! Jiang Nian'an rose to her feet and joined Shen Nanhang, marveling at the mutated silver-ringed snake that stood before them. However, despite her admiration, she knew that a threat was still necessary. Hurry and call out your companions, or else. Jiang Nian'an brandished her machete. We shall turn you into minced meat to nourish the flowers in the courtyard. The mutated silver-ringed snake scanned the courtyard, then looked back at Jiang Nian'an, hissing twice. Strangely, Jiang Nian'an understood its meaning. The flowers in the courtyard have been uprooted. No need for fertilizer. Jiang Nian'an's lips twitched slightly, and, under Shen Nanhang's puzzled gaze, she turned and walked over to the rosebush, picking a few stems to insert into the soil. Now we have some. The mutated silver-ringed snake quickly slithered over, its tail swishing, causing the freshly planted roses to topple once more. The mutated silver-ringed snake lifted its small head, its eyes reflecting a mix of pride and triumph. Yet, before it could bask in its glory for more than a moment, Shen Nanhang suddenly approached the rear window of the car, reaching inside. In the blink of an eye, and to the shock of the mutated silver-ringed snake, he pulled out a mutated king cobra measuring over 2 meters long. Sparks crackled in his hand. Once the king cobra was rendered almost unconscious from the electric shock, Shen Nanhang flung it to the ground. The mutated silver-ringed snake hurried over to inspect its companion. Hiss! Strangely, Jiang Nian'an understood again. My friend, are you all right? Hiss! The king cobra, convulsing, struggled to flick its tongue in response. I'm paralyzed. Jiang Nian'an couldn't help but chuckle upon deciphering the conversation between the two snakes. Chapter 47, The Tiger Hunting Team, 2. Shen Nanhang cast a confused glance at her. Jiang Nian'an pointed at the two snakes lying on the ground, remarking on how entertaining their dialogue was. Shen Nanhang was astonished. Couldn't it really comprehend what they were saying? Well, truth be told, she was equally astonished by the revelation. However, she truly could understand the exchange between the two snakes. Ahem. At that moment, the little azure dragon, engrossed in gnawing on a crystal core in the spatial realm, cleared its throat and spoke up. This is because of me. Because of you? What do you mean? Because I understand their speech, you, being spiritually connected to me, naturally comprehend it too. Then why was I unable to understand the mutated monkeys and rats we encountered earlier? That is due to their low innate talent. They lack the qualification to be understood by me. The little azure dragon's tone carried a hint of disdain. Jiang Nian'an's eyes sparkled with realization. This meant that these two snakes possessed high talent and would likely grow powerful in the future. One could say so. The little azure dragon nodded. They must have come here, because they sensed my presence. To be precise, they sensed my existence through you. Because of our spiritual connection? Jiang Nian'an inquired. The little azure dragon nodded within its egg, affirming yes. However, contemplating the attack by the mutated monkeys, Jiang Nian'an furrowed her brow. Why did they not attack me like that group of monkeys? They seem rather friendly. My master, it is different. To them, I am a king. They can only submit upon encountering me. The aura of the dragon is akin to a treasure, something they desire to compete for. In other words, high innate talent signifies intelligence. Intelligent creatures, upon sensing my presence, will either flee or, like these two snakes, cannot resist approaching you. Those with low talent cannot sense me. Only the dragon aura, which triggers their instinct to attack you in an attempt to seize it. Jiang Nian'an understood at last, so that was the case. The little azure dragon tossed 2 more crystal cores into its mouth, crunching them before offering Jiang Nian'an a suggestion. Master, I recommend keeping these two snakes as pets. Once they mature, they will be a great asset. Indeed, I understand. To have two highly talented mutated snakes as companions would be splendid. Jiang Nian'an exited the spatial realm just as Yun Fan and Yun Hua emerged from the villa, carrying buckets of wastewater. Snakes? Yun Fan tossed aside his bucket and swiftly approached the two, Brother Shen. Where did these two snakes come from? He had already drawn his sword, eyeing the mutated silver ring snake and the mutated king cobra with caution and wariness. Could it be? Yun Hua also stepped forward, glancing at the snakes on the ground, piecing together the clues. Were they the ones who opened the trunk? Indeed, Jiang Nian'an nodded, assuring the two. There's no need to be alarmed. They harbor no ill will towards us. Yun Fan scratched his head, and then how do you know they mean us no harm? These are two mutated snakes, one of which is venomous. Brother Shen and I have been conversing with them in the courtyard for quite a while. If they had malevolent intentions, we would have already been in a fight. Yun Fan paused, as if contemplating the logic. But why did they open our trunk? Because Jiang Nian'an touched her face, a smirk gracing her features. They saw that I am beautiful and wished to follow me, but fearing I would refuse, they stealthily hid in the trunk. Yun Fan and Yun Hua froze in disbelief. You can't just rely on your beauty to brush us off with such an absurd excuse. Only Shen Nanhang's lips curled into a smile. Anan has a point. Brother Shen is the best, unlike second brother and third brother, who don't believe me. Humph. Jiang Nian'an crossed her arms, turning her head away in a mock display of anger. Believe, how could we not believe? Yun Fan stepped forward, grinning as he attempted to curry favor. No matter what Nin says, third brother believes you. Yun Hua hurried over as well, lowering his head in apology. Yes. Anan, you are beautiful. Whatever you say is right. No need to sweet-talk me. Facts speak louder than words. I shall prove it to you. Jiang Nian'an strode confidently toward the two mutated snakes, asking them, Did you want to follow me because you think I'm beautiful? The mutated silver-ringed snake and the mutated king cobra were momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. They did not know whether she was beautiful, but they indeed wished to accompany her.
See.
Jiang Nian'an turned her head, flashing a triumphant smile at Yun Fan and Yun Hua. The two exchanged glances, hastily lauding Jiang Nian'an. Anan is incredible. Anan is the best. Anan is the most beautiful. Humph. As their praises echoed, Jiang Nian'an's pride swelled even further.
Boom.
Just then, the distant roar of engines reverberated through the air, and there were quite a few of them. The four individuals exchanged serious glances, abandoning their previous levity as they turned toward the source of the sound. Soon enough, 5 vehicles emerged within the line of sight of Jiang Nian'an and her companions. You all should return to the car, Jiang Nian'an gently urged the two snakes. The mutated silver-ring snake and the mutated king cobra promptly slithered into the trunk. The latter even used its tail to secure the trunk lid, snapping it shut with a decisive thud. It must be Fat Brother and the tiger hunting squad. A jolt of recognition surged through Yi Xiaofei, who had been concealed within the grass. Fearing detection by Jiang Nian'an and her companions, she had remained completely hidden, relying solely on her ears to catch the sounds of approaching vehicles. Her legs had grown numb from squatting, but she finally awaited the return of Fat Brother and the others. Hastily, Yi Xiaofei beckoned her daughter and the others, emerging from the foliage. Upon hearing her excited shout, a flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Nian'an's eyes. The tiger hunting squad? What is that? I don't know, but they likely come with ill intentions, Shen Nanjing remarked, his gaze growing cold as he observed the vehicles halting at the gate. Soon, 10 men disembarked from the vehicles, all of them imposing figures. At the forefront was a man in his mid-30s, sporting a rugged beard and an air of arrogance etched upon his features. I hear you possess a substantial amount of supplies? Surrender them, and we might spare your lives. He approached the gate, a glint of gold flashing in his hand as he melted the iron lock, causing it to drip to the ground in molten rivulets. The gate creaked open, revealing the menacing group. Heard? Heard from whom? Shen Nanjing stepped forward, an aura of thunder and lightning enveloping him, exuding an almost palpable pressure. Yu Juanhao observed, Shen Nanjing, momentarily pausing. Lightning type? So what? We have so many people. We needn't fear, just one. A man with violet hair, Yuan, stepped forth from behind Yu Juanhao, flames dancing at his fingertips. At that moment, Yi Xiaofei approached Yu Juanhao with an ingratiating smile. Captain Yu, I beg your pardon, but may I ask where Fat Brother and the others are? She had just stealthily circled the cars but found no trace of Yu Jinghua and the others. Fat Brother? Oh, you mean Yu Jinghua and his crew? Yuan shot her a sidelong glance.
They're dead. Dead? Dead?
Yi Xiaofei gasped, forcing a smile. How could they be dead? Deputy Captain Ko, please don't jest with me.
Yes?
Yuan scoffed, Xiao Jiao, show her. As his words fell, a bald young man from the back bent down and produced a severed head from the car. He tossed it at Yi Xiaofei's feet, where it rolled a couple of times before coming to rest, revealing Yu Jinghua's wide, unblinking eyes, locking gazes with her in a haunting silence.
Yi Xiaofei screaming.
Stumbling back a few steps, collapsing into the grass by the roadside. Did you kill him? She trembled, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, we killed him. Gauge was sneered, dressed in a tight-fitting suit even in the sweltering heat. He merely brought us a message, yet dared to demand 30 pounds of rice. What a fool. Yi Xiaofei shielded her daughter behind her, her lips quivering as she pressed on. What about the others? Gauge maliciously curled his lips. They're all dead. No sooner had he spoken than the man named Xiao Jiao threw several more severed heads at her feet, those of Yu Jinghua's companions who had accompanied him to deliver the message. Yi Xiaofei's face strained of color, her hands instinctively covering her daughter's eyes as terror etched itself onto her features. Just over an hour ago, these were living beings, now laid before her in such a gruesome manner. She was terrified. They aren't human. They are demons. If you refuse to comply, just let them return. Why did you have to kill them? Li Xuelan, standing behind Yi Xiaofei, erupted in a frenzy. Among the deceased were her brother and her husband. The abrupt loss of 2 loved ones, especially in such a brutal manner, shattered her composure. You murderers! Return my brother and husband to me. Her eyes reddened with fury. She picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it at the tiger hunting squad. Seeking death. A white figure flashed by. The speed-enhanced Danyu appeared behind Li Xuelan. If you wish to join them, then let us make it so. He swiftly turned his dagger, slashing it across her neck. Blood gushed forth from the wound. She stared in disbelief, her hand reaching out weakly towards her son. Just as she was about to touch him, Danyu delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, sending her tumbling into the grass, where she fell heavily to the ground. Blood pooled beneath her, and she passed away almost instantly.
Ah!
Yi Xiaofei and another woman screamed, grabbing their children and fleeing in a panic. The entire ordeal, from Li Xuelan's anguished questioning to her brutal demise, transpired in mere moments. Her son, Liang Zhou, just 5 years old, stood frozen in shock, terror-stricken by the scene before him. It wasn't until Danyu approached him with a sinister grin that he finally burst into tears, lunging for his mother's lifeless body. Mom. Enough noise. Danyu had reached Liang Zhou's side, raising his bloody dagger once more.
Stop!
Jiang Nian'an cried out, casting 2 emerald leaves into the air. These men had previously attempted to extort supplies from them. Their demise was indeed a consequence of their own actions. However, she could not bear to witness the tragic end of an innocent child before her eyes. With a swift motion, she knocked Danyu's dagger aside, and the emerald leaves transformed into tendrils, pulling Liang Zhou to her side. To obstruct the actions of the tiger hunting squad is to court death. Danyu's anger flared as he retrieved his dagger, furious at the humiliation. He charged toward Jiang Nian'an, his speed formidable. Shin Nanjing clenched his right hand tightly, and the air crackled with electricity, a powerful current surging forth with a deafening sound, targeting Danyu. Not good. Danyu sensed the impending danger and quickly retracted his dagger, retreating hastily. Simultaneously, Yun Fan and Yun Hua launched their assault against Yu Juanhao and Yuan, who stood at the gate. The ice blades and water arrows, infused with electrical energy, doubled in potency. Yu Juanhao's expression shifted, and he promptly retreated. The trio's attacks did not follow far, halting just outside the gate. Without fully grasping their opponent's capabilities, it was prudent to conserve their powers. The 3 retreated near their vehicles. Among the 4 supernatural beings, one was a lightning type. Danyu tightened his grip on the dagger. Brother, this is troublesome. Perhaps we should reconsider. What is there to fear? Among our 10, 5 are supernatural beings. Even if it's 1 against 1, we still have an advantage.
Keskiviikko Song Yuan.
Unimpressed by Dan Yu's cowardice, shot him a glare before leaning in to whisper to Yu Jianhao. However, the lightning type is indeed tricky. Why not have Dan Yu lure him away, while the 3 of us, myself, Yu and Gao Zhua, handle the others? Xiao Jiao can take the remaining group to seize the supplies. Yu Jianhao surveyed Shen Nanjing and his companions, then nodded in agreement. Let us try it this way first. According to Yu Jinghua, these 4 possessed nearly 500 pounds of rice and flour. The temptation was too great. They had to seize it. I cannot comply. I cannot defeat him. Upon hearing this arrangement, Party Feather's expression darkened, and he promptly refused, exclaiming, "Are you sending me to my demise? It's not about you engaging him in combat. It's about luring him away. Once we deal with those 3, we shall assist you immediately." Song Yuan urged him. Party Feather furrowed his brows, retorting, "Then I shall not partake. The speed of the lightning is far too swift. If I hadn't been fast just now, I would have been done for. I will go. Let Party Feather handle the woman." Gao Zhua stepped forward, willingly taking on the most challenging task. As an earth element user, he possessed formidable defenses and could endure longer. Party Feather's tightly knit brows relaxed momentarily. "Very well, I shall confront the woman, while Gao Zhua tackles the lightning user." Seeing Gao Zhua's resolve, Yu Jianhao nodded in agreement. Song Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Party Feather. "You are being excessively timid. Where is that fierce determination you displayed before the apocalypse when you wielded a blade against others? What do you mean by being timid?" Party Feather retorted indignantly. "Killing others and willingly walking to my own death are not the same. Weren't you trembling and crying before executing the sentence? Now you are all bravado?" Song Yuan snapped back, his fists ablaze with anger. Realizing he could not match Song Yuan's strength, Party Feather swiftly positioned himself behind Yu Jianhao. "Enough, enough." Yu Jianhao intervened to halt their futile quarrel. "Let's focus on the task at hand." At the sound of Yu Jianhao's voice, Song Yuan finally relaxed his fists, casting a fierce glare at Party Feather before temporarily suppressing his emotions. Chapter 49. Silence them. Jiang Nian'an observed the 10 individuals huddled around the front of the vehicle, whispering conspiratorially, and nudged the 3 beside her with her elbow. "Brothers, they are conspiring right before our eyes on how to eliminate us. What are your thoughts on this?" Shen Nanjing glanced towards the disheveled plants in the courtyard, noting their innocence as they yearned for nourishment. Yunhua scoffed, "They are far from capable of ending our lives." Yunfan drove his shovel into the ground, exclaiming, "Let's just do it. We can pin them down. Then let us proceed. We must gauge their strength," Jiang Nian'an declared, ushering the nearly fainting Liang Zhou into the villa before brandishing a large cleaver and launching herself forward. Shen Nanjing and the others followed closely behind. "They're coming, as we discussed." Seeing the 4 take the initiative, Yu Jianhao's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he signaled to the others behind him. Gao Zhua faced off against Shen Nanjing. Yu Jianhao confronted Yunfan. Song Yuan squared off with Yunhua. Party Feather boldly charged at Jiang Nian'an with his dagger in hand. Little Nine, accompanied by the remaining 5 powerless individuals, stealthily bypassed the clashes and dashed towards the vehicle's trunk. The one opening the trunk is the villain. Jiang Nian'an momentarily forced Party Feather back with the blade, then turned to shout towards the trunk. "Yu Jianhao, 10 of us. Please, they were never good people," she scoffed. Such trivial remarks are hardly a threat to anyone, Little Nine thought disdainfully, her eyes flashing with contempt as she grasped the trunk's latch. "Beauty without brains. That's what they call such women," she mused. With a forceful tug, the trunk flung open. Simultaneously, Party Feather lunged forward with his dagger, sneering. "Did you think we were merely playing house?" Jiang Nian'an raised her cleaver to block his strike, rolling her eyes in response. "Did you think I was conversing with you?" "What do you mean?" Party Feather paused, taken aback. At that moment, a shriek emanated from the trunk. Little Nine staggered back, clutching her throat, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Little Nine. Yu Jianhao's heart sank. Little Nine was his only remaining family. He had but one relative left. In a fit of panic, Yu Jianhao hurled 3 golden spikes at Yunfan. Seizing the opportunity as Yunfan dodged, he dashed into the courtyard, collapsing beside Little Nine. 2 gaping wounds marred Little Nine's neck, oozing dark blood. Her face was a ghastly shade of blue, contorted in agony. She clutched Yu Juanhao's hand tightly, mouth agape, as if to speak, but ultimately, no words escaped her lips as she took her last breath. Little Nine? Little Nine?
No.
Yu Juanhao wailed, cradling her lifeless body, his cries piercing the air. Since the onset of the apocalypse, his greatest fear had been losing his brother. Thus, he had always led their group into battle, bearing the brunt of danger, while his brother gathered supplies from behind. They had always been safe and prosperous. Yet, he never anticipated that this calamity would strike so soon, robbing him of the chance to utter even a complete sentence to him. Yu Juanhao's gaze shot up to the remaining 5, his eyes burning with rage. His voice hoarse yet laced with a chilling intent. What in the world is happening? Brother, there is something in the car. A mutated silver-ringed snake surged forth from the trunk, launching itself at the neck of the man who had spoken. The venom swiftly invaded his nerves. Within moments, he collapsed, his demise mirroring that of Little Nine. Hiss! The mutated silver-ringed snake slithered back into the trunk, raising its head while its tail swayed gently, its tongue flickering incessantly. Apart from Yu Juanhao, the other 4 instinctively retreated.
Ah!
One man stumbled back against a rose bush, only to be ensnared by a mutated king snake that coiled around his leg. As he thrashed in a frenzy, it tightened its grip around his neck, constricting mercilessly. Brother! Help! Save me! The man reached out towards Yu Juanhao. Yet Yu Juanhao remained oblivious, fixated solely on the mutated silver-ringed snake. His brother had perished. Why should these followers remain unscathed? They, too, must endure the agony that Little Nine had faced. He suddenly dashed towards the other 3, seizing 2 of them and hurling them towards the mutated silver-ringed snake. Yu Juanhao's demeanor turned frenzied. Bite them. Let them die. All of them. With that, he charged forward, capturing the one who had made it to the courtyard entrance and flinging him towards the mutated silver-ringed snake.
Bite.
Don't you love to bite?
Kill them.
The mutated silver-ringed snake? You think you can just command me? Do I have no pride? It swiftly descended from the vehicle, ignoring the 3 paralyzed individuals on the ground, and headed straight for Yu Juanhao. The 3, relieved to see the snake depart, felt a glimmer of hope. But just then, the mutated king snake slithered over. Hiss! It opened its maw wide, revealing sharp fangs stained with blood, delivering a bite to each of the 3. In the blink of an eye, 6 lives were extinguished. Yu Juanhao, now utterly deranged, was pursued around the courtyard by 2 mutated snakes.
Keskiviikko Song Yuan, Kao 2.
And Party Feather stood in shock. How could this be possible? Party Feather, gripped by panic, dared not continue his confrontation with Jiang Nian'an. Channeling his powers to their utmost, he swiftly darted to the side of the vehicle. He climbed into the driver's seat, intent on fleeing. If he hesitated any longer, it would be too late. As he turned the key, preparing to drive away, a vine shot through the window, snatching the car keys from his grasp. Without a second thought, Party Feather leaped from the vehicle, sprinting towards another car. Jiang Nian'an snapped her fingers, and a multitude of wooden spikes materialized, hurtling towards Dang Yu like meteors. Dang Yu's pupils constricted sharply, prompting him to retreat hastily. Jiang Nian'an remained rooted in place, her fingers gently swaying, the wooden spikes relentlessly pursuing Dang Yu under her command. As Dang Yu's supernatural abilities swiftly depleted, his speed gradually diminished.
Don't kill me.
I am willing to divulge the location of our team's supplies. With the spikes drawing ever closer, Dang Yu felt his legs weaken.
Oh.
Jiang Nian'an paused her fingers, the spikes halting in their tracks.
Speak.
Dang Yu, how dare you? Gao Zhua and Ke Song Yuan shouted in unison. Meanwhile, Yun Hua and Yun Fan were engaged in combat with the duo, while Shen Nanqing stood outside the doorway, observing Jiang Nian'an's actions. Dang Yu, staring at the wooden spikes that were now less than a meter away, gulped. I'm on the brink of death. What do I have to fear? Our supplies are hidden in
Zhang Yu.
Gao Zhua and his companion interrupted him once more. Enough already. Brother Shen. Make them shut up. Jiang Nian'an called back to Shen Nanqing.
All right.
Shen Nanqing replied. He had initially thought that Ke Song Yuan and Gao Zhua were quite capable and wanted Yun Fan and Yun Hua to spar with them a bit longer to hone their skills. However, since Nin requested silence, he conjured 2 football-sized electric orbs in his hands and hurled them at Ke Song Yuan and Gao Zhua. Oft. Both men spat blood simultaneously and collapsed. And then, I've silenced them, Shen Nanqing said as he strode quickly to Jiang Nian'an's side. Jiang Nian'an nodded, yes, I saw that. Shen Nanqing continued to gaze at her, reiterating, and I've silenced them. Jiang Nian'an blinked, perplexed. What did he mean? Was he asking for her praise? Awesome. Brother Shen is truly impressive. Jiang Nian'an gave him a thumbs up. Shen Nanqing responded with an unchanging expression, then nonchalantly shifted his gaze away. Jiang Nian'an, I never expected you to be this kind of brother Shen. Chapter 50. Agreement to join. I will fight you. Yu Juanhao roared, cornered by two mutated snakes. Exhausting all his supernatural abilities, 100 golden spikes floated before him, all aimed at the two serpents. The mutated silver-ringed snake instinctively sensed danger. Hissing, it quickly signaled its companion, swiftly slithering behind Yunfan and Yunhua, using them as a shield. Quite clever. Jiang Nian'an remarked with a smile at the snake's maneuver. Shen Nanqing, hearing her praise for the snakes, pursed his lips and responded with a noncommittal, Yunhua, stand back. Let me test the attack of a metal ability user. Yunfan strode forward, erecting an ice wall to block Yu Juanhao's assault. Seizing the moment of stalemate between Yu Juanhao and Yunfan, the mutated silver-ringed snake peered out from behind Yunfan's legs, glancing at Yu Juanhao. Upon realizing that Yu Juanhao was oblivious to its presence, a glint of cunning flashed in its eyes. It silently slithered into the nearby grass, creeping along the wall, and soon appeared at Yu Juanhao's feet. By the time Yu Juanhao noticed it, it was too late. The mutated silver-ringed snake sank its fangs into his ankle and swiftly retreated. Yu Juanhao felt his mind plunge into chaos in an instant, soon succumbing to unconsciousness. The golden spikes, losing control, gradually dissipated into the air. I didn't expect this fellow's venom to be so potent, Yunfan muttered, retracting his abilities and casting a glance at Yu Juanhao's ashen face. Indeed, Yunhua concurred, eyeing the mutated silver-ringed snake that had now coiled at Jiang Nian'an's feet. It leaves no opportunity for an antidote. A single strike is fatal. Jiang Nian'an tossed out a small vine, addressing the squirming mutated silver-ringed snake. Come up. The snake's eyes shimmered with delight as it promptly climbed up the vine, obediently coiling around her arm. Jiang Nian'an then glanced at the mutated king snake, which had returned to the trunk, before turning to Shen Nanqing and the others. Brothers, let us keep them. Upon hearing this, the mutated silver-ringed snake blinked its eyes, eagerly shifting its gaze among Shen Nanqing and the others. The mutated king snake also raised its body, listening intently. Sure. Yunfan was the first to agree. I think they could be quite useful. I agree as well, Yunhua added. Jiang Nian'an then turned to Shen Nanqing. Brother Shen, what is your opinion? Shen Nanqing's gaze flickered, his fingers instinctively curling at his sides. Do you like them?
Huh?
Jiang Nian'an was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. I wouldn't say I like them. I just think they could be quite useful. Moreover, having them around would save you some energy during the night watch. What do you think? Upon hearing the word like, the mutated silver-ringed snake's head drooped immediately, listlessly resting on Jiang Nian'an's shoulder. That word was simply too disheartening for a snake. Jiang Nian'an found it amusing and gently tapped its little head, saying, as long as you behave, maybe one day, I will come to like you. The mutated silver-ringed snake's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Hiss, hiss. I will behave, I promise. Hearing its response, Jiang Nian'an smiled. So good. I'm starting to like you now. The mutated silver-ringed snake proudly lifted its head. Shen Nanqing stepped forward, standing directly opposite Jiang Nian'an. His expression somewhat tense. As long as you behave, you'll be liked?
Huh?
Jiang Nian'an, still conversing with the mutated silver-ringed snake, was momentarily bewildered by Shen Nanqing's words. What kind of response was that utterly unrelated? She looked up at Shen Nanqing, her eyes still glimmering with the mirth from her conversation with the snake. Meeting her smile, Shen Nanqing instinctively averted his gaze, shaking his head slightly. It's nothing. After hearing this, Jiang Nian'an remained puzzled. Then, Brother Shen, what is your opinion? Shen Nanqing lowered his gaze to his toes, nodding. I also agree to keep them. With Shen Nanqing's approval, Jiang Nian'an's smile broadened, and she turned to the mutated silver-ringed snake. Did you hear that? The brothers all agree. The mutated silver-ringed snake nodded vigorously, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Nian'an approached the trunk and announced to the two mutated snakes, I'll give you both names. You shall be called Little Silver. She named the mutated silver-ringed snake first. Then turned to the mutated king snake, and you shall be called Big King. And that name is too tacky. Under Jiang Nian'an's threatening gaze, Yun Fan silently swallowed the last 3 words. What's wrong with this name? And Jiang Nian'an snorted coldly, raising her brows at Yun Fan, her chin slightly lifted. It's simply delightful. Yun Fan quickly laughed and then turned to exchange frantic glances with Yun Hua and Shen Nanqing, urging them to intervene.
Quick, stop in.
That name is way too tacky. Yun Hua, scratching his nose, ignored his pleading gaze and hastily entered the villa to check on Liang Zhou, who was curled up on the sofa, sobbing. Shen Nanqing directly addressed the 2 snakes, Little Silver, Big King. Yun Fan, well, it seems they will be called Little Silver and Big King after all. Little Silver and the King were quite pleased. It was their first time possessing names. And how refreshing it felt. Party Feather crouched beside the vehicle, covertly observing Jiang Nian'an and her companions. Noticing that their attention was directed towards the trunk, he held his breath, hunched over, and stealthily slipped away towards a nearby alley. Suddenly, a crack echoed as Shen Nanjing cast a cold glance, and an electric current surged through the air. Party Feather yelped and collapsed onto the ground. He approached Party Feather, placing a foot firmly on his chest, and coldly demanded, the hiding place. I'll tell you, but after I do, can you let me go? Party Feather replied, his face pale, eyes wide with terror. His lips trembling as speaking became a strenuous task. Little Silver, go. Frighten him, Jiang Nian'an commanded, patting Little Silver's head. Without hesitation, Little Silver darted from her arm, swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, appeared atop Party Feather. It slowly crawled to his neck, its forked tongue flicking out, occasionally leaving damp traces against his skin. Please, please, don't bite me. Party Feather's body stiffened, paralyzed by fear. Having witnessed Little Silver's venomous prowess, he was terrified of receiving a dose himself, dreading the imminent fate of meeting the King of Hell. I will count to 3. If you have not spoken by then, I shall command Little Silver to end you, Jiang Nian'an said, smiling ominously as she stepped closer to Party Feather. Little Silver, in perfect synchrony, opened its mouth, revealing fangs that glinted menacingly in the sunlight.
I'll speak. I'll speak.
Party Feather stammered, visions of his own demise clouding his mind, his voice quaking uncontrollably. It's in the basement of 36, Inhua Street, west of the city. Shen Nanjing pressed down slightly with his foot. Are there any traps or mechanisms inside? Party Feather shook his head vigorously, denying vehemently.
No, no.
It's very safe. The survivors in this area fear our tiger hunting squad and wouldn't dare approach us. So there are no traps or mechanisms at all. Shinge, let him go. We need him to lead us there. How can we know if he's telling the truth just by listening? Very well, Shen Nanjing nodded, stepping back. Chapter 51. The tragic scene in the courtyard. Third brother. Call second brother. We should visit their stash location. Jiang Nian'an turned back to call out to Yun Fan.
Inside.
Yun Hua had already heard her words and emerged with Liang Zhou. What about this child? Liang Zhou, exhausted from crying, nestled in Yun Hua's embrace, fast asleep. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nian'an suggested, let's take him along for now. After we finish our business, we can send him to the Tanshur base. Tanshur base? Does Tanshur have a base now? Yun Fan asked, scratching his head uncertain. Yun Hua looked at her expectantly. I don't know. Jiang Nian'an shrugged irresponsibly. We'll see when we get there. Even if the Tanshur base hasn't been established yet, it's not a significant issue. The Shanshur base has already been built. It's not far from here, and we can send the child there afterward. We can't just abandon him here.
All right.
Yun Hua agreed, taking Liang Zhou into the vehicle, while Yun Fan took the wheel. Hey, stop playing dead, Jiang Nian'an kicked Party Feather. Get up and drive us to 36. Yes, yes. Party Feather scrambled up, his eyes fixed on the little silver coiled tightly around his neck, his body rigid as he slid into the car. Shen Nanjing and Jiang Nian'an settled into the back seat. The vehicle slowly started, heading towards 36, Inhua Street. Hey, how long until we arrive? Jiang Nian'an tapped the driver's seat. Party Feather jolted. About an hour. An hour, huh? Jiang Nian'an turned to Shen Nanjing. Then, Shinge, you should catch some rest. She and Yun Fan had slept for several hours before reaching Tanshi, while Shen Nanjing had not closed his eyes since the previous night. Shen Nanjing did not resist. Leaning back in his seat to rest, Jiang Nian'an took out a bottle of water, sipping intermittently while surveying her surroundings. Buzzing. A swarm of mutated hornets buzzed by the roadside. They were twice the size of pre-apocalypse hornets, their mandibles well developed. Upon closer inspection, one could see 2 rows of sharp, tiny teeth hidden within their mouths. Their stingers extended up to 3 centimeters, the tips dark and menacing, a clear indication of their venomous nature. At that moment, they were feasting on 2 decomposing corpses, the foul stench filling the air. Their speed of consumption was alarming. In mere seconds, the bodies had been reduced to mere bones. Once they finished their meal, the mutated hornets swarmed off in search of more corpses or any living creatures to prey upon. Jiang Nian'an shifted her gaze to the other side of the road, where numerous plants swayed gently. Some released various scents, while others flaunted their vibrant blossoms. And a few extended their tendrils, attempting to ensnare the mutated insects that landed upon them. Some plants even ventured to attack their vehicle, but quickly withdrew upon contacting the searing hot surface. After observing for a while, Jiang Nian'an stretched and glanced at Shen Nanjing. His breathing was steady. He had already fallen asleep, though beads of sweat clung to his forehead, and his sleeves were damp. Lower the air conditioning a bit more. Jiang Nian'an instructed Party Feather.
Yes, yes.
Party Feather, drenched in sweat, more from fear than heat, complied. The temperature soon dropped, and Shen Nanjing's perspiration gradually subsided. An hour later, the vehicle eased into Yinhua Street. A dozen survivors rested on the roadside. Upon spotting Party Feather, they sprang to their feet in a panic and fled. The tiger hunting squad is here.
Run.
Newcomers, bewildered, followed suit, questioning as they ran. Hey, why are you guys running? Because the tiger hunting squad is here. One survivor shouted back, without looking. The newcomer was even more confounded. Why should we run just because the tiger hunting squad has arrived? Let me put it this way, if a dog passes by them, it will get kicked twice. That's not specific enough. Another chimed in. The members of the tiger hunting squad were all murderers before the apocalypse, ruthless and cold-hearted. After the world ended, they found joy in killing. My goodness. The newcomer's eyes widened in terror. He hastened his pace, darting down another street. Jiang Nian'an absorbed their chatter, casting a cold glance at Party Feather. He trembled, his grip on the steering wheel shaking. The vehicle suddenly veered towards a nearby building. Jiang Nian'an swiftly unleashed a vine, correcting the steering wheel. The vehicle returned to its path. Party Feather's face had turned as white as a sheet, cold sweat pouring from him like a broken faucet. Watch the road. Jiang Nian'an retracted the rattan, her gaze shifting to the buildings beside the street, scrutinizing the door numbers one by one. 5 minutes later, Dang Yu parked the vehicle outside number 36. It was a standalone 2-story building. We've arrived, he announced, swallowing hard as he cautiously glanced at Jiang Nian'an through the rearview mirror. Get out and lead the way. Jiang Nian'an ignored him and nudged Shen Nanjing. Brother Shen, wake up, we're here. Shen Nanjing slowly opened his eyes, momentarily dazed before regaining his composure. Let us go. Jiang Nian'an opened the door and stepped out, with Shen Nanjing following closely behind. Dang Yu had already approached the front door, with Yun Fan and Yun Hua trailing behind. Open the door. Shen Nanjing, holding a knife, cast an impassive look at Dang Yu, who hesitated to unlock the door. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Shen Nanjing's eyes, prompting Dang Yu to act swiftly. Trembling, he fumbled for the key, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he unlocked the door. The moment the door swung open, a thick stench of blood assaulted their senses. Yun Fan hurried in, only to be met with a sight that made him gasp in horror. Without a moment's hesitation, he punched Dang Yu, sending him sprawling. You beasts!
He roared.
Jiang Nian'an and the others exchanged glances before rushing inside. Even Jiang Nian'an, accustomed to scenes of darkness and bloodshed, couldn't suppress a gasp of shock. The courtyard was strewn with over 100 headless corpses, each marred by signs of brutal torture. Some appeared to have died recently, while others had begun to rot and stiffen. The blood pooling beneath them had formed a small river, congealed and viscous under the sweltering heat, making it nearly impossible to navigate through the gruesome scene. Piled in the center of the yard was a pyramid of severed heads, all wide-eyed. frozen in expressions of terror from their final moments. Truly beasts. Xiao kill him. Jiang Nian'an's anger surged like a tide. No, please don't kill me. It was all them, I had nothing to do with it. Dang, you pleaded, grasping at straws. Xiao swiftly bit through his throat, and Dang Yu collapsed lifelessly into the pool of blood. As she watched him fall, Jiang Nian'an felt her fury abate slightly. Chapter 52. Under the scorching sun. Yun Fan felt tears welling up. She stepped inside, instructing Yun Hua, you and the king stay here and keep watch. After a brief exchange with Yun Hua, Shen Nanqing followed Yun Fan inside. The two of them navigated around the grim pyramid of heads and made their way into the building. Yun Fan and Xiao had already entered ahead of them. As they reached the entrance of the first floor, Yun Fan's voice echoed from below. Brother Shen Nian'an, I found supplies. He appeared at the staircase, excitement radiating from him as he waved them over. Come quickly. There are so many supplies down here that if we take them all, it could last us for half a year.
Really?
Jiang Nian'an's eyes widened in surprise, prompting her to quicken her pace. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the basement. Half of the basement's windows were exposed above ground, allowing sunlight to flood in and illuminating the space. It revealed a scene that took Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanqing by surprise. The basement was approximately 50 square meters, with about 50 bags of rice and 20 bags of flour stacked at the front. Behind the rice and flour lay hundreds of uniformly sized cardboard boxes. On either side of the boxes were two single beds. I just checked, those boxes are filled with various instant foods and daily necessities, packed to the brim. Yun Fan exclaimed as he eagerly approached a box and pulled it open. Look, it's full of instant noodles. But that's not all. There's a surprise. Yun Fan led them around to the back of the boxes. The first things to catch their eye were two portable chargers, followed by two large freezers side by side, filled with frozen semi-finished products and meats. Jiang Nian'an's eyes sparkled at the sight. She had been worrying about how to replenish their supplies once the fridge was empty. But now she had stumbled upon a treasure trove of frozen food. It was as if fortune had smiled upon her at the perfect moment. Brother Shen Nian'an, how do we take all of this? Yun Fan eagerly inquired. Shen Nanqing surveyed the surroundings and shook his head slightly. Taking everything is unrealistic. We don't have the space. You're right, Brother Shen, but we absolutely must take all the frozen items. Jiang Nian'an had already opened the freezer, tossing items into their storage space one by one. As for the rest, we'll take what we can and leave the remainder for others in need. I'm with you, Shen Nanqing agreed without hesitation. All right. Yun Fan understood the limitations, but felt a tinge of disappointment. Just the thought of only being able to take a fraction felt like losing money. What exactly should we choose? Yun Fan asked, looking deflated, as if drained of energy. Once we pack these frozen items, we might still fit a few boxes. Jiang Nian'an assessed the 6 square meters of available space and estimated about 6 boxes should fit. You two decide. There were over 100 boxes, yet they could only take 6. Yun Fan clutched his chest, feeling the pang of loss. By the way, we still have the trunk for storage. It could probably hold another 6 boxes, Yun Fan suddenly remembered. That might not work, Jiang Nian'an replied, glancing at Yun Fan. The king is quite large. He would take up an entire trunk by himself. I'll carry him, Yun Fan insisted, determined to maximize their haul. The king was over 3.5 meters long and weighed more than 60 pounds by estimation. We still have a long way to go to the capital. Jiang Nian'an regarded Yun Fan with a serious expression. Are you sure you want to carry him? Considering the journey ahead, we may not find such abundant supplies again. Shen Nanqing pondered for a moment, his gaze landing on Jiang Nian'an. How about we take 2 vehicles like before? Yun Fan's eyes lit up. Great idea. This way, we'll have extra back seats and another trunk. He began to pace excitedly, counting on his fingers. If the trunk can hold 6, and the back seats can fit 8 each, that's 6 plus 16 plus 6.
Wow.
Yun Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm. We could take 28 boxes. If they made the king endure some discomfort, it would only need half the trunk, allowing for 3 more. Yun Fan gulped, spinning around to face Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanqing, his eyes shining with excitement. That makes 31. Without waiting for their response, he began to muse aloud. Can we tie a few to the roof? Shen Nanqing and Jiang Nian'an exchanged glances. There's another way we can take 2 more boxes. Do you want to hear it? Shen Nanqing asked Yun Fan. Yun Fan nodded eagerly. Yes. Brother Shen, please tell me. You disembark the vehicle, pursuing it as it speeds away, the newly vacated space, just sufficient to accommodate several more boxes. Yun Fan, in truth, believed he could perch atop the vehicle. After a brief pause, he murmured softly, Jiang Nian'an. The last time he felt this speechless was during a previous encounter. Shen Nanjing smiled at him. Get lost. Yun Fan took a step back, clutching a box filled with eggs, and vigorously shook his head. I won't leave, but I can move the eggs. Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanjing simultaneously disregarded him. Brother Shen, I believe that driving 2 vehicles is a prudent idea. However, transporting such a substantial load of supplies may attract unwarranted trouble. Yes, I have considered that, Shen Nanjing replied, his expression gentle. Once we acquire the supplies, we shall seek out an area rife with zombies. At that time, you need only find a safe spot to absorb energy while the 3 of us engage in combat, until we gather enough to afford you the space to cultivate an additional crystal core. Jiang Nian'an blinked, her gaze fixed on Shen Nanjing, somewhat dazed. Is such a fortunate arrangement even possible? And do you think this is feasible? Shen Nanjing inquired. Absolutely. Jiang Nian'an felt bubbles of joy rising within her. She struggled to restrain a grin from breaking out too broadly. What could possibly be wrong with this? It is simply marvelous. Third brother, you should boldly proceed. After a moment, she waved her hand at Yun Fan. All right. Yun Fan rubbed his hands together, eagerly waiting for her affirmation. Half an hour later, Yun Fan, with a blank expression, cradled the Great King, languidly seated atop the vehicle's roof, bound by a length of hemp rope. One end secured to the passenger seat, the other tethered to Yun Hua's leg. Yun Hua glanced at Yun Fan atop the roof, then at the precariously balanced 4 boxes in the passenger seat. Who can enlighten me on the events that have transpired? Great King, allow me to teach you a phrase from the human lexicon today. Under the blazing sun. Yun Fan felt tears welling up. The Great King lifted his head weakly to gaze at Yun Fan, hissing. Do not speak. I do not wish to hear. Life is unpredictable, much like intestines wrapped in intestines. Great King, I do not comprehend. Chapter 53. The Urgency of Cultivating Lettuce. 40 minutes later, under Jiang Nian'an's insistent urging, Shen Nanjing steered the vehicle into a quaint inn. Surrounding the inn were over 30 zombies, with an additional 10 or so lurking within. Yun Fan had already leapt from the vehicle. Third brother, you and second brother head upstairs directly. Do not engage them. Jiang Nian'an timely intervened to halt the 2 from attacking the zombies. Brother Shen, you should also rest upstairs. I will guard below. In 3 hours, we shall return to combat the zombies. Jiang Nian'an turned her gaze back to Shen Nanjing. Fighting zombies is a task that demands physical stamina. The 3 of them must recuperate adequately. Shen Nanjing's Adam's apple moved as he prepared to speak, but was stopped by Yi Nanqi's raised hand. Do not worry. The Great King and Xiao Yin will accompany me. Do not waste time, hurry along. Jiang Nian'an urged him. Very well. Shen Nanjing paused, then gestured towards the first floor. I shall not ascend. I will rest on the first floor. Call me if needed. Understood. Jiang Nian'an nodded. Shen Nanjing opened the door, exited the vehicle, and kicked aside a lunging zombie, striding into the inn. Brother Shen, be sure to secure the door. If zombies sneak in, it is not my fault. Jiang Nian'an called after him. A glimmer of amusement danced in Shen Nanjing's eyes as he replied, understood. Once he secured the door and settled into rest, Jiang Nian'an moved the remaining boxes to the driver's seat. Once completely concealed, she retrieved a serving of strawberry shaved ice. Xiao Yin, having never encountered strawberry shaved ice, blinked with wide eyes, fixated on it. Would you like some? Jiang Nian'an inquired. Xiao Yin nodded, having yet to taste human food. Jiang Nian'an produced a disposable wooden spoon and scooped a spoonful for it. Xiao Yin approached the spoon, flicking its tongue to taste. Hiss. It shuddered violently. Yuck. This is truly unpalatable. With a swift movement, it slithered out through the window, seeking the Great King. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Nian'an observed Xiao Yin and the Great King frolicking about the courtyard, evading zombies. When they grew weary, they climbed atop a 2-meter-high wall, playfully taunting the zombies with their tails. Once sufficiently rested, they descended to resume their antics. Is this fun? Jiang Nian'an tossed the half-eaten strawberry shaved ice back into her space and stretched languidly. Half a minute later, Jiang Nian'an appeared atop the pavilion of the inn, holding a bamboo pole. The front end of the pole was tied with fishing line, which dangled a piece of fresh beef the size of a ping-pong ball. A horde of zombies clustered around the beef, eagerly reaching out for it. What a bore, Jiang Nian'an yawned, glancing at the time. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed. Shao Yin, Great King, go outside and herd some zombies in for me. Shao Yin and the Great King, equally bored, promptly slid down from the wall. In less than 5 minutes, they returned with a string of zombies in tow. Jiang Nian'an rummaged through her space for a children's slingshot and a large jar of glass marbles. Loading the slingshot, she pulled it taut. Whoosh. Jiang Nian'an provided her own sound effects as she released the marble, which shot straight into a zombie's skull, dislodging its crystal core with a thud. The zombie collapsed. Oh yeah. Jiang Nian'an pumped her fist in triumph and continued to load and fire. An hour and a half later, she surveyed the multitude of fallen zombies, feeling fatigued. After spending so much time with Brother Shin and the others, being alone is rather dull. What should I do next? Jiang Nian'an stowed her slingshot and marbles, squatting on the pavilion's edge, cradling her chin in her hands as she gazed into the distance. Master, you can hasten the seeds, the voice of the little green dragon echoed from her space, tinged with weariness. It had finally consumed all the crystal cores Jiang Nian'an had given it. When I mentioned hastening the seeds to practice my abilities, that was merely a ruse to placate Brother Shin and the others. Ordinary seeds cannot withstand the force of my powers. Forcing them to sprout only results in explosive destruction, which is hardly entertaining. Jiang Nian'an pouted, continuing to gaze vacantly into the distance. Oh, dear, Master, you should just give it a try. The little green dragon urged. There might be a surprise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian'an withdrew her gaze. Curiosity piqued. What surprise? You will only know if you try. The little green dragon spoke mysteriously. Fine, I shall give it a try. Jiang Nian'an retrieved a packet of lettuce seeds, opened it, and placed 2 seeds in her palm, channeling her powers to hasten them. Just as she braced for the seeds to explode, they unexpectedly cracked open and sprouted. Jiang Nian'an was astonished. How is this possible? In her previous life, she had attempted to hasten seeds, only to nearly meet her demise. He. The little green dragon chuckled, nestled within its eggshell, covering its mouth in amusement. Little green dragon, you must tell me what is happening. Jiang Nian'an exclaimed, her surprise mingling with urgency as she observed the lettuce in her palm growing to 10 centimeters tall. Master, let me put it this way. Our dragon clan is of the wood element, the little green dragon boasted. Wood element, and so? Jiang Nian'an's consciousness transformed into a diminutive figure, soaring towards the azure egg before her, a visage of utter bewilderment adorning her face. She was utterly perplexed by its sense of triumph. Little Qinglong, it proclaimed, this means we possess the ability to accelerate the growth of plants, and I have chosen to share this gift with you. Jiang Nian'an's eyes widened in astonishment, as if to say, are you implying that I can rely solely on myself to enjoy an inexhaustible supply of fruits and vegetables? Precisely, the little Qinglong beamed with renewed pride. But you must also tend to the land for me, as I have compensated you for it. Jiang Nian'an continued to channel her extraordinary powers, eagerly coaxing the lettuce to grow, while playfully teasing the little Qinglong. Thank you, it responded, genuinely appreciative. Yet, a note of hesitation crept into its voice. There is one more thing. Speak, Jiang Nian'an replied, casting a glance at the azure egg before resuming her focus on nurturing the lettuce, which had now reached a height of 25 centimeters and continued to flourish. Aren't you all about to venture out to slay zombies? Aren't they supposed to provide you with crystal cores? Jiang Nian'an looked at it once more, nodding, yes indeed. And then, could you possibly give me all those crystal cores? After finishing its request, the little Qinglong swiftly darted to a corner, fearing Jiang Nian'an's wrath might lead to an impending reprimand. Of course, Jiang Nian'an replied with remarkable decisiveness. She had intended from the outset to bestow upon the little Qinglong all the crystal cores they acquired today, allowing it to fully materialize. This way, she could cease her daily worries regarding encounters with mutated beasts, particularly hordes of them.
Wow.
Master, you are truly kind to me. The little Qinglong suddenly zoomed out from the corner, tears glistening on the egg's surface, overwhelmed with emotion. knowing that I treat you well. You must diligently tend to the land. Jiang Nian'an smiled faintly. The bond between master and pet depends entirely on the cultivation of the land. Chapter 54. The consequences of dividing the harvest further. As Xin Nancheng stepped out, he beheld Jiang Nian'an sitting in a pavilion, cradling a lettuce that stood a staggering 1.5 meters tall, lost in thought. Xin Nancheng exclaimed, brandishing his knife to dispatch an approaching zombie before hastening to the pavilion and climbing up. He gazed at the lettuce in disbelief. Where did this come from? I cultivated it using my wood-based abilities, Jiang Nian'an replied, handing the lettuce to Xin Nancheng while retrieving a seed from her pocket. In a flash of verdant light, the lettuce seed sprouted at an astonishing pace. In just 5 minutes, another 1.5 meter tall lettuce emerged. Jiang Nian'an peeked out from behind the enormous lettuce. Xinge, this is how it came to be. At that moment, Yun Fan and Yun Hua also awakened and emerged from the room.
Goodness.
Is that lettuce you're holding? Upon seeing the two, Yun Fan was taken aback by the size of the lettuce. My word. I've never seen such a colossal lettuce in my life. The two quickly descended the stairs, resolved the remaining dozen zombies in the yard, and made their way to the pavilion. Jiang Nian'an and Xin Nancheng leapt down, and Yun Fan hastily took the lettuce from Xin Nancheng's hands, tearing off a small piece to taste. His eyes lit up. It truly tastes like lettuce. Of course it is, Jiang Nian'an sighed. I cultivated it using my wood-based abilities. And then, what about other vegetables? Can they also be cultivated using wood-based powers? Yun Hua inquired excitedly. Let me try, Jiang Nian'an replied, not granting them a definite answer as she produced a packet of tomato seeds. After opening it, she extracted one seed and began to nurture it. Under the watchful eyes of Xin Nancheng and the others, the tomato seeds sprouted leaves and flowers, growing rapidly. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nian'an held a robust plant with over 30 vibrant red tomatoes. Give it a taste, she offered, extending the tomatoes forward. Yun Fan eagerly plucked one, biting into it with gusto. Delicious. This is tastier than any tomato I've ever eaten. He devoured it in just a few bites, reaching for 2 more to hand to Xin Nancheng and Yun Hua. Xin go, you must try it too. Yun Hua accepted, taking a bite. It was plump, juicy, and a delightful balance of sweet and sour. It's indeed exquisite, he exclaimed, unable to contain his praise. Hearing this, Jiang Nian'an smiled with pride. Of course, these are tomatoes nurtured by my own hands. Annan's tomatoes are bound to be delightful. They were free from pollution and toxins, infused with a hint of her wood-based energy. Xin Nancheng, however, refrained from eating, gently caressing the tomato in his hands while gazing at Jiang Nian'an. Annan, how much of your energy is consumed in nurturing these? If I were to divide the energy within me into 100 parts, nurturing one seed consumes 1 part, Jiang Nian'an promptly informed him, having already calculated the energy expenditure. Such a significant consumption for a single seed? Yun Hua exclaimed, glancing at the half-eaten tomato in his hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. This expenditure is reasonable, considering the yield from a single seed is enough for us 4 to enjoy for several days. Jiang Nian'an waved her hand dismissively, feeling it was worthwhile. Most importantly, they would no longer need to furtively acquire fruits and vegetables. I believe that from now on, any crystal cores we obtain should be divided to give an additional half share. The energy required for nurturing seeds can be deducted from that half share. Xin Nancheng proposed, turning to Yun Fan and Yun Hua. What do you think? Yun Hua nodded. That works for me. I have no objections. It was evident that most of what Anan nurtured would end up in their stomachs. Granting her that extra half share was entirely reasonable. Yun Fan tore off a piece of lettuce and stuffed it in his mouth, declaring, I will demonstrate my support with action. I wholeheartedly agree. So, in the future, the crystal cores we acquire will be split 55 to 45, with 25 going to Anan, and we will receive 1, Xin Nancheng stated emphatically. Agreed, Yun Hua concurred. Observing the trio as they negotiated among themselves, Jiang Nian'an sighed. All right, it's merely a trivial amount of energy. Must you escalate it to such heights? Hurry up and retract that half share. Jiang Nian'an returned the lettuce and tomatoes to her spatial pocket and proceeded towards the vehicle. Xin Nancheng chased after her. But Anan, this isn't fair to you.
Fair?
Jiang Nian'an paused, turning her head with a smile to look at him.
Can ye?
Are you certain you wish to discuss fairness with me? Jiang Nian'an instinctively inclined his head in agreement at her cheerful demeanor, but then firmly restrained himself. He felt that if he agreed today, Nian'an might swiftly turn against him. Jiang Nian'an paid no heed to his response, continuing her discourse. If you genuinely wish to discuss fairness, then let us sit down and meticulously calculate everything. The costs of utilizing space, the supplies you sourced earlier, the resources we gathered together, and my own provisions. Let us assign a value to each. In the future, when dividing crystal cores, we shall adhere to these valuations. From now on, we shall maintain courtesy. You shall not take advantage of me, nor shall I take advantage of you. Should the day arrive when our interests are not evenly distributed, we shall part ways. What do you say? Jiang Nian'an gazed down at Jiang Nian'an, noting the smile in her eyes, yet recognizing the discontent lurking beneath. His hand instinctively shrank beside him, and he suddenly turned to glance at Yunhua and his companion. What were we just discussing? We were to vanquish the zombies and subsequently expand our living space, weren't we? Indeed. Yunhua comprehended immediately and nodded in agreement. So, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Jiang Nian'an had no desire to linger even a moment longer. He hastily turned and fled to the vehicle. Yet, Yunfan remained bewildered, murmuring, "Huh? Weren't we just talking?" Before he could finish, he clutched the back of his head in indignation and glowered at Yunhua. "Why did you hit me?" "It was you, you fool." Yunhua shot him a glare before striding towards the car. "You're the fool. Your whole family is a bunch of fools." Already at the vehicle, Yunhua seemed to hear his unspoken thoughts and, with an impassive expression, replied, "We are family. I miscalculated." Yunfan muttered, "And then, let us get in the car." Still sulking, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Nian'an, who was inexplicably beaming with joy. "Third brother, please move the items from the back seat of your car to Shunji's vehicle to make room for me." Nian'an, you're not riding with Shingo anymore?" Yunfan queried, puzzled. Jiang Nian'an suppressed her smile with a soft huff. "Yes, we had a quarrel."
Huh?
"When did you two have a falling out?" Yunfan asked, further confounded. As she walked towards Yunhua's vehicle, she replied without looking back, "It just happened." Yunfan lamented. "Shingo seems possessed, speaking in riddles. His brother appears to have gone mad, suddenly resorting to violence. Nian'an seems to have split personalities. Laughing one moment and cold the next, inexplicably throwing a tantrum. Third brother, hurry and help me move the things," Jiang Nian'an urged, standing in front of the car. "Coming." Yunfan sighed, trudging over to her. As he passed by Jiang Nian'an's vehicle, an icy chill shot up from his feet, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He glanced at Jiang Nian'an. "No moving," Jiang Nian'an said expressionlessly, silently warning him with his gaze. "Third brother, what are you doing? Hurry up." Jiang Nian'an frowned, looking displeased with him. Why was it always him who got hurt? Yunfan found a clean spot and lay down, declaring, "Just leave me be. I'm dead." Chapter 55. Ultimately, the calamity befell the innocent. Under Yunfan's exaggerated display of despair, Jiang Nian'an finally returned to the original car with Xiao Yin. The king and Yunfan secured the rooftop position. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Nian'an remained silent. Jiang Nian'an dared not utter a word. The atmosphere within the car was overwhelmingly quiet. Xiao Yin raised its small head, glancing around, puzzled. It simply could not comprehend how the two, who were once amicable, had suddenly fallen into discord. Alas! The realm of humanity is truly perplexing. The world of snakes is far more straightforward. At that moment, a hand grasped its head, causing Xiao Yin to stiffen. Surely, the quarrel had not escalated to involve the innocent snake? Jiang Nian'an pulled Xiao Yin from her shoulder, addressing it while her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Nian'an. "Xiao Yin, do you know? There's a person who claims we are good teammates, stating that even without a bond, he can be my brother and protect me. Yet, in reality, he possesses no affection whatsoever, viewing only personal gain, eager to distance himself and delineate boundaries." Xiao Yin, bewildered, replied, "As far as I know, I am utterly unaware." Jiang Nian'an discerned that her words were aimed at him. However, how could he possibly regard her solely in terms of benefits, let alone contemplate any notion of separation? Such thoughts were unfathomable. Jiang Nian'an wished to clarify his intentions to Jiang Nian'an. After setting the vehicle to autopilot mode, he turned to explain my offer of an additional share was not to create a divide between us, but rather to ensure that we do not take your contributions for granted. Jiang Nian'an, dismissing him, continued to engage with Xiao. I consider them friends and brothers. Upon realizing I could truly cultivate seeds into vegetables, I felt compelled to share my joy with them. My intentions were simple, just to celebrate together, especially since fresh vegetables would soon be available. Yet they view me merely as a coin-operated laborer, fearing that if they invest too little, I might abandon my duties. Ultimately, in their eyes, I am nothing more than an inconsequential weed in the field, a fallen petal in the garden. Insignificant. Perhaps one day, if they find a better coin-operated laborer, they would unceremoniously discard me. Jiang Nian'an feigned surprise, looking at Xiao. Huh? Xiao, why do you ask me? Xiao replied, no, I did not inquire. Of course, it is because our relationship is purely transactional, devoid of any affection. A team without feelings is akin to sand, scattered by the wind. Shen Nanxing could not help but frown at her increasingly absurd remarks. And then, you are deliberately misinterpreting my words. Jiang Nian'an remained unperturbed, continuing her conversation with Xiao. Well, let us consider our relationship a mere transaction. What sincerity, what sibling affection? None of it matters. We are simply strangers with overlapping interests. Shen Nanxing felt a wave of frustration. You need not speak to it. Speak to me instead. Jiang Nian'an crossed her arms, gazing out the window with a cold demeanor. You are rather dull. I have no desire to converse. After a moment of silence, Shen Nanxing reached out, reclaiming Xiao and tossing it onto the back seat. Xiao, you need not concern yourself with her. Speak to me. Jiang Nian'an sighed dramatically. Xiao, why do you still inquire? How can you not grasp this? Let me explain. Just then, Shen Nanxing abruptly snatched Xiao again, placing it back into Jiang Nian'an's hands. You may continue your conversation. I will listen. Xiao felt neglected, sensing that no one cared about its feelings. Xiao, ask someone. In this world, all is driven by profit. The bustling crowd seeks gain. Does he desire such a relationship? Jiang Nian'an scoffed, pushing Xiao back into Shen Nanxing's hands. Shen Nanxing, gently gripping Xiaoyan's head, spoke softly, Xiao, tell and that I do not want that at all. He returned Xiao to Jiang Nian'an. Why must one account for every morsel of food? It seems someone is overthinking things. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanxing tossed Xiao aside once more. He gazed intently at Jiang Nian'an and you cannot misconstrue my intentions regarding the division of the crystal nucleus. I have never held such thoughts. Oh, Jiang Nian'an straightened, casting him a nonchalant glance.
Sure.
After a long pause, he sighed, and please do not act this way. I shall refrain from mentioning the crystal nucleus in the future. Seeing his dejected expression, Jiang Nian'an finally adjusted her demeanor, preparing for a serious discussion about the allocation of the crystal nuclei.
Can ye?
I understand that you all genuinely consider me one of your own, a sister, which is why you worry about my well-being and strive to share more with me. At her words, Shen Nanxing could not help but lift his gaze to her, his eyes gleaming with hope. Then, you have finally grasped my heartfelt intentions. His voice was tinged with emotion. Jiang Nian'an, please refrain from speaking for the moment. Oh, you go ahead. Shen Nanxing sat upright, holding his breath in anticipation, eager to listen. Why does it feel reminiscent of sails billowing in the wind? Jiang Nian'an paused, turning her head slightly before continuing. Conversely, I find myself in a similar position with you. If I were to regard you merely as collaborators, I would certainly accept it with joy. However, if I consider you as friends, as brothers, then I cannot condone your actions. You fear for my well-being, yet do I not harbor the same concerns? Thus, I hope for a relationship between us that is reciprocal, a dynamic of give and take, a mutual endeavor. Oh no, a quadruple commitment. In conclusion, Jiang Nian'an raised her hand and playfully patted Shen Nanxing's shoulder. Brother Shen, you must choose. Will I regard you as emotionless collaborators or as true brothers? True brothers. Shen Nanxing made his choice without hesitation. As expected of my brother Shen, your choices are always the most sagacious. Jiang Nian'an proudly raised her seemingly worthless thumb, declaring, brothers for life. Wait, hold on. Shen Nanxing felt something amiss with her words. Jiang Nian'an's thumb was bent at a 90-degree angle. What's this? Don't you want a lifetime commitment? Shen Nanhong's expression twisted in confusion. No, I do desire a lifetime, but wanting is enough. No need for buts and maybes. Jiang Nian'an produced 2 cups of water. Here, let us toast to our lifetime. She forcibly clinked cups with Shen Nanhang and drank it all in one go. After all this talking, she had become parched. Shen Nanhang fixed his gaze on the water in his hand. There was no way he could drink it. Drinking it would mean becoming lifelong brothers. But if he poured it out, they wouldn't even remain good brothers. What to do? Shen Nanhang's mind raced, and his gaze landed on Xiao Yin, pausing abruptly. Xiao Yin, are you thirsty? At this question, Xiao Yin instinctively shrank back. What was this villain up to now? Shen Nanhang flashed a slight smile at Xiao Yin, then pulled it over. Come, I will feed you some water. Gulp, gulp. A string of expletives flitted through Xiao Yin's mind. Chapter 56, Treating Wounds. Don't bully Xiao Yin. Jiang Nian'an rescued Xiao Yin from Shen Nanhang's grasp. Shen Nanhang looked at the nearly empty cup, delighted. He certainly could not drink water that had been touched by a venomous snake. However, for safety's sake, he tucked the cup into his pants pocket. Jiang Nian'an glanced at the emergency pack he still carried on his back. After the emergency pack, has he developed yet another peculiar habit? Tucking cups into his pockets? Well, as long as he is happy. Brother Shen, where are we headed to exterminate zombies? Jiang Nian'an, having traveled for over half an hour, grew curious as Shen Nanhang continued forward. The First People's Hospital of Tan City. Shen Nanhang checked the navigation, zoomed in on the map, and pointed out the location to Jiang Nian'an. They were merely 3 kilometers away from their destination. 5 minutes later, Shen Nanhang parked the car just 20 meters from the First People's Hospital of Tan City. Like the previous hospital, the area surrounding it was teeming with zombies. And you go wait on the roof of the noodle shop. We will eliminate the zombies below, while you collect crystal cores up top. Once you gather enough, absorb them, and when the space expands, call for us to stop. After Shen Nanhang finished speaking, he charged into the throng of zombies, accompanied by Yun Fan and Yun Hua. There were far too many zombies here. They needed to kill while collecting crystal cores to achieve their goal swiftly. Xiao Yin and the king also dashed in. Relying on its speed, Xiao Yin climbed onto the back of a zombie's head, biting out the crystal core from its brain. It initially intended to swallow it, but, recalling Jiang Nian'an's need for crystal cores, discreetly spat it out instead. Though the king's speed was not as swift as Xiao Yin's, its armored scales were remarkably resilient. The zombie's bites and scratches did not inflict any harm. It opened its mouth wide, almost devouring a zombie's head in one bite. Before long, a pile of zombie heads and crystal cores lay beside the king and Xiao Yin. Jiang Nian'an swiftly climbed to the roof of the noodle shop. With a whip made of vines splitting into 5, she collected the crystal cores one by one. She transferred the crystal cores obtained from Shen Nanhang and the others to the little blue dragon, then absorbed those from Xiao Yin and the king. 2 hours later, Jiang Nian'an called out to the 3 brothers Xiao Yin, King, that's enough. The 3 companions and 2 snakes had collectively dispatched nearly 3,000 zombies in those 2 hours. This quantity was sufficient to expand her 6 square meter space into 7. Jiang Nian'an then delineated an additional square in the planting area, merging it with the previously drawn square to store the newly acquired supplies. Though she was fabricating, it had to appear genuine. Alas, she felt weary. And they too were fatigued. It was exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing Jiang Nian'an declare it was enough, the 3 and 2 snakes quickly retreated. The zombies continued to stagger towards them. Jiang Nian'an swiftly jumped down from the rooftop, gathering all the supplies from the car. The 3 of them donned disposable raincoats. The 4 of them, along with the 2 snakes, swiftly squeezed into a vehicle and sped away. Anan, pass me some disinfectant and hemostatic medicine. Just as they turned a corner, Yun Hua suddenly spoke up. Injured? Jiang Nian'an immediately turned around to look at Yun Hua, inquiring, let me see your wound. Although ability users do not turn into zombies when injured by them or other mutated creatures, the method for treating their wounds differs from ordinary injuries. Shen Nanhang also temporarily halted the vehicle at the roadside, glancing back. Yun Hua raised his left arm, revealing a 5-centimeter-long scratch on the inner side of his forearm. The flesh surrounding the wound appeared to be faintly black, resembling the decaying flesh of a zombie. I initially thought such a minor injury could be disregarded, but unexpectedly, it has been bleeding incessantly and is quite itchy. A wound inflicted by a zombie will not heal on its own without treatment. Jiang Nian'an took out the dagger Jiang Nian'an had given her and carefully disinfected it with alcohol. To facilitate healing, the necrotic tissue surrounding the wound must first be excised before applying the appropriate medication. Bear with me. She firmly grasped Yuanhua's arm and, with a swift motion, made the incision. Yuanhua let out a muffled groan, his body tensing up, grinding his back teeth tightly as he endured the pain. The necrotic tissue surrounding the wound was swiftly removed. The previously darkened blood transformed into normal blood, flowing from his arm. Jiang Nian'an applied disinfectant to his wound, sprinkled on hemostatic powder, and wrapped it with a bandage. There, it will heal in a couple of days. She tossed a bottle of medicine to Yunfan. Third brother. Remember to help second brother change the dressings in the next few days. Oh, right, but Nian'an, how do you know how to treat wounds from zombie bites? Have you been bitten by one? Both Yunfan and even Jiang Nian'an turned their attention toward her with curiosity. I haven't been bitten. But on the day my abilities awakened, I witnessed another ability user whose leg had been injured. After much toil, nearly bleeding out, they finally discerned the means to treat wounds inflicted by zombies. I diligently noted this method. So this is how it is. Thankfully, and you learned it back then, otherwise, we would be in quite a predicament today. Yunhua felt a chill of apprehension. Indeed, it also indirectly indicates your good fortune. Jiang Nian'an smiled, choosing not to elaborate further on the topic. This knowledge stemmed from her previous life as experiences. If they were to pry deeper, she would find it difficult to fabricate many explanations. She resumed her seat and said to Jiang Nian'an, Brother Shen, let us continue our search for shelter.
All right.
After traversing 2 more streets, Jiang Nian'an pointed to their left front, where a residential area named Happiness Community stood. Brother Shen, there's a community over there. Jiang Nian'an noticed it too, immediately turning the steering wheel towards Happiness Community. As they arrived at the entrance, a horde of zombies lunged at them. Jiang Nian'an pressed the accelerator, crashing directly into them. There were numerous zombies in this community. They had driven deep into the area, yet hundreds still roamed nearby. It was estimated that at least 2,000 zombies inhabited this community. Each building stood eerily silent, devoid of any signs of survivors. No one is here, yet it attracts so many zombies. Brother Shen, this community must harbor other living beings, perhaps mutated animals or plants. It's simply not safe. We should find another place. Jiang Nian'an observed the zombies incessantly pounding against their car windows, her expression grave. Agreed. Jiang Nian'an sensed something amiss and turned the car around, heading back out. Just as they were about to leave the community, a sudden rustling sound emanated from behind the vehicle. Jiang Nian'an quickly retrieved her flashlight, shining it backward. A massive scorpion. Yunfan snatched the flashlight from Jiang Nian'an and, alongside Yunhua, peered closely behind. A dense cluster of approximately 200 scorpions, each over 30 centimeters long and pitch black, loomed before them. Their heads were triangular, with bulging eyes and serrated mouths. Their backs were covered in barbs, while the hooks on their tails and pincers shimmered with a ghostly blue glow. Clearly, they are highly venomous. Jiang Nian'an assessed. The advantage of these mutated black scorpions lay in their swift movements, with venomous pincers and tails, while their weakness was their low defense. In simple terms, they were fragile, yet capable of striking. For the 4 of them, all adept at ranged attacks, the threat seemed manageable. However, how could such a small cluster of typically dormant mutated black scorpions, which thrived in the shadows, attract so many zombies? It was unfathomable. This community undoubtedly concealed something else. Chapter 57. The Mutated Vines 1. Uncle, I'm scared. Little Yangzhou clutched Yunhua's hand tightly, his eyes fixated on the approaching mutated black scorpions. A look of terror etched on his face. Do not fear. They cannot catch us. Look ahead, do not gaze at them. Yunhua patted his little head, instructing him to stay seated and remain still. Meanwhile, he kept his gaze on the mutated black scorpions. Suddenly, a rustling noise echoed around them, as if something was swiftly crawling along the ground. What is that sound? Yunfan queried, illuminating the ground with the flashlight. Apart from the mutated black scorpions trailing behind, the only other creatures approaching them were zombies from a distance. Yet it was evident that this sound was not produced by them. A foreboding feeling surged within Jiang Nian'an. She exchanged a glance with Jiang Nian'an, and they simultaneously shouted, "Get out of the car, quickly. However, their warning came too late. Before they could exit, several tendrils shot out from the darkness, piercing through the car windows towards them. Jiang Nian'an's eyes sparked with electricity as he unleashed a surge of energy, striking the tendrils. The foremost tendril instantly charred, disintegrating into ashes that dispersed in the air. Jiang Nian'an brandished her dagger, its green glow slicing through the tendrils with force. A viscous, blood-like sap oozed from the severed ends of the tendrils, dripping onto the car windows and seats, releasing an odd odor that mingled the scents of plant matter and rusty blood. Simultaneously, Yunfan and Yunhua activated their abilities, launching ice spikes to impale the tendrils, freezing them, while water blades cleaved downwards. With a series of cracking sounds, the tendrils were severed, falling to the ground in disarray. Sensing the threat, the remaining tendrils recoiled rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, the four of them swiftly opened the doors and exited the vehicle. "Uncle, the scorpions are coming." Little Yangzhou trembled at the sight of the mutated black scorpions advancing towards them. Jiang Nian'an stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, unleashing a burst of lightning energy from beneath him. The electric current surged across the ground, brilliant and dense, charging towards the mutated black scorpions. The mutated black scorpions faltered in their advance, their bodies crackling with electricity as they convulsed uncontrollably, venom spraying from their bodies. It landed on the ground with a hissing corrosive sound, emitting plumes of white smoke. However, Jiang Nian'an and the others could not afford to focus on the mutated black scorpions. The rustling sound persisted. Jiang Nian'an pointed towards a nearby office building, instructing, "Take little Yangzhou to that building, protect him." The Great King nodded. Little Yangzhou hesitated, reluctant to part from Yunhua. Ever since his mother's death, he had developed a strong dependence on Yunhua, who often comforted him. Yet he dared not voice his feelings, merely trembling as he followed the Great King towards the adjacent building. Suddenly, a tendril swiftly advanced along the ground. As it neared little Yangzhou and the Great King, it leapt up abruptly, aiming to strike little Yangzhou.
Ah!
Little Yangzhou fell to the ground in fear. In that instant, the Great King lunged forward, shielding little Yangzhou while biting down on the tendril. With a sharp snap, he spat the severed tendril onto the ground. Having missed its target, the tendril retreated. Seeing it pull back, little Yangzhou pouted, on the verge of tears. "Do not cry." Jiang Nian'an feigned a fierce expression, glaring at him. "Get up immediately and run to the building, or else," she swung her vine whip forcefully against the ground. Startled, little Yangzhou suppressed his fear and tears, scrambling to his feet and following the Great King into the building. Jiang Nian'an kept her gaze fixed on little Yangzhou and the Great King until they safely entered the building before retracting her attention. Once again, tendrils shot forth, this time tripling in number. Jiang Nian'an raised her hand, a vibrant green light bursting forth, transforming into countless emerald leaves that surged towards the tendrils. Following closely, Jiang Nian'an's lightning struck in tandem with Yunfan and Yunhua's water blades and ice spikes, effectively severing the tendrils. Yet, within less than half a minute, the severed tendrils regenerated anew, continuing their assault on the four. After several repetitions, Jiang Nian'an turned to Jiang Nian'an, stating, "Brother Shen, we cannot continue like this. At present, it appears these tendrils cannot injure us. However, they can regenerate indefinitely, while our abilities are limited. If this drags on, defeat is inevitable. Brothers, cover me. I shall seek the tendril's core. Only by locating and annihilating it can we resolve this impasse. I will go." Shen Nanxing took a step forward, his entire being crackling with electricity. "Brother Shen, I am of the wood element and can perceive the location of the vine's core even faster than you." Jiang Nian'an smiled at the three of them. "I entrust my safety to you." With that, she dashed towards the direction from which the vines were surging. The vine's core seemed to sense Jiang Nian'an's intentions, and in an instant, a majority of the vines launched an assault towards her. With a thunderous roar, Shen Nanxing conjured an electric net above her. The vines, instinctively wary of the power of electricity, hesitated to attack from above, instead retreating to the ground to slither. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Shen Nanxing's eyes as the electric net split into two, one above and one below. The vine's core, left with no choice, could only initiate an attack from the sides. Yunfan and Yunhua swiftly ran forward, one to the left and one to the right, shielding Jiang Nian'an on both flanks. Jiang Nian'an felt the fluctuations of the wood element energy in the air, searching for the area with the strongest disturbance. Found it. A smile graced Jiang Nian'an's face as she controlled a vine to thrust a dagger fiercely into a spot 20 meters to her left front. With a piercing sound, the vine's core was struck by the dagger, emitting a sound akin to a scream. Instinct told it that it must flee. It was no match for the four before it. The vine's core rapidly retracted all its appendages, abandoning the part that Jiang Nian'an had pinned to the ground with her dagger, and burrowed into the earth, attempting to escape. Trying to run? Not on my watch. Jiang Nian'an had already locked onto it and pursued. Shen Nanxing and the others retracted their powers, following closely behind. The vine's core continuously shifted its position, attempting to evade Jiang Nian'an's tracking. Unfortunately for it, Jiang Nian'an possessed her own methods for pursuing mutated plants. Not only did she stay hot on its heels, but she also occasionally hurled daggers at it, each time striking with precision, severing numerous appendages that had shrunk to a mere meter in size. The strength of the vine's core was gradually waning, yet its pace of escape did not diminish. A gust of wind swept by, carrying with it the scents of various plants. Jiang Nian'an sensed the unique fluctuations of wood element energy that only mutated plants possessed. The source of this energy was aligned with the direction in which the vine's core was currently fleeing. Evidently, there were allies ahead. She could not allow it to escape any longer. Jiang Nian'an threw her dagger again, forcing the vine's core to dart towards their left front. While calling out to Shen Nanxing, "Brother Shen, lightning strikes 15 meters to the left front." Understood. Shen Nanxing's lightning struck in response. With a sharp sound, the vine's core let out another agonized cry, emerging from the ground, enveloped in swirling black smoke, its speed of escape momentarily hindered. "Xiao Yin, go bite off its core." Jiang Nian'an seized Xiao Yin and flung it directly onto the vine's core. Xiao Yin bit into the vine's core, first using its poison to thoroughly paralyze it, then scuttling around, but it failed to locate the core. It blinked in confusion, momentarily bewildered. Where could this large black sphere's core be? During its perplexity, Jiang Nian'an and the others reached the vine's core. The core was a large sphere over a meter in diameter, with its long and short appendages lazily hanging from its lower half. At first glance, it bore a resemblance to an octopus. "Xiao Yin, where's the core?" Jiang Nian'an, seeing that the vine's core had become immobile, instinctively thought Xiao Yin had already retrieved the core. Xiao Yin shook its head in response, hissing, "I didn't find it. I don't know where its core is." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian'an was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized, "Xiao Yin, have you never fought mutated plants before? Let me tell you, the cores of mutated plants are always located at their roots." She stepped forward, preparing to uproot the vine's core. Such mutated plants that could swiftly move through the soil had underdeveloped root systems. Moreover, the ground would become loose due to their movement, allowing for easy uprooting. "Let me do it." Shen Nanxing firmly grasped one of the vine's core's appendages, applying force to uproot it entirely. Jiang Nian'an felt around the base of the vine's core and soon located the core in the middle of the roots. She did not hastily pull it out but instead pointed it out to Xiao Yin. "Xiao Yin, look, its core is right here." She turned on her flashlight to make it clearer for Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin nodded, indicating it had memorized the location. Only then did Jiang Nian'an yank the core free, storing it in her space. She glanced ahead, her eyes glimmering with excitement. The cores of mutated plants were, to other elemental powers, akin to the cores found within the brains of zombies and mutated beasts. However, for wood elemental users, absorbing the cores of mutated plants could potentially enhance their innate abilities, thereby raising their growth limits. Were it not for the abundance of plants attracting numerous animals, and given her current ability to absorb mutated beasts, she would have long persuaded Shen Nanxing and the others to take the mountain path. Plants naturally feared fire and electricity. With Shen Nanxing present, acquiring some mutated plant cores would be quite effortless. However, for now, Jiang Nian'an glanced at Shen Nanxing and the others, noticing the fatigue etched on their faces. Continuous battles had pushed them to their limits. "Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Let's head back and find the king and that child." Jiang Nian'an bent down to cradle Xiao Yin and turned to retrace their steps with Shen Nanxing and the others. Having pursued all the way, they returned to the depths of the community. Roar! Zombies began to gather one after another. The four of them did not wish to waste any more time. swiftly running together towards the entrance of the community. Oh my goodness, after this afternoon and tonight, I am utterly exhausted, overheated, and famished. Yun Fan gasped, leaning on his knees, drenched in sweat. Shen Nanqing and Yun Hua, though silent and not panting as heavily as Yun Fan, were equally fatigued, as Jiang Nian'an well understood. She handed each of them a bottle of ice water, saying, "Drink some water and rest for a moment. I will go retrieve the core from the scorpion's brain." "I'll go with you," Shen Nanqing said, taking a swig of water and preparing to follow her. "No need. I can retrieve it quickly with my powers," Jiang Nian'an declined, walking alone towards the mutated black scorpion. Shen Nanqing ignored her, finishing his water before striding over to her side. Jiang Nian'an was using a vine to penetrate the mutated black scorpion's brain to extract the core when she noticed Shen Nanqing approaching and tilted her head in confusion. "I'm here to keep an eye out, in case any not-quite-dead scorpions attempt a sneak attack." Shen Nanqing's reasoning was sound. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Nian'an couldn't help but smile. "Brother Shen, these mutated black scorpions were defeated by your lightning energy. Are you doubting your own strength?" Shen Nanqing turned to look at her, his voice deep. "I trust my strength, but I fear unforeseen circumstances." Jiang Nian'an raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a smile. "Brother Shen, your words are quite contradictory. Trust, yet fear the unforeseen. What is this belief, if not a contradiction?" Shen Nanjing chuckled softly, yet refrained from offering any explanation. 5 minutes later, Jiang Nian'an had collected all the crystal cores from the mutated black scorpion's brain into her space. Yun Hua and Yun Fan entered the building, summoning Xiao Liangzhou and the king. Observing Xiao Liangzhou tightly clutching Yun Hua's leg, Jiang Nian'an furrowed her brows. She hadn't had the chance to inquire whether there was a base in this Tan city. "No rush, we shall ask tomorrow." Indeed, as they conversed, they made their way towards the vehicle. Their disposable raincoats were already in tatters, but Jiang Nian'an chose not to produce new ones. She felt it unnecessary to show affection for this car. The windows were nearly shattered, incapable of withstanding even the weakest level 1 zombies. She climbed in directly, suggesting, "Brothers, let us seek another vehicle tomorrow." "Indeed, a new one is required," Shen Nanjing concurred as he settled into the car. "I have no objections, but first, we ought to find a place to rest. I am utterly exhausted." Yun Fan slumped into a seat, his expression vacant. "Hungry, tired, and drowsy. Let us have some bread first." Jiang Nian'an handed several pieces of bread to Yun Hua and the others in the back seat. "Here you go, Shen Ge." She tore open a package of rock-baked toast, offering it to Shen Nanjing, who was unable to open it himself while driving. "Thank you, Anan." A flicker of amusement shone in Shen Nanjing's eyes as he regarded the bread in his hand. Jiang Nian'an began eating as well and inquired of the king and Xiao Yin, "Would you two care for some?" Both of them shook their heads in unison, hissing, "We will find food for ourselves shortly." "All right," Jiang Nian'an nodded, praising them, "Excellent. Not only can you be of great assistance, but you also require no supervision for meals. Truly, you are easy to care for." Half an hour later, Shen Nanjing parked the vehicle in front of a hotel. "This will suffice. The zombies in this vicinity are not numerous, and it appears relatively tranquil. Moreover, the flickering candlelight from the upper floors indicates safety within." Chapter 59. Nocturnal Disturbances. Yun Fan was the first to dash into the hotel. Yun Hua grasped Xiao Liangzhou's hand, following closely behind. "Shall we enter as well?" Jiang Nian'an said to Shen Nanjing beside her. Stepping inside, the king was hoisted over Shen Nanjing's shoulder. The hotel's corridors and staircases were as filthy as elsewhere. Should the king venture upstairs, even someone as composed as Shen Nanjing would shudder at the thought. The imagery was too vivid, far too unsettling to contemplate. Yun Fan and Yun Hua circled the second floor, ultimately discovering that the room at the far end was surprisingly clean. Yun Fan turned back, gesturing for Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanjing to come over. Upon their arrival, he pointed to the room, astonished. "How remarkable! This room is actually quite tidy. Rooms on the first and second floors are more susceptible to attacks from mutated creatures, especially those at the edges." Jiang Nian'an indicated towards the front balcony and then towards the side bathroom. Other rooms had only one point of vulnerability, whereas this one had two. Perhaps others were deterred from staying here. After speaking, Jiang Nian'an instructed the two creatures to explore the room. "Xiao Yin, king, Go investigate the premises. Immediately, the king and Xiao Yin scuttled around the room. 5 minutes later, they returned. Hiss, safe. Only then did Jiang Nian'an discard her shoe covers and stride inside. Just as Yunfan intended to remove his shoe covers to follow, Shen Nanjing halted him with a hand. You and Yunhua go check if the adjoining room is habitable. Yunfan paused for a moment, then swiftly agreed. Yunhua nodded as well, leading Xiao Yangzhou toward the neighboring room. Jiang Nian'an approached the coffee table, retrieving over 10 boxes of self-heating rice. Shenge, could you assist me? Of course, I'm coming. Shen Nanjing, who was inspecting the door lock, promptly turned to assist her. Uncle, why do we need 2 rooms? Xiao Yangzhou's timid voice echoed with curiosity as they neared the neighboring door. Because Sister Anan is a girl, and we are boys. We cannot spend the night in the same room as her, Yunhua explained patiently with a smile. But why can't we stay in the same room as Sister Anan? Xiao Yangzhou's eyes reflected confusion. When he stayed with his parents, uncles, and aunts, they all shared a room. Yunhua paused, contemplating. Then articulated a response that Xiao Yangzhou could comprehend. Because we must protect Sister Anan. Upon hearing Yunhua's words, Xiao Yangzhou bowed his head, earnestly considering their meaning. After a moment, he nodded resolutely. Uncle, I remember. Yunhua chuckled. What did you remember? Xiao Yangzhou clenched his small fist, declaring, we cannot spend the night in the same room as girls. We must protect them. At this revelation, Yunhua couldn't help but chuckle lightly, ruffling his hair. Yes. But before protecting, one must discern whether the other is good or bad. If it is a bad person, you must flee swiftly. But how do I discern? Xiao Yangzhou queried, perplexed. With your heart, Yunhua replied. Xiao Yangzhou appeared even more perplexed. How do I use my heart? What a profound question. Let us ask your Uncle Shen later. Yunhua, unsure how to explain to Xiao Yangzhou, decided to defer to Shen Nanjing. The thought of Shen Nanjing made Xiao Yangzhou bite his lip. Uncle Shen is too fierce, I dare not. Seeing him fall silent, Yunhua sighed in relief. Children do have an abundance of inquiries. He led Xiao Yangzhou into their room. Overall, it was not as clean as Jiang Nian'an's room, yet it was passably livable. Remarkably, the 2 rooms' balconies were interconnected, separated only by a half-wall and dark glass. Yunhua instructed Yunfan to tidy the room while he himself stepped onto the balcony, skillfully maneuvering a delicate water blade to cut through the glass partition. He leaned the glass against the wall and then vaulted over the half-wall to Jiang Nian'an's side. Already setting the table, Jiang Nian'an and her companions were not surprised to see him enter. Second brother, call third brother, and let him come eat first. No need to call, I'm here. Just as Jiang Nian'an finished speaking, Yunfan dashed in excitedly from the adjacent room. On the coffee table lay several boxes of self-heating rice with water added, 3 jean of flatbreads, and half a head of lettuce. Jiang Nian'an opened 2 cans of mackerel and mixed a large plate of tomatoes with sugar. Hiss. Xiao Yin and the king crawled over, eager to venture out in search of food. Go ahead. Jiang Nian'an used vines to lower them from the second-floor window to the ground. After Xiao Yin and the king departed, Jiang Nian'an and her companions picked up their chopsticks and began their meal. After dining, Jiang Nian'an requested Yunhua to leave her a bucket of water. She also provided them with a change of clothes and a bottle of ice water, sending the 3, along with Liangzhou, back to the adjoining room. Just as she finished washing up, Xiao Yin and the king returned through the external drainage pipe. The sovereign reclined at the entrance, while Xiao Yin settled on the balcony. The 2, exhibiting remarkable obedience, climbed to their designated spots and closed their eyes to rest. Jiang Nian'an did not secure the balcony door, opting instead to draw the curtains. She spread a disposable sheet over the bed, retrieved her pillow and quilt, and promptly succumbed to a deep slumber. As the full moon ascended to its zenith, Shen Nanjing perched himself atop the half-wall in the center of the balcony, vigilantly keeping watch. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, rousing all within the hotel. Jiang Nian'an jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. "Anan?" came Shen Nanjing's voice from the balcony.
Hey.
Jiang Nian'an responded, hastily gathering her pillow and quilt as she made her way to the balcony. Were you frightened? What has transpired? They queried in unison, only to shake their heads simultaneously in reply.
No.
Uncertain, Brother Shen and Yunhua and Yunfan also arrived at the balcony. A monster! Help! A terrified scream echoed from the floor above, followed by the frantic sound of footsteps rushing downstairs. Interspersed was a noise reminiscent of a sharp object piercing flesh. The sovereign and Xiao Yin grew increasingly restless, their eyes fixed intently on the door. "Is there danger outside?" Jiang Nian'an inquired, glancing at Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin promptly nodded. Survivors had already fled the hotel in a desperate scramble, only to collapse after a few steps. Shun Nanxing peered downward. Illuminated by the moonlight, he witnessed a slender creature, scarcely 2 inches long, emerging from the mouth of the unfortunate survivor. "What is that thing?" Yunfan and Yunhua gasped, their hearts sinking at the sight. Chapter 60, True Identity. Hiss. The elongated creature emitted a short, sharp sound, and soon thereafter, rustling noises could be heard from the wall outside, as if something was scurrying rapidly along it. Once the commotion descended from the second floor to the first, Xiao Yin and the sovereign finally directed their gaze outside the window. Jiang Nian'an followed suit, peering down. They beheld a swarm of slender creatures bursting forth from the hotel entrance, crawling onto the lifeless body of the survivor. The sound of gnawing echoed through the air. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the swarm dispersed, leaving behind nothing but a skeletal remains. "Uncle." Xiao Liangzhou's face turned pale, and he barely spoke before Yunhua covered his mouth. The slender creatures, which were scuttling about below as if searching for survivors, suddenly lifted their heads. Glancing toward the second floor upon hearing the noise, the 4 had already crouched down, pressing their bodies against the wall, holding their breath. The creature surveyed the second floor but found nothing amiss. Hiss. At that moment, another slender creature emitted a sound not far away. The ones lingering below scurried towards that direction. Only when the noise below had completely subsided did Jiang Nian'an cautiously lift Xiao Yin upward. Xiao Yin revealed only half of his head, scanning the area below. Once assured that the slender creatures had departed, he withdrew back. Hiss. They're gone. Jiang Nian'an finally exhaled, signaling to the 3 with a glance towards the interior of the room. Shun Nanxing and his companions understood, rising quietly and making their way back into the room. "What was that just now? A rat?" Yunfan inquired in a hushed tone. The thought of that thing crawling out of the survivor's mouth sent chills down his spine. "I couldn't see clearly." Shun Nanxing shook his head. "However, it likely wasn't a rat. The size doesn't match. The sound was also inconsistent. If I had to guess, it resembled a lizard," Yunhua chimed in. Jiang Nian'an remained silent, diligently sifting through her memories in search of clues regarding the slender creature. Yet, after several minutes, she sighed in regret. She had never encountered such a creature. The varieties of mutated beings in this apocalypse were countless. Even considering her 5 years of experience in her previous life, the creature she had seen likely comprised less than 1% of the total. Suddenly, a woman's sobs emanated from the adjacent room. "Stay silent. Who knows if that group of monsters has moved away?" Another female voice chimed in, accompanied by a rugged male voice affirming, "Indeed, if they hear us return, we shall all perish." The weeping immediately subsided, muffled with restraint. "With 3 hours until dawn, let us remain here for the time being. Once daylight breaks, we shall return to the base." "Agreed," came 2 affirmations. Following their declarations, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Nian'an and her companions gleaned from their words that there was indeed a base in Tan City. Yunhua cast a glance at the clearly exhausted yet resolutely awake Xiao Liangzhou. "Will the base accept children without guardians?" "Uncertain. We can only try," Jiang Nian'an replied, though inwardly she was convinced that the base would certainly accept them. Presently, the bases were established by various local governments, and orphans like Liangzhou fell well within their scope of aid. Yawning, she flopped onto the bed. "I shall rest for a while." Yunhua gently placed Xiao Liangzhou onto a nearby sofa, reassuring him, "It's all right, sleep now." Xiao Liangzhou clutched his hand tightly, as if drawing strength from it, and slowly closed his eyes. Yunhua chose to sit on the floor, leaning against the sofa to rest. Shun Nanxing closed his eyes, seated at the opposite end of the sofa, while Yunfan sprawled across the coffee table, using his arms as a pillow. As dawn approached, the slender creatures did not make another appearance. Jiang Nian'an prepared breakfast consisting of instant porridge and meat pies. After breakfast, they attentively listened to the sounds from the opposite room. It was not until after 7 that the door across the way creaked open, revealing a cautious figure descending the stairs. "Let us go." Jiang Nian'an stretched and climbed down from the second-floor window. Shen Nanqing and his companions followed suit. Xiao Liangzhou was lowered by Jiang Nian'an using vines. This method allowed them to descend more swiftly than the individuals across the way.
Ah!
Just as they reached the ground, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. As Jiang Nian'an and her companions contemplated investigating the situation, four pallid survivors burst forth from within.
Run!
There's a monster, one shouted as they dashed past Jiang Nian'an and the others. No sooner had she spoken than a man rushed out from the building, his expression agonized. Clutching his chest with his right hand, Lin Ling, Sun Sheng is still alive. Another woman in their group grasped Lin Ling, attempting to pull her toward Sun Sheng. At that moment, Sun Sheng staggered forward, mimicking the unfortunate survivor from the night before, taking a few faltering steps before collapsing. This familiar scene jolted Jiang Nian'an, her companions, and Xiao Liangzhou into recollecting the image of the slender creature emerging from the survivor's mouth. They instinctively retreated. Jiang Nian'an cautioned Lin Ling, who had just urged her to flee. Don't go near. Lin Ling broke free from the woman's grasp, retreating alongside Jiang Nian'an and her companions, while the other two men who had been with them had already fled. The woman could hardly believe it. Lin Ling, you don't care about Sun Sheng. No one paid her any mind. Let's get out of here in the broken car first. You should come along too. Jiang Nian'an called out to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded eagerly, offering Jiang Nian'an a grateful smile. Take me with you. Seeing them about to leave, the woman disregarded her concerns for Sun Sheng and hurriedly ran towards Jiang Nian'an and the others. Suddenly, as if disturbed by the woman's shrill voice, a commotion erupted within Sun Sheng's chest. After a moment of writhing, the hand he had pressed against his chest was pushed aside. Blood gushed forth, staining his front with dark crimson splotches. Almost immediately, a long, 2-inch grotesque creature emerged from Sun Sheng's chest. With a powerful leap, it lunged at the woman's back in a flash.
Ah! Ah!
The icy sensation against her back terrified the woman. She jumped frantically in place, attempting to shake off the slender creature. Its sharp claws sunk into her flesh, and it gaped wide. A sickening sound pierced the air as it penetrated her flesh, abruptly halting her frantic movements. Her eyes bulged in horror, her face paling as her body fell stiffly backward. With a thud, a cloud of dust was kicked up, and the woman's mouth slightly opened. A chilling scene unfolded before Yunfan's eyes once more. The 2-inch-long creature crawled out from her mouth. Jiang Nian'an and the others finally discerned the true appearance of this elongated creature. It resembled a hideous hybrid of a lizard and a crocodile. Yet it was far more grotesque and menacing. Its head was flattened, devoid of eyes or a nose, sporting only a mouth that occupied 2/3 of its head, lined with serrated, sharp teeth. Its body was a deep brownish black, covered in a layer of dark scales that shimmered with a cold glint under the sunlight. What on earth is this? Jiang Nian'an looked around, utterly perplexed, unable to identify the creature's origins. Chapter 61, Escape. The creature's head slowly turned towards Jiang Nian'an. Although it lacked eyes, she felt a fierce, malevolent gaze fixed upon her. The creature's cheeks puffed slightly as it propelled itself off the woman's face and lunged at Jiang Nian'an. Shen Nanhang swiftly raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the elongated monster. Struck, the creature fell to the ground with a loud crack, motionless. Is it dead? It doesn't seem that formidable, Yunfan mused, stepping forward and prodding the creature's scales with an ice shard. It barely budged.
Despite its small size,
the creature's scales were remarkably tough. Yunfan turned back to his companions, expressing his astonishment. Just then, the creature, previously thought to be lifeless, suddenly lifted its head and spat a foul, putrid liquid towards Yunfan. Watch out, third brother. Jiang Nian'an's vines swiftly coiled around Yunfan's waist, yanking him back just in time. The vile liquid narrowly missed him, landing on the ground with a hissing sound, releasing a plume of white smoke. How dare you, ugly creature, pretending to be dead and then spitting foulness. Yunfan hurled the ice shard with force, aiming to pin the creature to the ground. Despite its short limbs, the creature exhibited remarkable speed, dodging and spitting more of its repugnant liquid at the group. Seizing the opportunity amidst their evasions, it lunged again, mouth agape, straight for Jiang Nian'an. With a swift bend, Jiang Nian'an evaded the creature's assault, quickly rising and pivoting to deliver a lash with her vine. The The creature was sent spiraling through the air before crashing against the wall with a thud. Without allowing it a moment to react, she drove her vine through its head. Retrieving the vine, she extracted the crystal core from within the creature's brain. This time, it was undoubtedly dead. With a sense of satisfaction, Jiang Nian'an held up the crystal core, shaking it before Jiang Nian'an and the others. Just as Jiang Nian'an was about to respond, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. His expression shifted.
We must leave, now.
Understood. The group hurriedly entered the vehicle. As they started the engine, the previously retreating creatures surged forth from the foliage. Some rushed towards Sun Sheng and the others' corpses, while others pursued the car. Jiang Nian'an remained unfazed, pressing the accelerator to the floor as they sped away. The creatures pursued relentlessly, their speed alarming as they rapidly closed the distance. Look out! They're getting closer! Lin Ling cried in alarm. Jiang Nian'an glanced back, seeing a dense swarm, numbering in the thousands. Remembering the creature that had targeted her earlier, her brows furrowed. Brother Shen, drive steadily. I'll handle them. With that, Jiang Nian'an turned to Jiang Nian'an, extending her right hand out of the window, gripping the roof of the car as she positioned herself outside. Upon spotting her, the elongated creatures charged forward with renewed vigor, their speed increasing as they pursued her, hurling foul liquid her way. Jiang Nian'an rolled her eyes, as if being ugly wasn't enough. Now you stink too. Allow me to cleanse your mouths and disinfect. Her palms summoned vines that quickly sprouted a bucket of alcohol, pouring down like rain onto the creatures below. Brother Shen, Jiang Nian'an called back to Jiang Nian'an. Just as her words fell, lightning struck from behind with a deafening crash, igniting the creatures ablaze. The creatures, terrified of the flames, were thrown into chaos, scattering like headless flies, abandoning their pursuit of the car. Only then did Jiang Nian'an return to her seat, turning to Lin Ling to inquire about the location of the base. Lin Ling was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with excitement. You're heading to the base too? Yes, Jiang Nian'an nodded. Lin Ling quickly rummaged through her pocket for a map of Tan City, pointing out a location. It's right here. The map's intricate routes made Jiang Nian'an feel dizzy. Excuse me, may I borrow this? The directionally challenged player handed the map straight to Jiang Nian'an. He took the map, maneuvering the car to a nearby bus stop. After glancing at the sign to confirm their location, he quickly surveyed the base's position before returning the map to Lin Ling. Do you know the way? Jiang Nian'an asked, taken aback by how swiftly he grasped it. Are you some kind of human GPS? Yes, Jiang Nian'an nodded. I've been to Tan City before and have visited the current base location, so I roughly remember the route. He started the engine, driving straight to the street before turning onto another road. Miss, does the Tan City base accept orphans? Yun Fan inquired midway, glancing at Lin Ling. Orphans? Who, him? Lin Ling's gaze fell upon Xiao Liangzhou. Yun Fan nodded, yes. Lin Ling looked back at Xiao Liangzhou, who was silently shedding tears. She initially believed that the child was part of the 4 individuals before her, only to discover otherwise. Although perplexed, Lin Ling refrained from inquiring further, merely nodding in agreement as she spoke. Understood. Yun Fan made an okay gesture and fell silent. The night prior, they had informed Liangzhou that they would escort him to the base today. Whether Liangzhou was willing or not was not a matter for them to ponder. Nor was it within Liangzhou's capacity to decide. The vehicle plunged into a momentary silence. Half an hour later, Shen Nanjing brought the car to a halt by the roadside. Their destination loomed 100 meters ahead. What was once the government of Tan City had now transformed into the Tan City base. A long queue of several dozen lines formed at the entrance, flanked by armed personnel wielding firearms, guarding against mutated creatures while maintaining order among the waiting crowd. Is it possible for you to take him directly to the base to complete the formalities? Jiang Nian'an inquired, glancing at the queue that stretched several hundred meters. She grimaced and turned to Lin Ling. They had already set aside past grievances to rescue Liangzhou, cared for him for 2 days, and brought him to the entrance of the base. Certainly, they could not be expected to endure such a long wait again. Lin Ling promptly replied, yes. I am affiliated with the base and can take him directly. Then I kindly ask you to escort him. We will waive your fare. Jiang Nian'an smiled gently at Lin Ling. Absolutely. Lin Ling agreed, with alacrity. Were it not for the assistance of these individuals, she might have ended up like Sun Sheng and the others, venturing out with no hope of return. This small favor was something she must extend. Lin Ling reached down to lift little Yangzhou, opened the car door, and stepped out. After expressing her gratitude to Jiang Nian'an and the others, she made her way toward the base entrance. Little Yangzhou kept glancing back at them. In the final moment before entering the base, he suddenly waved goodbye to the four, calling out tearfully, "Thank you, uncle." "Thank you, sister." "Not bad, better than his parents," Jiang Nian'an remarked, retracting her gaze and turning to Xin Nanjing. "Let us find a vehicle." There were several gas stations along the route to Xing City. Surely there would be a vehicle available. Xin Nanjing activated the navigation and restarted the car, setting off toward Xing City. Chapter 62. The highway exit was blocked. Once they exited the confines of the Tan City base, the road grew desolate once more. The streets were nearly devoid of survivors, with only zombies aimlessly wandering about.
Wow.
Am I seeing things, or is that zombie eating another one of its kind? Yun Fan exclaimed, sitting up abruptly and pointing to their left. The three turned their gazes in the direction he indicated, witnessing a towering zombie hunched over a headless counterpart, feasting with gusto.
What's so surprising about that?
They're essentially thoughtless humanoid monsters now. It's only natural for them to consume whatever they can find, Yunhua yawned, returning his attention to the seat, looking fatigued. Yawns are contagious. Yun Fan followed suit, stifling a large yawn and lamenting, "Life is so tough nowadays. I really just want a peaceful sleep." "Third brother, be content," Jiang Nian'an remarked, her eyes sweeping over the second floor of a nearby supermarket. "We may not sleep well, but at least we can still fill our stomachs."
Just look at them.
On the supermarket's second-floor windowsill stood two individuals, heads bowed as they consumed a mass of dark, sticky substance. Judging by their occasional retching, it was undoubtedly unappetizing. Yet neither discarded it. Rather, their eyes sparkled with delight as they forcefully stuffed the mass into their mouths. Yun Fan noticed that their faces, shoulders, and arms were riddled with wounds. One individual had half of his face festering, pus mingling with blood as it dripped down with each chew. Yun Fan fell silent. Compared to other survivors, their current existence was decidedly more tolerable. "How far are we from the first gas station?" Yun Hua leaned forward, his gaze resting on the navigation. Unable to locate the gas station's indicator. "About an hour." "Why do you ask?" Xin Nanjing adjusted the navigation map, indicating the location of the first gas station to Yun Hua. "In that case, I'll take a quick nap. And we can switch when we reach the first gas station," Yun Fan declared. Xin Nanjing nodded slightly. "All right. I'll also rest. When we reach the second gas station, it'll be my turn to drive," Yun Fan added, before leaning his head against Yun Hua's shoulder, drifting off to sleep. Jiang Nian'an, however, was not tired. She continuously surveyed her surroundings, occasionally dispatching vines to retrieve crystals from the heads of roadside zombies. Xiao Yin and Wang nestled in the trunk, akin to Yun Hua and the others, resting with eyes closed. 20 minutes later, they had exited the city and merged onto the highway. Bored by the nearly unchanged scenery on either side, Jiang Nian'an had just retrieved a bag of chips when their vehicle was obstructed by a throng of people. There were men and women, old and young, a chaotic mass of humanity. Yun Hua and Yun Fan opened their eyes, peering toward the front of the car with expressions of displeasure. There was nothing more annoying than being awakened from a nap. Jiang Nian'an turned her head to glance out the window. About 200 meters away was a sizable village. Likely the inhabitants from that village were the ones blocking their path. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Nian'an continued to munch on her chips, gesturing for Xin Nanjing and the others to look aside. "You lot, get out of the car." A burly man approached. Without a word, he slammed his fist down onto the car hood. The hood dented with a resounding thud, and the car's lights shattered with a loud crash, scattering onto the ground. Xin Nanjing's expression turned icy as he suddenly erupted from the car, unleashing a bolt of lightning that crashed into the burly man. The man screamed, his body convulsing as he flew over the highway guardrail, landing in the fields below.
Li Shen.
The villagers following the burly man were startled. About 10 men immediately jumped down, surrounding him to assess his condition. Before the four could exit the car, another man burst forth from the crowd. Jiang Nian'an glanced at him, noting a resemblance to the one called Li Sheng, likely a brother. Flames flickered in his left palm while his right hand pointed at Xin Nanjing, bellowing, "You shameless bastard! Get down here!" "Oh, what a temper!" Before Xin Nanjing could react, Jiang Nian'an swiftly tightened her grip on the chip bag, slamming the door open and stepping out of the car. She was fiercely protective of her own. Anyone daring to insult her face-to-face was courting disaster. Upon seeing Jiang Nian'an emerge first, the man burst into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, 3 soft cowards. And you send a woman out? What, do you think I 1T hit a woman? His words dripped with disdain and contempt. Just as he reveled in his amusement, Jiang Nian'an dashed up to him, delivering a powerful punch squarely to his nose. You're the one who should be ashamed.
Ah!
The man, who had completely disregarded Jiang Nian'an, was caught off guard by the strike. He howled in pain, clutching his nose as blood streamed down, instinctively taking a step back. After stepping back, he felt humiliated. In a fit of rage, he raised his fiery fist to strike at Jiang Nian'an. Jiang Nian'an raised her hand to halt Xin Nanjing and the others, cautioning them to conserve their strength, as there were many onlookers nearby. Moreover, as a first-tier fire elementalist, she was more than capable of handling the situation. Jiang Nian'an tilted her head slightly, deftly evading the man's punch, and then raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving the man momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, Jiang Nian'an had already retreated to a distance of 3 meters. The expression on the man's face turned sour, as he found it utterly intolerable to have been struck by this woman, and even more so to have missed his counterattack while being publicly humiliated by her slap. It was one thing to be caught off guard by the initial punch, but the subsequent dodge and the slap that he could not evade at all made it abundantly clear to him that this woman was not like the women in their village. She was formidable. Li Dong's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Nian'an, his mind barely functioning as he refrained from rashly attacking again. At that moment, a voice from the crowd of villagers behind him dripped with mockery. Oh dear, the brothers Li Sheng and Li Dong boast all day about their prowess, yet they can't even best a woman. This taunt darkened Li Dong's expression to a near snarl. It was the voice of his arch-rival, a water elementalist, who frequently took the opportunity to deride him, boasting about providing water for the villagers.
Now,
witnessing him unable to defeat even a woman was an embarrassment he could hardly bear. With a grimace, Li Dong swung his fist once more towards Jiang Nian'an, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'll kill you." Chapter 63. The bandits entered the village. Jiang Nian'an let out a cold laugh and quickly advanced 2 steps. As she dodged Li Dong's fiery fist, she delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin.
Ah!
Li Dong cried out in agony, his body tilting backward before crashing heavily to the ground. In pain, he grimaced and spat, "You wretched." Xin Nanhong's eyes glinted with coldness as he unleashed a blade of electric light. Li Dong's heart exploded violently. Simultaneously, the machete in Jiang Nian'an's hand descended sharply, slicing through Li Dong's neck with a sickening sound. Both fatal strikes landed simultaneously, silencing his curses. Blood gushed forth, splattering the surrounding villagers.
Ah!
The villagers recoiled in horror, exclaiming, "You killed Li Dong?" Jiang Nian'an bent down, extracting the machete from Li Dong's neck, her gaze icy as she addressed the villagers. "What? Are you blind? Do we need to kill another one to prove our resolve?" As her words fell, a voice from the fields shouted towards the villagers on the highway. "Li Sheng is dead." "What a coincidence," Jiang Nian'an remarked, glancing at the villagers with a smirk. "Killing 2 more is also an option." The villagers retreated, once more, their eyes filled with fear as they dared not utter another word. "We merely sought a toll from you. We never intended to take your lives. Yet, you turned out to be ruthless, killing 2 of our villagers." An elderly, indignant voice rose from the crowd. Jiang Nian'an and her companions turned their attention towards the source. The village chief. The villagers' eyes brightened as if they had found their anchor, quickly parting to make way for an elderly man, tattered and worn, who emerged from the throng. He was followed by over a dozen men wielding shovels, hoes, and sickles as weapons. "Toll? What a joke. Just because this road is close to you doesn't mean it belongs to you." Yunhua crossed his arms, gazing disdainfully at the opposing group. "Brother, why waste your breath on them?" Yunfan toyed with an ice blade, his gaze sweeping over the villagers. Their words may sound pleasant, but in essence, they were nothing more than a band of robbers. In my view, they all deserve to be killed. Upon hearing the phrase "kill them all," the villagers' expressions shifted dramatically, retreating several steps back. "Young man, don't speak so boldly." The village chief slammed his cane against the ground, and the men behind him surged forward, encircling the four. We only intended to take half of your supplies and let you go, but you are ungrateful, killing brothers Li Sheng and Li Dong.
Now.
I demand that you surrender all your supplies and kneel in apology, or do not blame us for being impolite. The village chief's murky eyes fixed greedily upon Jiang Nian'an and her companions, brimming with malice. I advise you one last time. Aside from Li Sheng and Li Dong, our village has 17 other elementals and you only... Too much chatter. Jiang Nian'an twirled her wrist and, with a swift motion, struck at the men surrounding them, interrupting the village chief's tirade. As she moved, Jiang Nian'an and the others immediately followed suit. Anger flashed in the village chief's eyes as he realized his words had been cut off. If they refuse to heed our warning, kill them all. Avenge brothers Li Dong and Li Sheng. The expressions of those attacking the four transformed into fierce and venomous grimaces. Unfortunately, despite their ferocity, these 17 men clearly lacked combat experience. Their elemental powers flew chaotically, lacking precision. Not only did they fail to hit Jiang Nian'an and her companions, but they also inadvertently harmed their own.
Puff.
Jiang Nian'an's vine pierced through the throat of a metal elementalist, and she lifted his lifeless body, hurling it toward the village chief. The chief's face paled as he stumbled backward in panic, but his elderly reflexes proved too slow to evade. With a thud, the corpse crashed onto him, eliciting a wail of agony. Ah, my leg, my leg. Meanwhile, Jiang Nian'an and the others had dealt with the remaining elementals. Still want to kill us? I'll crush you, old fool. Jiang Nian'an swung the vine, striking the bodies one after another against the village chief. A significant portion of the villagers, sensing the danger, had already discreetly fled down the highway back to the village. Only a few brave souls rushed forward, attempting to rescue their chief, but they were swiftly repelled by Jiang Nian'an's relentless assault. It was not until she had exhausted her supply of corpses that Jiang Nian'an finally paused. The village chief lay beneath a pile of bodies, bloodied and gasping for breath. Brothers, take this old fool. We're off to collect compensation. Jiang Nian'an glanced at the car, realizing it was beyond repair. This group had wasted their time, energy, and abilities. All right, I quite like this. Yunfan chuckled, jogging forward to extricate the barely conscious village chief from beneath the corpses. My king, please endure a little longer. He tossed the chief into the trunk before hopping into the vehicle. Jiang Nian'an and the others quickly settled into their seats. Jiang Nian'an started the engine, veering down the fork in the road towards the village. Some villagers, lagging behind, heard the roar of the approaching vehicle and turned to look. That glance nearly stole their souls. Oh no, they're coming after us.
What?
The villagers turned in unison. Upon seeing Jiang Nian'an and the others driving directly towards them, panic ensued.
Run.
The bandits have entered the village. Jiang Nian'an, munching on the unfinished chips, scoffed at this proclamation. They were clearly the bandits, yet they were being blamed. Since they were labeled as bandits, they might as well embrace the role. Jiang Nian'an glanced at Jiang Nian'an, a smile spreading across his face. It is sensible. Since they have all expressed their opinions, there is no reason to delay the demand for compensation. Jiang Nian'an tossed a chip into her mouth and commanded Jiang Nian'an, the bandit leader, to accelerate. Acknowledged. A glimmer of amusement danced in Jiang Nian'an's eyes as he pushed the vehicle to its maximum speed. The car swiftly barreled into the village. Upon hearing the vehicle's arrival, the villagers hiding in the cellar trembled, their hearts lodged in their throats. Jiang Nian'an brought the car to a halt in the village center, and the four disembarked. It appeared that everyone had concealed themselves. Yun Fan surveyed the surroundings. Finding not a soul in sight, Yun Hua approached the trunk, pulling out the village chief, who was nearly frightened to death by the king. Jiang Nian'an stepped before the village chief, using the tip of her machete to lift his chin. The village chief quaked in fear, pleading for mercy. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I beg you, spare my life. Jiang Nian'an gave him a faint smile. You wish to live? The village chief nodded eagerly. I will consider it. Then you shall compensate us. First, a vehicle. Secondly, all the time, abilities, and energy wasted because of your actions must be compensated in goods. Lastly, your large group surrounding us caused us fright, thus you owe us damages for emotional distress. Upon hearing the mention of emotional damages, Jiang Nian'an and the others exchanged glances. recognizing this familiar tactic. Whether it was the pain from their injuries or Jiang Nian'an's words that instilled fear, the village chief trembled, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word for a long while. Chapter 64. I prefer valuable lives. Stop feigning ignorance, hasten. Jiang Nian'an raised the machete slightly, tapping it against the village chief's face. Where's that spirit you had when you threatened us? At her words, the village chief's sagging face convulsed, managing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. The vehicles are no issue. There are more than 10 in the village for you to choose from. But how much do you intend to take in goods?
What do you mean by how much?
These goods are not merely compensation. They are effectively a purchase of your life. The exact amount shall depend on the worth of your life. My life is worthless, the village chief replied, crouched on the ground, forcing a laugh.
Oh.
Jiang Nian'an's smile vanished in an instant. Then let us end it. Hearing this, Shen Nanqing immediately raised his knife, aiming it at the village chief's head.
Wait.
My life is precious, very precious. The village chief, attempting to negotiate, shouted in panic. Shen Nanqing's blade halted a mere centimeter from his scalp. A breeze brushed by, causing the few remaining strands of gray hair on the village chief's head to fall into the mud, mirroring his desolate mood. Jiang Nian'an's smile reemerged, her gaze at the village chief exceedingly benevolent. I do prefer valuable lives. Now tell me, where are your goods? We shall retrieve them ourselves. Upon hearing this, the village chief fell silent once more. Jiang Nian'an pressed the machete against his neck. 3 counts. If you remain silent, you might as well prepare for death.
3,
2, 1. At the end of the village, beneath the green brick house, lies a large cellar where our goods are stored. As the knife grazed his neck and continued to press inward, the village chief panicked. Where are the vehicles? Jiang Nian'an inquired again. The village chief hurriedly replied. The vehicles are under the big willow tree at the west end of the village. Shen Nanqing bent down, grasping the village chief and instructing Yunhua and the others. You two go find the vehicles, and I will accompany him. All right, you two be careful. Yunhua nodded at Shen Nanqing and proceeded with Yunfan towards the west end of the village. Big King, you follow second brother and third brother, while Little Silver stays with me and Shingo. Jiang Nian'an instructed the two who were hiding under the vehicle to avoid the sun. The Big King nodded and chased after Yunhua, while Little Silver swiftly climbed onto Jiang Nian'an's shoulder. 10 minutes later, following the village chief's directions, Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanqing arrived at the cellar where the goods were stored. Jiang Nian'an gazed into the 5-meter-deep cellar, her eyes flickering. Little Silver, go down and scout the situation. Little Silver, flicking its tongue, slithered into the cellar. After 2 minutes it returned hissing safe. Jiang Nian'an exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Nanqing. Shen Nanqing, understanding, dragged the village chief down the ladder into the cellar. Jiang Nian'an followed closely with a flashlight in hand. Wow, your supplies are rather abundant. You must have stolen quite a lot, she remarked. The cellar spanned approximately 60 square meters. Judging by the freshness of the soil on the surrounding walls, it appeared to have been recently expanded. Aside from the small space at the cellar entrance and the pathway partitioned by goods, the rest was filled to the brim with supplies. The village chief dared not speak. The majority of the goods in the cellar had been taken by them. But could he admit to this truth? Certainly not. He sensed that if he revealed the truth, his life would become even more valuable, and he would likely endure a beating. Jiang Nian'an was indifferent to his silence. She retrieved 2 sacks filled to the brim, just the right size for the trunk, and tossed them to Shen Nanqing. Shingo, your task is to fill these 2 sacks. Shen Nanqing accepted the sacks, carelessly tossing the village chief to the ground, responding all right. Upon seeing the specifications of the sacks in Shen Nanqing's hands, the village chief sighed in relief. If measured in rice, these sacks could hold no more than 100 pounds each, totaling 200 pounds. Even if they were granted 5 sacks, that would only amount to 500 pounds, while they had nearly 2,000 pounds of rice alone. Adding other supplies into the mix, what they could take would be negligible. Moreover, the space for vehicles at the west end of the village was not excessively large. Excluding the seating area, they could fit at most 3 more sacks. With this thought, the village chief chuckled and even politely encouraged the two, take as much as you can. Since the village chief was so generous, they could not appear too stingy. Jiang Nian'an fixed the flashlight to the wall, directing the light towards Shen Nanqing's area. She strode boldly into the shadows, not bothering to inspect the specifics of the goods. Aside from using the supplies to block their view, she took everything else. Were it not for the fear of raising Shen Nanqing's suspicions, Jiang Nian'an scoffed inwardly at the village's audacity to provoke her and position herself at the entrance, just as Shen Nanqing approached. The other side was filled with heavy items like rice, flour, and potatoes, and since she had taken all she could, the space was full, rendering it unnecessary to waste time going further. Shen Nanqing did not seem suspicious and nodded before bending down to retrieve a dozen packets of instant buckwheat noodles and 5 large bundles of vermicelli from the ground. After stuffing everything into the sacks, he tied them shut. They are full. He placed the bulging sacks in front of Jiang Nian'an for her inspection. Jiang Nian'an glanced down, confirming their fullness, then let us depart. Shen Nanqing hoisted the sacks and turned to exit. Jiang Nian'an followed closely behind, occasionally reaching into nearby boxes to pilfer. As they prepared to ascend, the village chief, abandoned and unattended, panicked. "Hey, take me up with you." Jiang Nian'an retrieved the flashlight from the wall and made a slashing motion across her throat. The village chief recoiled, refraining from mentioning his desire for the two to take him up any further. After all, once they departed, the villagers would inevitably seek him out. Shen Nanqing first tossed the 2 burlap sacks upwards, then grasped the ladder and swiftly ascended. As he turned around, intending to pull Jiang Nian'an up, she had already emerged on her own. Shen Nanqing pressed his lips together, silently hoisting the sacks once more. "Let us go find Urge and Sanji." Upon hearing this, Shaheen hurriedly leapt from the cellar, climbing onto Jiang Nian'an's shoulder. It glanced back at the cellar with a hint of reluctance in its eyes. What a refreshing place. Perfectly suited for a nest. Shaheen suddenly straightened up. Could it be that it was imagining things? It seemed to have seen 2 beams of light, one green and one gold, slithering along the ground and entering the cellar. Inside the cellar, the village chief, having just thought to himself that he would surely kill these 2 if given the chance, clutched his gushing neck in disbelief, collapsing to the ground. Those 2 had deceived him. Shen Nanqing and Jiang Nian'an exchanged a knowing smirk from angles where the other could not see. Chapter 65. The Mutated Willow Tree.
Tianye.
Nian'an, over here. As they made their way halfway, Yunhua and Yunfan arrived in a vehicle to find them. De Wang, go sit in the middle of the back seat. Jiang Nian'an opened the trunk and gently patted De Wang, who promptly crawled to the back seat. Shen Nanqing stowed the sacks in the trunk, and the 2 settled into the back seat together. "Are we still going to the gas station?" Yunhua inquired after starting the car, glancing back at Shen Nanqing and Jiang Nian'an. "Yes, let us refuel the car and the jerrycan." Jiang Nian'an surveyed the space, noting that nearly half of their stored gasoline had already been consumed. "All right, I shall continue towards the gas station." Yunhua turned back and drove out of the village. Some of the bolder villagers, hearing the sound of the departing vehicle, began to emerge from the cellar. Upon discovering that Shen Nanqing and the others had indeed left the village, they cheered and called out to all the surviving villagers. They've gone. Really?" Skeptical villagers ran to the village entrance to check. Only when they saw Shen Nanqing's group heading towards the highway did they finally feel reassured. "Oh no!" A villager suddenly smacked her thigh. "The village chief is still on the highway. He won't be killed by them, will he?" The crowd recalled Jiang Nian'an's frenzied assault and shuddered. "Impossible. I heard the village chief talking with them in front of Erwa's house just a moment ago." "Really? What were they discussing?" "Something about compensation, vehicles, and supplies." The speaker scratched his head, admitting that he was too far away to hear clearly. "The supplies. The vehicles are in jeopardy. They might be heading to our village's supply point." Someone exclaimed in alarm, sprinting towards the village's end. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly followed suit. The supplies were their lifeline. However, as they approached the village's edge, several wolf howls echoed from outside. Before anyone could react, over 30 wolves sprang from the fields behind the village. These wolves appeared much larger and more ferocious than those before the apocalypse. The Wolf King let out a thunderous howl, and the pack immediately lunged at the villagers. "Wolves, it's wolves!
Run!"
Into the cellar, quickly!" The villagers screamed in panic, scattering in all directions, but they barely managed to escape before the wolves were upon them. One after another, villagers were knocked to the ground, brutally mauled and devoured. "Help! Save me!" The scent of blood filled the air above the village, mingling with the harrowing screams that echoed relentlessly. Those who remained dared not intervene, wishing they could sprout 8 legs to flee faster. Yet humans only have 2 legs and could not outrun the wolves' 4. Soon, several older women and men were bitten, collapsing into pools of blood, only to be consumed by the pack. "I'll fight back." A villager brandished a shovel, charging at the wolves feasting on a corpse, only to be tackled by another wolf that lunged from the side, severing his throat in one bite. This gruesome sight caused those villagers who had contemplated confronting the wolves to retreat in terror, fleeing desperately. "Wait, there's a vehicle at the west end of the village. We can escape by car," a tall, thin man suddenly recalled. "We can't outrun the wolves, but surely we can drive away." He shouted to a dozen nearby individuals before sprinting towards the west end of the village, with the others hastily following behind. 3 wolves trailed behind them, seemingly relishing the chase, enjoying the sounds of their panting breaths and cries of despair. The willow trees at the west end of the village were lush and vibrant, their branches swaying gently in the wind. Bathed in sunlight, they exuded a soft green glow. The tall, thin man felt a surge of hope upon seeing the flourishing willow. "Fellow villagers, run faster. If we reach the willow, we shall be saved." The group exerted their utmost effort, dashing towards the grand willow tree. Yet, the moment the 3 wolves caught sight of it, they abruptly halted. Instinct warned the animals of impending danger. "Hey, Liangzi, those 3 beasts have stopped chasing." A villager, noticing the sudden stillness behind him, instinctively glanced back, just in time to see the 3 wolves standing still, heads raised, baring their teeth, emitting low growls directed at the willow tree. Liangzi felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. It was perfect, time to hop in the car and leave. The group rushed to the tree, ready to board the vehicle, when an unexpected occurrence transpired. The trunk of the willow tree suddenly trembled slightly. Countless willow branches ensnared the villagers like tendrils. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were lifted into the air, the branches tightening their grip. In mere moments, several individuals were wrapped into green spheres. From within these spheres, agonized screams erupted, hauntingly intense, sending chills down the spine. In less than a minute, the cries ceased. The willow branches relaxed, their leaves stained with blood. Liangzi and his companions had transformed into shriveled corpses, plummeting from the air. Had the willow tree come to life? Yunfan stared in shock at the willow, which continued to lash out with its branches, attempting to attack the 3 wolves. Yunhua squinted, remarking, under these circumstances, "It might as well be a sentient being." Sanji, when you went to that tree to look for the car earlier, didn't he attack you?" Jiang Nian'an inquired of Yunfan and Yunhua. "No." Yunfan shook his head. "Our current vehicle is stuck by its roots. I even chopped at its roots and kicked it twice." Jiang Nian'an mused, stroking her chin. "So it's a tree that fears the strong and bullies the weak?" Noticing Jiang Nian'an's apparent interest in the mutated willow tree, Shen Nanqing leaned down to ask, "And do you wish to take a closer look?" "Not particularly. Even if we kill it, it would yield only a crystal core. It's not worth the effort. Let us go." Jiang Nian'an waved her hand and re-entered the vehicle. Seeing her genuine lack of interest, Shen Nanqing ceased his inquiries and turned to board the car. Sanji, stop staring and let us leave." Jiang Nian'an called out to Yunhua and the others, who were still gazing towards the village.
Coming.
The 2 quickly climbed into the vehicle. Half an hour later, Yunhua parked the vehicle outside the gas station. "Hand me the empty fuel canister. Yunfan and I will check inside, while you and Brother Shin stay here to guard the car." Yunhua's gaze darkened as it swept over the survivors resting on the curb. Across the street, several small groups sat scattered on the curb, their eyes fixed intently on them.
"All right."
Jiang Nian'an passed the empty canister to him, offering a cautionary reminder, "Be careful." Yunhua accepted the canister with a nod, reassuring her, "Don't worry." The 2 made their way into the gas station with the canister in hand. As Jiang Nian'an watched them enter, her eyes drifted to the right front of the gas station. Drawing from her experience with excavating for fuel, she said, "Brother Shin, I'm going to the restroom." With that, she opened the door and exited the vehicle. Just as she was about to head towards the area where the fuel canisters might be buried, she noticed Shen Nanqing following her. Jiang Nian'an paused, turning to look at him with a conflicted expression. "Brother Shen, I'm just going to the restroom. You really don't need to follow me."
Cough.
Shen Nanqing raised a hand to his lips and cleared his throat, awkwardly averting his gaze. I won't follow. I'll just stand here. If there's any danger, just call for me.
All right.
Jiang Nian'an flashed him a smile before continuing towards the potential hiding spot of the fuel tank.
Xiao Yi.
A bald young man nudged the man beside him and gestured towards Jiang Nian'an's retreating figure. These folks are cleanly dressed and full of spirit. They must have quite a few good items on them. Just right, that girl is alone. Let us sneak up and tie her up. I'm sure we can wring out a lot from them. Chapter 66, Xing Shirko. Zhao Ming observed Jiang Nian'an's silhouette. After a brief moment of contemplation, he flicked the cigarette butt from his hand and suddenly stood up. Let us go. The bald young man exchanged a glance with a stocky middle-aged man, their eyes flashing with malice as they followed suit. The three took a wide detour, sneaking through the crops beside the gas station, crouching as they approached Jiang Nian'an. From the moment they stood up, Shen Nanqing had been watching their movements. Now, seeing them creeping toward Jiang Nian'an, his expression darkened. Xiaoyin, take care of them and return before Anan comes back. His lightning abilities would easily trigger an explosion if used near the gas station. He himself was at a safe distance, but Jiang Nian'an and the others were still near the gas station. Upon hearing Shen Nanqing's command, Xiaoyin sprang from the vehicle, moving like a flash towards the field. Within mere seconds, he had reached the feet of the three men. He then opened his mouth and bit down on the ankle of the stocky man.
Ouch.
Something bit me. Before he could finish his sentence, the man collapsed, startling the bald young man and Zhao Ming beside him. Peng, what is wrong? Ah. The bald young man was about to check on the stocky man's condition when he felt a sharp bite on his leg. Instinctively, he looked down. All he saw was a shadow moving rapidly. Zhao, go there's. He too fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Ming was taken aback by the sudden downfall of both men. What the hell? Come out right now. He wildly swung several wind blades beneath him, cutting through the underbrush, yet finding nothing. Xiaoyin quietly lay hidden in the grass, watching him lose his composure. The commotion in the crops caught Jiang Nian'an's attention as she glanced in that direction. All she saw was a disheveled, bare-chested man bouncing around in the field. Disinterested, she returned her focus to the task at hand, using the vines in her hands to probe the ground for the fuel tank's location. Eureka! 3 minutes later, Jiang Nian'an located the fuel tank behind the gas station. With the vines acting as her extended hands, she no longer needed to dig. With a mental command, she stored the 2 large tanks into her walnut space. Afterward, she visited the makeshift restroom behind the gas station. Upon emerging, she spritzed a bit of perfume on herself before heading back towards Shen Nanqing. Hiss! Xiaoyin saw Jiang Nian'an returning and quickly crawled out of the grass. Seizing the moment when Zhao Ming paused, he leaped up, biting him on the calf before running off. Zhao Ming felt a sharp pain in his leg and instinctively swung a wind blade backward. The activation of his abilities accelerated the toxin's flow through his body. Almost instantaneously, as the wind blade struck the ground, Zhao Ming collapsed, an ashen hue overtaking his face. When Jiang Nian'an returned to the vehicle, she found Shen Nanqing conversing with Xiaoyin, who nodded occasionally in response. Curious, she quickened her pace. What are you two discussing? It's nothing. I was a bit worried since you hadn't returned, and was about to send Xiaoyin to check on you. Shen Nanqing observed the perspiration glistening on Jiang Nian'an's nose before turning to open the car door. Get in first. It's too hot outside. Jiang Nian'an hopped into the car. The air conditioning was still running, providing a refreshing respite. She pulled out 2 wet wipes to dab at her sweat, then retrieved 2 bottles of chilled sparkling water, handing one to Shen Nanqing. Brother Shen, have some water. As Shen Nanqing accepted the bottle and prepared to take a sip, Yunfan and Yunhua returned. Yunhua held 2 full jerry cans of gasoline, while Yunfan triumphantly brandished a black bag. Look what I found! Yunfan exclaimed, waving the bag excitedly. Snacks? Jiang Nian'an guessed. Anan, how could it possibly be snacks? Yunfan glanced at the throngs of people across the street. With so many folks around, I didn't even find a scrap of paper, let alone snacks. Then what did you find? To Jiang Nian'an, only something edible could have elicited such excitement from Yunfan. I found this. Yunfan opened the bag, and both Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanqing leaned in to look. Inside were 8 bottles of automotive air conditioning refrigerant.
How about that?
Pretty good, right? Yunfan raised his eyebrows with a hint of pride. Jiang Nian'an gave Yunfan a thumbs up. Awesome. Shun Nanxing diverted his gaze, leaning back in his seat, his tone casual. All right, stop showing off. Hand the gasoline and refrigerant over to Nian'an. We need to continue our journey. Yunfan handed the refrigerant to Jiang Nian'an, grumbling. I find such good things, and you don't even give me a compliment. Just say I'm showing off. Yunhua passed the gasoline to Jiang Nian'an and playfully kicked Yunfan's backside. You talk too much. Get in the car. Humph. Yunfan huffed in indignation, opening the passenger door and sliding into the seat. Glancing at the navigation, Shin Nanxing instructed Yunhua, let us head directly to Xing City. We'll find a place to eat once we arrive. Understood. Yunhua acknowledged. At that moment, they were only about 20 minutes away from Xing City. With nothing pressing to do, Jiang Nian'an took the opportunity to retrieve a packet of watermelon seeds from her space, beginning the process of germination. Shin Nanxing glanced at her, a gentle expression unconsciously softening his features. Strange, why are there so many people and vehicles gathered at Xingshirkou? Yunhua gradually pulled the vehicle to the side. Yunfan, go check what is happening up ahead. Yunfan nodded and exited the vehicle. Walking over 1,000 meters, he finally reached Xingshirkou, where he discovered a gate had been erected. Inside the gate, a heated argument was underway between the people inside and those outside. Uncle, Yunfan called out, grabbing the arm of a middle-aged man passing by. What is going on here? Upon hearing Yunfan's inquiry, the man's expression darkened, and he gestured animatedly towards the Star Market gate. That base leader at the Star Market, damn him, is utterly despicable. He had the audacity to set up a toll gate, claiming that to enter the Star Market, one must pay a toll of 3 pounds of rice per person. Yunfan, upon hearing this, thought for a moment and replied, but can't you find another way in? There are more routes to the Star Market than just this one. Don't even mention it. Every possible entrance has been barricaded. Even if you opt to bypass the Star Market and take the highway to elsewhere, they demand 2 pounds of rice for passage. Otherwise, you shall not pass. The middle-aged man's face grew even more somber. And what if we force our way through? Yunfan inquired. The man shook his head, gesturing an 8 with his fingers. That won't work. They have the numbers and weaponry on their side. The only option left is to pay them the rice. With a resigned wave, the man prepared to depart. Yunfan seized him once more. Uncle, I have another question. What if I don't have any rice? Can I offer other supplies instead? Did you not see the notice board? The man pointed towards the gate, where a sign detailed the protocols for those lacking rice. All right, I'll check it out. Thank you, Uncle. Yunfan expressed his gratitude and moved forward. Chapter 67. The Locust Attack. A crowd gathered around the notice board, and Yunfan had to squeeze his way in. The sign was densely packed with tiny, hasty script. Could they not have produced a larger sign? Squinting intently, he finally deciphered the text, which meticulously outlined the equivalent quantities of other supplies for 5 pounds of rice. After reading, Yunfan grimaced and glanced back towards the gate. Just as the uncle had indicated, everyone was armed. A peculiar expression crossed Yunfan's face as he took a couple of steps closer to scrutinize the triggers. Noticing his gaze, one of the armed individuals instinctively adjusted the position of his weapon, blocking Yunfan's view. Recognizing the gesture, Yunfan quickly turned away and returned. What is going on, third brother? What happened up ahead? Jiang Nian'an, munching on a tomato, inquired as Yunfan rejoined them. Yunfan promptly relayed the events, adding a sardonic remark. It's quite outrageous. For instant noodles, they are demanding 5 packs per person. The trio frowned at this news. That's excessively steep. And those guns they carry are replicas. Fake. Yunfan added. Fake? Jiang Nian'an blinked in surprise. Are you certain? Absolutely. Yunfan affirmed with a nod. A month before the apocalypse, our company opened a toy factory. The guns they wield are the very models sold by my family's factory, complete with a hidden logo on the trigger that I designed myself. You can ask my brother if you doubt me.
Wow.
Jiang Nian'an's eyes widened. I believe you. An odd sensation welled up within her. Typically, toll gates are established at the entrances of one's own base, requiring supplies for entry and a permit for residence. The materials collected can be adjusted based on local reserves. But the maximum per person is capped at 2 pounds, as mandated by the central government. After all, the purpose of establishing bases and collecting supplies is fundamentally to ensure the survival of as many people as possible. The practices at the Star Market base, however, raised significant suspicions. Brothers, I suspect that the ones collecting supplies ahead are not affiliated with the star market base, Jiang Nian'an suggested, leaning against the passenger seat. Her eyes narrowed. Perhaps someone is exploiting this opportunity to deceive survivors and gather supplies. Shun Nanjing nodded in agreement from the side. Given the current circumstances, it's unlikely that government personnel would show up with fake weapons to intimidate people. Moreover, the demands for supplies are excessively high, essentially forcing people to despair or lash out. After all, not everyone is like us, hoarding considerable supplies. What should we do now? Should we force our way through? Yunhua asked, observing the immobile queue ahead. No. Jiang Nian'an shook her head, sprawling back in her seat.
I am hungry.
We should find a place to eat first. Moreover, the area ahead was nearly choked with survivors and vehicles. Even attempting to force a passage would be challenging. Yunhua, drive us to a less crowded area so we can have lunch. Shen Nanjing, holding a tomato, took a bite and glanced towards the rear. More survivors and vehicles were arriving, and they were becoming increasingly trapped.
All right.
Yunhua immediately reversed the vehicle. After reaching the nearest junction, he turned onto a side road, stopping about 100 meters away from the queue. With so many people outside, let us make do with a meal in the car, Jiang Nian'an suggested, rummaging through the trunk and untying a burlap sack filled with instant food. She retrieved 4 packets of self-heating military rations, distributing one to each of them, along with 2 bottles of water each. Brothers, let us be self-sufficient. This is fresh. I've never tried this type of military ration before. Yunfan accepted his share eagerly. Inside were 2 portions of fried rice, along with side dishes and sauces. Hiss. Xiao Yin and Wang requested to venture out for food. Jiang Nian'an patted their heads. Be careful. Once Xiao Yin and Wang departed, the 4 followed the heating instructions on the packaging, waiting 15 minutes for everything to warm up. They kept a watchful eye on the happenings at the Star Market Gate. The frontmost survivors were still arguing with the individuals inside, while those at the back exhibited clear signs of impatience and anger. Although it was already September, temperatures remained above 40 degrees Celsius. The oppressive heat, combined with hunger and the intense stress of survival in the apocalypse, was enough to push emotions to their limits. Shen Nanjing glanced at the fields alongside the road. After we finish eating, let us cut through the fields. If we get stopped, we 1T hold back. Sounds good. Yunhua replied. Just then, Xiao Yin and Wang hurriedly returned, climbing back in a fluster. Hiss.
Run.
A swarm of winged insects is coming.
What?
A swarm of winged insects. Jiang Nian'an hastily pulled out binoculars, scanning the horizon. In an instant, her countenance changed. Second brother, we need to go. There are countless black dots filling the sky, densely packed and rushing towards us. The mutated locusts, with their extraordinarily developed mandibles, posed a significant threat. Their vehicle would likely not withstand the onslaught. Almost simultaneously with Jiang Nian'an's warning, Yunhua started the car, speeding forward. Though he could not discern the details of the mutated locusts, the sheer expanse of darkness looming overhead was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Shen Nanqing turned to Jiang Nian'an and said, May I borrow the telescope for a moment? Of course, Jiang Nian'an replied, handing him the telescope. As Shen Nanqing took it and followed Jiang Nian'an's previous gaze, he observed the mutated locusts, each the size of a fist, covered in lush green fuzz, their thorax and back encased in a layer of hard black shell. As they drew nearer, he noticed that each locust possessed a mouthpart adorned with 3 pairs of razor-sharp teeth, each a centimeter long, interspersed with a multitude of tiny, sharp spikes. Their path was marked by desolation, with not a blade of grass surviving. Even the stones bore the pockmarks of their relentless gnawing. From this, it was evident how formidable their mandibles were and the extent of their voracious appetite. Shen Nanqing lowered the telescope, his pupils darkening. Yunhua, accelerate to full speed.
Look. What is that?
Other survivors had also noticed the anomaly in the sky. All those queuing turned their eyes upward at his words. It's a swarm of locusts. An enhanced vision ability user discerned the situation from afar.
Run.
They have teeth. After enduring days of arduous survival, the survivors had concluded that any mutated creature possessing teeth was a threat to human life. Chapter 68. Transformation of the Azure Dragon. Survivors with vehicles hastily jumped into their cars, recklessly pushing forward. Chaos erupted at Xingshiko. The air was filled with terrified screams, cries for help, and anguished wails. Many survivors, unable to escape from the entangled vehicles, were crushed beneath the wheels. Cars collided violently, and those trapped in between quickly became mangled heaps of metal, resulting in severe casualties. The owners of these cars struggled desperately to escape, yet found themselves unable to do so, ultimately having to watch helplessly as various parts of their vehicles pierced their bodies, meeting an untimely demise. From the fields below, Jiang Nian'an shouted as she turned to witness the bloody turmoil on the road. If this continued, it seemed that this group of survivors would perish here. Moreover, even without the barrier gate, the entrance of Xing City could not accommodate the simultaneous passage of several vehicles jammed together. Some survivors heard her voice and hastily drove into the fields, following Jiang Nian'an's vehicle as they raced toward the city. Once one person made the move, others quickly followed suit. In no time, all the cars capable of motion had driven into the fields. The parched, sun-baked land, expansive in size, spared them from the previous calamity. After the vehicles cleared the road, those without cars breathed a sigh of relief and rushed through the barrier gate toward Xing City, while those who had previously been stranded behind the gate had long since fled by vehicle. Observing their frantic retreat, Jiang Nian'an became increasingly convinced of their deceit. If they truly belonged to the Xing City base, they would not abandon the survivors to their fate. However, how could the Xing City base allow them to deceive others at the entrance under its name? Master? At that moment, a jubilant cheer rang out from within the space. I have consumed enough energy to transform. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian'an's eyes brightened. She feigned meditation, swiftly shifting her consciousness into the space. A green egg floated in midair, radiating golden light, surrounded by swirling azure mist. Soon after, a cracking sound echoed as a small fissure appeared. With a series of sharp cracks, the fissure widened and ultimately burst open. Before Jiang Nian'an stood a cherubic 3-year-old boy, adorned with large dragon scales at his front and back, his hair styled in playful tufts. His round face bore 2 adorable dimples, and his eyes sparkled as they gazed at her. Master. The little boy flew toward Jiang Nian'an, circling around her with an even brighter smile. You are the little azure dragon? Jiang Nian'an gasped, astonished. She had anticipated the emergence of a dragon, yet witnessing a tiny child emerging from the egg was even more astonishing. Indeed, it is I, Master. The little azure dragon nodded eagerly and continued, but first, let me gather the dragon energy, otherwise, those locusts might set their sights on you. With that, the little azure dragon opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply. Jiang Nian'an watched as tendrils of azure mist drifted from every corner of the space, ultimately entering the little azure dragon's body. All done. The little azure dragon stretched lazily. I have reclaimed all the dragon energy. You need not worry about those mutated creatures pursuing you any longer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian'an sighed in relief. Yet the little dragon's next statement caused her to tense once more. Master, I want to go play outside. Absolutely not. Jiang Nian'an exclaimed. If the little azure dragon truly ventured out, how would she explain his existence to Xin Nanxing and the others without raising their suspicions? Why not? The little azure dragon asked, puzzled. He looked down at himself. Master, look at me, smooth and fair. I resemble a human child. Surely, I won't arouse their suspicions. Jiang Nian'an sighed. That's not the crux of the issue. She perched on the little azure dragon's shoulder and poked his soft cheek. The main concern is how you will provide a reasonable explanation for your presence in front of them and persuade them to let you accompany us northward. For instance, I could claim to be your long-lost son? The little azure dragon suggested tentatively. Please don't be absurd. The little azure dragon chuckled. I was just joking. If I really recognized you as my mother, the fire-breathing dragon queen would surely tear apart the fabric of space-time to retrieve me. The thought of losing his little behind sent a shiver down his spine, and he shook his head vigorously. No, that won't do. But what reason should I use? He pondered. Perhaps I could persuade the master to part ways with them. Once you are alone, you could come and go as you please, entering and exiting the space at will. All right, you just focus on tending to the crops. I have given you over 2,000 crystal nuclei. Don't think you can simply collect them without working. As the little azure dragon contemplated his scheme to instigate the master to leave the group, Jiang Nian'an interrupted him. The little azure dragon gazed at the 200 acres of land ahead. 5 minutes later, a child wielding a small hoe was diligently planting in the space. Jiang Nian'an observed the little azure dragon with a hint of guilt, feeling a sense of child cruelty. As the little azure dragon toiled, he sneakily glanced at Jiang Nian'an's expression. When he caught a fleeting glimpse of her guilt, he suppressed a smile. He certainly could use his mind to instantaneously cultivate the land, but how could he evoke the master's sympathy in order to find a way to let him out? Jiang Nian'an could see through his little scheme and sighed helplessly before withdrawing her consciousness from the space. They had exited the expressway and ventured into the suburbs of Xing City, where a horde of mutated locusts loomed ominously before them. The areas they had infested were rendered barren, with not a single blade of grass left intact. Numerous vehicles trailing behind them had already suffered the consequences. The mutated locusts latched onto the tires, using their sharp mandibles to puncture them. Once the vehicles were forced to a halt, the locusts swiftly surrounded them. In mere moments, those stationary vehicles were besieged by the voracious insects. Many had crawled into the hoods, frantically tearing apart any component they could reach. Some even infiltrated the cabins, attacking the survivors directly. Agonizing screams echoed from within the vehicles. One unfortunate survivor, overwhelmed by the pain, instinctively opened the car door in a desperate bid for escape, only to be immediately engulfed by the mutated locusts, becoming a mere skeleton within minutes. Yun Fan, observing the chaos behind him, couldn't suppress a shiver. My goodness. This is utterly terrifying. Chapter 69. Brother Shen exterminates insects and chases chickens. Yun Hua, at the 4 o'clock position. Shen Nanqing's gaze was fixed on the abandoned warehouse across the road, urging them to seek refuge inside.
All right.
Yun Hua promptly turned the vehicle around, flooring the accelerator. The car shot towards the warehouse like an arrow released from its bow. Jiang Nian'an cracked the window open slightly, using vines to wield 2 bottles of pesticide, spraying them frantically at the pursuing locusts. The noxious scent significantly slowed the relentless insects in their chase. Seizing the opportunity, while the mutated locusts were disoriented, Yun Hua drove the vehicle right up to the warehouse. The entrance, however, was tightly shut. Jiang Nian'an once again unleashed her vines, reaching inside to swiftly open the door. Yun Hua maneuvered the vehicle inside with utmost speed. Shen Nanqing and Yun Fan leapt from the vehicle at the entrance, swiftly closing the door behind them. Yet, their efforts were not swift enough. Just as the door shut, hundreds of mutated locusts surged inside. Shen Nanqing unleashed his electric energy, bolts of lightning darting through the air like silver serpents, obliterating the encroaching locusts. The sound of crackling electricity echoed, followed by the thud of more mutated locusts landing on the iron door, attempting to gnaw their way in. Jiang Nian'an, her eyes sparkling with excitement, grabbed Shen Nanqing's arm. Brother Shen, you come. His gaze fell upon her hand gripping his arm, a faint smile gracing his lips. He followed her to the door. Jiang Nian'an pointed at the massive iron door, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Brother Shen, unleash your lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Nanqing hurled bolts of electricity at the door. The brilliant arcs danced across the surface, causing the locusts clinging to it to emit wisps of black smoke before plummeting to the ground like raindrops. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Nian'an stepped closer, squinting through the crack of the door. Piled before the warehouse were at least 700 or 800 carcasses of mutated locusts. The energy crystals from 3 mutated locusts equated to that of a single first-level zombie. With the recent additions rounding it off, they were about to accumulate 300 first-level crystals in no time. A laborious endeavor for Brother Shen, yet a bountiful fortune for the 3 of them. Brother Shen again, Jiang Nian'an exclaimed, shaking his arm with exhilaration. All right. Shen Nanqing's gaze softened as he permitted her to tug at his arm, raising his other hand to release another surge of lightning. Listening to the continuous thuds of locust bodies hitting the ground, Jiang Nian'an's smile grew ever brighter. Yun Fan and Yun Hua crouched behind them, diligently extracting the energy crystals from the heads of the fallen locusts. For every locust they harvested, Xiao Yin and Do Wang would consume one. In addition to devouring the energy crystals, consuming other mutated creatures would also enhance their strength. Brother Shen, that's enough. Jiang Nian'an finally released her grip on his arm after he unleashed his 25th bolt of lightning, estimating that he had expended more than half of his energy. Cautiously, she leaned against the door, peering outside. Due to the relentless electric assaults, most of the mutated locusts had retreated in fear, leaving only a handful, whether foolish or bold. Still lingering outside the iron door, Jiang Nian'an rubbed her stomach, contemplating leaving them be for a while longer, intending to resolve the situation after her meal and gather the crystals. Brother Shen, second brother, third brother, let us eat first. She hastily walked to the front of the vehicle, retrieving the self-heating military rations that had been prepared earlier. Finding a spot to sit, she began to eat. Shen Nanqing retracted his gaze from her arm, long legs lifting as he fetched his meal from the vehicle and settled beside Jiang Nian'an. Shortly thereafter, Yun Fan and Yun Hua joined them, sitting close to Shen Nanqing. Shen Nanqing glanced at the expansive open space before him and then at the two beside him, his grip on his chopsticks tightening slightly. Yun Hua paused mid-bite, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. How strange. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Yun Fan, engrossed in his meal, noticed Yun Hua's sudden halt and inquired, Brother, can't finish your food? As he spoke, he reached for Yun Hua's box. Get lost. Who said I can't finish? Yun Hua shoved his hand away, suppressing the inexplicable feeling, and continued to eat heartily. Third brother, are you still hungry? There's more in the trunk. Get it yourself. Jiang Nian'an interjected, leaning forward to speak to Yun Fan over Shen Nanqing and Yun Hua. All right. Yun Fan nodded eagerly, indeed still feeling unsatisfied. Jiang Nian'an resumed her meal, her eyes scanning the warehouse. The space was approximately 400 square meters, filled with dozens of dusty machines, with scattered remnants of broken cardboard boxes on the floor. The bodies of zombies and survivors lay strewn across the ground. The nearest corpses still oozed blood, a clear sign that they had perished not long ago. Jiang Nian'an's gaze swept across the warehouse. Behind a machine near the back door, 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, were huddled. Shen Nanqing, aware of her search, turned to her and said, You know there are people there? Jiang Nian'an was taken aback. Shen Nanqing smiled gently at her. Yes, I caught a glimpse of their hurried retreat as we burst in. Impressive, Brother Shen. Jiang Nian'an praised earnestly. She had been seated beside him in the back, oblivious to the scene. Just then, a cacophony of clucking erupted from outside the warehouse, filled with excitement. Jiang Nian'an quickly finished the last 2 bites of her meal and dashed out, her knife in hand. That wretched chicken must be here to steal my locust corpses. Anan, Shen Nanqing called, hurrying after her. Yun Hua and Yun Fan exchanged a glance, instructing Xiao Yin and Do Wang to guard the vehicle before following suit. With a fierce expression, Jiang Nian'an flung the warehouse door open. She tossed a few leaves, dispatching the mutated locusts that had flown toward her. And her gaze fell upon a hen preparing to feast on the locust carcasses. Hey! In her hand, the knife was aimed squarely at the old hen, and with a thunderous roar, she exclaimed, You wretched thieving chicken! Cluck, cluck. Startled, the hen took flight, flapping its wings in a panic and turning to flee. Not so fast, she shouted, brandishing the cleaver as she pursued it. In a whirlwind of activity, the fields were filled with the sounds of Jiang Nian'an threatening the hen and the frantic clucking of the chicken. Shen Nanqing stood at the warehouse entrance, his gaze following Jiang Nian'an's form, a wry smile of indulgence playing at the corners of his mouth. Let Nin have her fun for a while. We shall extract these crystal cores first. He turned to Yun Fan and the others, who nodded in unison. Yun Fan sighed, watching Jiang Nian'an. Youth is indeed a blessing. She is so full of vitality. Shen Nanqing paused in his task of extracting crystal cores. Do not speak foolishly. Yun Fan raised an eyebrow. What foolishness? Brother Shen. He ventured. Are you implying that Anan is not young and lacks vitality? Shen Nanqing replied, What I mean is, we are still quite young ourselves. Yun Hua tossed a bug at Yun Fan. Stop wasting time and get on with extracting those crystal cores. Yun Fan glanced at the dark, squirming insect in his hand and grimaced. Who would have thought that age is not only a taboo for women, but also for my brother and Brother Shen? Truly, 2 grown men still concern themselves with such matters. Chapter 70. The Black Rain Returns. Jiang Nian'an chased the hen for a while. Once her body, stiff from prolonged sitting in the vehicle, was sufficiently limbered up, she bound it with vines upon capturing it. Master. Crack. The sound of the little azure dragon coincided with the breaking of the hen's neck. What is it? Do you want to eat chicken? Jiang Nian'an inquired, holding the deceased bird. The little azure dragon hesitated before replying, "No, I meant to say that this chicken is still normal. You can keep it in your space." "Normal chicken? That can't be," Jiang Nian'an exclaimed, momentarily stunned, conjuring a green blade in her hand. With a swift motion, she severed the hen's head in two. Reaching into the hen's skull, she felt around and confirmed the absence of a crystal core. This shouldn't be, she mused. Though animals like humans experienced partial mutations at the onset of the apocalypse, their situations were not entirely analogous. Humans possess reasoning. In times of relative abundance, they would avoid anything tainted by the black rain. Animals, however, acted purely on instinct, foraging for anything edible. Take this hen, for example. Left to its own devices, it might drink contaminated water or consume tainted plants and insects. The outcome could only be one of two options: death or the emergence of a crystal core leading to mutation. Jiang Nian'an examined the hen more closely. It was plump, showing no signs of hunger. Moreover, had she not shouted in time, it would have headed straight for the corpse of a mutated locust. From this, it seemed the hen lacked the discernment to differentiate between what was edible and what was not. So how was it possible for this hen to remain both unmutated and alive? Could it be that someone was caring for it, providing it with normal food? A thought began to form in Jiang Nian'an's mind, but she needed to confirm it with the little azure dragon first. Little azure dragon. Can living creatures be sustained in the space? As long as they are normal beings, yes. With the answer she sought, Jiang Nian'an felt assured. Her gaze swept the surroundings. Aside from the road, only the desolate fields, ravaged by mutated locusts, remained. Reflecting on the direction in which the hen had instinctively fled, she stepped forward. If someone truly was nurturing this hen, they undoubtedly possessed more than just this solitary bird. Perhaps there were others. Xin Nanjing had been attentively observing Jiang Nian'an's movements. Noticing her intent to venture further, he furrowed his brow. "You two continue digging. I will check on Nian'an." With that, he rose and strode towards her. Just as he reached her side, distant barking and the roar of engines echoed through the air. Xin Nanjing stepped forward, shielding her with his imposing figure, his keen eyes scanning ahead. Jiang Nian'an, taken aback by the protective stance, blinked in surprise. After a moment, she smiled, realizing just how wonderful a brother Xin was. She stowed the lifeless hen in her space and peered around Xin Nanjing to see what lay ahead. In mere moments, two speeding vehicles came into view, flanked by nearly 30 mutated dogs, each larger than their pre-apocalypse counterparts, their eyes fierce and frothing at the mouth. "Yun Fan, put all the crystal cores in the car and drive over," commanded Yun Hua after extracting the last crystal core from the mutated locust's brain. He hurried to Xin Nanjing's side, gripping his cleaver tightly. Upon spotting Xin Nanjing and the others in the fields, the occupants of the vehicles charged towards them. "Help!" they cried, but their eyes betrayed a malicious intent. "These ruffians aim to use us as bait," Yun Hua cursed, glancing at the mutated dogs, now drawn to the commotion. "Regardless of the fate of those dogs, the people in those cars are doomed." Xin Nanjing's eyes darkened as he summoned the energy of lightning in his hands. If they thought to drag him down with them, he would ensure they met their end first. As the vehicles drew within 50 meters, two massive spheres of lightning formed in his hands. His eyes narrowed as he launched the orbs, which shot forth like meteors, crashing into the two vehicles.
Boom.
The lightning spheres detonated, erupting in a blinding flash, accompanied by the agonized screams of those inside. "And then close your eyes." Xin Nanjing instinctively shielded Jiang Nian'an's eyes with his hand. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Jiang Nian'an couldn't help but blink her doe-like eyes. She then swiftly retrieved the sunglasses from her space and pressed them into Xin Nanjing's other hand. "Brother Xin, put these on quickly." Xin Nanjing was momentarily taken aback, before silently smiling. He donned the sunglasses, the warmth in his gaze hidden from Jiang Nian'an.
Boom.
At that moment, the two vehicles erupted with an explosion more deafening than the lightning orbs, flames shooting high into the sky. The residual shockwave of energy surged forth, creating a scalding gust that spread outward. The mutated dogs at the forefront were instantly incinerated, while those behind stood stunned, scrambling away in terror. As the heat wave approached, Yun Hua summoned water, gently tossing it forward to create a barrier that shielded them from the scorching blast. Once the heat subsided, he retracted his powers. The mutated dogs had all fled, leaving only the smoldering remains of the vehicles in sight. The occupants had long since turned to ash. The trio stood stoically, their hearts as tranquil as still waters. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But should one dare to offend me, I shall send them to their doom. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed ominously across the horizon. The originally clear sky darkened in an instant. Ominous clouds gathered. Fierce winds howled, and dust swirled around. Shingo and in get in the car quickly. Yun Fan sped over to the trio, seemingly anticipating the impending rain. Without hesitation, the three turned and jumped into the vehicle. Jiang Nian'an leaned against the window, gazing at the oppressive sky outside, a foreboding feeling rising within her. As Yun Fan accelerated onto the highway, they drove straight ahead. 10 minutes later, torrential rain poured down, black and acrid, falling in sheets. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This rain is corrosive. Yun Fan observed the pockmarked car hood, already marred by the black rain, and his heart sank. Find a place to rest nearby.
All right.
Upon hearing Shen Nanxing's words, Yun Fan swiftly turned the steering wheel and veered into a side road. They continued down this path until they entered a cluster of what appeared to be temporary housing. Between the buildings, numerous zombies roamed. The black rain had no effect on them. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, they all lunged forward. With a swift press of the accelerator, Yun Fan barreled through them and parked the car just 2 meters from the entrance of a unit. Jiang Nian'an flicked her fingers, and a delicate green floral canopy blossomed above the vehicle, shielding them from the black rain. This rain could corrode a car. A mere umbrella would be utterly futile. Yun Fan and Yun Hua quickly exited the car, maneuvering under the floral shelter to retrieve the heavy sacks filled with supplies from the trunk. Jiang Nian'an trailed behind them, with Xiao Yin coiled around her arm. Shen Nanxing carried the large king snake. The interior of the building was eerily quiet, with minimal traces of dirt on the floor. The four quickly deduced that there were likely few, if any, survivors within this building. Second brother, third brother, let us ascend a few floors. There might still be other survivors seeking refuge from the rain, Jiang Nian'an urged as she noticed Yun Hua and the others preparing to opt for the lower levels. The car downstairs was destined for ruin, and there was no need to deliberately choose a lower floor to stay on, as they had done previously.
All right.
With a quick change of direction, Yun Fan and Yun Hua resumed their ascent up the building. They climbed all the way to the 8th floor, where they found a suitable apartment and entered. Yun Fan and Yun Hua settled on the sofa, dividing the crystal cores, while Shen Nanxing took Xiao Yin and the king snake to investigate the surroundings. Jiang Nian'an hurried to the window to look down below. Apart from the zombies, the plants remained unaffected by the black rain. Under its cleansing deluge, their vitality surged. Within mere minutes, she sensed energy fluctuations emanating from several plants. This indicated a transformation from a polluted state to a mutated state. Furthermore, the plants that had merely been contaminated were growing at an astonishing rate. For instance, a tree just 20 meters from the building had grown over half a meter taller and expanded its canopy by more than 2 meters in just 5 minutes. Its branches and leaves flourished, vibrant and green. The wild grasses and flowers around it shot up to 2 meters high, swaying gracefully in the black rain. This downpour was akin to a potent nutrient solution for the plants. Yet, why was this happening? Jiang Nian'an furrowed her brow, perplexed. In her previous life, there had only been one instance of black rain. Now, an additional occurrence had manifested, and one that benefited the plants immensely. Could it be the butterfly effect of her rebirth?
What are you looking at?
After ensuring everything was normal within the apartment, Shen Nanxing approached Jiang Nian'an. I'm observing the plants outside, she replied, pointing towards the greenery below. If all goes as expected, trouble will soon follow. Following her gaze, Shen Nanxing was astonished, murmuring, how can they grow so quickly? Not only were they growing rapidly, but within this brief time, over 10 mutated plants had already appeared below. Though these mutated plants I can sense now are weak, it is merely because they started off weak, common wildflowers and grasses hardly worth mentioning. However, Jiang Nian'an's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Those plants that had thrived for decades, centuries, or even hundreds of years were an entirely different matter. Plants are inherently sensitive to their surroundings. Those over 100 years old possessed a certain spirit. Beep, beep. Just as they were lost in thought regarding the plants below, a multitude of vehicles surged into the vicinity, more than a dozen in total. However, only 7 parked in front of their building. The occupants quickly exited their cars and rushed inside, braving the searing black rain. King, Xiaoyin, keep watch outside, Jiang Nian'an instructed, turning to the 2 creatures while Yun Fan and Yun Hua divided the crystal cores.
Hiss, hiss.
Understood. The king snake adeptly opened the door and, after positioning itself outside, skillfully closed the door with its tail. Soon, noises echoed from downstairs as Jiang Nian'an listened intently. Most survivors chose to occupy the lower floors, but a few pairs of footsteps continued to ascend. The sound of footsteps and muffled conversations reached her ears. Someone has picked our floor.
Ah.
A snake. There's a snake here. A survivor, drawn to Jiang Nian'an's apartment, stumbled upon the imposing figure of the king snake, which was staring at him with a venomous glare. Hiss, hiss. Don't eat me. My flesh is tough and unpalatable. The survivor fled in terror. Hiss, hiss. The king snake flicked its tongue in confusion. How could tough meat be considered unappetizing? Tender meat is what satisfies hunger. Hiss, hiss. Xiaoyin also flicked its tongue. Don't listen to him. The meat of the thick-skinned is the best. Next time, we'll seek out the thickest meat. As for the toughness of the skin, Xiaoyin was confident that no skin could withstand its fangs. With the survivor's departure, Jiang Nian'an returned her focus to the plants. Jiang Nian'an, the crystal cores have been divided. Since we have some time, let us absorb them, Yunhua called out to the 2 by the window.
Coming.
Jiang Nian'an replied eagerly. Absorbing crystal cores was something she relished, especially now that she no longer needed to provide large quantities for the little green dragon's transformation. Seeing her joy akin to a jubilant bird, Shen Nanxing couldn't help but smile as well. He quickly walked over, took his share, and sat beside Jiang Nian'an, quietly beginning his absorption. For the next 3 hours, the 4 remained in tranquil concentration, absorbing their crystal cores. It was only around 7 in the evening that Jiang Nian'an, feeling her stomach protest, slowly opened her eyes. She patted her belly, popped a piece of jerky into her mouth, and glanced around. Shen Nanxing and the others still had 1/5 of their crystal cores left to absorb, while she had half remaining. Jiang Nian'an waved her hand, storing the crystal cores into her 7-square space, then stood, stretched, and briskly made her way to the kitchen. She hung an emergency light on the wall and proceeded to bring out pots, bowls, and electrical appliances. This rain not only spurred the rapid growth of plants, but also ushered in a refreshing coolness. Jiang Nian'an prepared to indulge in something warm. She first concocted a base for her soul soup, chopped green onions, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and lard, adding a pinch of salt, sugar, and pepper. Subsequently, she boiled a large pot of dragonbeard noodles, serving both the noodles and broth into bowls. Finally, she heated 2 pounds of flatbreads. In no more than 10 minutes, dinner was ready. As the lard melted, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Jiang Nian'an was quite pleased with her culinary creation, thinking to herself, indeed, I am an unassuming culinary prodigy. Brothers, don't start without me. Dinner is served, she called out, peering into the living room. Shen Nanjing quickly emerged from his trance of absorbing crystal cores, rising to stride into the kitchen. Brother Shen, this bowl is yours. Be careful, it's hot. Jiang Nian'an indicated the largest bowl, or rather, basin. From her observations over the past few days, Shen Nanjing had the most substantial appetite, equivalent to 3.5 of her own. Yun Fan and Yun Hua had similar appetites, matching 2 of hers. Shen Nanjing acknowledged, deftly carrying Jiang Nian'an's bowl along with his own. Yun Fan and Yun Hua were lining up behind him. As Shen Nanjing departed, they quickly took his place. Holding their bowls of noodles, they walked along, inhaling the delightful fragrance. The cook always relishes the praises of diners, and Jiang Nian'an's smile widened at their exclamations. She brought the emergency light into the living room, set the freshly heated flatbreads on the table, and retrieved several packets of spicy snacks and jerky. Eat up. And once we finish, we can continue absorbing the remaining crystal cores. The 3 nodded in agreement and plunged into their meal. Chapter 72, A Night of Unrestrained Growth. After dinner, Shen Nanjing and the others washed the pots and dishes, while Jiang Nian'an seized the opportunity to call in Big Wang and Little Silver. Big Wang, Little Silver.
Come in.
The diligent guardians immediately crawled in upon hearing her voice. Are you hungry? She asked in a hushed tone. keeping an ear out for any sounds from the kitchen. Both Big Wang and Little Silver nodded in unison. The rain outside hasn't ceased. And it's not a good time to forage for food. I'll get you some provisions to tide you over. In truth, aside from humans, other mutated creatures preferred to consume mutated substances as they derived strength from them. However, there was no alternative at present. Jiang Nian'an retrieved 10 meat chickens from her storage and placed them on the windowsill. Go eat, but be quiet. She gently patted Big Wang and Little Silver on their heads before stepping outside. She bumped into Shen Nanjing, who was exiting the kitchen. Continuing with the crystal core absorption? He inquired, walking alongside her toward the sofa. Yes, Jiang Nian'an replied as she plopped down on the sofa, extracting the remaining crystal cores. Once Yun Fan and the others emerged, they found the two already seated on the sofa, immersed in absorbing the cores. Brother, let us not waste time, Yun Fan urged, pulling Yun Hua to sit opposite them, quickly entering the absorption state. Suddenly, a peculiar noise emanated from the kitchen window. The four instantly opened their eyes, alertness flashing in their gazes as they rose to investigate. Shen Nanjing, holding the emergency light, shone it towards the window. To their surprise, a holly tree, spurred by the deluge, had grown to a height of 20 meters, its branches sprawling. One branch, swaying in the wind, repeatedly struck the window glass.
Oh.
It's just a branch. What a scare. Yun Fan exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. We need to saw that branch. Otherwise, the window will eventually break. And we want to be able to sleep peacefully at night. Jiang Nian'an produced a saw and approached the window. I'll do it, Shen Nanjing interjected, swiftly moving to the window. With a flick of his hand, lightning surged forth like a dragon, striking the holly tree directly. In an instant, the branch blocking the window turned to ashes, followed by a resounding crack as the entire tree ignited. Not only the branches, but even the roots were obliterated, devoid of life. Soon after, rustling sounds emerged from beneath the tree, as if something was scurrying away into the distance. All clear, Shen Nanjing turned to Jiang Nian'an, reassuring her, sleep soundly tonight, don't worry. Impressive. Jiang Nian'an gave him a thumbs up. Shen Nanjing's lips curled into a slight smile, appreciating her compliment. The four returned to the living room to continue absorbing the crystal cores. Once they finished, they each returned to their rooms to wash up and rest. The following morning, Jiang Nian'an was first awakened by the cacophony of birds outside, shortly followed by Yun Fan's exclamations from the living room. Holy cow! If you all weren't still here, I would have thought I woke up in a primordial forest.
Keep it down.
Shen Nanjing kicked him lightly, and N is still asleep. Oh. Yun Fan hastily covered his mouth. It's all right, I'm awake, Jiang Nian'an announced as she sat up in bed, calling out towards the door. She then pulled back the curtains to gaze outside. The entire window was cloaked by some unknown vine, obscuring her view with a dark green hue. Jiang Nian'an was not surprised. She had anticipated such a scenario upon witnessing the plant's frenzied growth the previous day. Little Silver and Big Wang crawled from the windowsill to Jiang Nian'an's side, their small eyes brimming with excitement. Hiss. Want to go out and play? Little Silver tilted its head and gently rubbed against Jiang Nian'an's arm. Big Wang gazed at her with eager anticipation. They thrived in such an environment. Jiang Nian'an, not wishing to restrain them, rose to open the window. Go on, but be safe. Big Wang and Little Silver excitedly opened their mouths, biting through the vines obstructing the window, and then swiftly climbed down. Jiang Nian'an peered through the hole they created and observed the situation outside. After a night of rampant growth, the vegetation had surpassed its limits, coalescing into a verdant ocean. Countless vines intertwined, sprawling up the building, dense and intricate, resembling a dark green spider web enveloping the community. The surrounding trees had reached heights of over 30 meters, their trunks robust and their canopies casting a shadow over the ground. Only sporadic rays of light managed to pierce through the branches, rendering the entire area dim and shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Jiang Nian'an retrieved her binoculars to examine the ground below. The flora flourished densely, various insects scuttling among them, with mutated plants darting about with alarming speed. A bright red spider, as large as a grown man's fist, crawled up a vine, its mouth spewing a glob of green slime towards Jiang Nian'an. Well, you little creature, still lacking your full fur, dare to attack me? With a flick of her finger, a burst of green light shot forth, knocking the slime away and sending the blood-red spider tumbling down the vine. The spider rolled down with a thud, while a black and red bird swooped down from a nearby tree, swiftly snatching up the spider. With a quick tilt of its head, it swallowed the spider whole and then turned its gaze toward Jiang Nian'an, narrowing her eyes. She was about to retaliate when a bolt of electricity shot out from behind her. With a sudden crackling sound, a bird engulfed in black smoke plummeted to the ground, shrieking in agony. The aroma of roasted fowl wafted through the air, enticing numerous mutated insects and birds nearby. This scent also instilled a sense of trepidation in some semi-sentient mutated creatures regarding the house where Jiang Nian'an and her companions resided. Jiang Nian'an approached and securely shut the window, turning to Jiang Nian'an, his previously fierce gaze softening unconsciously. Let's head out for breakfast. Have you all prepared breakfast? Jiang Nian'an raised an eyebrow in surprise at his words, inquiring, what did you make? Under the scrutiny of Jiang Nian'an's lustrous eyes, Jiang Nian'an felt a tightening in his throat. He quickly averted his gaze. We cooked instant noodles. Instant noodles? Jiang Nian'an couldn't help but chuckle, her feet carrying her into the living room. It was something she should have anticipated. Seeing the two emerge, Yunfan eagerly beckoned them, come quickly. On the coffee table lay 4 steaming bowls of instant noodles and nothing else. Jiang Nian'an added a marinated egg and 2 marinated chicken legs to each bowl. Just as she settled down, a loud crash echoed from the balcony window, shattering the glass into a million shards.
Abba?
Its fur a dusty yellow and the outline of its wings white, swooped in, its large frame exceeding 1 meter in length, bringing with it a damp gust of wind as it hung upside down at the balcony door. Squeaking, it perked its ears, its crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Nian'an and her companions, drooling greedily as saliva dripped from its exposed fangs. However, Jiang Nian'an's attention was drawn to a piece of dirt-covered, withered leaf in her bowl, her fists clenched tightly. Chapter 73. A Turn of Events. You ugly creature, return my noodles. Jiang Nian'an brandished her vine whip fiercely at the mutated bat. The bat, sensing the threat of her attack, became agitated. Squeaking, it let out a piercing shriek. The mutated bat swiftly maneuvered, evading Jiang Nian'an's whip while diving towards her with its gaping maw. Brothers, let me handle this. Jiang Nian'an called out, halting Jiang Nian'an and the others who were poised to attack. With a deft sidestep, she dodged the bat's assault and swiftly lifted her knee, driving it forcefully into the creature's abdomen.
Squeak.
The bat let out a pained cry, tumbling midair before emitting a furious growl. Still daring to screech. I shall dismember you today and feed you to the dogs. Transforming her whip into a ferocious wolf, Jiang Nian'an lunged at the mutated bat, sinking her teeth into its wing. Squeaking, the bat screeched in pain, desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to escape the wolf's grasp. A glint of cold determination flashed in Jiang Nian'an's eyes as she commanded the wolf to pull. With a violent tug, half of the bat's wing was torn away, blood gushing forth as it plummeted to the ground with a wretched cry. The wolf reverted back to a vine whip, binding the screeching bat tightly, before stomping down hard on its chest several times. This is for ruining my noodles. I will crush you. The bat's cries gradually weakened until they ceased altogether. Jiang Nian'an advanced, extracting the crystal core from the bat's head, her expression one of indignation. Humph, you've struck a bargain. 4 bowls of instant noodles could have yielded at least 10 crystal cores, and now I'm left with just this one. What a loss. Reclaiming her powers, she wiped her hands with a few moist towelettes and turned to Jiang Nian'an and the others, a smile gracing her lips. Brothers, I'm going to heat up some buns. Let's have buns for breakfast today. With that, she hurried into the kitchen, closely followed by Jiang Nian'an.
Oh, wait. Ouch.
Suddenly, Jiang Nian'an pivoted mid-stride. As she intended to ask if they wanted more tea eggs, she unexpectedly collided into a broad, warm embrace. Jiang Nian'an had not anticipated her sudden turn and was caught off guard, unable to halt his momentum. Be careful, as Jiang Nian'an was about to tumble backward. He swiftly reached out and pulled her into his arms, encircling her with his arms protectively. The proximity between them was intimate, so much so that Jiang Nian'an could feel his breath mingling with hers. Are you all right? Jiang Nian'an gazed down at her, his eyes brimming with concern. I'm fine. Noticing his arms encircling her waist, Jiang Nian'an's fair complexion flushed slightly, her heart inexplicably racing. This sensation was quite peculiar. She couldn't resist shifting her body, attempting to distance herself from Shen Nanqing's embrace. Yet his arms held her firmly, his gaze fixated on the faint blush adorning her forehead. The only thought occupying Shen Nanqing's mind was that he had caused Jiang Nian'an to be hurt. As she squirmed again, Shen Nanqing remained entranced by her forehead. With no other option, she pressed her hand against his chest, her luminous eyes meeting his. "Shinge, I'm fine. Please let me go." Hearing Jiang Nian'an's voice, Shen Nanqing finally snapped back to reality. He hurriedly released her, stepping back and lowering his head, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Nian'an." He could scarcely meet her gaze, his hands fidgeting with the hem of his shirt, fearful that a mere glance would encounter her anger. Seeing Shen Nanqing's demeanor, which suggested he had committed some grave wrongdoing, Jiang Nian'an felt oddly composed. She smiled and replied, "No." Before she could finish her sentence, the entire building suddenly shook violently, cracks forming visibly on the walls, and spiderweb-like fissures spreading across the floor. "Quickly, we need to escape. The building is collapsing." Shen Nanqing grasped Jiang Nian'an's hand without hesitation, dashing towards the balcony. Leaping through the shattered window, Yunfan and Yunhua followed closely behind. The four of them clung to the vines entwined around the building, rapidly descending. Jiang Nian'an's palm glimmered with green light. Should the vines snap, she would immediately save herself and the three men. However, until they safely reached the ground, the vines remained resilient, unbroken. With a thunderous crash, the moment they landed, the building collapsed behind them. 11 or 12 other survivors, having descended along the vines like them, gazed at the fallen structure with expressions of terror and relief. Hiss! Nearby, Xiao Yin and Do Wang spotted Jiang Nian'an and rapidly crawled over. The earth continued to tremble violently. Buildings around them, both near and far, began to topple one after another. Various mutated creatures were roused. As birds took to the skies in a frenzy, zombies howled in the woods, and an array of insects and mutated plants scurried chaotically. The vines underfoot writhed incessantly, occasionally tripping survivors and even dragging some away. "Help me! Save me!" Those being dragged away shouted desperately, pleading for assistance from other survivors. Yet at that moment, no one could afford to help them. Surrounding Shen Nanqing, thunder and lightning crackled, driving away all mutated creatures that sought to attack amidst the chaos. Buzzing. The ground beneath them emitted a low hum, soon followed by a sharp cracking sound. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian'an felt an overwhelming sense of unease. She retrieved 2 emergency packs she had prepared the previous night from her space. Her bag contained enough emergency food to last for 5 days, a flashlight, insect repellent, a lighter, disinfectant, 2 bottles each of anti-inflammatory and hemostatic powder, as well as a large roll of bandages. She handed the emergency packs to Yunhua and Yunfan, saying, "Second brother, third brother, carry these just in case." Then, she quickly added a flashlight, lighter, and medicine to Shen Nanqing's backpack. There was no time to linger here. Shen Nanqing surveyed their surroundings. With the building collapsed, the towering trees around them were also toppling one after another, resounding with deafening crashes. The 4 of them cautiously traversed the community. "Big Wang, stay close to us." Jiang Nian'an's gaze remained fixed on the ground beneath her, reminding Big Wang. Big Wang nodded, keeping pace beside Yunhua and Yunfan, crawling forward while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Just as they were about to exit the community, a sound reminiscent of boiling water erupted from below. Almost immediately, the ground beneath Jiang Nian'an and her companions split open, and before they could react, they plummeted into the abyss below. Chapter 74, The Giant Lizard. Jiang Nian'an hurriedly threw out a vine, one end secured above, while the other was tossed towards the 3. Just as it was about to touch Shen Nanqing and the others, a foul-smelling water column surged from the unfathomable depths below, knocking Jiang Nian'an's vine aside. Simultaneously, the other end of her vine also collapsed. It fell directly towards her head. "Anan, be careful." Shen Nanqing hurled a lightning chain, wrapping it around the vine in her hand, pulling her into his embrace. At that moment, a mournful sound resonated from below, followed by a waft of faint green gas. "This is..." Jiang Nian'an's words were cut short as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Similarly, Shen Nanqing and the others lost consciousness upon inhaling the faint green gas. The gas continued to rise, rendering all mutated creatures that came into contact with it unconscious, one after another, as they fell into the fissures in the ground. 200 meters underground. When Jiang Nian'an awoke, she found herself lying on something soft, akin to a plush mat. The air was filled with the sound of water, alongside distant cries for help from survivors. The surroundings were nearly pitch dark, illuminated only by a few glowing insects. Where is this place? She rubbed her still-dazed head and slowly sat up, retrieving a flashlight. The moment she turned it on, she realized what lay beneath her. Oh my goodness! With a sudden leap, she sprang to her feet and darted 2 meters forward. She was not lying on a plush mat. Rather, she was sprawled atop a corpse covered in long black hair, its face obscured. What on earth is this? Jiang Nian'an shone the flashlight to examine the corpse more closely. It resembled a monkey, yet its fur was much longer, and its body was significantly larger. Apart from herself and this corpse, there was no other being in sight. Shen Nancheng, the others, Xiao Yin, and Big Wang were nowhere to be found. The little green dragon in the vicinity was perched atop a jewelry box, oblivious to the situation. Though she had fallen into unconsciousness, she sensed that the little green dragon had protected them at the critical moment, only to collapse from exhaustion due to excessive spiritual strain. However, why had Shen and the others not fallen with her? As Jiang Nian'an mused, she lowered her gaze to inspect her own injuries. Her legs and arms bore numerous scrapes, the most severe being a deep cut about 3 centimeters long on her left arm, which was still oozing blood. Yet, in her view, these were merely superficial wounds. She tossed a mat to the ground, wedged the flashlight against the wall, and began to tend to her injuries while surveying her surroundings. It appeared she was in a cavernous space. Before her lay a narrow, seemingly endless corridor, with a swift river flowing alongside. The ceiling and walls were adorned with various stalactites, which were entwined with vines of differing thicknesses, some of which writhed like serpents. Various known and unknown insects scuttled among them. The insects surrounding Jiang Nian'an attempted to attack, but were swiftly deterred by the insect repellent in her hand. Suddenly, a black fish, about half a foot long and armed with tiny sharp teeth, leaped from the river, aiming for Jiang Nian'an. Without hesitation, she swung her knife, cleaving the fish in two. Extracting the crystal core from its head using the vine, she continued to apply her medicine. 15 minutes later, with a large knife from the museum in hand, Jiang Nian'an proceeded cautiously forward, her expression alert. She needed to find Shen Nancheng and the others quickly. Fortunately, she had prepared emergency packs for them before the fall. As for Xiao Yin and Big Wang, she was not particularly worried. Mutated flora and fauna possessed a survival capability far superior to that of humans, regardless of the environment. After walking approximately 300 meters, she encountered a fork in the path about 2 meters wide, with faint rumblings of thunder emanating from deep within. Could it be Shen and the others? Jiang Nian'an's heart leaped with hope as she quickly changed direction. However, just a few steps in, she stumbled upon a survivor's corpse, completely covered in black rats. The body was palm-sized, smeared with a sticky mixture of red and yellow substances, densely clustered together. Jiang Nian'an's face involuntarily wrinkled in disgust, not out of fear, but sheer revulsion. The black rats, gnawing on the corpse, turned abruptly at the sound behind them. Perhaps due to their long life in darkness, these rats were blind, with only large ears to guide them. Sensing the scent of fresh flesh, they abandoned the corpse and charged towards Jiang Nian'an. Unfazed, Jiang Nian'an stomped her right foot, causing wooden spikes to erupt beneath the rats, impaling them in place. The rats writhed in agony upon the spikes. Jiang Nian'an shot green lines from her fingertips, piercing their brains and forcibly extracting their crystal cores. Just as she tossed the cores into her space, a powerful gust of wind rushed at her from behind. Jiang Nian'an swiftly leaped forward and swung her knife, only to be knocked back by a massive head. Stumbling back a dozen paces, she focused on her assailant, a giant lizard over 3 meters long, its enormous form filling the entire corridor. Its eyes glowed with a fierce, crimson hue, exuding a fiery rage. What are you staring at? Do you think you can ambush me and still be in the right? Jiang Nian'an widened her almond-shaped eyes, raising her knife once more as she charged at the giant lizard. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the lizard's eyes as it opened its cavernous mouth, sharp teeth glistening with a foul odor, lunging towards Jiang Nian'an with ferocity. Knowing its scales were too hard to be cleaved by her knife, Jiang Nian'an deftly avoided its armored body, controlling the knife with her vine to strike at the lizard's softer jaw. Warm blood gushed forth, splattering the stone walls on either side. The giant lizard roared in pain, its massive head thrashing wildly. In an instant, the entire corridor was enveloped in a swirling cloud of dust, stones tumbling and falling, teetering on the brink of collapse, suggesting an imminent disaster. Jiang Nian'an had not anticipated that such a single strike would provoke the giant lizard into a frenzy. Without a moment's thought, she sheathed her dagger and fled. The lizard, with its rough skin and thick flesh, would likely withstand the crumbling path. Her delicate, fragile form, however, would not. As the giant lizard noticed her retreat, its rage intensified, and, suppressing the pain radiating from its jaw, it pursued her relentlessly. It charged through the corridor with reckless abandon, leaving destruction in its wake. Jiang Nian'an dashed forward, soon arriving at a three-way intersection. Before she could make a choice, a powerful arm encircled her waist, swiftly guiding her down the narrow path to the right. Barely a meter wide, the frenzied giant lizard failed to react in time and barreled past them. Chapter 75. Encounter. A familiar, crisp scent filled the air, imbued with a sense of reassurance. Jiang Nian'an felt a surge of joy within her, her lips instinctively curving into a smile as she looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. "Shenge." Shun Nanhang stifled the urge to pull her into his embrace and replied in a husky voice, "Yes, it's me." In that moment, his tumultuous heart finally found tranquility. However, upon catching a whiff of the medicinal scent emanating from her, his heart sank once more. "You're injured." "It's nothing. I just scraped myself a bit when I fell. It will heal in a couple of days," Jiang Nian'an replied nonchalantly. Compared to the life-threatening injuries she had faced in her previous life, the wounds she bore now were trivial. Shun Nanhang, unconvinced by her words, summoned several small silver butterflies that appeared around them, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the space and revealed the various injuries adorning Jiang Nian'an's body. His hand, which hung at his side, clenched tightly, a wave of anguish surging within him. "I'm sorry, Nian'an. It's my failure to protect you." He had vowed to safeguard her, yet had fallen short. Jiang Nian'an chose not to respond to his lament. Her gaze fell upon Shun Nanhang, whose injuries were far more severe than hers, and he had not tended to his wounds. Many were still oozing blood. He was half drenched in crimson. "Why haven't you applied any medicine? Didn't I prepare some for you?" Her brow furrowed in displeasure, though her eyes were filled with concern. Understanding that she was genuinely worried for him warmed Shun Nanhang's heart, filling him with joy. When he awoke, he had found himself surrounded by the mangled corpses of those who had met a gruesome fate. He had pressed on, despite his injuries, searching for Yunfan and Yunhua, and eventually found them alongside Xiao Yin and Awang. Yet, no matter how he searched, he could not find her. At that moment, panic consumed him, overshadowing his own pain. Seeing him silent for so long, Jiang Nian'an grew anxious. She grasped the fabric of his shirt, rising on her toes to bring herself closer, demanding,
"Speak."
Shun Nanhang lowered his gaze, fixating on her. "I was so eager to find you, fearing you might be in danger, that I neglected to tend to my wounds." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian'an's grip loosened, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over her. Since her parents had passed, no one had cared for her safety with such urgency. "Even if you were in a hurry to find me, you should have applied medicine first." Her voice was muffled as she turned to retrieve the ointment, inquiring about Yunfan and the others' well-being.
"They're all fine."
Shun Nanhang watched her attentively as she treated his wounds, his expression softening. "Because we could not locate you, we designated a meeting point and split up to search." Just then, a loud crash echoed from the entrance of the narrow path. The giant lizard had returned, smashing its head into the passage, though it could not fully enter. Only its head was stuck. The tremendous force caused surrounding stalactites to rain down. "Be careful." Shun Nanhang exerted his strength, pulling Jiang Nian'an securely into his embrace, shielding her. The rhythmic thumping of his powerful heartbeat resonated in her ears, instilling a sense of security. Jiang Nian'an instinctively tightened her grasp on the iodine bottle, a sudden, unfamiliar flutter of emotion stirring within her, leaving her momentarily flustered. The air crackled with energy as the falling stalactites shattered one by one. Once the debris ceased to fall, Shun Nanhang gently released Jiang Nian'an. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, continuing to apply the ointment to his wounds, illuminated by the glow of the silver butterflies. The giant lizard roared angrily at them, thrashing about in a frenzy, attempting to barge into the narrow path. Yet, the two were oblivious to its wrath. Xin Nian'an's sole focus was on Jiang Nian'an, while her attention was fixated on his injuries. 10 minutes later, as Jiang Nian'an concluded her treatment, her thoughts regained their composure. Xin Go, given the uncertainty of our situation, we do not even know where we are. It is best to avoid further entanglements with this giant lizard. For safety's sake, let us proceed to the meeting point you arranged with your second brother. All right. Xin Nian'an replied softly, guiding the silver butterflies to illuminate the way toward the exit of the narrow path, while he shielded Jiang Nian'an at his side. They advanced cautiously toward the exit, their expressions vigilant. As they moved farther away, the giant lizard seethed with frustration but was powerless to follow. Left to roar furiously at the entrance until it could no longer see them. With blood dripping from its maw, it stormed off in search of other mutated creatures to unleash its fury upon. Under Xin Nian'an's guidance, Jiang Nian'an navigated a winding path until they arrived at the mouth of a natural cave. Voices echoed from within, but they were not those of Yunfan and the others. Is this the place? Jiang Nian'an inquired, her gaze hardening as she observed the obvious presence of people inside. During their journey, Xin Nian'an had already informed her that Da Wang was guarding the meeting point. Now, it seemed that this location had been claimed by others. Indeed, he affirmed, his energy crackling with the intensity of a thunder dragon as he surged toward the cave entrance.
Boom.
A blinding golden light erupted from within, colliding with Xin Nian'an's electric energy. After a resounding explosion, the golden force gradually dissipated into the air, leaving the residual lightning energy to surge into the cave, forcing the occupants to emerge. 12 individuals, both men and women, appeared before them. Jiang Nian'an's icy gaze fell upon the man leading the group, only to be taken aback by the resemblance he bore to Xin Nian'an. The two middle-aged men flanking him immediately erupted in excitement upon seeing Xin Nian'an, second young master. Jiang Nian'an? Do you know her? She turned to Xin Nian'an, bewildered. Before he could respond, the leading man approached with a warm smile, saying, "Little brother, I've finally found you." Little brother? Jiang Nian'an thought, realizing this man must be the genetically mutated individual who had dispatched numerous assassins to hunt Xin Nian'an. Without a second thought, she interposed herself protectively in front of Xin Nian'an, her blade pointed directly at Xin Nian'an. Halt. Xin Nian'an regarded the blade at his chest, a fleeting shadow of menace crossing his half-lowered eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Nian'an, wearing a placating smile. "My dear lady, what do you mean by this? I intend to tell you to stop feigning innocence." Xin Nian'an stepped forward, gently pressing down on the knife in Jiang Nian'an's hand, pulling her protectively behind him. "Feigning?" Xin Nian'an paused, a look of confusion crossing his features. "Nian'an, my brother, I do not comprehend your meaning." The people behind him mirrored his bewilderment, at a loss for understanding. "Brother Nian'an, please tread carefully." A strikingly beautiful girl emerged from behind Xin Nian'an. "Brother Nian'an has been deeply concerned for your safety. At the onset of the apocalypse, he took a group out in search of you. After an arduous search, upon finally locating you, you casually remarked, 'Stop pretending.' Do you not think you have gone too far?" Xiao Huashu cast a disapproving glance at Xin Nian'an. However, Xin Nian'an ignored her, his cold gaze fixed on Xin Nian'an. "What of the snake in the cave?" "Young master, the snake slithered away on its own." A person behind Xin Nian'an interjected hastily. Xin Nian'an paid no heed to the identity of the respondent. He merely sought to ascertain the whereabouts of the king. He nodded at the individual who spoke, then turned to Jiang Nian'an and gently instructed, "And please step back." Uncertain of his intentions, Jiang Nian'an obediently retreated a few steps. Chapter 76. It is safer to hold hands. Hiss. At that moment, the king, who had been lurking nearby, crawled out from a nearby pile of stones.
"King."
Jiang Nian'an rushed to its side, only to discover multiple wounds adorning its body, with 2 gashes on its back, so deep they revealed bone. Fury surged within her like a rocket. "Who has harmed you, my king?" Hiss. Upon hearing this, the king immediately displayed its grievance, lifting its head in the direction of Xin Nian'an. Jiang Nian'an sprang up, her vine whip cracking as it lashed toward Xin Nian'an. "You scoundrel! First you injure Brother Xin, and now you harm the king. Today, I shall make you understand why flowers bloom so brilliantly. As the whip approached, the smile on Jiang Nian'an's face vanished in an instant. He swiftly twisted aside, evading the whip, then forcefully stomped his left foot on the ground, propelling his body forward. His tightly clenched right fist radiating golden light as it hurtled toward Jiang Nian'an's face with a whooshing sound. Jiang Nian'an let out a cold laugh, a dagger appearing in her hand, ready to retaliate when a thunderous shout rang out beside her. Jiang Nian'an, are you seeking death? Jiang Nian'an surged forward, lightning crackling between his hands. He seized Jiang Nian'an's fist with his left hand, yanking it forward, while his right knee shot up, crashing into Jiang Nian'an's abdomen. Jiang Nian'an let out a muffled groan, his body doubling over in pain. In the next moment, Jiang Nian'an swung his right fist, landing a crushing blow to Jiang Nian'an's face. With a resounding thud, Jiang Nian'an's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Young master. Those around Jiang Nian'an rushed forward to catch him, then feigned ignorance. They were all bodyguards of the Shin family, caught between the elder and younger masters. Aiding either side would be a misstep. Nian'an, are you alright? Xiao Huaxiu cried out in alarm, hurrying to kneel beside Jiang Nian'an. Cough, cough. Jiang Nian'an coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a woeful sight. Witnessing her beloved in such a state, Xiao Huaxiu's heart ached, tears spilling from her eyes. Nian'an. Huaxiu, I'm fine. Jiang Nian'an propped himself up with the help of those beside him, gently shaking his head at Xiao Huaxiu. It's my fault. I should not have provoked my younger brother. Upon hearing the name Huaxiu, Jiang Nian'an's fists clenched tightly, her breath quickening momentarily. She swiftly approached Jiang Nian'an, her voice lowered as she inquired, Brother Shin, is her full name Xiao Huaxiu? Yes, Jiang Nian'an replied, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. How doesn't it know? Jiang Nian'an shook her head. I merely feel as though I've heard that name before. Though she spoke lightly, her heart sank. In her previous life, the city had faced a catastrophic beast tide. During that time, aid arrived from various quarters, among them a rescue team known as Tianqi. They had rendered great assistance to the city and were warmly received by the base leader, many eager to glimpse their true forms. At that time, she was preoccupied with survival and had no mind to observe the Tianqi team. However, Shun Ziao had attended, returning with much to share. She recounted that both the captain and vice-captain of the Tianqi team hailed from prominent families in the capital. They had come to assist the city because the captain's brother had perished in the initial wave of the beast tide. Unable to bear the thought of other survivors meeting the same fate as his brother, he had come to help. Though Shun Jiao had not disclosed the captain's name, she had expressed jealousy as she mentioned the vice-captain's name, Xiao Huaxiu. The capital, Xiao Huaxiu, the captain's brother. Just as Jiang Nian'an was piecing together her thoughts, Xiao Huaxiu's sharp voice drew her attention back. This cannot possibly be your fault. They were the ones who struck first. Xiao Huaxiu rose, glaring at Jiang Nian'an, her eyes ablaze with fury. Jiang Nian'an, Brother Nian'an is your own brother. You would resort to such violence against him for the sake of some wild girl who appeared from nowhere. She is not a wild girl. Jiang Nian'an's gaze turned icy in an instant, electricity gathering in his hands once more. Xiao Huaxiu's expression shifted, and a fiery whip appeared in her grasp. Prepared to confront Jiang Nian'an head-on. A roar echoed from the distant darkness, accompanied by the sounds of various beastly howls, shaking the very ground beneath them. Recalling the captain's brother's demise in the initial wave of the beast tide, Jiang Nian'an instinctively grasped Jiang Nian'an's hand, calling for the king as she turned to flee. Connecting the dots, it dawned on her that her brother Shin was indeed the unfortunate brother who had perished during the early beast tide. You think you can just run after striking someone? Stop right there. Fueled by anger, Xiao Huaxiu lashed out at their retreating figures. Jiang Nian'an pulled Jiang Nian'an into a narrow passage to the side, narrowly evading the fiery whip. She then produced 2 small gas canisters, throwing them behind her with all her might. What kind of skill is it to resort to sneak attacks? In the darkness, Xiao Huaxiu heard something whizzing by, her expression turning cold as she swung her whip again.
Bang!
The gas canister exploded upon being struck by the fiery whip, releasing gas that ignited upon contact with flames, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Simultaneously, Xiao Huaxiu's pained cry resonated through the air. Hee hee. Jiang Nian'an stifled a laugh behind her hand. She then pulled Xin Nanjing out of the narrow passage and continued to flee. Were it not for the increasingly near beast roars, she would have thrown a few more canisters to toy with them. Xin Nanjing followed her lead, his gaze falling upon their intertwined hands, the corners of his lips curving into a broader smile, his eyes softening with warmth. After traversing through a series of stone paths of varying widths, Jiang Nian'an spotted a cave that was half the size of the previous natural cavern. Yet it was ample enough for them to take refuge. Brother Shen, let us hide here for a while. The path before the cave was not particularly spacious, yet it featured a river with a tumultuous current, obscuring its depth. The mutated beasts, wary of the river, would not dare approach easily, while their smaller forms posed no threat to them. Once inside the cave, Jiang Nian'an intended to release Xin Nanjing's hand, but he clasped it firmly instead. Brother Xin? Jiang Nian'an queried, perplexed. Xin Nanjing continued to pull her deeper inside, stating, "There is a path further within the cave. Let us explore it." It was then that Jiang Nian'an noticed a tranquil little path on the right side of the cave, exuding an air of mystery. However, did they truly need to continue holding hands? Glancing at their tightly entwined fingers, her cheeks flushed to deep crimson. Xin Nanjing seemed to have heard her unspoken thoughts. He slightly turned his head aside and coughed gently, aware that the circumstances within were unclear and perhaps fraught with further peril.
It was safer to hold hands.
Jiang Nian'an? If there is danger, it's safer not to hold hands? How can we swiftly defend and retaliate while tethered together? Xin Nanjing did not permit her to dwell on her musings any longer. He firmly grasped her hand and led her into a narrow path, simultaneously releasing several small silver butterflies to illuminate their surroundings and keep watch for threats. Chapter 77. A large rodent. The stone walls flanking the path were damp, adorned with verdant moss and black fungi, while long vines dangled above. A chill and humid atmosphere permeated the stone corridor. Brother Shen, where exactly have we fallen to? Jiang Nian'an inquired as she cautiously navigated around the occasional decaying corpses strewn across the ground. Xin Nanjing shook his head gently. I am uncertain as well. Reflecting on the grotesque, bloodied bodies that were nearly unrecognizable as human, he pondered aloud. However, we can ascertain that we are at least 100 meters below the surface. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian'an recalled the grotesque visage of the mangled corpse and nodded in agreement. Without 100 meters of distance, one could not sustain such injuries. Xin Nanjing waved his hand, unleashing arcs of lightning that incinerated the vines above that sought to ensnare them. Brother Xin, do you think we can return to the surface? Jiang Nian'an lifted her gaze upwards, finding only an abyss of darkness, devoid of any light.
Certainly.
The torrent outside is tumultuous. It must be cascading from a height. If we follow the direction of the water, we will surely find our way out. Xin Nanjing tightened his grip on Jiang Nian'an's hand, asserting, Anan, I will ensure your safe passage. Brother Xin, I trust you. Jiang Nian'an nodded and gently tugged at the hand he held. Anan, holding hands is safe. Xin Nanjing turned back to her, his gaze sincere and gentle. But Brother Xin, Jiang Nian'an touched her stomach. I'm hungry. I can't eat with just one hand. In her grasp was a plastic bag containing 2 flatbreads, remnants from their meal the night before, still warm to the touch. I also wish to add some sauce, lettuce, and marinated meat, she said, shaking the bag in her hand. Xin Nanjing's eyes flickered, and he suddenly extended his hand. Give me the sauce and meat. I will assist you. Brother Xin. Jiang Nian'an's cheeks puffed up as her almond eyes widened. Don't mess around. Xin Nanjing, visibly dejected, lowered his head and reluctantly released her hand. Driven by hunger, Jiang Nian'an remained oblivious to his forlorn demeanor. She hastily shoved 2 disinfectant wipes into his hand. Quick, wipe your hands. We're about to eat. After cleaning their hands, Jiang Nian'an produced 4 large wraps, shoving 3 into Xin Nanjing's hands. Let us eat while we walk. She nodded, motioning for him to continue forward. Xin Nanjing glanced down at the bread in his hands, his lips curving downward, before he began to devour it with fervor, as if to vent his frustrations. I wonder how Ergo and Sengo, as well as Xiaoyin, are faring? Jiang Nian'an trailed behind him, munching while murmuring. Simultaneously, she stealthily fed the king small morsels of chicken breast, the kind that wouldn't produce any noise. Rest assured, Yunfan and Yunhua have been trained in various escape and survival methods since childhood. They will be fine. As for Xiaoyin, its survival instincts are likely superior to ours. and it is with Yunhua and the others. Hearing Shen Nanjing's words, Jiang Nian'an felt a wave of comfort wash over her. For a moment, silence enveloped them, with only the sound of chewing breaking the stillness. After walking some distance, Shen Nanjing keenly sensed a change in the airflow,
which was no longer as damp as the stone path.
Wait. Jiang Nian'an abruptly halted Shen Nanjing. Let us finish eating before we go. She stuffed more of the wrap into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like an adorable little hamster. Shen Nanjing couldn't help but soften his expression. Don't rush.
Take your time.
Jiang Nian'an nodded vigorously, though her pace of eating did not wane. Shen Nanjing quickly finished his portion and retrieved 2 bottles of water from the side of the bag. Opening one, he offered it to Jiang Nian'an. Drink some water. Be careful not to choke. Jiang Nian'an accepted it, tilting her head back to gulp down a few swallows before swallowing the last bite of her wrap.
All right.
Let us go. She patted her chest, returned the water to Shen Nanjing's emergency pack, and drew out a large knife, her expression now vigilant as she moved forward. In the next moment, Shen Nanjing seized her by the collar and pulled her back. Why the rush? Stay behind me. Jiang Nian'an gazed at his broad back, which seemed capable of shielding her from all storms and dangers, and blinked. A sudden wave of sweet delight surged within her, a feeling both unfamiliar and pleasurable. Shen Nanjing, wielding crackling lightning, cautiously approached the entrance of the stone path, peering into the darkness beyond. Before him lay yet another pitch-black corridor, the air swirling briskly, faintly imbued with a sense of blood and decay. Shen Nanjing furrowed his brow, guiding the silver butterflies forward. In the illuminated area, he observed the ground carpeted with moss and crawling black insects. Beside them was a narrow ditch, containing several bloated corpses, which appeared to pose no immediate threat.
Then,
We're moving. Once he confirmed that the path ahead was temporarily free of danger, Shen Nanjing called out to Jiang Nian'an. Emichim. Jiang Nian'an bit her lip, suppressing the peculiar yet delightful sensation within her as she followed with her knife drawn. The king swiftly advanced to their front, its pale yellow eyes scanning the surroundings. Ever vigilant. After traversing approximately 100 meters, the king suddenly halted, its neck arching high, its serpentine tail flicking restlessly, and its tongue flickering in and out, emitting a characteristic hiss of warning. A faint sound echoed ahead, as if something was slithering through water, approaching them. Both raised their weapons, eyes narrowed, and focused intently on the direction of the noise. The silver butterflies flitted nearby, illuminating the area within a 10-meter radius. The sound intensified, drawing nearer. Just as the source of the noise was about to breach the illuminated perimeter, the king lunged forward. A piercing, terrified squeak pierced the air. Almost instantly, a half-meter-long black rat burst forth from the ditch. This rodent, driven by instinct, feared the king but showed no trepidation towards Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanjing. It darted between them, choosing the seemingly weaker Jiang Nian'an as its target. Despite its corpulent form, it moved with the agility of a cat, lunging towards Jiang Nian'an, its jaws poised to bite. Yet, Shen Nanjing was swifter. With a surge of electrical energy, countless bolts ensnared the rat like an intricate web. The black rat shrieked in agony, thrashing wildly within the electric net. Jiang Nian'an raised her hand, and a vine shot forth from her palm, piercing through the rat and extracting the crystal core from its brain. The creature collapsed lifelessly. Before Jiang Nian'an could stow the crystal core away, another sharp squeak echoed ahead. In the darkness, countless pairs of scarlet eyes flickered to life. Judging by their height above the ground, they appeared larger than the lifeless mouse at their feet. Jiang Nian'an felt a chill of dread. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Shen Nanjing's hand, urging the python run. Chapter 78. The Battle Against the Rat King and its Horde. They retreated back into the stone passage. Shen Nanjing firmly held onto Jiang Nian'an's hand, pulling her back into the previously traversed stone corridor. As soon as they entered, 2 large black rats followed closely behind. With a hiss, the python at the rear flicked its tail, striking one of the rats with immense force, causing it to spit blood. In a swift motion, it twisted its upper body and sank its fangs into the neck of another black rat, tearing through its flesh with ruthless precision. The anguished cries of the 2 black rats echoed, mingling with the scent of blood, inciting the mutated black rats behind them into a frenzy. The rats surged forward, desperately attempting to squeeze into the narrow passage, which could accommodate no more than 3 at a time. Jiang Nian'an watched in horror as the mutated black rats piled atop one another, climbing over their fallen comrades, attempting to breach the passage from above to attack them. Get ready. Shen Nanqing's voice rang out, a warning as he unleashed a torrent of energy, akin to a ferocious beast, charging towards the horde of mutated black rats at the entrance of the passage. In a flash of lightning, a vibrant green energy intertwined with the rats, and as they fell, writhing in agony, they transformed into wisps of willow branches under Jiang Nian'an's command, which surged forth into the minds of the defenseless mutated black rats, extracting their core crystals. A dense electric net crackled at the entrance. The sounds of electric explosions and the charred remains of their comrades instilled fear in the mutated black rats outside, causing them to hesitate. They lingered at the entrance, unwilling to advance. Just as Jiang Nian'an sensed their impending retreat, a sharp shriek pierced the air from outside the passage. Suddenly invigorated, the mutated black rats resumed their reckless assault on the electric net, determined to breach it and invade the passage. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nanqing beheld an enormous black rat, significantly larger than the others, appearing at the entrance, its body sinking as it let out piercing screams. With its cries, the onslaught of the mutated black rats intensified. Jiang Nian'an's pupils constricted. It was the Rat King. Under its command, the horde would not easily retreat. Despite having slain nearly 200 mutated black rats, the commotion remained unabated. The number of mutated black rats lurking outside the passage was still unknown. In a battle of attrition, the horde held the advantage. The only way to completely vanquish them was to eliminate the Rat King. Shen, that must be the Rat King. Cover me while I and the python go for the kill. Jiang Nian'an crouched low and darted from beneath Shen Nanqing's arm. The python followed closely behind. Her swift movements left Shen Nanqing with no time to seize her. He could only exert all his efforts to intercept the mutated black rats, ensuring her safety. Seeing Jiang Nian'an and the python charging toward it, the Rat King's crimson eyes gleamed with malice. Jiang Nian'an reached the entrance of the passage, wielding her vine like a whip, striking fiercely at the Rat King. Shen, clear a path for me. A narrow opening appeared in the electric net, just wide enough for her vine to slip through. Regardless of the species, the king of any mutated creature exudes an air of pride, intolerant of any affront. Enraged, the Rat King propelled itself forward, snapping its jaws at the incoming vine. In that instant, the vine split into two, brushing past the Rat King on either side before ensnaring its body. With a sharp tug of her right hand, Jiang Nian'an yanked the Rat King forward, crashing it against the electric net. The Rat King emitted a terrible scream, its body convulsing under the electric shock, its struggle waning. Shen, open the gate. Let me drag it in. As Jiang Nian'an's command fell from her lips, two electric chains extended from the net, seamlessly ensnaring the mutated Rat King and pulling it into the passage. Jiang Nian'an's gaze turned steely as she commanded, Python, go. In front of these black rats, kill it. The python darted forward in the blink of an eye, its massive jaws descending upon the mutated Rat King. The Rat King's eyes widened in terror, letting out frantic squeals as it struggled against the binding vines and electric chains. With a resounding crunch, the python sank its fangs into the Rat King's throat, lifting its head with a ferocious jerk. A spurt of blood accompanied the Rat King's anguished wail, sending shockwaves of fear through the mutated black rats still attempting to breach the electric net. The python coiled tightly around the weakened Rat King, its mouth agape as it consumed the creature's head. Witnessing their king being devoured, an instinctual dread arose from the depths of the mutated black rats, prompting them to retreat in panic. Jiang Nian'an did not pursue. Instead, she extracted the crystal cores from the recently electrocuted black rats. It was only after the area fell silent that Shen Nanqing retracted his powers, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, fatigue evident in his features. Hastily, Jiang Nian'an offered him a clean handkerchief. Quick, wipe your face. She was acutely aware of Shen Nanqing's dwindling energy. Together, they had dispatched 328 mutated black rats, with the vast majority falling to Shen Nanqing's hand. Considering the size of these mutated rats, each was equivalent to 5 zombies, their core energy likewise substantial. By calculation, Shen Nanqing had effectively vanquished over 1,400 zombies in under half an hour. After wiping his brow, Shen Nanqing stowed the handkerchief in his pocket, lifting his gaze to the mountain of rat corpses piled at the entrance of the passage. Let's South leave this place. These corpses will surely attract other mutated creatures. Agreed. Jiang Nian'an replied, glancing back at the python, which had already consumed half of the rat king, its belly swollen. Oh, python, can you still move? Her inquiry was met with a slow nod, though movement was labored. Realizing the situation, Jiang Nian'an sighed softly and stepped forward to lift the python onto his back. Shin, let us return to that previous cave, Jiang Nian'an said, leading the way with a flashlight as Jiang Nian'an carried the python behind her. Upon reaching the cave, the tumult of the beast tide had dissipated. Jiang Nian'an seated herself upon a stone to the right of the cave, patting another stone beside her. Shun, come here.
Okay.
Jiang Nian'an gently set down the python and quickly joined her. Jiang Nian'an produced 50 energy cores, handing them to him. Take these to recover. Jiang Nian'an accepted the cores without hesitation, seizing the opportunity to replenish his energy. Chapter 79. Qiao Xingyang. Jiang Nian'an popped a milk candy into her mouth. Remaining vigilant of her surroundings while reflecting on the occurrences of past beast tides she had either heard of or experienced firsthand. Among these, 2 significant beast tides had transpired within the first year of the apocalypse. Once, there was a rodent tide in the flower market of Ji province, and another time, a tide of beasts in the mundane city of C province. She teamed up with Brother Shen because they both intended to head to the capital city. And at that moment, the occurrence of the rodent tide was still far off. Thus, it can be inferred that the event that led to his premature demise in his previous life was certainly not the rodent tide in the flower market. Could it be the tide of beasts in C province? However, judging by Brother Shen's prowess and approach to matters, it was inconceivable that he would easily perish amidst a beast tide, unless... A face that provoked an urge to strike flashed through Jiang Nian'an's mind, Jiang Nian'an. It was said that at the onset of the apocalypse, Jiang Nian'an had ventured out with a group to search for her brother Shen. They had fallen from Xing City into this dark cavern, with no knowledge of where they truly were underground. The likelihood of Jiang Nian'an encountering them here was significantly high, as he must have followed brother Shen to Xing City and subsequently tumbled down. If one were to speculate further, if in his previous life, after departing from the flower market, Brother Shen had not gone to Xing City, but rather to the mundane city, then Jiang Nian'an, who had been searching for him, would undoubtedly pursue him to the mundane city. Consequently, when he found Brother Shen, the tide of beasts would have erupted at that very moment, and thus, he would have harbored malicious intent, leading to Brother Shen's demise. After all, before the apocalypse, Jiang Nian'an had the capacity to dispatch numerous assassins to eliminate Brother Shen. How could he possibly pass up such an opportune moment presented by the beast tide? Jiang Nian'an felt she had unraveled the truth, and when she turned to look at Jiang Nian'an, her eyes brimmed with sympathy. Alas, poor Brother Shen, who had not lived as long as she had during the apocalypse. Fortunately, this time around, it would be different. With her by his side to offer reminders, they would surely enjoy longevity. Of course, the first order of business was to deal with Jiang Nian'an to eliminate the root of the hazard. What a trivial team they were. In this life, she would transform them into a team of doom, ensuring they could no longer harm Brother Shen. Jiang Nian'an let out a light snort, her expression fierce, before tossing a piece of fruit candy into her mouth and chewing it with a determined crunch that startled the king, causing it to retract its neck. An hour later, Jiang Nian'an slowly opened his eyes. 50 crystal cores had been reduced to a pile of white powder, and the energy ball of lightning ability within his dantian was now brimming. White powder was also scattered around Jiang Nian'an's feet. Seeing that Jiang Nian'an had recovered, she ceased her own activities, raised her gaze to him, and said, "Brother Shen, let us go find second brother, third brother, and little Silver. This underground locale is fraught with uncertainties. It is safer to stick together." Indeed. Jiang Nian'an stood up, patted his hands lightly, and approached the cave entrance. After cautiously surveying the outside, he turned back and nodded slightly to Jiang Nian'an. They would head to the rendezvous point they had previously agreed upon. The ground was littered with numerous corpses of mutated animals in various states of decay. With a spirit of experimentation, Jiang Nian'an released her vines to probe the heads of the carcasses. Upon encountering a hard surface, her eyes lit up. Aha! There truly are crystal cores. Success in obtaining resources without cost invigorated her. She eagerly guided her vines to explore the brains of each mutated creature. By the time they reached the meeting point, she had successfully collected over 50 crystal cores. Before the cave entrance lay the bodies of 2 unfortunate survivors, trampled beyond recognition by the previous wave of small beasts. Their flesh a gruesome sight. Yet, they could still be identified by their attire as individuals who had previously followed Xiao Huaxi. It appeared that Jiang Nian'an and his group had indeed encountered that small beast tide. Jiang Nian'an chuckled. I wonder if Jiang Nian'an is missing an arm or a leg. If so, I must extend my gratitude to that little beast tide. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a sudden crackling sound came from her right rear. Turning, Jiang Nian'an spotted a small scorpion attempting to sneak up on her. However, it had already been dealt with by Jiang Nian'an. Brother Shen, should we wait here, or leave to search? Jiang Nian'an inquired after collecting the crystal core from the scorpion's head. Personally, she believed it would be wiser to remain in place. This expanse was vast and labyrinthine, with stone paths winding in every direction. Searching for someone here would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. If we wait, they will surely return. Jiang Nian'an harbored a similar sentiment. Rather than wandering aimlessly, it was indeed more prudent to hold their ground. Agreed. The two strode into the stone cavern, only to discover 2 single sofas set up within. Clearly, Jiang Nian'an and his group had left them behind. Evidently, there was a space-manipulating mutant among their ranks. How refined. Jiang Nian'an set down an emergency lamp on the ground and beckoned Jiang Nian'an to join her on the sofa. She had to admit, it was far more comfortable than the cold, hard stone. Jiang Nian'an wished to converse with Jiang Nian'an, but just as he opened his mouth, she tossed him a small bag of crystal cores. I saved 50 for second brother, and the others, just in case. The rest we shall share, and hasten our strength. With that, Jiang Nian'an disregarded Jiang Nian'an's reaction and began absorbing her share of the crystal cores. Jiang Nian'an. He rubbed his nose, sighed softly, and began to absorb his own cores. The king coiled at the cave entrance, vigilantly guarding the two. Suddenly, a rapid breathing sound echoed from the left passage of the cave. The king raised its head abruptly, directing its gaze towards the sound, alert and watchful.
Soon.
6 figures emerged into view. They appeared frantic, frequently glancing back as if something dreadful was pursuing them. The king's eyes flickered with suspicion. It had not detected any terrifying entity trailing the 6. However, hiss! The king climbed over to Jiang Nian'an and Jiang Nian'an, rousing them from their absorption state. Upon hearing the commotion, the two hurried to the cave entrance, weapons at the ready. The 6 individuals were nearly upon them. The leader, upon spotting Jiang Nian'an, exclaimed with brightened eyes, Jiang Nian'an, help! Jiang Nian'an tugged at Jiang Nian'an's clothing and nodded towards the man. Do you know him? Xiao Huaxi's younger brother, Xiao Xingyang. Are you close? Ordinarily. In a matter of moments, Xiao Xingyang had dashed to them, instinctively attempting to hide behind Jiang Nian'an. In perfect sync, Jiang Nian'an and Jiang Nian'an lifted a foot and kicked Xiao Xingyang away. The 5 individuals trailing him were caught off guard and tumbled like dominoes to the ground. Jiang Nian'an. Xiao Xingyang groaned as he climbed back up, glaring at Jiang Nian'an. What are you staring at? Jiang Nian'an raised her knife, pointing its tip at Xiao Xingyang. Stare again, and I shall blind you. Chapter 80. Wisteria. As Xiao Xingyang beheld the knife pointed at him, his anger flared. Yet, before he could react, the last person in line suddenly grasped at their throat and screamed, Ah! Get away! Both Jiang Nian'an and Jiang Nian'an were drawn to the commotion. Jiang Nian'an shone her flashlight toward the individual, astonished to find a wisteria vine coiling around their neck. Xiao Xingyang, seeing the wisteria pursue him, abandoned any thoughts of confronting Jiang Nian'an and hurriedly shrank back toward the cave entrance. Muttering under her breath, Jiang Nian'an, we have grown up together since childhood. You cannot stand idly by while I am in peril. The other 4, resembling ghosts in their fright, dramatically retreated, observing his cowardice. Jiang Nian'an furrowed his brow and stepped forward, effectively enveloping Jiang Nian'an within his protective sphere before raising his gaze towards the wisteria. The solitary main vine, slightly longer than the small silver one, appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet, the fear it instilled in Xiao Xingyang suggested it possessed certain peculiarities. The wisteria was intent on dealing with the person it had ensnared, when it suddenly sensed a presence that exuded an extraordinarily pleasant aura. The tip of the vine, resembling a serpent's head, slowly lifted and turned towards Jiang Nian'an. With a swift motion, the wisteria leapt fiercely towards her, drawn by the delightful energy emanating from her. A flash of cold light sparked in Xin Nanjing's eyes as he unleashed a bolt of lightning with a flick of his wrist. He anticipated that the wisteria would meet the same fate as other mutated plants, charred and lifeless. However, to his astonishment, it traversed the electric currents unscathed. Jiang Nian'an let out a slight huff and swung a vine whip. With a sharp crack, the wisteria was struck back, crashing heavily against the nearby stone wall. Without hesitation, she delivered another lash, but the wisteria deftly evaded her strike, slithering into the ground and vanishing from sight. Qiao Xingyang stood up. Incredulity etched on his face as he pointed to the spot where the wisteria had disappeared. It just ran away like that? His subordinates included wood-type ability users who had previously lashed out at this very wisteria, yet all their whips, conjured from wood-based powers, had only served as nourishment for the vine. Ultimately, even the wood-type user had been drained to a husk. After depleting the wood abilities within their ranks, the wisteria turned its attention to the other supernatural beings in their group. Despite employing every conceivable method, fire, blades, ice shards, and water strikes, they had not only failed to eradicate the wisteria, but had also lost 4 of their own. Initially, the vine had measured merely 10 centimeters, yet it had grown to over a meter in length. Now, facing the same vine whip attack, how could the outcome be so drastically different? They were fleeing like frightened dogs, while the very source of their terror was being driven into a corner by this girl. Clearing his throat, Qiao Xingyang swaggered forward, his face smeared with grime, stopping 2 meters away from Jiang Nian'an. It wasn't that he didn't wish to close the distance further. Rather, the silent warning of Xin Nanjing's lightning restrained him. Tilting his chin slightly, he cast a downward glance. "You are Xin Nanjing's bodyguard, are you not?" Jiang Nian'an looked at Xin Nanjing, her eyes questioning whether this person was mentally unstable. Xin Nanjing nodded. Not only was he mentally challenged, but his vision was also lacking. With a slight lift of his eyelids, he directed an unmistakable look of disdain at Qiao Xingyang. Was his positioning not sufficiently clear, or was his reaction too sluggish? Who, truly, was the bodyguard here? The fool did not even have a semblance of awareness. How much did he spend to hire you? I will double it. Qiao Xingyang disregarded Xin Nanjing's glare and flashed a 2 sign to Jiang Nian'an, an expression of smugness evident on his face. He had come prepared with ample supplies from the capital since the apocalypse began, while Xin Nanjing had arrived from the flower market, undoubtedly with little to offer. Qiao Xingyang covertly glanced deeper into the cave. Utilizing the emergency light, he spotted 2 single sofas, one of which bore a large travel bag. Merely a travel bag. How much can it possibly hold? He had brought along 2 space storage ability users, equating to a vast 10 square meters of supplies. He was eager to see what Xin Nanjing could possibly compare against that. Summoning one of his space storage subordinates, Qiao Xingyang retrieved a small piece of watermelon. Haven't had watermelon in a while, have you? As long as you switch sides to my team, this watermelon is yours. Xin Nanjing's travel bag could hardly accommodate a watermelon. After all, at long last, he felt triumphant, reveling in his moment of superiority over Xin Nanjing. As he basked in this fleeting joy, Qiao Xingyang erupted into laughter. "Ha! I'll make you regret that." Xin Nanjing's fist collided with his face. Caught off guard, Qiao Xingyang yelped in pain as he stumbled backward. Xin Nanjing strode forward, grasping his collar and yanking him back. "How dare you strike me? I am your future brother-in-law." Thud. Qiao Xingyang's protest was abruptly cut short as another powerful punch from Xin Nanjing knocked him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. Xin Nanjing's eyes blazed with fury. What was Qiao Xingyang to dare compete with him for Jiang Nian'an's affections? Kneeling on Qiao Xingyang's chest, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon his face. "Stop!" Seeing their master on the verge of being pummeled to death, Qiao Xingyang's subordinates sprang into action. "Get lost!" Jiang Nian'an swiftly intervened, brandishing several green blades menacingly towards the 5 men. If they thought they could overpower her brother Xin, they would have to reckon with her first. Although she remained uncertain as to why Xin Nanjing had erupted in violence. With a sudden rush, the previously vanished wisteria re-emerged, springing from the earth to ensnare one of the earth-type ability users around the neck, plunging its tip viciously into him.
Ah!
Accompanied by a piercing scream, a brilliant yellow light erupted from the earth-type user's dantian, coursing rapidly up his meridians until it converged at his neck, ultimately absorbed by the wisteria. Once the energy was drained, so too was the vitality of the earth-type user. The wisteria slithered down the lifeless body, turning its attention towards Jiang Nian'an. Xin Nanjing kicked Qiao Xingyang towards the wisteria, which, startled, recoiled momentarily. Its embarrassment quickly morphed into fury as it darted past the unconscious Qiao Xingyang, lunging at Xin Nanjing. In a flash, Xin Nanjing drew his knife, slashing at the wisteria. With a resounding clang, the vine remained unscathed, merely severed from the ground, while Xin Nanjing's blade bore a noticeable notch. What an impervious body! Xin Nanjing regarded the damage on his blade with surprise. The wisteria fixed its gaze on him, then lunged once more, perceiving him as the villain obstructing its approach to the comforting aura. Yet it was met with a green vine.
Crack!
Once again, Jiang Nian'an sent the wisteria sprawling with a whip. Having witnessed the fate of the earth-type user, Jiang Nian'an surmised that this wisteria was intent on siphoning the lightning energy from her brother Shin's body. The wisteria quickly regained its composure. Undeterred in its relentless charge towards Xin Nanjing, Jiang Nian'an firmly pulled him behind her and lashed out again. "Tell me, what is the matter with this wisteria? It's me who is attacking you, yet you persist in targeting my brother Shin?" With a plaintive cry reminiscent of a fledgling bird, the wisteria recoiled into a corner. It was merely attempting to eliminate the impediments to approach her. Still squawking? Was it defiant? Unable to comprehend the vine's language, Jiang Nian'an raised her hand once more. The wisteria, recognizing her impending strike, hastily burrowed into the earth, seeking refuge for its life, planning to return later. Quite fast indeed. Jiang Nian'an retracted the vine whip and turned to Xin Nanhang. "Brother Xin, be cautious these next few days. I have a strong feeling it will return. Vines can burrow underground, making their assaults often unpredictable." "Understood. I shall be vigilant," Xin Nanhang replied solemnly, yet a shadow of worry soon clouded his expression. "However, it is undeterred by my lightning. Even this blade is futile against it, I'm afraid." He lowered his head, letting out a heavy sigh, as if resigned to the inevitability of encountering that sinister wisteria. This sight tightened Jiang Nian'an's heart. "Fear not, brother Shin," she quickly reassured him, patting her chest. "I will protect you." Upon hearing Jiang Nian'an's promise, a flicker of triumph crossed Xin Nanhang's half-lowered gaze, though he maintained an outward demeanor of concern.
"Yet
that wisteria moves with such swiftness," Jiang Nian'an exclaimed. "I shall remain steadfastly by your side." At this, Xin Nanhang's eyes brightened with delight, his worries momentarily dissipated. He subtly inched closer to Jiang Nian'an, his spirits lifted. "Then I must rely on you, Nian'an. Rest assured," Jiang Nian'an vowed emphatically. At that moment, Qiao Xingyang stirred groggily awake, immediately requesting a mirror. One of the subordinates quickly produced a small mirror and handed it to him. Qiao Xingyang grabbed it eagerly and, amidst the indescribable gazes of Jiang Nian'an and Xin Nanhang, scrutinized his reflection.
"Ah!"
Qiao Xingyang let out a screech akin to a slaughtered pig. "My handsome face." Xin Nanhang, this is not over. TSK, handsome face indeed. Jiang Nian'an rolled her eyes, glancing back at Xin Nanhang. Compared to brother Xin, he is merely delicate. "Not over?" she scoffed. "He is certainly formidable." Suddenly, her gaze darted, and she exclaimed, "The wisteria has returned. Wow! Where is it? Where is it?" Upon hearing that the wisteria had returned, Qiao Xingyang leaped up in fright, instinctively rushing to Xin Nanhang. "Xin Nanhang, save me." Jiang Nian'an crossed her arms, letting out a cold laugh. "If you have the gall to threaten, you should have the courage to refrain from seeking rescue." Qiao Xingyang. He looked around, searching for any trace of the wisteria. "You're deceiving me." Enraged and humiliated, he clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. Xin Nanhang's expression darkened suddenly. He delivered a kick to Qiao Xingyang's abdomen. "Have I not given you enough face?" Qiao Xingyang grunted, propelled backward. "Young master." For subordinates leapt to catch him before he hit the ground. Coughing heavily, Qiao Xingyang spat out a mouthful of blood. "Qiao Xingyang, for the sake of old Master Qiao, I will warn you one last time. If you dare lay a hand on an, I will take your life. Xiao Xingyang, taken aback by the gravity of this statement, raised his gaze to meet Shen Nanhong's intense and murderous eyes. After a moment of silence, he huffed coldly and turned his head away. Shen Nanhang was a man of his word. He would not challenge him for the sake of his own life. Observing the exchange, Jiang Nian'an felt a sudden pang of confusion. She could not discern whether their relationship was good or bad. If one were to argue, they were on poor terms. Her brother, Shen, always held back during confrontations. Yet, despite being beaten so severely, Qiao Xingyang refrained from summoning his bodyguards to retaliate. His harshest words mere claims of unresolved grievances. Conversely, to assert they had a good relationship seemed implausible, given Qiao Xingyang's current state. Even in her most biased assessments, she could not declare their bond as favorable. Noticing her bewilderment, Shen Nanhong's expression softened. Let us return to the cave. I shall explain everything. All right, Jiang Nian'an nodded. Her curiosity piqued. Once inside the cave, Shen Nanhang remained silent, instead resorting to his powers, writing in the earth. When I was young, I played carelessly and fell into the water. It was old Master Qiao who saved me, hence I only beat him, not kill him. He does not dare resist because he understands my nature. I am a man of my word. After inscribing these lines, Shen Nanhang waved his hand, erasing them, and continued. Shen Nanchuan must die, but I cannot allow my parents to know I am the one who killed him. Thus, I require a witness who can assert that Shen Nanchuan's death was an accident. In the eyes of his parents, Qiao Xingyang was always seen as whimsical, yet he was known never to lie. Having him witness Shen Nanchuan's accidental demise and relay it to his parents would be ideal. But Brother Shen, he doesn't seem particularly clever. Is it truly wise to make him a witness? Jiang Nian'an mimicked his actions, writing on the ground. That's precisely why I need him. Too much cunning could lead to complications. Seeing that Shen Nanhang was resolute, Jiang Nian'an nodded in agreement, deciding not to write further. Ultimately, she would support him without fail. Anan, may I ask you something? Just as Jiang Nian'an prepared to return to the sofa and absorb the remaining crystal cores, Shen Nanhang wrote another line. Go ahead. Jiang Nian'an promptly replied. I have a friend. Shen Nanhang's throat tightened as he sought to inquire about his non-existent friend, hoping to ask questions he was too timid to voice otherwise. Yet he feared Jiang Nian'an might discern something amiss. Jiang Nian'an's fingers swiftly moved, urging him. What is wrong with your friend? Speak up. Shen Nanhang gritted his teeth, deciding to take a chance. I have a friend who is fond of a girl, but that girl shows no interest in him. What should he do? A matter of the heart. Jiang Nian'an rubbed her hands together, confident she could tackle this dilemma. Although she had never been in love, that did not preclude her from being an emotional expert. Does that girl dislike your friend? Stealing a glance at Jiang Nian'an, Shen Nanhang pondered. Surely, Anan should not harbor any ill feelings towards him, right? Pausing, he wrote down the words does not dislike. Then it's simple. He should bravely pursue her. How should he pursue her? Shen Nanhang's eyes brightened, hastily scribbling another line. Brother Shen, can we just speak? Writing is exhausting. Jiang Nian'an withdrew her powers and settled onto the sofa, patting the seat beside her. Come, let us talk. Upon hearing they would converse, a flicker of panic crossed Shen Nanhang's eyes. He could only feign calmness, mentally repeating that he had a friend thrice before finally sitting down beside her. All right. He nodded, albeit with difficulty, to Jiang Nian'an. Shall I begin? Jiang Nian'an inquired tentatively. Shen Nanhang's hands, resting on his knees, unconsciously intertwined as he endeavored to maintain a facade of nonchalance. Ahem. Jiang Nian'an cleared her throat. To pursue someone, one must first capture their attention and interest. Shen Nanhang nodded earnestly, attentively absorbing her words. For instance, she began to enumerate the essential qualities of an ideal boyfriend for girls that she had gleaned online: handsome, fit, and possessing exemplary character and values, attentive, gentle, kind-hearted, sunny, and emotionally stable, with a sense of responsibility, a strong drive, and an awareness to maintain distance from other girls. He devoted himself solely to her, adoring, protecting, and accommodating her every whim. Jiang Nian'an breathlessly articulated her thoughts in one go. Shen Nancheng meticulously noted each point in his mental notepad. even adding her prior remark about being obedient. He then inquired, "Is there anything else?" "That should be about it," she replied. The last time she had explored such matters online was 5 years ago in her previous life, and she had nearly forgotten everything. If I can manage to do all this, will that girl like me? Jiang Nian'an mused aloud, while his heart began to flutter with anticipation. Not necessarily. Everyone has different criteria for choosing a partner, Jiang Nian'an responded irresponsibly, shaking her head. Although she had expressed the aforementioned points, the final interpretation was beyond her jurisdiction. Jiang Nian'an felt a pang in his heart. His current sentiment was akin to a traveler reaching a mountain only to find it collapsed, or a sailor arriving at a bridge to discover it had fallen. To sum it up in 2 words, quite distressing. Specific issues require specific analyses, Jiang Nian'an observed. Realizing her earlier musings had been somewhat hollow, she chuckled awkwardly, attempting to redeem herself. Jiang Nian'an remained silent, gazing at her with a look of melancholy, his mental notepad nearly crumpling under the weight of his thoughts. It felt akin to preparing for an exam, listening to the teacher's endless lecture, only to be told that none of it would be on the test. The more he contemplated, the more forlorn his expression became, causing Jiang Nian'an to feel uneasy. Primarily, she had never met that girl and had no inkling of her preferences in men. "Shingo, why don't you tell me about their personalities?" she suggested. "The 2 of them." Jiang Nian'an's mind raced, abruptly halting. If he were to elaborate in detail, it would surely expose his true feelings. And he was not yet bold enough to reveal his heart. Jiang Nian'an clearly showed no interest in him. If he spoke up, he might not be Shingo anymore, but rather Shin, "Who are you, Ge?" Perhaps his approach was flawed. Maybe he should ask more indirectly? Jiang Nian'an's thoughts shifted, and he turned to gaze outside the cave. His posture slightly hunched, enveloped in a profound sense of loss. "Forget it. I'll think of another way," he resolved. "Wait, don't give up." Jiang Nian'an felt a twinge of embarrassment at his despondent demeanor. "But, I truly have no idea what kind of person that girl is," Jiang Nian'an said earnestly. "Before I met you, the only woman I cared about was my mother." Jiang Nian'an was taken aback. Strangely, upon hearing this response, a flicker of happiness surged within her. Instinctively, she popped a chocolate into her mouth before turning to Jiang Nian'an. "How about this? Once we arrive in the capital, I can ask that girl what kind of men she likes. Would that be all right?" Jiang Nian'an stared at her cheeks, slightly puffed from the candy, as he pondered whether it would be too much trouble for her. "Of course, it's no trouble at all," Jiang Nian'an replied readily. "That's splendid. I truly appreciate your help," Jiang Nian'an said earnestly. "My friend really needs your assistance. Rest assured, I will certainly devise strategies to help him be with the one he adores," Jiang Nian'an declared, raising 3 fingers in affirmation. Jiang Nian'an contained his bubbling excitement and smiled gently, finding comfort in her words. Jiang Nian'an nodded enthusiastically. "By the way, Jiang Nian'an relaxed, leaning back against the sofa as he casually inquired, "What kind of person do you like?" "Me?" Jiang Nian'an snapped her fingers and replied without hesitation. "I like someone strong and physically fit. Only those with strength and stamina can continuously battle and bring me plenty of crystal cores." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian'an stiffened, his gaze instinctively dropping, his face flushing. He could comprehend the notion of strength, but did she mean stamina in the way he was thinking? He was confident his strength met her standards. Even if it didn't, he could strive to improve. But stamina? That was uncharted territory for him. Unaware of his turmoil, Jiang Nian'an continued, "And he must be handsome. Both chest and abdominal muscles are a must. As long as he is good-looking and fit, I would be swayed by his appearance alone. I'd even be reluctant to argue with him. Handsome? With muscles?" Jiang Nian'an felt an urge to snatch the mirror from Qiao Xingyang's hands to inspect his own reflection. However, he managed to restrain himself. He was certain that if he dared to do that, Annan would undoubtedly place him on her list of weirdos. Nevertheless, he assumed he should be reasonably attractive, and he certainly possessed both chest and abdominal muscles. Thus, he met those criteria. Suppressing a smile, Jiang Nian'an discreetly jotted down strong and physically fit in his mental notebook while awaiting Jiang Nian'an's next words. However, several minutes elapsed without further commentary from her. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Why have you stopped speaking?" Jiang Nian'an, secretly amused, shrugged her shoulders and replied, "That's it. I'm out of ideas. Out of ideas? Jiang Nian'an queried incredulously. Did you not have a whole list before? He repeated the long string of standards she had previously mentioned.
Oh, those?
Jiang Nian'an replied nonchalantly.
Then just add them.
Afterward, she added with a smirk, Shingo, your memory is truly remarkable. She couldn't even recall the specifics of her earlier statements. At this moment, Jiang Nian'an merely desired silence. Chapter 83, Reunion. Crack, crack. The sound of Qiao Xingyang munching dry noodles echoed from outside the cave. Jiang Nian'an glanced at her wristwatch and realized that time had slipped to 8:30 in the evening. Shinge, it's time for dinner, she announced. Retrieving a pot and electric stove.
All right.
Jiang Nian'an tucked away his scattered thoughts and stepped forward to assist. Jiang Nian'an produced a bottle of purified water and handed it to him. You boil the water first while I decide what we shall have for dinner.
Moment latte.
She unearthed 5 boxes of instant ramen. After unwrapping the packaging, she handed the noodles to Jiang Nian'an. He accepted the noodles, waiting for the water to come to a boil before adding them. Jiang Nian'an then retrieved her bowl and Jiang Nian'an's basin, distributing the sauce packets and ingredients into each receptacle. Once the water boiled, Jiang Nian'an added 2 generous spoonfuls to both the bowl and the basin before allowing Jiang Nian'an to place the noodles into cook. The aroma of the sauce wafted through the air as it mingled with the hot water, capturing the attention of Qiao Xingyang, who had been leaning against the stone wall with his dry noodles. Curiosity piqued, he peered in, attempting to get a closer look. Hiss! The king snake straightened its neck, its gaze fixed intently on Qiao Xingyang, as if to say that any attempt to sneak a peek would result in dire consequences. Qiao Xingyang pursed his lips, thinking to himself that if he didn't look, it wouldn't be a big deal. Yet, despite his thoughts, his nose betrayed him, inhaling the delightful scent that lingered in the air. So fragrant. Looking at the dry noodles in his hand, Qiao Xingyang sighed heavily. How could he have neglected to bring a pot? Wait, a pot? Can that tattered travel bag of Jiang Nian'an's possibly hold a pot? Qiao Xingyang abruptly stood up, intent on entering. Jiang Nian'an, what is this pot of yours? Oh my. The king, with a sudden lunge, opened its mouth to bite at Qiao Xingyang, causing him to retreat in alarm. He dared not retaliate. This serpent belonged to Jiang Nian'an and his companions. If he were to inflict harm upon it, Jiang Nian'an would undoubtedly retaliate. His handsome visage could not afford any new scars. Jiang Nian'an and Jiang Nian'an, however, paid no heed to the commotion between the king and Qiao Xingyang. As long as they did not issue a command, the king would not fatally harm Qiao Xingyang. With his hands clasped defensively across his chest, Qiao Xingyang returned to his original position, looking utterly aggrieved. The king, observing the situation, lost interest and resumed its vigil at the cave entrance. The 4 subordinates exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. Their young master was the only one capable of keeping the second son of the Shin family in check. 5 minutes later, Jiang Nian'an skillfully distributed the noodles from the pot into bowls and plates. Jiang Nian'an began adding ingredients: braised pig's trotters, sesame sauce eggs, sausages, and chicken meatballs, along with tearing off 2 pieces of lettuce. She handed Jiang Nian'an a pair of chopsticks, then raised her left hand, from which 2 vines shot forth. When the vines returned, 2 mutated rabbit carcasses lay at the cave entrance, clearly a gift for the king. All right, time to eat. The steaming noodles paired with the abundant toppings were simply irresistible. Jiang Nian'an and Jiang Nian'an slurped the noodles inside, while Qiao Xingyang outside swallowed hard. After several minutes of restraint, he could no longer contain himself and cautiously peered out from behind the stone wall. The king cast a glance at him, noting his lack of intent to enter, and continued feasting on the rabbit. Under the glow of the emergency lights, the bowl filled with various ingredients of the pulled noodles came into Qiao Xingyang's view. Had he not quickly wiped his mouth, he would have drooled onto the ground. Jiang Nian'an, what are you eating? He asked deliberately. Jiang Nian'an ignored him, even turning his body to obstruct his view. Is it really necessary? As if I could snatch it from you. Qiao Xingyang mused, realizing he would have to be capable of such a feat. How about I trade you a bowl of noodles for something? He attempted to initiate conversation again. Trade? Jiang Nian'an lifted her head with interest. What do you intend to offer? How about that piece of watermelon from earlier? In a moment of desperation, he had tossed the watermelon to his subordinates while enduring the beating. Who could blame him for wanting to consume whatever little food remained? Jiang Nian'an smirked. producing a colossal watermelon, at least 30 pounds, that she had conjured in the vehicle. She raised her gaze to Qiao Xingyang, her expression unmistakable. His meager piece of watermelon paled in comparison. Initially stunned by the sight of the enormous watermelon, Qiao Xingyang was further astonished by Jiang Nian'an's ability to conjure it. "Are you dual element?" he asked, wide-eyed.
Did you not see it?
Jiang Nian'an resumed eating, slowly savoring the pig's trotters. Qiao Xingyang swallowed hard, momentarily hesitant to propose a trade. If she possessed space, he could not guarantee that what he had was unique to him. Just like that enormous watermelon, how could they possibly have such a colossal fruit? Qiao Xingyang was notoriously transparent with his emotions, and Jiang Nian'an easily discerned his thoughts. Internally, she mused that, had the vehicle not been cramped, or had she not restrained her power, that watermelon could have easily exceeded 100 pounds. What could I offer to trade for a bowl of noodles? After a prolonged silence, the yearning for warm noodles compelled Qiao Xingyang to relinquish the choice to Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nankang.
Crystal cores.
Jiang Nian'an raised an eyebrow. 20 crystal cores for a bowl of noodles. Qiao Xingyang was taken aback. 20? If they had been on solid ground, he would have agreed without hesitation. Killing 20 zombies was a trivial task. But this was an underground labyrinth where the circumstances were unclear. He was barely surviving. He sat back down, pondering. He did have some crystal cores in reserve, but he preferred to keep them for emergencies. Besides, he was merely craving a snack. Not completely out of food. He picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a large gulp. His supplies were plentiful, though mostly consisted of dry rations, which were rather unsatisfying. Jiang Nian'an, having failed to exchange noodles for crystal cores, remained undeterred and continued to enjoy her meal. Suddenly, 2 heavy breaths echoed from the left end of the cave, familiar to them both. It must be the second and third brothers. Jiang Nian'an's eyes sparkled with delight. The 2 placed their bowls beside the pot and swiftly exited. The king had already scuttled toward Yunfan and Yunhua's direction. Shinge and Yunfan and Yunhua quickened their pace, soon reaching the 2. Shaheen coiled atop the king's head, chattering away. Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nankang exchanged concerned glances at the visible wounds on the brothers. "Did you encounter the earlier wave of mutated beasts?" Shen Nankang inquired. "Indeed." Yunfan grimaced. "We had initially evaded them, but the underground terrain is complex. After wandering for a while, we ran into them again. It's also partly our fault for ignoring Xiaoyin's warning. It had foreseen this, but..." Yunhua sighed. "We didn't understand, and were overly confident in our instincts. Thankfully, with our agility and strength, we managed to fight our way out." Despite wincing from the pain of his wounds, Yunfan wore a proud smile. "We encountered a pack of mutated rats, each nearly a meter long." Shen Nankang remained calm, describing, "We sustained no injuries and even managed to kill over 300. And saved 50 crystal cores for each of you. By the way, how many did you kill?" Yunfan hesitated. "With the 50 or so crystal cores in my bag, I can't quite show them off now." "Ouch! And then, my brother's arm hurts tremendously," Yunfan complained, clutching his head. "Please, apply some medicine." Clutching his arm while holding his head, truly a fool. Qiao Xingyang scoffed, deliberately speaking loudly. Yunfan immediately bristled, retorting, "Qiao idiot, who are you calling a fool?" Only after did he realize, "What are you doing here?" Yunhua turned to Qiao Xingyang as well. He had noticed a few individuals seated beside the cave, but did not anticipate it would be Qiao Xingyang. The state of Qiao Xingyang's face was utterly pitiful, bruised and swollen. "Goodness, what happened to your face?" Yunfan exclaimed, reveling in Qiao Xingyang's misfortune. "Clearly, you've been up to no good and got yourself beaten." "You're talking nonsense." Qiao Xingyang straightened his back. "I wasn't beaten. It was an accident." Jiang Nian'an and Shen Nankang simultaneously cast him a teasing glance. Qiao Xingyang's posture sagged. The words "I ran into something" caught in his throat. "Why the silence?" Yunfan scoffed. "Clearly, you were beaten and are just stubbornly denying it." "You." Qiao Xingyang sprang to his feet. "Enough." Shen Nanqing interrupted the bickering of the 2, suggesting they retreat into the cave to tend to their wounds. As soon as he spoke, both fell silent. Once inside the cave, Shen Nanqing assisted them in treating their injuries, while Jiang Nian'an busied herself preparing sustenance for them. "Brother Shen, how did you and Enan end up with Qiao Xingyang?" Yunhua glanced towards the cave entrance, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes as he whispered, audible only to their small group. It was a chance encounter. Not only me but also Shen Nanchuan and Qiao Huaxi are down here.
What?
Yun Fan exclaimed, quickly stifling his voice. How could they be down here? Shen Nanqing's gaze held a hint of sarcasm. According to Qiao Huaxi, at the onset of the apocalypse, Shen Nanchuan had used the excuse of searching for me to lead a group out.
With that,
he deftly sliced away a piece of rotting flesh from Yunhua's shoulder with his dagger. Yunhua let out a muffled groan, and after the sharp pain subsided, he continued. But how could they find their way here? Shen Nanqing shook his head lightly. I don't know. Perhaps my call to my family, when there was still a signal, alerted Shen Nanchuan to my survival, prompting him to follow. Then, like us, he was dragged down by that unknown fissure.
And now?
Cautious of the outside presence of Qiao Xingyang, Yunhua merely gestured to his throat, mimicking a cutting motion. Shen Nanqing said no more. After bandaging Yunhua's wound, he disinfected the dagger and approached Yunfan. This topic was temporarily laid to rest. Yunfan bore fewer injuries, and Shen Nanqing swiftly treated him. Just then, the noodles that Jiang Nian'an had prepared were ready. Since their fall, Yunhua and Yunfan had scarcely eaten. They had either been searching for Jiang Nian'an or battling mutated creatures, leaving no time for nourishment. At that moment, hunger took precedence, and they eagerly dug into the noodles. Jiang Nian'an reheated the leftover noodles for herself and Shen Nanqing. For a while, the cave was filled only with the sounds of chewing. After the meal, Shen Nanqing dismantled the armrests of the sofa to fashion a makeshift bed for Jiang Nian'an. He and Yunhua leaned against the stone wall, preparing to make do for the night. Jiang Nian'an, feeling a pang of sympathy, urged him to take apart the sofa backrest as well. With the two backrests and the armrests, they managed to create a bed that could accommodate two people lying side by side. You two should sleep first. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and you can alternate for the latter half, she instructed. Yunfan and Yunhua nodded, taking the down jackets that Jiang Nian'an offered as blankets and seizing the opportunity to rest. Brother Shen, here. Jiang Nian'an tossed a long down jacket to Shen Nanqing. The temperature underground had dropped significantly, as if summer had abruptly bypassed autumn and plunged directly into winter's embrace, plummeting below zero. Shen Nanqing caught the jacket, his warm gaze resting on Jiang Nian'an's face. It's getting late. You should sleep. We'll seek a way out first thing in the morning. Seek a way out? A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Nian'an's eyes. Are we looking for Shen Nanchuan? Shen Nanqing understood. She meant Shen Nanchuan. We won't have to search for him. He will come to us. Shen Nanchuan would not allow him to return to the capital unimpeded. All right then, good night, Brother Shen. Jiang Nian'an pulled the jacket closer around her and closed her eyes. Good night. Shen Nanqing observed as she fell asleep within moments, a smile unconsciously gracing his features. Once the three were sound asleep, Shen Nanqing quietly rose, moving to the side of the large king and Xiao Yin, who were coiled protectively at the cave entrance. The two opened their vigilant eyes, relaxing upon recognizing him. Shen Nanqing nudged them. You two, go gardening. He leaned against the cave entrance, remaining alert to his surroundings. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, no anomalies occurred. He roused Yunhua and Yunfan, asking them to take overwatch for the next 4 hours. Hiss. At 5:30 in the morning, as Yunhua took a sip of water, he noticed Xiao Yin and the king opening their eyes and crawling toward the cave entrance. Is there something wrong? Yunfan exchanged glances with him, swiftly grabbing a flashlight and making his way to the entrance. He shone the light around but found nothing amiss, inadvertently waking Qiao Xingyang, who had been sleeping on an air mattress. Yunfan, are you out of your mind? Qiao Xingyang grumbled, glancing at his watch and realizing it was still early, annoyance creeping into his expression. Shut up. Yunhua gestured for silence, turning to wake Jiang Nian'an and the others. Just as Shen Nanqing and Jiang Nian'an sat up, they heard cries for help from outside. They quickly moved to the entrance of the cave. Help! Is there anyone? Please, help us. Within mere seconds, more than 10 figures appeared at the end of the stone path on the right, desperately sprinting towards them. A rustling noise followed behind, as if something crawling was in pursuit. Instantly, the 4 of them activated their abilities, entering a state of battle readiness. Qiao Xingyang and his 2 elemental subordinates shielded the 2 spatial storage subordinates within their midst. 7 supernatural beings. Hope ignited in the eyes of the fleeing individuals. Sister, please save me. There are so many man-eating bugs behind us. A girl, around 17 or 18, appeared pale as a ghost. Her eyes filled with terror as she lunged towards Jiang Nian'an. Get away. Shen Nanqing moved faster than Jiang Nian'an, swiftly pulling her behind him while kicking the girl away. She crashed heavily against the wall. From the stone wall behind her, dozens of black bugs, about 5 centimeters long and covered in short hairs, fell to the ground. With a swift flick, the black furry bugs squirmed a couple of times before darting towards Jiang Nian'an and the others. Shen Nanqing unleashed bolts of lightning, striking down the black bugs hurtling towards them. Xiao Xingyang drew a fiery circle in front of him, instantly reducing the black bugs to ashes. However, countless more black furry bugs emerged from the crevices of the stones and the vines above. Jiang Nian'an's heart sank at the sight of the overwhelming swarm. These black furry bugs typically resided in crevices, feeding on decaying matter, rarely appearing before humans or pursuing them unless the humidity significantly increased, affecting their movement and survival. Such conditions often heralded impending heavy rain or flooding. It was inconceivable for it to rain underground. Thus, it must be flooding. Whether from underground water rising or water percolating from the surface, it would lead to inundation below. In any case, this was not a place to linger. Jiang Nian'an swiftly retrieved several cans of insecticide, spraying it on herself, Shen Nanqing, and the 3 others, then crouched beside Xiao Yin and the king. The pungent scent instinctively drove the black furry bugs away from them. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyang hastily instructed his subordinates to produce 2 bottles of insecticide, spraying it around himself and the surrounding air. The fleeing individuals rushed into the insecticide-laden air, hoping to coat themselves with some of the repellent. In a moment, many of the black furry bugs began to crawl away. At this point, Jiang Nian'an stood up. She pulled Shen Nanqing aside and whispered, "Brother Shen, the king and Xiao Yin say this place isn't safe. We need to leave immediately." The king and Xiao Yin? They remained silent. Chapter 85, Trading Oneself for Safety. After listening, Shen Nanqing turned to Yun Hua and Yun Fan without a moment's hesitation, commanding, "Grab your bags. We must leave immediately." Yun Hua and Yun Fan promptly entered the cave, shouldering the emergency packs and collecting the emergency light scattered on the ground before emerging. Just as Shen Nanqing was about to speak, the entire underground space began to tremble slightly, accompanied by the roar of rushing water. In mere seconds, torrents surged into the stone path from both sides, bringing with them countless mutated creatures struggling in the deluge. Shield yourselves with your abilities. Do not let the water enter your mouths or noses. Jiang Nian'an's expression shifted, and she hurriedly placed safety helmets on the heads of the 3 before being swept away by the current. Just before the onslaught of water struck, Shen Nanqing pulled Jiang Nian'an into his embrace, surrounding them with crackling lightning that repelled the mutated creatures attempting to attack. Vines coiled tightly around both of them. The stone path was too narrow, and the water was too swift. Without some form of collision protection, the consequences would be dire. Yun Hua grasped Yun Fan, conjuring a whirlpool around them to prevent their bodies from crashing against the stone walls. Yun Fan focused on combating the mutated creatures lurking in the water. The 4 of them were soon propelled out of the narrow stone path into a broader passage. The water level had significantly receded, and while the current remained fierce, they could at least keep their heads above water. Gasping for air, they took deep breaths. Fearing they might get separated again, Jiang Nian'an sent a vine toward Yun Fan and Yun Hua, securely entangling them, striving to keep the 4 of them within a 15-meter radius. As for the king and Little Silver, they had already coiled tightly around her. "Shen Ge, do you think this water can carry us out of this underground?" Jiang Nian'an retrieved a powerful waterproof flashlight and shone it ahead, but the stone path stretched endlessly, and she could not see its end. Worry flickered in her eyes. If they could not escape this underground, it would pose a grave predicament. Even with their abilities, surviving indefinitely submerged was impossible. "We will." Shen Nanqing's voice resonated with unwavering confidence in the darkness. "Do not fear." He gazed down at Jiang Nian'an, tightening his grip around her waist. "The flow of this water follows the same course as that river above. The river has flowed beneath for so long. Yet this underground remains merely damp and devoid of standing water, indicating there must be an outlet, ensuring our escape. Shen Ge is right, Anan. Do not worry. We will break through," Yun Fan added, unleashing several icy energy blasts that froze the approaching mutated creatures, then flashing a reassuring smile at Jiang Nian'an. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the stone path once more. The ceiling above cracked visibly, and countless roots emerged, burrowing deeper into the ground. The stones fell in succession as the roots grew. The four sprang into action, shattering the falling debris while severing the encroaching roots with their abilities. A chilling scream pierced the air as a survivor ahead was impaled by the extending roots, the scent of blood igniting the rage of nearby mutated creatures. Those previously intimidated by Shen Nanqing's electrical energy resumed their assault. Be careful. As a horned mutated calf charged toward Jiang Nian'an, Shen Nanqing unleashed a bolt of lightning, annihilating the calf. Seizing its horn, he forcefully pushed the carcass forward. Unbeknownst to him, the calf's mother lurked nearby, and upon witnessing her offspring's demise, she erupted in fury. Moo! The mutated bull kicked off the stone wall, its lengthy horn aimed straight at the two. Little Silver. Jiang Nian'an hurled Little Silver onto the mutated bull, which sank its fangs into the creature's head. The venom infiltrated the bull's brain, extinguishing its life instantly. However, the bull's massive body, propelled by inertia and the current, continued to surge toward Shen Nanqing and Jiang Nian'an. The two, caught off guard by the swift current and the bull's considerable mass, struggled to evade. Behind them, Yunfan and Yunhua's expressions shifted dramatically. Yunfan erected a thick ice wall before the bull's corpse in an attempt to lessen the impact, while Yunhua conjured a vortex beside them to assist in repositioning. Yet, the ice wall shattered upon impact, and the vortex was dispelled. Jiang Nian'an's vines had entwined a nearby mutated creature, preparing to leverage its strength to propel them forward. However, the roots above suddenly writhed, piercing the very mutated creature she intended to utilize. In that instant, not only had her plan failed, but had she not retracted her powers swiftly, she would have been dragged down by the creature's lifeless body. Shen Nanqing, without hesitation, propelled himself against the stone wall, simultaneously unleashing his electrical energy to sever the vines binding him. If that mutated bull collided with them head-on, they would suffer grievously. He was willing to sacrifice himself for Jiang Nian'an's safety. Jiang Nian'an's expression shifted, gripping his arm tightly. Shengo, what are you doing? Do not fear. Shen Nanqing replied gently with a smile. I promise to protect you. Utilizing the strength beneath his feet, he shifted his body to the side, just in time to push Jiang Nian'an out of harm's way from the bull's carcass. He, however, was pierced by the bull's right horn, followed by the weighty body crashing into him. Shen Nanqing coughed up blood, yet he remained resolute in his thoughts. He could not allow the water to enter his mouth or nose. Desperately, he clung to the roots extending above, striving to keep himself above the surface.
Can ye?
Jiang Nian'an's eyes brimmed with tears. How could someone be willing to exchange their life for her safety?